Schado has traversed to the realm of Faerûn, specifically to the Empire of Nesseriel, only to discover that the legendary Arcane Empire is not as grand as it was said to be. The floating city, shrouded in mystery, casts no shadow, and the tales of the grand arcanists wielding apocalyptic power are mere fables. Externally, they face the intangible oppression of the elven dominions, while internally, the wilderness remains a challenging frontier. As the advent of the Mystra Core approaches, how will Shado's arrival alter the course of events? It is the year 834 of the Nesseriel calendar, on the day of midsummer. In the Empire of Nesseriel, on this longest day of the year, the populace ceases their labors and indulges in exuberant celebration. This day marks the holy day of the Amarnata Church, where the faithful revel in joy, basking in the sunlight, while offering prayers of gratitude to their deity for the bountiful gift of warmth. On this day, even the servants of Jaeger, who typically dwell in the shadows, adorn themselves in more festive attire. This change is not due to any reputed camaraderie between Jaeger and Amarnata, but rather because Jaeger lacks the widespread temples that Amarnata possesses across Nesseriel. Many of Jaeger's followers reside within the sanctuaries of Amarnata alongside the courts. In the southern regions of the Empire, far from the core territories, lies the untamed land of Savor, which is being developed. Joy radiates from the faces of all present. Even some of the gnome slaves, granted temporary freedom by their masters, don new celebratory garments, as Amarnata has bestowed upon them a brief respite. In the heart of the town, at Savor Square, the mages shed their usual aloof demeanor beneath the statue of the grand arcanist Savor, removing the hoods of their gray robes and launching magical fireworks into the sky. Under the mage's lead, all who possess the ability to cast spells eagerly join in the spectacle, casting even the simplest of illusions without fear of derision from their esteemed counterparts. On this day, they are liberated from the constraints of status, allowing for unbridled enjoyment. Among those witnessing this spectacle are two young men passing through the square. One, with black hair and dark eyes, is filled with longing as he exclaims, "Magic! When will I be able to do such things?" His companion, a blond youth, nudges him excitedly. "Hey Schado, don't just stand there. The fireworks will continue until nightfall, and we can see them from the southern district too. Let's go watch the circus performance instead. I heard that the Lion and Fire Circus has brought in a troll. I've never seen a troll in my life, and I bet you haven't either." A troll? Schado, with black hair and dark eyes, internally chuckles at the irony. Had he not traversed to this world, he would never have encountered dwarves, gnomes, or elves, let alone a troll that even Little Near had never seen. Indeed, this young man named Schado is a traveler from another world, a legendary one at that. As he reflects on his former stable life before the journey, he cannot help but feel a sense of disorientation when considering the tumultuous experiences of the past 6 months. Uncertain of how much time has truly passed, Schado recalls the moment he was thrust into this wilderness, feeling utterly disheveled and lost. Suddenly transported from Earth to a realm entirely foreign, the novelist does not necessarily wish to traverse such boundaries. Given the choice, he would willingly forego this opportunity. After all, his homeland is prosperous and peaceful. Who would desire to inhabit a world fraught with uncertainty? Indeed, a different world. Almost immediately upon his arrival, Schado discerned that he found himself in an alien domain. Though he lacked the expertise to identify the flora and soil, he could not mistake the squat creature before him, characterized by its broad face, flat nose, pointed ears, and oversized mouth. It was none other than the goblin, a staple in numerous games, novels, and films. Perhaps startled by Shado's sudden appearance, the solitary goblin emitted a shriek and fled in terror, blissfully unaware that Schado himself had nearly succumbed to fright. While many narratives depict goblins as possessing a combat prowess of less than 5 points, easily repelled or even slain by a common farmer in reality, who could ascertain the creature's true strength upon its sudden emergence. Fortunately, the goblin's hasty retreat spared Schado from such an awkward confrontation. At present, 1 or 2 goblins posed no threat to him, a fact of which he held ample confidence. After the initial panic of his translocation, Schado quickly steeled himself. He recognized that greater challenges awaited him. Foremost among them was the issue of survival. How does a modern individual sustain himself when thrust into the wilderness of an alternate realm? At that moment, Schado was clad merely in a set of pajamas, shuffling about in slippers, utterly unprepared for his journey. Had he foreseen this crossing, he would have at least brought along a kitchen knife. Lacking any wilderness survival experience, Schado was fortunate that, after frightening off the goblin, he soon encountered a denizen of this new world, namely, the father of the blond youth beside him, Old Neil. On that day, Old Neil was journeying to the countryside to procure meat when he stumbled upon Schado. Schado was astonished to find that this otherworldly man bore such a striking resemblance to earthlings. Yet, existence dictates reason Schado chose not to dwell on this incongruity, for it would be perplexing to explain his own transmutation. Neither Schado could converse in the language of this realm, nor could Old Neil comprehend Mandarin or English. After much gesturing, Schado managed to convey that he had become stranded in this foreign land and required assistance. From Shado's subsequent reflections, it seemed Old Neil presumed him to be a scion of a fallen noble family. The silk-like fabric of Shado's pajamas, a stark contrast to Old Neil's coarse linen garments, likely lent him an air of distinction. The intricate patterns adorning his attire could only be the handiwork of wizards or elves. Thus, Schado accompanied Old Neil to the heart of Savile Town, where he assisted at Old Neil's inn. Over the course of the next 6 months, Schado mastered the lingua franca and ascertained that he resided in a world known as the continent of Faerûn, a name designated by the elves, while humanity had previously referred to their domain as the Great Land, though its resonance paled in comparison to the allure of Faerûn. Generally speaking, most individuals would feel a sense of embarrassment when referring to the vast land. In an empire where all cultures and arts aspire to the elegance of elves, does not the name Faerûn possess a more profound aesthetic? The beauty of elven artistry. Chapter 2. Tricks and Determination for Schado. The name itself is of little consequence. What truly piqued his interest was the state of the Faerûn continent. Nesseriel, a name so familiar. It was also the realm in which he currently resided. In a game he had cherished before his crossing, Nesseriel was depicted with rich lore. The most renowned being the Archmagus, the floating city, and the tragic tale of Karsus, who ultimately brought destruction upon all. Shado's whimsical pursuit of the floating city had garnered a modest reputation, which filled him with both alarm and ire, fearing the attention of formidable beings, yet feeling powerless against it, as the adventurers around him were indifferent to his status as a fallen noble. The recent change in Old Neil's demeanor sent a chill through Schado. Instinctively, his left hand moved to his waist, where a once-abandoned dagger lay concealed beneath the hem of his garment, having been painstakingly refurbished by Schado to be barely serviceable. In this foreign realm, he felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. Fortunately, Nesseriel had not yet reached the era of the floating cities, granting Schado ample time to mature, enough to partake in that grand epic, perhaps even to become a key player in its unfolding narrative. What thoughts occupy Shado's mind? He ought to go and observe the trolls. Reflecting on the past 6 months, he recalled how the young Neil, still inexperienced and naive, had taught him the common tongue and how to fish in the river beyond the town. The memories of Schado navigating conflicts with adventurers due to language barriers stirred a complex mix of emotions within him, leaving him uncertain if their bond would remain as close in the days to come. This was preparation for the evening's bonfire celebration. Vibrant spices transformed the woodpile into an eccentric palette, while an old man clad in burlap sat nearby, grinning as he observed the scene. With a subtle flick of his fingers, a diminutive figure made of spice dust materialized among the children, inciting their playful antics. Yet, Schado noticed that despite the old man's cheerful demeanor, beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. He was a feeble old sorcerer. Though he scarcely merited the title of even an apprentice mage, Schado still found pleasure in designating these spellcasters as mages. He had witnessed such scenes countless times in Savile Town over the past 6 months, each instance igniting a twinge of envy within him. How could an ordinary person wield magic? Alas, this old man squandered his potential, relegated to performing trivial tricks for children in his twilight years. In the Empire, magic was not an unattainable dream. Perhaps the elderly woman selling bread at the corner had a few tricks up her sleeve, yet only those truly adept could embody the mystery and might of magic. Elves had brought magic to the realm, but the people of Nesseriel lacked the elves' extraordinary gifts. For the vast majority, a lifetime of diligent effort might yield but a couple of simple tricks, offering no real aid in their daily struggles. For the current inhabitants of Ness, survival remains the paramount concern. After over 800 years of the Empire's existence, it continues to grapple with the wilderness. What value is there in mastering a trick that makes hair shimmer or dust dance, if one spends a lifetime doing so? Most nice individuals, even before reaching adulthood, can perform simple tricks, but seldom choose the path of a mage, unless fortune grants them a mentor willing to teach without charge. Those unable to cast spells before adulthood are even less likely to pursue the mage's route. Schado, a man of earth, had already reached maturity before arriving in Faerûn, and thus had no experience with spells prior to adulthood. Yet, he did not relinquish hope. The ultimate success of a mage is not determined by the ability to cast spells before maturity. The Empire boasts many renowned mages who commenced their magical studies after the age of 30, achieving remarkable feats within a mere few years. In this foreign land, perhaps only magic could provide Schado with the confidence to persist, and for that assurance, he would pay any price. Life is indeed precious. Should devotion to a deity or a pact with a demon yield magical powers, he would not hesitate. However, he discovered that the goddess of magic does not bestow spells merely for faith. She rewards breakthroughs in the magical realm. Other deities require acknowledgement and adherence to their doctrines to gain divine powers. Even if Schado were willing, he would find it difficult to genuinely accept the teachings of these gods, unless Faerûn had a deity of scientific practice or one of omniscient truth. As for demons, Schado had yet to encounter anyone who spoke of them. Perhaps his limited exposure prevented him from learning more. What could the adventurers, who venture daily beyond the town to hunt goblins and beasts and gather materials, know of demons? Yet, an opportunity presented itself. The mage lord of Seville was recruiting servants. Though merely a servant, this was the most accessible chance to approach magic. The townsfolk adept at tricks would not teach the art of true spellcasting, or else they would have long since opened classes to profit. At this moment, atop the mage tower, a magical rune radiating a blue luminescence hovered, its light pulsing rhythmically like a living entity breathing. Having learned to discern the tower's runes from adventurers, Schado recognized it as a representation of the current time. Just past noon. Look away, the results will be revealed in 3 days. If we pass the assessment, we can reside there, Neil suggested, once more urging Schado to join him in observing the trolls outside the east gate of the town. Recalling the morning when he informed old Neil of his intention to participate in the Mage Tower assessment, Schado could vividly recall the expression on old Neil's face, an expression of sheer astonishment. Schado understood that the younger Neil had inadvertently divulged the details of the assessment, prompting old Neil's irritation, particularly since they would now be short 2 helpers at the inn. On a deeper level, Schado surmised that should he succeed in the assessment, he would no longer assist at the inn. Individuals like him, who were content with a mere silver coin a day, were a rarity throughout the entire Seville territory. Certainly, it was not that Schado was particularly easy to converse with. Rather, it was the initial language barrier, coupled with his recent arrival, that made communication challenging. Furthermore, the Neil family played a significant role in facilitating his smooth integration into the Empire, which is why he did not dwell on the meager wages that were tantamount to hard labor. Chapter 3. Temptation. Accompanying Schado in assisting at the old Neil Inn was a young lad, whose duties were limited to merely serving dishes and washing vegetables, earning a modest sum of 2 silver coins each day. In contrast, Schado was tasked with an array of responsibilities, from washing dishes in the kitchen to serving meals, hauling barrels of wine, and maintaining cleanliness throughout the establishment. From dawn until dusk, he toiled tirelessly, scarcely finding a moment's respite. Even his attempts to learn the common tongue from young Neil were squeezed into his schedule like toothpaste from a tube. After 6 months of such rigorous training, Schado could distinctly sense his newfound strength. At this juncture, young Neil expressed a desire to venture outside the town to witness the circus and its trolls, insisting that Schado accompany him. Perhaps his intentions were innocent, yet such excursions could alter old Neil's perception of Schado. For reasons unknown, Schado felt an inexplicable thrill. Perhaps severing ties with old Neil was the wisest course of action. He had already demonstrated his ability to survive independently in Seville, yet reason cautioned him to bide his time. Wasn't he Marlin there to assist? A brief visit would not consume too much time. Young Neil clung to Shado's sleeve, his youth still brimming with mischief, using Marlin as a shield. In this scenario, old Neil could not remain aloof. What was once a simple role of selling ale and collecting coin now demanded his active involvement. Schado, however, wished to avoid antagonizing old Neil at this moment. He merely hoped to navigate the next 3 days smoothly. If he passed the assessment, he would reside within the Mage's Tower. If not, he could not simply abandon old Neil's inn. What if old Neil found out? Don't cry if you get beaten, Schado warned ominously. Although old Neil exploited Shado's labor, he exhibited little leniency towards his own son, demanding his utmost obedience. Should young Neil prove disobedient, it would not be uncommon for Aunt Susan to join in the reprimanding. Marlin, being the son of a meat supplier to the inn, enjoyed comparatively easier work despite earning a salary slightly higher than Shadow's. Upon hearing Shado's words, young Neil instinctively recoiled, loosening his grip on Shado's sleeve. His spirits visibly dampened. "All right, let us depart. We shall visit tomorrow," Shadow proposed. In truth, even with the prospect of going tomorrow, Shadow was not particularly eager. In this land of Faerûn, brimming with wondrous powers, he instinctively recoiled from the unknown. While observing trolls might satiate his momentary curiosity, what else could he possibly gain? If the circus were to mismanage the situation, and a troll were to leap forth and devour him, who would he turn to for justice? Shadow disregarded young Neil's thoughts, leading him down the southern path. Yet, after walking just a few paces, young Neil suddenly grasped the situation. "We are here to participate in the assessment. The duration of the assessment is at our discretion. A brief diversion won't hurt, if you don't mention it." "Neither will I. Who would know?" Young Neil's argument bore a semblance of reason. After all, during the Mage's Tower assessment, Shadow had not encountered a single familiar face. Judging by the demeanor and attire of the young candidates, it was evident that none were of ordinary standing. The individuals around Shadow and little Neil exhibited a striking indifference. With none taking the initiative to engage in conversation, each seemed firmly entrenched within their own social circles. It was evident that the servants of the Mage Tower were not mere servants, for otherwise, there would be no need for assessments. From Shadow's perspective, these evaluations resembled the selection of apprentices, predominantly emphasizing cognitive abilities rather than mere obedience, physical prowess, or practical skills. This could very well mark the commencement of magical training. Ultimately, only a limited number of families possessed the means to send their children for magical education, at least, within the vicinity of Old Neil's Inn. Such affluent individuals were scarce, as the area was largely populated by adventurers. The denizens of this southern district were either childless or impoverished. Those with wealth had long since acquired land, purchased slaves, and engaged in agriculture or commerce. Who would willingly endure the perilous existence of an adventurer? A saying often circulated among adventurers: "Once we complete this endeavor, we shall seek refuge with a noble, or after this, we will acquire a piece of land and establish our roots." Little Neil remarked that no one knew when the assessments would conclude, to which Shadow was aware of its improbability, yet he refrained from dissenting. Upon noticing Shadow's silence, little Neil grew enthusiastic, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Let us go see the trolls." At that moment, Shadow contemplated the idea seriously, deeming it permissible to venture out, although his primary motivation was not the trolls themselves. After all, what was so remarkable about trolls? He had already encountered several elves and was hardly lacking in opportunities to behold a troll. In truth, Shadow was deliberating whether to probe old Neil's intentions. Perhaps he was attributing undue malice towards old Neil. Yet it was prudent to exercise caution when alone in a foreign realm. Considering the circumstances, Shadow, in old Neil's position, would certainly not overlook an inexpensive laborer who appeared lost and without connections in Seville town. The facade of the noble offspring had nearly been stripped away over the past 6 months, and even among the nobility. How much influence could a noble scion wield if he could not even speak the common tongue of the Nays? Clearly, old Neil would not be deceived by the pretense of little Neil's excursion to the outskirts to view a circus. Such a subtle probe could yield early insights. And Shadow was unwilling to fall prey to unwarranted optimism. He was grateful for old Neil's efforts to integrate him into the local community. Yet he could never relinquish the opportunity to seize control of his own destiny. Confined to a small inn as a mere laborer for eternity was utterly unacceptable to him. "Excellent. Let us hasten." Shadow acquiesced to little Neil's urging, heading eastward. To be candid, after residing in Seville town for over 6 months, his movements had been largely restricted to the vicinity of Old Neil's Inn in the southern district. Today marked his first venture so far afield. First to the Mage Tower in the northwest, then traversing half the town, and now heading eastward to witness the circus beyond the town. Shadow gazed greedily at the surroundings, each sight brimming with novelty for him. From the conversations of adventurers dining and lodging at Old Neil's Inn, Shadow had gleaned a general understanding of Seville town's layout. The eastern area also contained residences and shops, yet distinct from the other districts. It housed a substantial procurement zone dedicated to the supply of goods for Conifer City. Chapter 4. Impressions of Elves. Conifer City, nestled within the eastern forests of Seville town, serves as a crucial border city for trade between the Empire and the Cormancer elves. However, due to restrictions imposed by the elves, the city faces significant challenges in clearing vast expanses of farmland beyond its borders. Consequently, for over a century prior to the expansion of Sevier, a considerable amount of supplies had to be transported over hundreds of kilometers from the Empire's rear. A laborious endeavor fraught with peril. Encounters with river-dwelling fishmen, goblin hordes in the wilderness, trolls, and wild beasts could render such journeys fruitless. Were it not for occasional elven assistance, the survival of Conifira City would remain uncertain. In the year 744 of the Nyes era, the Grand Archmage of Sevier chose to venture near the Wolfberg River to cultivate the wilderness, laying the foundation for what we now know as the Sevier Domain, which has thrived for nearly 90 years. During this span, the Sevier Domain, strategically located along the trade route from the Empire to Conifira City, has evolved into the primary source of essential supplies for the latter, leading to substantial development. Today, the eastern district of Sevier town still preserves a few buildings from decades past, with the most unassuming being the cobblestone path beneath Shado's feet. This path is the sole remnant of the Grand Archmage's era, as other thoroughfares have vanished amid the town's expansion over the years. As Schado ambled along, he keenly observed that this nearly century-old cobblestone road bore no signs of wear, likely a testament to the wonders of magic and the diligent maintenance of subsequent generations. The buildings flanking the road have undergone several renovations over the years, yet a few have endured, showcasing a distinct elven architectural style, perhaps the very reason for their preservation. Elven architecture resembles the ancient structures of Shado's previous world, exquisite, elegant, and resplendent. Before the nascent Nyes, such artistry must have been regarded as miraculous. The establishment of diplomatic relations between the Nyes and the elves commenced during the nation's formative years, embedding elven influence deep within the essence of the Nyes people. The advanced assimilating the primitive, a phenomenon Schado had witnessed numerous times on Earth. Had it not been for the discovery of the Nyes scrolls, Schado might have speculated that the Nyes would ultimately become beings of flesh akin to humans, yet spiritually akin to elves. But were the elves truly as benevolent and virtuous as they appeared? While the data from Shado's previous existence may not be entirely accurate, it nonetheless offers some reference. Historical accounts of the Crown Wars, which span millennia, depict relentless conflicts between various elven nations, resulting in countless casualties. More recently, 70 years ago, an entire set of Nyes scrolls mysteriously vanished, with no leads uncovered since. Is it truly impossible to trace them? Even by the principle of who benefits is suspect, it becomes evident that the elves are likely implicated. Furthermore, Schado had learned from his previous studies that when the Cormancer elves established the Mystran Maze in the future, they drew upon knowledge gleaned from the Nyes scrolls. Certainly, having traversed to the continent of Faerûn, Schado cannot ascertain whether the elves are indeed the architects of the circumstances, yet it is evident that they are not as innocently virtuous as they might appear. How could a mature civilization possess any inherent nature? The realm Schado hailed from, once dubbed the Empire of Gourmands, did not truly boast a plethora of genuine connoisseurs or culinary artisans. Likewise, the so-called warrior tribes are not as valorous as their reputation suggests. The veracity of the labels we impose is, as one might surmise, highly questionable. During his prolonged stay in Seville town, Schado has witnessed elves on several occasions. They indeed appear enchanting and innocent, yet they often come and go in haste, rarely pausing long enough for a thorough observation. One encounter that left a lasting impression on Schado was when an elf visited old Niels in to procure sustenance, specifically requesting meat. How astonishing that an elf would consume flesh. However, this was not what struck Schado most profoundly. It was rather the marvel of magic he experienced for the first time, transcending mere street tricks. An expansive cleaning spell enveloped the entire inn, refreshing even the garments upon Shado's person. Alas, the elf's stay was brief, leaving Schado with little opportunity for scrutiny. And throughout the encounter, the elf maintained a rather indifferent demeanor, while old Neil beamed with joy. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of elves, for whenever they engaged in transactions, the offerings never fell below a gold coin. On that occasion, for merely a few pieces of raw meat, the elf had dispensed 5 gold coins, likely without a second thought. The cost of such a comprehensive cleaning spell, if one were to summon a mage from the Nyes, would undoubtedly be exorbitant. Disregarding whether the mages would even consent to perform magic for an inn, a single casting would typically demand several dozen gold coins. Wealthy and wielding power. That is the essence of the elves. As Schado and young Neil traversed the ancient stone road from the era of Seville's Grand Archmagus, they soon arrived at the eastern gate of the town, reminiscent of the western gate Schado had passed through half a year prior. Both gates were wooden. Yet the eastern gate was notably broader, accommodating 3 wagons simultaneously. The guards at the entrance donned half-plate armor, idly leaning against a wooden post, exuding a languid demeanor. In stark contrast, the tax collector seated at a nearby wooden table peered intently at every individual entering or exiting, his eyes nearly ablaze with eagerness, as if yearning to tax anyone who met the criteria, seeking to extract even a solitary copper coin from them. Originally, Seville town boasted stone walls, but as the settlement evolved, these were dismantled, leaving only a wooden palisade encircling the town. This was not a neglect of safety, rather. The entire town lay within the protective arcane influence of the Mage Tower. Even the most dim-witted goblin would think twice before launching an attack on the town. Moreover, the wooden barriers were not as simplistic as they appeared. It was rumored that the mages had imbued them with surveillance magic, ensuring that any attempt to scale or damage them would trigger an ear-piercing alarm. Those who are apprehended may face the dire fate of becoming slaves. Naturally, Schado would not contemplate breaching the fence, yet as he passed by, he couldn't resist pondering whether soaring over it, or vaulting with a pole, would trigger the alarm if he managed to avoid contact. Perhaps this query would remain forever untested. Without the power of a mage, he dared not risk it. Yet, should he attain such mastery, he could readily inquire of those in the know, or perhaps it is simply a matter of common knowledge among magicians. Upon passing through the city gate, aside from feeling somewhat uneasy under the watchful gaze of the tax collector, Schado experienced little else. Leaving the town was thus uneventful. As soon as they exited the town's gate, young Neil exclaimed, "Schado, look, the Lion and Fire circus tents." Indeed, before them lay a vibrant display of golden red and white tints reminiscent of Mongolian yurts, adorned with colorful streamers fluttering above. Almost every tent had 2 entrances, allowing visitors to enter through one and exit through another. It appeared to be free of charge. Schado had never encountered a circus on Earth. But if there was no fee, what could be their motive? While Schado speculated on the circus's revenue model, little Neil could hardly contain his excitement and tugged Schado forward, leaving Schado to wonder at the source of his boundless energy. As they drew nearer, Schado soon realized that the majority of these tents were actually stalls selling various wares, ranging from scissors, needles, and salt, to pots, basins, and even furniture and weaponry. It seemed the circus also served as a general store. And what are the trolls? Schado couldn't help but inquire. What are the trolls? Little Neil had already voiced the question. Chapter 5. The troll, the circus manager, who was busy enticing customers, immediately recognized that these were individuals drawn in by the troll's publicity. He promptly called out, "Esteemed guests, we certainly have trolls. Would you care for some candy? I can direct you to the troll's location. Even the elves say my candy is delightful." As he spoke, the manager waved a handful of candy in front of young Neil, though his gaze was fixed on Schado, seemingly hoping that Schado would part with some coin. However, it was implausible for Schado to spend any money. Even the most playful Neil understood the weight of currency. Although the manager merely brandished a handful of candy, it was worth at least 3 silver coins, enough coarse sugar to last him a full day. He made an effort to divert his gaze from the enticing candy, turning instead to Schado, not to solicit funds, but to seek his counsel. Schado chuckled, "My good sir, I have encountered elves before, and I cannot fathom the sight of them spitting sand." While the candy was indeed sweet, its quality was indiscernible. For ease of storage and transport, it was wrapped in a layer of roasted flour, a common practice in this era, which often resulted in sand being mixed in. How could elves possibly consume such fare? From Shado's understanding, elves rarely partook of local cuisine unless it was raw material, which they would process themselves. Some even refrained from drinking local water. The manager chuckled awkwardly, having initially thought the rustic lad would be easily swindled. Upon realizing that the two were not inclined to make a purchase, he waved his hand dismissively, gesturing eastward, and ceased to attend to Schado and Neil. Continuing eastward, Schado observed that the tents formed a rough circular arrangement, enclosing a central space that likely housed the actual circus performances, which one would need to pay to witness. As they wandered, they encountered a plethora of intriguing items for sale. Schado spotted a talking puppet, the creation of which was a mystery, though the manager demanded an exorbitant price of 50 gold coins. Such a sum was beyond Shado's means. There were also silk handkerchiefs supposedly from Komenser, appearing silk-like. Yet their authenticity was dubious. The vendor insisted on 200 gold coins, prompting Schado to shake his head in refusal. This stroll had indeed broadened his horizons, exceeding even the experiences he had garnered in the past 6 months at Old Neil's Inn. Upon reaching the farthest eastern point, they arrived at the location the circus manager had indicated for viewing the troll. The tents here differed markedly from those previously encountered. The earlier tents served as temporary stalls and barriers, while these resembled a prison, with metallic structures akin to a colossal cage. Inside the enclosure stood a tall, slender creature of a grayish-green hue, towering approximately twice Shado's height, which instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Based on his knowledge from a game he had played, trolls were immensely powerful and possessed regenerative capabilities, displaying a fearlessness in battle. It was indeed audacious for the Lion and Fire Circus to showcase a living troll. As for why it is alive and not merely a specimen, have you not observed the troll voraciously devouring a goblin? The stench emanating from the troll's display tent is overwhelming. Apart from the foul odor of the troll and the goblin, there is also the nauseating scent of the spectator's vomit lingering in the air. Schado felt a wave of nausea wash over him, not due to the brutality of the scene, but rather because of the unbearable stench. Little Neil could no longer contain himself and retched violently. How repugnant! Aside from Schado and Little Neil, several other curious adventurers nearby erupted into mocking laughter upon witnessing Neil's reaction to the odor. Everyone, the troll is hideous and foul-smelling. Why not try shooting it with a few arrows? 1 silver coin per shot, and 5 silver coins for each arrow. You may bring your own bow and arrows. Anyone who manages to slay the troll will be rewarded with 500 gold coins from our Lion and Fire Merchant Association. An inappropriate steward approached at that moment. Little Neil was now disillusioned. So this was what trolls were truly like. Schado glanced at the bows and arrows provided by the Lion and Fire Circus, and found them to be appallingly crude. The bow appeared to be merely a piece of wood bound with thin hemp rope, and the arrows were nothing more than a collection of curved wooden spikes. How could such equipment possibly slay a creature with such remarkable regenerative abilities? Schado was skeptical. This seemed merely a ploy to extract money. Nevertheless, 500 gold coins was no trifling sum, and some adventurers in the vicinity, despite recognizing the circus's ruse, could not resist the temptation to participate. I shall give it a try, declared an adventurer clad in half-leather armor and armed with his own bow and arrows. Stepping forward eagerly, he certainly would not use the circus's inferior equipment. He had felled wild boars weighing hundreds of pounds with his own. With someone willing to take a shot, the crowd of adventurers grew intrigued, eager to witness the archer's performance. After paying the fee, the archer nocked an arrow, drawing his bow with practiced ease. A finely crafted iron arrow flew straight and true, striking the troll squarely in the chest. Yet, the troll merely plucked it out and tossed it aside, resuming its feast on the goblin as if the attack had merely provided a gentle scratch. The archer, undeterred, released another arrow, this time aiming for the troll's neck. It struck true. However, the troll again effortlessly extracted the arrow, causing a spray of green blood to erupt. This time, the crowd gasped in astonishment as they witnessed the wound knitting itself together at an astonishing rate. Many had heard tales of the troll's legendary healing abilities, but few had ever seen one, for the vast majority of those who encountered trolls ended up as their next meal. To their astonishment, the troll indeed possessed formidable self-healing capabilities. The archer, unwilling to concede defeat, drew his bow once more, this time targeting the troll's eye. It struck, yet the troll remained undaunted. With a casual motion, it yanked the arrow from its eye socket, flicking its tongue to swallow the eyeball attached to the arrowhead. Almost simultaneously, a new eye sprouted in place of the one that had been lost. Apart from a few bloodstains on its face, the troll appeared almost unchanged. With a thunderous roar, the astonishing regenerative abilities of the troll startled the onlookers, causing the archer to stumble back several paces, convinced that the creature's furious bellow was directed at him. Schado observed that several adventurers instinctively placed their hands on their waists, where leather scroll tubes hung, containing spells that could serve as trump cards in dire situations. At that moment, the overseer reappeared, assuring everyone not to be alarmed, for the troll had been tamed by their guild and posed no threat. They were free to attack at will. Perhaps still shaken from the earlier fright, several individuals stepped forward, eager to shoot a few arrows for amusement. However, they opted not to use the bows provided by the circus, instead borrowing bows from the 2 adventurer archers present, for a silver coin per shot. It was not an exorbitant pastime for adventurers, though this merely covered the opportunity to shoot. Quality arrows cost at least 5 silver coins each, and the circus members would not kindly retrieve the arrows for them. If one wished to fetch their own, they needed only to disregard any fear of the troll. Chapter 6. The Karada people and the wooden sculpture with a mere gold coin. What could one possibly accomplish? If fortune favors him in 3 days, he might successfully enter the Mage Tower as a servant, where expenditures abound. Alas, in Seville town, he has no familial support. He must rely solely on his own endeavors. The semicircle of tents on the opposite side bore little difference from the half he had traversed earlier, still filled with an assortment of wares. From fishhooks and sewing needles worth a few silver coins to magical artifacts and exquisite artworks priced in the hundreds of gold coins, the variety was truly eye-opening for Schado. As he perused the various stalls, Schado ultimately halted before one, captivated not by the vividly crafted miniature wooden sculptures, but by the vendor himself. This vendor stood apart from the others, who were uniformly clad in leather armor emblazoned with the roaring lion insignia, a symbol of flame. In contrast, this vendor wore a simple, yellowed linen robe, cinched at the waist with a gray cloth belt, from which protruded a short flute, showing signs of frequent use, its surface gleaming with a smooth luster. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that this vendor, like Schado, possessed black hair and eyes, with yellow skin and soft facial features. Had Schado not retained a modicum of rationality, he might have exclaimed in his native tongue, "Fellow countrymen, is that you?" The sudden encounter with someone who appeared to be a compatriot stirred a profound excitement within him. Purified wooden sculptures, 1 gold coin each. Do not touch if you do not intend to buy. The vendor's words swiftly restored Shado's composure. It was then he noticed that the wooden sculptures predominantly depicted a singular subject, albeit in various forms. As for the purification function, Schado could discern no evidence of it. Just as he was about to depart, the vendor called out to him, "Are you from Karatu?" Schado paused, momentarily taken aback, before realizing the vendor referred to Karatu, the fabled land of the eastern continent. In the game he had played before his transmigration, there were 2 interpretations of Karatu. It could either exist in a parallel crystal realm or share the same Toriel planet as Faerûn. The true nature of reality remained elusive to Schado, who lacked sufficient experience to form a judgment. Nevertheless, encountering a Karada person was indeed a rarity, as the game had never mentioned the presence of Karada individuals on the Faerûn continent during the Age of Nesseriel. Although Karada people also exhibited black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin, Schado would not claim to be one of them, especially in the presence of a genuine Karada individual. Yet, he could not entirely dismiss the notion. Given the striking resemblance, I cannot ascertain if I am indeed a Karada person. I arrived here by chance less than 6 months ago. And you, sir? Are you from Karatu? Indeed, I am from Karatu. However, the term Karatu is what the Nesserians call us. We refer to ourselves as Dashya people, the vendor stated, introducing a term that sounded peculiarly unfamiliar to Schado, yet bore a hint of familiarity. Schado attempted to speak a phrase in Chinese, and to his surprise, the vendor immediately brightened. What you spoke must be the Great Xia language, perhaps a dialect within it, although I cannot comprehend it. I am certain it is indeed related to the Great Xia. The vendor's reference to Great Xia seemed to be the true name of his homeland. However, it was unfortunate that Schado was not a native of Great Xia. He merely made a reckless conjecture, likely due to the fact that the character Karatu in the game was derived from Huaxia. Little did he expect that after his transmigration, he would experience a semblance of this temporal crossing. Subsequently, the vendor uttered a few more phrases in the Great Xia language, but Schado could not grasp a single word, and they were left to communicate in the common tongue of Ness. During their conversation, Schado learned that the vendor, named Muyen, had also arrived in Faerûn for reasons unknown. However, his fortune was comparatively better. Having arrived at a young age, he was taken in by a benevolent bard. Since then, he had wandered alongside this bard, traveling to various lands beyond Ness, including the eastern realm of Kamansuo and the western elven kingdom of Urlen, even venturing west along the narrow sea in the north of the empire, where he encountered barbarians and dwarven realms. His experiences were indeed vast and varied. Upon discovering that Schado was preparing for the Mage Tower assessment, Muyen offered a suggestion. "Schado, the path of a mage is not easily traversed. I have heard of the Mage Lord of Savor Town. However, since the great Archmage went missing, the Savor family has begun to decline. The current lord of this generation has not even succeeded in advancing to the rank of Archmage. If you are willing, I can guide you on the path of a bard. I consider my skills to be on par with that of the Mage Lord." Schado's eyes sparkled at this prospect, yet a sense of apprehension lingered within him. Muyen's assertion of his capabilities hinted at a certain confidence, though Schado could not discern its foundation. Nevertheless, Becoming a bard would indeed grant him access to magical powers, and with Mu Yan's protection, he would be more than willing indeed. 100-fold willing, if circumstances left him with no other choice. Yet, could he trust this wandering bard? The Mage Lord of Savortown had his tower situated in the northwestern corner of the town, and his reputation among the populace was commendable. He was known to be quite amiable towards commoners. Though often absorbed in his magical studies, he managed the territory well. Emotionally, Schado was inclined to trust this Mage Lord. However, what credence could be given to Mu Yan, a vagabond bard? If he were to follow him in learning magic, it would inevitably mean continuing to wander, fraught with countless dangers. How could one even begin to measure those risks? Schado fell silent. Should he succeed in the Mage Tower assessment, it would be prudent to remain in the town. If he were to fail, it seemed that his only avenue to obtain magical power would be through Mu Yan. Mu Yan pondered for a moment before speaking. A bard, you see, casts spells through poetry, song, love ballads, melodies, whistling, and the performance of instruments, or by singing while playing. While it may not be as comprehensive as that of a mage, it is certainly not lacking. Would you like to hear me perform a piece? As the two conversed, several individuals approached the stall. At this moment, Xia's curiosity eclipsed her caution. Could this be permissible? Certainly, it could be. After all, it would merely be a small gift for a fellow townsman. Mu Yan did not utilize the short flute tucked into his belt. Instead, he retrieved a delicate elven harp from behind his waist. Leaning it against his shoulder, he strummed it lightly, producing an ethereal sound that cleansed the spirit. Oh, beautiful Dacia, my homeland. The great river flows, and the majestic mountains rise. The diligent people of Dacia cherish life. Chapter 7. Illusions and Dwarves. Although the song was sung in the common tongue, Schado could still perceive the vivid imagery of his homeland. Reminiscent of the picturesque landscapes of Karatu, inspired by the essence of Huaxia. Enraptured by the melody, he noticed that those around him were equally captivated, forming a crowded circle around the makeshift tent. As the final notes lingered in the air, an enchanting silence enveloped the gathering, as if everyone were still lost in the foreign scenery evoked by the performance. After a prolonged moment, Little Neil nudged Shado's arm and whispered, "Huaxia is so beautiful. Does such a place really exist?" "What?" Schado exclaimed, narrowing his eyes slightly as he discreetly scanned the faces of those nearby. They were still wearing expressions of rapture, with a few even engaging in discussions about the mountains and waters of Huaxia. Was it an illusion, or did the song truly possess the power to enthrall? Schado himself had not envisioned any specific imagery, merely conjuring memories of Huaxia's landscapes from before his journey, yet others seemed to have witnessed vivid scenes. He hesitated to inquire further, but tucked this peculiar observation into the recesses of his mind for future contemplation. The voice of Mu Yan floated softly to him, though Schado noticed that it seemed to reach only his ears, while the others remained enraptured by the illusions woven by Mu Yan, pulling Little Neil away from the throng. They retreated several paces before they could hear the resounding applause and calls for an encore from the crowd, to which Mu Yan responded, "If you wish to hear more, pay up 50 gold coins, and I shall perform once again." Schado did not pay much attention thereafter. If Mu Yan's abilities were indeed comparable to the powerful mage lords of Seville Town, then it was a tremendous bargain for a group to pool together 50 gold coins for a mere tune. Initially, he had not thought much of Mu Yan's stall, but after walking a few steps, he realized his body had transformed, becoming more robust, agile, and powerful. Upon inquiring with Little Neil, he found that Neil had experienced a similar transformation, albeit not as pronounced as Shado's. This must be the magic of the bard, capable of enhancing one's physical prowess, though it remained uncertain whether the effects were temporary or permanent. Reflecting on this, Schado quickened his pace, feeling an exhilarating surge of energy within, as if a fire needed to be unleashed. Little Neil, too, was swept up in excitement, bounding and leaping like a carefree child. Their journey home was uneventful, and as they approached the familiar South District street, Shado's heart fluttered slightly, though his outward demeanor remained unchanged, adorned with an innocuous smile. "Uncle Blotter, your beard looks remarkably sturdy today." Clang, clang, clang. "Ah, Schado, you possess a discerning eye. None at old Neil's and can match your taste. Next time you visit, I shall help you hammer that iron piece a bit." "Thank you, Uncle Blotter," Schado exclaimed, filled with joy. The dwarf residing in the southern district of Seville Town, if one were to reckon his age, would be roughly 10 times that of Schado. However, among the dwarven race, he could merely be considered middle-aged, with proper care. He is yet to reach even half of his lifespan. This particular dwarf, Blotto, hailing from the mountainous regions of the northwest, is one of the few master blacksmiths in Seville town. For an ordinary individual to request his craftsmanship, one would need to part with no less than 100 gold coins. Yet, he has graciously agreed to forge something for Schado free of charge. The iron piece referred to by the dwarf is, in fact, the rudimentary dagger concealed beneath the left side of Shado's waist garment. A blade that had been the subject of much ridicule during its initial polishing at Blotto's forge. This dagger, resting in the forge, is hardly fit for even an apprentice's handiwork, let alone that of a master. However, Blotto's willingness to rework it for Schado today suggests he is in a good mood. Previously, Shado's praises had not earned him such a favor. Contemplating this, Schado wondered if his past compliment about Blotto's impressive beard had struck a chord. Perhaps his recent praise of the dwarf's robust physique had resonated more favorably. This small incident piqued Shado's attention as he continued his stride toward the old Neil, greeting every familiar face with warmth along the way. An old saying in China asserts that one should not take offense at courtesy, a sentiment that proves equally applicable in this otherworldly realm. Shado's efforts to cultivate a demeanor of harmlessness have evidently borne fruit, though one risks being mistaken for a genuine fool when feigning ignorance for too long. In this street, predominantly populated by adventurers, it would take little for any individual to overpower him. He is indeed a weakling. The only recourse available to the frail is to project an aura of harmlessness. To exhibit competence would inevitably invite conflict, whether on a psychological level or concerning material interests. Should one individual harbor discontent, Schado would find himself at their mercy, leaving him with no alternative but to strive to maintain amicable relations with those around him, avoiding conflict at all costs. Yet, the thought of old Neil's recent shift in demeanor weighed heavily on Shado's mind. Even the proprietor of an inn could exert such pressure upon him. In his current state, he is far too feeble, suppressing all distractions deep within. Schado entered the inn with the timid, quail-like figure of little Neil beside him. A cacophony of sounds greeted them. Shouts, laughter, jests, and the clattering of dishes filled the air. However, Schado paid little heed to the commotion inside, his gaze fixed upon old Neil, who was pouring drinks for the patrons from behind the counter. Beads of sweat adorned old Neil's brow as he carelessly filled a wooden cup with inferior ale from a barrel, slamming it down heavily on the counter. Something seemed amiss. Shado's instincts were on high alert. Ordinarily, little Neil's playful antics would earn him a reprimand, or worse, a dual chastisement. Even Schado, should he work too slowly, would face the brunt of old Neil's ire. Yet, today, old Neil's demeanor appeared markedly altered. Schado spoke little, merely acknowledging with a nod. Before accompanying young Neil to the kitchen, Marlin was busy grilling meat alongside Aunt Susan. Upon noticing Schado and young Neil's arrival, he promptly instructed, take the carbon-grilled giant lizard meat and wild boar to table 2 and 5. Also, bring 2 pounds of white bread to table 3. The wine over at old Neil's is running low. Schado, could you fetch a barrel from a cellar? These tasks were routine, and Schado remained silent as he picked up a tray and proceeded forward. Marlin followed suit with 2 trays in hand, while young Neil stayed behind to assist in the kitchen. Chapter 8. Free Holy Water. Malice. The bardic enchantments of the malevolent Mach-Yin remain potent to this day. As Schado effortlessly maneuvered the wine barrels in the cellar, he found the task significantly less arduous than before. Upon bringing the barrels near the counter, he overheard old Neil boasting to several adventurers about his son's imminent induction into the Mage's Tower, suggesting that he might one day become a true wizard. The adventurers, however, seemed skeptical, erupting into laughter at the notion that young Neil would easily attain such a lofty goal. Unperturbed, old Neil compared him to Schado, proclaiming, "Look at Schado, who is of an age where he believes he possesses the talent to become a wizard. My little Neil is merely 16. Who can predict the future? Oh, Schado, have you also participated in the Mage's Tower assessment?" A familiar adventurer called out, waving at him. The mention of dreams seemed to touch a tender chord within the hearts of the adventurers. Having chosen the path of adventurers, they were, to some extent, dissatisfied with their current lives, harboring a few unrealistic aspirations. Hearing the word dream evoked a moment of introspection, and a contemplative silence enveloped the group. Old Neil, a bottle of golden rum, please. Old Neil hurriedly fetched the drinks, his face beaming with joy, while a mug of ale cost merely 5 copper pieces. A bottle of golden rum commanded a price of 10 gold coins, barely enough to fill a wooden cup from the tavern. Typically, these adventurers would never indulge in such an expensive libation. Reflecting on this, old Neil glanced at Schado, who was then busy clearing the tables vacated by departing patrons. With a narrowed gaze, old Neil seemed to have made a resolute decision. Unbeknownst to him, Schado, under the influence of the bard's spells, sensed a sinister gaze directed at him from behind. He sighed internally, his hands remaining in motion, as he resolved to leave the tavern as soon as possible. However, the pressing question lingered: how to endure the 3 days of waiting for the assessment results? When it came to familiarity with Seville town, even 100 versions of Schado would pale in comparison to Old Neil. As for leaving the town, that had never crossed Shado's mind. Within the town, Old Neil might still exercise some restraint, but beyond its borders, he would truly be devoid of any means of support. Moreover, the outskirts were frequently roamed by goblins and beasts, which would pose a significant threat. If luck were to turn against him and he encountered orcs, he would be better off laboring in Old Neil's tavern. After all, one must live to harbor hope. Schado could not fathom why Old Neil was willing to send his own child to the mage's tower, yet was unwilling to accept Shado's desire to join as well. Did he not realize that having more friends could lead to more opportunities? Or did he believe that Schado possessed not the slightest hope of becoming a wizard? If given the choice to traverse realms, Schado would prefer not to embark on such a journey. Yet, if he could choose the manner of his crossing, he would undoubtedly opt to inhabit the soul of a youthful noble. In such a scenario, his circumstances would be markedly improved, facilitating a more accessible engagement with magic. Although the evaluators at the Mage Tower did not reject Schado due to his age, he could still sense their skepticism in their expressions and demeanor. However, what did it matter? Having traversed into this world, Schado understood that without the mastery of power, he was no different from mere chaff, easily squashed by a drunken adventurer's hand or struck down by a passing mage's spell. Even a casual outing could lead to encounters with goblins or orcs. In Faerûn, and particularly within the Empire, the only force worthy of the term power was magic. Divine magic could be included, yet Schado could not wholeheartedly embrace the doctrines of those deities, thus rendering him unable to become a cleric and wield divine powers. The Mage Tower's assessment was an opportunity, as was the Bard Mu Yen, and Schado was not inclined to relinquish either lightly. However, today was different. Due to the celebratory festivities, Amanada would bestow additional radiance, and the radiant servants would gather this divine luminescence to create holy water, which would be distributed to the participants of the celebration. Otherwise, what could possibly compel these treasure-obsessed adventurers to squander an entire day of hunting solely for revelry? It was evident that nothing else could. Anyone attempting to deceive would fall under the watchful gaze of Amanada's law enforcers, facing corporal punishment and a ban from the evening's bonfire festivities. Thus, all who sought free holy water, including Old Neil, would seize the opportunity. Yet, this concern was of little relevance to Schado after the guests departed. The chaotic aftermath required tidying up, and even little Neil and Aunt Susan remained behind to assist. Clearly, this magic did not merely exhaust human potential but instead harnessed an extraordinary, imperceptible force. This was magic. In that moment, Schado yearned for such power more than ever. Contemplating the Mage Tower's assessment, Schado relied on his own experience. As long as he was not outright rejected on the spot, the final outcome should favor acceptance. For those evaluators had witnessed the assessment process and would surely weigh their judgments accordingly. After all, the purpose was to recruit servants for the Mage Tower. The discovery of promising candidates among the servants would be a delightful surprise, yet lacking such candidates would not be a loss either. A servant for 3 years at merely 100 gold coins was a bargain, far cheaper than Shado's own daily wage of 1 silver coin at Old Neil's Inn. Who would willingly become a servant if not for the opportunity to learn spells? Those participating alongside Schado in the assessment were not merely driven by monetary gain. Rather, they were prepared to invest even more gold to ensure a smoother path toward becoming a mage. Although Schado had formed a preliminary judgment regarding his chances of joining the Mage Tower, he still awaited the official results, leaving him somewhat uncertain. Nevertheless, from Old Neil's malevolent gaze today, Schado felt a renewed sense of assurance about his prospects of joining the Mage Tower. Chapter 9. All possessions today has been overwhelming. Filled with experiences ranging from the assessment at the Mage's Tower, the enchanting fireworks display by the sorcerers, the formidable regenerative abilities of the trolls, to the spells of the bard Kalatu, and the malevolent gaze of Old Neil. The lingering effects of the spells, compounded by a heightened sense of vigilance, kept Schado awake until midnight. As the sounds of the bonfire party outside gradually faded, he found himself in a drowsy state, faintly hearing voices from downstairs discussing matters about tomorrow, the town outskirts, branding, and negotiable prices. A shiver ran down Shado's spine as he sat up in bed. He quietly slipped out and moved to the door, straining to listen. It was Old Neil speaking, accompanied by a rough, unfamiliar voice. They seemed to have reached an agreement. And then the voice declared, "No problem. You can trust the reputation of our wolf pack. When the time comes, the slaves will be registered under the name of the Golden Broom Trading Company, and you can still make use of them. Our leader is the brother of one of the managers at the Golden Broom, so rest assured." The term slaves and usage conjured images of the earlier conversation Schado had overheard, involving the town outskirts and branding. His breath caught in his throat. It appeared that old Neil had indeed set his malicious intentions into motion. Schado couldn't fathom how old Neil could associate anything with slavery besides himself. Slaves are undoubtedly expensive. From what Schado understood, a healthy gnome slave could fetch at least 150 gold coins in Seville town, while human slaves were somewhat cheaper due to their shorter lifespans, though a certain status was required for purchase. Old Neil clearly did not meet the qualifications to own a slave. But the mention of registering a slave under the Golden Broom Trading Company sent a chill down Shado's spine. While Schado would willingly utilize a slave, being turned into one was an entirely different matter. The mere thought filled him with rage, and he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate the one who spoke those words. Yet, at this moment, Schado was painfully aware that he stood no chance against the unknown adventurer downstairs, and even old Neil might prove formidable. Such a lamentable predicament. The fate of the weak is invariably fragile, or perhaps the weak merely adopt their fate as an excuse for their powerlessness. Schado was determined not to remain a weakling forever, as old Neil had yet to act on his desire to make Schado a slave. This presented a fleeting opportunity for him to flee the inn. In that moment, the image of the Calatum man, Muyen, with his black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin, flickered in Shado's mind. Perhaps he could seek refuge with him at this hour. In the vast expanse of Seville town, Schado found no trustworthy individual. His hopes were pinned on a stranger he had only met once. Such a feeling was indeed discomforting. Schado quietly absorbed this sensation, etching it into his memory. He then cautiously approached the bedside, lifted the straw mat concealed beneath the bed linens, and, with the dim glow of the fading bonfire outside, meticulously counted the meager earnings he had accumulated over the past 6 months. Upon reflection, it barely amounted to a single silver coin per day. In the quaint town of Seville, the wages for in attendants and laborers are no less than 2 silver coins per day, amounting to a minimum of 6 gold coins each month. However, Shado's earnings over the past 8 months total merely 18 gold coins. Though he possesses a considerable amount of copper coins, their bulkiness renders them inconvenient, and he has not bothered to count them. He possesses a rough estimate in his mind. While this heap of copper coins appears substantial, it would scarcely convert to 2 gold coins. Schado has only taken the 5 gold coins acquired from selling nightgowns and slippers, securely stashing them away, and has seized a handful of silver coins, wrapping them tightly in a strip of linen torn from the bedsheet. Subsequently encasing them in a broad cloth strip he uses as a belt, fastening it around his waist. There is little else of value to claim, being dependent upon others. Schado harbors no desire to shop. He possesses merely a worn-out set of linen garments, which old Neil sold him for 2 silver coins. Later, he learned that a new set outside would only cost 1 silver coin, and the attire he currently dons is indeed that set. At this moment, the clock has just struck midnight, and as the crowd from the bonfire festivities has yet to disperse entirely, Schado does not immediately flee, but instead reclines back on the bed. However, he has no intention of slumbering. Rather, he strains to hear the sounds from outside the window. The advantages of residing on the street-facing side become apparent, as it may be noisy at times, plagued by rowdy children hurling mud, yet in critical moments, it serves as an escape route. Schado cannot help but commend his foresight. Completely disregarding the reality that this small and noisy compartment is rarely favored by guests and often remains vacant. Had there been frequent visitors, he might have been relegated to the basement, making escape in such a situation exceedingly difficult. As time steadily passes, Shado's taut nerves begin to fray, and weariness overtakes him. He resorts to pinching his thigh, reminding himself that should he succumb to sleep, he might awaken as a slave the following day. Whether it be to the free holy water or something else entirely. A few guests who had retired earlier jolted awake, muttering curses before falling silent again. Once the inn has quieted and the outside world has fallen completely silent, Schado still refrains from action. With the dawn still a considerable time away, the town gates remain closed, and the potential for patrolling guards renders him hesitant to challenge the order of the territory. Most of these night watchmen are adherents of Jage, not the soul recording reapers, but rather relentless individuals focused on the realm of power. They regard Jade's doctrines and the Lord's laws as paramount. Any nocturnal wanderer lacking permission risks being conscripted into the ranks of the Night Watchman, albeit at the cost of existing as an undead entity, should they so choose. Essentially, in Seville, everyone, including mages, harbors a deep-seated fear of the Night Watchman. Schado is not audacious enough to test whether he might be the exception to that rule. Fortunately, at this moment, the moon has just risen, casting the gentle light of Surin softly upon the scene, as if guiding Schado towards his escape. Yet Schado remained unmoved, continuing to observe by the window, waiting patiently until Surin faded into the constellation of stars, making way for the imminent arrival of the Lord of Radiance. Chapter 10. Escape. This is the final darkness before dawn. Although the shadowy surroundings pose certain challenges for escape, Schado is not one of the simple folk from Seville town, whose recipes are exceedingly uncomplicated. Having traversed from Earth and spent merely half a year here, he is not yet vulnerable to night blindness due to vitamin deficiency. With the dim light of the stars and moon, Schado can still perceive his surroundings, albeit with a limited field of vision. He estimates that in the eastern district of the town, the caravan transporting goods to Conifera has likely begun to organize its convoy, and the eastern gate will open more flexibly than the others, which only unlock at dawn. The gate he intends to traverse is the eastern one, conveniently situated near the Lion and Fire Circus, where he might find Woodrock, possibly a member of the circus or merely a temporary resident. At that moment, Schado resembles a drowning man, desperately grasping for anything within reach, even if it is merely a blade of grass. The second floor of Old Neil's Inn is not particularly high, certainly not as elevated as the second floors back on Earth. Nevertheless, even if it were, Schado has no choice but to escape from here. Placing his hands on the windowsill, he first shifts his body outside, gradually lowering himself until his arms extend fully, hanging onto the ledge. Only then does he release his grip, crouching to mitigate the impact, landing steadily on the ground. Schado curls up against the wall, vigorously rubbing his heels and calves. The recent impact nearly elicited a cry from him. Had there been a place above to tie a rope, he would have already fashioned one from the bedsheets. After a brief pause, though his feet still throb, Schado cannot afford to linger. The longer he stays, the greater the danger. He harbors no illusions about Old Neil's strict adherence to territorial laws. If that were the case, he would not have conspired with others to turn Schado into a slave, nor would Schado have felt compelled to flee. From Old Neil's Inn in the southern district to the eastern gate, multiple paths exist, but Schado is only familiar with one, the route he took yesterday with young Neil as they left the town. This path inevitably leads him past the entrance of Old Neil's Inn, where Old Neil sleeps in a room near the back kitchen. As Schado approaches, he deliberately slows his pace. Through the thin linen of his shoes, he can distinctly feel the sharp pebbles on the cobblestone road beneath him. Having passed the inn's entrance without incident, Schado quickens his steps considerably, yet remains within the bounds of normal walking speed. He wishes to avoid drawing any attention or arousing suspicion. He strives to maintain a calm demeanor, as if he is not on the run but merely preparing for a leisurely outing beyond the town. Upon reaching the eastern district, he can hear the shouts of the foreman berating the laborers from a distance. At this juncture, he is but one step away from leaving the town, and instinctively, he slows his pace once more. The unfamiliar adventurer with whom he conversed earlier about the Gorse Merchant Guild remains etched in his memory. If one were to establish a hierarchy among the inhabitants of Seville town, the apex would undoubtedly be occupied by the Lord, who, with his mage tower, embodies absolute dominion within the town. Following him are the mages and clerics, individuals endowed with extraordinary powers or supported by divine entities, whose presence commands the respect of even the mage lord, necessitating that they be accorded their due recognition. Next in line are the merchant guilds. Although the commercial atmosphere here is not as pronounced as that on Earth, wealth undeniably equates to a form of power. Whether it be forging alliances with mages or cultivating subordinates, the options are plentiful. Moreover, most of these guilds hail from the Empire's core regions, and the connections they wield require even the Lord of Seville to tread carefully. Below the merchant guilds, one might find the regional bureaucrats, military personnel, adventurers, ordinary merchants, commoners, and slaves. Non-slave aliens may be regarded similarly to adventurers, although elves are an exception. Even the most ordinary elven commoner enjoys preferential treatment within the upper echelons of the Empire. While the lords may harbor disdain, they must maintain a fade of respect, owing to the elves' formidable magical prowess and cultural influence. Schado remains uncertain whether the merchant guild currently loading goods includes the Golden Flower Guild. Even if it does, it is not guaranteed that they are aware of Schado, as the notion of turning him into a slave is merely a matter for a subordinate. However, at this moment, Schado is devoid of any illusions, merely observing from a distance without approaching, preparing to leave the town once these merchant caravans depart. Yet, fate often intervenes unexpectedly. As he attempts to maneuver towards the exit, mindful of potential pursuers, he finds himself hastily trying to outpace the caravan. Just as he nears within approximately 50 meters of them, a sharp voice rings out, "Alert! There's a situation." Upon hearing this, a tall, lean figure leaning against a cart promptly stands, drawing a bow towards Schado. Concurrently, a burly man emerges with a shield, positioning himself at the forefront. What Schado perceives next is even more alarming. A soft white orb of light ascends from the crowd, hovering 2 to 3 meters above. It is this luminescent sphere that allows Schado to discern a mage among the throng. Grasping a ruby-like object in his left hand while pointing directly at him with his right. In that instant, Schado feels an overwhelming sense of threat, akin to a needle being drawn perilously close to his brow. He has never encountered such a situation before, and his anticipation of magic intensifies. "Who goes there? Step forward," bellows the burly man with the shield, directing his shout towards Schado. Fearful of an imminent attack, Schado hastily moves from his corner to the center of the path, raising his voice to assert, "I mean no harm. I am merely passing through." Just as he prepares to elaborate further, a chilling voice echoes near his ear. "Don't move." Startled, Schado freezes, sensing the cold edge of a blade pressed against his waist. The coarse linen of his tunic offers no protection against the sharp point, which, though it does not pierce his skin, elicits a faint but distinct sensation of pain. How had a rogue managed to get so close to him, and so swiftly? However, the wanderer paid no heed to Shado's lamentations and began to search him. Upon discovering a gold coin, he chuckled with delight. Just as Schado worried that his coins might be pilfered, the wanderer unearthed the discarded iron dagger from Shado's waist. After securing the dagger, he continued his search before giving Schado a gentle push and uttering a single command, "Move." Reluctantly, Schado complied, for the dagger pressed firmly against his back left him little choice. The mere 50 meters ahead felt like an arduous journey, and he attempted to strike up a conversation with the enigmatic wanderer, who remained silent, ever shrouded in mystery. With each passing moment, Shado's heart sank further. Could it be that he had escaped the wolf's den only to stumble into the tiger's lair? Chapter 11. Luminescence, a narrow escape, stand down. As the wanderer approached with Schado in tow, the burly man with the shield sheathed his weapon, and the others likewise lowered their guard. The previously halted transport resumed its activity, while the white orb suspended in midair seemed to herald the recent events that had transpired. "Captain, he is merely a civilian." However, the mere fact that Schado could engage in coherent dialogue rather than being summarily executed was a source of considerable astonishment for him. Taking a deep breath to compose his thoughts, Schado addressed the adventurer. "Esteemed adventurer, I seek passage out of the town. Beyond its borders, within the Lion and Fire Circus, there resides a bard who is also a Karatu." Schado emphasized the word also, deliberately omitting any clarification of his own heritage. Should these adventurers be familiar with Mu Yen and the Karatu people, they would naturally infer that Schado too belonged to that lineage. Conversely, if they were oblivious, the mere presence of a spellcaster in tiger skin would likely invoke a measure of caution. "Wait." The burly adventurer uttered this before conferring quietly with the overseer amidst the crowd. The mage whom Schado had previously noted joined the discussion, and it appeared there was some contention, causing Shado's heart to race with uncertainty about the outcome that awaited him. During this period of anxious waiting, Schado dared not move, fearful of misinterpretation, and remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. The white orb in the air still flickered, and Schado noted the emblem of the eagle engraved upon the merchant caravan. This indicated it was not the Golden Flower Trading Company, which inexplicably eased his anxiety. Yet, even if they were not affiliated with the Golden Flower, passing through unhindered would likely prove challenging. As Schado pondered these matters, the deliberations of the burly adventurer, the overseer, and the mage reached a conclusion. The adventurer approached Schado, shield in hand, and declared, "You may depart, but you must compensate for the mage's spell." Upon hearing the initial part of the statement, Schado felt a surge of relief, only to be gripped by tension at the latter half. What would be the cost? Money, life, or something else entirely? After a brief moment of silence, Aware that evasion was futile, he steeled himself and inquired, "What must I provide to satisfy the esteemed mage?" He just cast a level 0 cantrip, Luminescence. By convention, you were required to pay 5 gold coins. Sensing Shadow-esque confusion, the burly man elaborated, "Your presence has caused our caravan inconvenience. Charging only 5 gold coins for the spell is a reasonable request." Shadow understood that if he were to hire a mage in Seville Town, even a level 0 cantrip would command at least 5 gold coins. The higher the spell level, the greater the cost, though it was uncommon for mages to engage in such transactions. However, comprehension did not alleviate Shadow's reluctance. Were he a spellcaster, would he still be obligated to pay this sum? The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he possessed merely 5 gold coins and a handful of silver. It was indeed a fair price. With a sense of resignation, Shadow retrieved the 5 gold coins he had kept close to his person and handed them to the burly man. Beneath the eaves, one must bow their head. It is evident that without surrendering these 5 gold coins, there is no chance of being released. What an unexpected misfortune. Nevertheless, being able to avert disaster by losing some wealth can be considered a fortunate outcome. Just as Shadow was preparing to circumvent the merchant caravan and make his way towards the town gate, the burly man called out to him, "Your dagger is being returned." It is unclear how Shadow's iron dagger came into the possession of the robust man, but it was indeed a curious turn of events that it was now being restored to him. The mysterious wanderer, who had remained unseen throughout, left an indelible impression on Shadow. After securing his dagger, Shadow departed. Only upon exiting the town gate and catching sight of the Lion and Fire Circus' tent in the distance did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Following this surprisingly uneventful episode, dawn was breaking, and the entirety of Seville Town seemed to come to life. Even from outside the town, Shadow could hear the shouts of women and the distant cries of children. A long line of carriages was already departing from the eastern gate, as short horses from the northwest tribes munched on hay, occasionally snorting, while pulling heavy carts slowly towards the east. This was indeed an unconventional caravan. At that moment, Shadow stood hesitantly before the tent of the bard, Woodrock, unsure of how to initiate a conversation. Woodrock was willing to guide Shadow on the path of a minstrel. Yet Shadow did not immediately agree, now seeking his protection. "Come in, do not linger outside," Woodrock's voice called out from within the tent, laced with warmth. Shadow lifted the curtain and saw Woodrock scribbling at a table. He chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting his turn. It was a poem reflecting on the sentiments of a wayward traveler encountering fellow countrymen in a foreign land. Woodrock recited it twice, then inquired, "What do you think? Does it carry the essence of a hometown melody?" The hometown Woodrock referred to was Karatu, yet Shadow, hailing from Earth's Huaxia, could sense the emotions woven within, as the game as Karatu was designed with Huaxia as its inspiration. In that moment, Shadow's fondness and trust in Woodrock surged considerably. Perhaps embarking on the minstrel's path alongside Woodrock would not be such a bad idea. "Mr. Woodrock, I wish to learn magic from you." "What? Do you no longer aspire to become a mage?" Woodrock teased lightly. Previously, Shadow had been singularly focused on joining the mage tower, even as Woodrock, a bard of impressive level 15, had expressed his willingness to guide him. Shadow had remained uncertain. "Mr. Woodrock, the situation is as follows." Shadow did not conceal his plight, recounting how he had drifted from his homeland to Faerûn and found refuge at old Neil's inn, where Neil sought to turn him into a slave and had even contacted the Golden Blossom Trade Association. He desired to gain strength for self-preservation swiftly. "That greedy and short-sighted Neezer, do you need my assistance in dealing with him?" A glint of intensity flashed in Woodrock's eyes. He would not permit a Karatuan to be enslaved. Since arriving in Faerûn, Woodrock had encountered few Karatuans, perhaps some were in dire circumstances, but none had yet been subjected to servitude. Hearing Shadow's plight displeased him greatly. However, Shadow repeatedly declined, not out of a desire to spare old Neil from retribution, but rather to avoid leaving Mu Yin with the impression of a vengeful spirit. When one lacks the means, it is wisest to maintain a low profile. Chapter 12. The distinction among spellcasters. Moreover, Shadow was perplexed by Mayan's reference to a solution, while old Neil was indeed detestable. Young Neil maintained a relatively amicable relationship with Shadow. Having arrived from a peaceful era and having spent less than a year in Faerûn, Shadow was not yet prepared to take lives without remorse. However, should the opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against old Neil, eager to make him experience the wrath of an earth dweller. Shadow's refusal surprised Mayan, yet he respected Shadow's decision. "In that case, you shall stay with me for the next few days. I shall provide you with an introduction to bardic arts, to ascertain whether this path suits you. Of course, this will not hinder your future pursuits in other realms. Schado nodded and remained with Mayan. Meanwhile, the early rising old Neil plotted to have his son lure Schado outside the town, intending to hand him over to the prearranged wolf pack adventurers for branding with a slave mark. Old Neil had not yet mustered the audacity to conduct such operations within the town's confines. However, when his son called out that Schado was missing upon descending the stairs, old Neil was taken aback. The situation deviated from his expectations. Aware that Schado was a foreigner, alone in Saviourville, he had dared to contemplate enslaving him. Where could he have vanished to? Old Neil grabbed his somewhat flustered son, slapped him, and demanded, "Stop shouting. Where is Schado gone?" "I don't know. He was here when I went in, but the window was open," young Neil replied, feeling wronged. He had escaped a beating the previous day and was somewhat relieved. Yet he anticipated being struck early in the morning. Upon hearing his son's mention of the open window, old Neil's suspicions arose. Though he could not fathom how news had leaked, he had planned to keep his intentions of enslaving Schado a secret even from his wife and children, waiting until everything was finalized to reveal his scheme. While his son had a good rapport with Schado, the latter's enslavement would change the dynamics of their friendship. As for his wife, Susan, old Neil was confident he could persuade her. But now, with Schado missing, all his calculations lay in ruins. Frustrated, old Neil struck his son again and demanded, "Do you have any idea where Schado might have gone?" I don't know, young Neil retorted, still unaware of his father's ulterior motives, and, after being slapped twice, began to sulk. "Do you know where Schado could possibly be?" Young Neil pondered seriously before responding. "Yesterday, when we passed Blotto's blacksmith shop, Blotto promised to forge something for Schado." At the mention of Blotto, old Neil's heart sank. As one of the few master blacksmiths in Saviourville, if Blotto were to offer shelter to Schado, old Neil would be at a loss. "No, that is impossible. I have known Blotto since childhood. A dwarf would not so easily endorse a human." Watching his father rush out the door in a frenzy, young Neil's eyes filled with concern. Outside Saviourville, within Mayan's tent, in order to enlighten Schado as a bard, Mu Yin did not open his stall today. The manager of the Lion and Fire Circus even came specifically to inquire about this. Observing the manager's respectful demeanor towards Mu Yin, Schado gained a deeper understanding of Mu Yan's prowess, which rivaled that of the local mage lord. Was this the manifestation of magic? At this moment, Schado felt utterly ignorant of the arcane arts. Even if Mu Yin performed a spell before him, he would be unable to discern it. However, the thought of soon embarking on a journey into the realm of magic ignited a fervor within him. "Before we commence your enlightenment, I shall impart some fundamental knowledge about magic, providing you with a basic understanding of spellcasters," Mu Yin suggested, gesturing for Schado to take a seat. While he himself settled into a comfortable position, he continued, "Both bards and mages are classified as spellcasters, capable of wielding spells, yet the principles behind their magic differ significantly." Upon hearing this, Schado felt a pang of doubt regarding his ability to complete the enlightenment, having spent over half a year in Seville town. While concrete magical knowledge had eluded him, some common notions had certainly circulated and conveyed certain truths. The most frequently heard phrase in Seville town was that mages embodied wisdom and power. What do wisdom and power entail? In Shado's understanding, drawing from the gaming context of his previous life, it referred to knowledge and magic. Furthermore, it could be articulated that mages attained wisdom through knowledge, which in turn granted them magic and power. The very foundation of this journey lay in knowledge. This was precisely why Schado chose to pursue the path of a mage to acquire the power of self-preservation. Otherwise, he could have simply devoted himself to the worship of deities to obtain divine powers. Yet, that was not an option due to a fundamental discord in values. He could not sincerely embrace the teachings of those gods. If the principles of magic for bards and mages diverged, it would likely be a type of understanding that Schado could not accept. Even if he were to undergo a successful enlightenment, his future development would be severely limited. Mu Yin continued, "The magic of mages is derived from knowledge and reality, while that of bards emanates from the heart." The notion of magic arising from the heart prompted an involuntary gasp of surprise from Schado. Mu Yin's tone carried a hint of self-satisfaction, seemingly looking down upon those mages who, like machines, failed to appreciate the beauty of life. At that moment, Shado's heart grew cold. What did it mean for magic to stem from the heart? Such an idealistic approach to acquiring magic was utterly incomprehensible to him. It was not that idealism was wrong, but rather that Schado had been raised in a materialistic environment on Earth, where his worldview had long been solidified. The idea that bards did not pursue the origins or principles of magic was difficult for Schado to accept. As an earthling, the instinct to question the why of everything had become ingrained in his very being. Unperturbed by Shado's philosophical inclinations, Mu Yin continued delineating the similarities and differences among various spellcasters. By the end of his discourse, Schado had tallied the common spellcasting professions, mages, priests, warlocks, druids, and bards, and concluded that the role of a mage was the most suited to him. As for the arcanist, it was merely an advanced profession for mages, a consideration that Schado need not entertain just yet. Chapter 13. Enlightenment and Performance Techniques. Regardless of whether it is the description given by Mayan or the interpretation held by Schado, the vocation of a mage resembles that of a scientist from Shado's previous life, albeit with the scientists of Fea in harnessing the power of magic through their research. While Schado may not qualify as a competent researcher, the mindset of a modern individual is undoubtedly most suitable for becoming a mage. After Mayan concluded his remarks, he paused momentarily, seemingly granting Schado time for contemplation, yet swiftly transitioned into the core topic. Next came the enlightenment of the bard. Unlike other spell-casting professions that necessitate interaction with magic, the awakening of a bard merely requires the selection of a favored poem, familiarization with it, and its interpretation. When one immerses oneself without restraint in the essence of the poem and calls forth its spirit, magic will manifest from the verses. Schado understood that acquiring magic surely involved certain subtleties. Otherwise, any passionate performer could easily ascend to the status of a bard, which was evidently implausible. However, the prerequisite for becoming a bard was a foundation in performance skills. Schado could not help but chuckle ruefully prior to his transmigration. He was no actor but merely an ordinary online writer. How then should he embark on this journey of enlightenment? You may also choose poetry from your homeland. The key is to select something you genuinely cherish and resonate with emotionally. Go ahead and recite it, Mind suggested. Schado recited a verse in Mandarin, performing it with a rhythmic cadence of 7 syllables both before and after, his voice rising and falling. Although Mind did not comprehend the meaning, he could appreciate the beauty of his homeland's language through the tonal structure of the poem. As a level 15 bard, he was adept at discerning the emotions embedded within Shado's recitation. A poem of nostalgia, perhaps? Mayan refrained from interrupting. After Schado completed that line, he did not continue with the original poem but instead repeated it, again and again, until tears blurred his vision. The sound of Mayan's applause jolted Schado from his reverie. He realized he had lost composure in front of others and quickly reined in his emotions. Casting an embarrassed glance at Mayan. Excellent. You possess remarkable talent. Mayan praised. To express genuine emotion during your first attempt at enlightenment is the hallmark of a born bard. It is prudent to strive to mask one's true feelings. Only then can emotions be better contained. Schado harbored doubts, wondering if Mayan had employed some form of emotional magic, as he had succumbed to his feelings so readily. Nonetheless, he refrained from inquiring about it. Mayan appeared exceedingly pleased at that moment. Savor the emotions you just experienced. Shortly, I will cast a spell of light. You will channel the emotions from earlier to engage with this incantation. Yes, Schado affirmed. It was merely a cantrip, and Mayan required no preparation. With a mere thought, he successfully cast the spell, conjuring a white sphere of light the size of a basketball within the tent. Schado immediately recalled the light spell that had cost him 5 gold coins on his way to Mayan's abode. The emotions that had been brewing within him dissipated almost entirely. However, Mu Yin continued to observe him, prompting Schado to muster his courage and attempt to comprehend this luminescent spell. Yet, grasping such an inherently subjective concept proved to be quite challenging for him. What truly constituted an understanding? Was it merely admiring it in his heart, conversing with it? Or perhaps establishing some form of spiritual connection? Schado was at a loss. He could only fixate intently on the luminous orb, silently urging it to move. Mu Yin suspended the glowing sphere in place, watching with keen interest as Schado endeavored to communicate with the magic. This scene reminded him of his own early days of enlightenment, a time when he did not enjoy the same advantages as Schado. Back then, his foster father merely had him recite poetry and learn performance, and the possibility of personally casting spells to aid his initiation was utterly out of the question. Now, it remained to be seen whether Schado could indeed make a breakthrough, and Mu Yin was hopeful that his kin would embark on the path of the bard. The following day, old Neil and his companions did not come to visit, and the results of the Mage Tower's assessment would not be revealed for another day. Thus, Schado continued to receive his bardic initiation from Mu Yin. in addition to maintaining his gaze upon the glowing orb and calling forth the magic as he had the previous day. Mu Yin began to teach Schado the techniques of recitation and performance. Compared to simply staring at the orb, Schado found greater enjoyment in learning the art of performance. In just a day or two, it was impossible for Schado to master these skills entirely. But he made every effort to commit them to memory for gradual familiarization in the future. By afternoon, he had largely abandoned the practice of gazing at the orb, channeling most of his energy into learning performance techniques from Mu Yin, who continued to guide him with unwavering dedication. In the evening, having concluded his session of staring at the orb, Schado was struck with an idea. He would attempt to communicate with the magic independently. From the early morning until now, he had developed some new insights regarding magic. Those in Seville Town who could only cast zero-level cantrips were not necessarily more knowledgeable than he was, and during the past 2 days of focused practice, Schado felt that his concentration had significantly improved. He had heard that one of the fundamental elements of a mage's casting was concentration. Perhaps he could unleash his creativity rather than confining himself to the path outlined by Mu Yin. Success might just be within his grasp. Chapter 14. The Art of Magic in Faerûn. The threshold for casting spells is rather low. Many individuals come of age capable of performing cantrips. With sufficient investment of time, effort, and resources, even an illiterate farmer could be cultivated into a genuine mage, though their ultimate achievements may be modest. Schado harbored little concern about crossing the threshold of spellcasting. Rather, he fretted over his ability to cultivate sufficient power for self-defense. Casting aside the guidance of mind, Schado endeavored to practice the element of spellcasting he understood, concentration. With concentration as his sole known element, he resolved to master it to its utmost extent. He plucked a hair from his head and placed it upon the back of his hand, fixing his gaze upon one end of the strand. He did not contemplate altering it. He merely stared, and stared still. The dim light within the tent, emanating from an oil lamp hung near the entrance, cast a soft glow, yet to Schado, that solitary hair seemed radiant, for his focus was unwavering. This intense concentration shattered the confines of reality. However, mere focus alone was insufficient for him to touch the realm of magic. He would require auxiliary measures, such as meditation or the stimulation of pain. Schado was uncertain whether mages engaged in meditation. For him, it served as a method to clear the clutter of his mind. Before his crossing, he had been a writer, often falling into a void when confronted with writer's block, and he would clear his thoughts before resuming his pen. Now, he closed his eyes in contemplation, dissecting every current thought, untangling worries of failure, fears of death, and yearnings for home. He did not seek to banish these thoughts. Such an endeavor was unnecessary and unfeasible. Instead, he magnified his desire to concentrate on a singular point before opening his eyes and gazing intently at the hair's end. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Schado felt as though the hair had moved. On Earth, he would have dismissed such a notion, yet in Faerûn, anything was possible. He refused to allow preconceived notions to confine him. He recognized that human energy is finite, and a state of heightened focus cannot be sustained indefinitely. Thus, he must stoke the flames of his concentration further. The tales of perseverance, of hanging by a beam or stabbing oneself to remain awake, had been recounted to him countless times. While he could not hang by a beam here, he could indeed prick himself. Schado retrieved a small iron dagger from his possession and thrust it sharply into his thigh. The sudden pain contorted his expression, yet he smiled. In that fleeting moment of agony, he perceived a grand, radiant structure brimming with energy, interwoven throughout the cosmos. And he realized he himself was ensconced within this very fabric. It was the weave. In that moment of excruciating pain, Schado glimpsed the weave, but the vision was ephemeral. As it faded from his awareness, he felt a pang of loss, yet he quickly recollected his purpose, focusing intently on the end of that strand of hair. As his vision began to blur, Schado once more plunged his dagger into his thigh. This time, he felt the magic web once again, and what's more, the hair before him was shimmering with tiny flecks of fluorescence. Rubbing his eyes to confirm that he was not merely imagining it, Schado felt a surge of joy and excitement, leaping up in eager anticipation to share his elation with someone. At that moment, he thought of Mr. Mayan, who was in a partitioned area on the other side of the tent. "Mr. Mayan, I have succeeded. Mr. Mayan, I have succeeded." As he lifted the curtain, he found Mr. Mayan engrossed in writing on a piece of parchment. Upon seeing Schado, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had been deeply absorbed in his work and had not sensed the faint fluctuations of the magic web. He was taken aback by Shado's sudden entrance and his declaration of success. "Mr. Mayan, look." Schado extended his hand before Mayan, revealing the strand of hair on the back of his hand, its glow now faint to the point of near invisibility, yet undeniably present, a manifestation of magical power. "Mr." Mayan's expression transformed into one of wonder as he beheld the luminous hair. "You have tapped into the magic web?" His tone conveyed a mix of regret and relief. "Yes, Mr. Mayan, is there something amiss?" Schado inquired, his heart racing at the possibility of hearing unwelcome news. "Nothing is amiss. You have done exceedingly well. However, it seems you may not be suited to be a bard." Mr. Mayan went on to elucidate. "Typically, the first spell a bard acquires is either sound illusion or light, both of which also stem from the magic web, yet do not require comprehension, merely a manifestation of magic that aligns with our innermost desires. But your first spell is magical trick, a spell usually reserved for wizards, indicating that you have chosen the path of reason. Perhaps you are indeed meant to be a wizard." Schado struggled to comprehend how the act of making the hair glow could be classified as magical trick, and how that equated to a choice of rationality. However, he did not dwell on these thoughts. For now, he needed only to confirm that he had crossed the threshold into the realm of spellcasting. The journey of 1,000 miles had only just begun, yet it was a pivotal step from nothingness to existence. Initially, Schado had harbored lingering concerns that perhaps earthlings were somehow resistant to magic, but now those worries evaporated. Having just made contact with the magic web and invoked its power, a wave of relief washed over him, causing Schado to succumb to unconsciousness. Before losing consciousness, he caught a glimpse of Mr. Mayan's lips moving, as if he were saying something, but the words were lost to him. The following day, Schado awoke from the simple foldable bed, a blanket draped over him. As he attempted to rise, he felt a twinge in his injured thigh, only then realizing that his wound had been attended to. Schado cautioned Mr. Mayan. "Any spellcaster must approach magic with care. You acted too recklessly, overextending yourself so soon after your initial contact with the magic web. This may jeopardize your very soul. It would be prudent for you to refrain from attempting any spells for the next few days." A voice filled with concern and reproach from Mu Yin echoed from outside, prompting Schado to rise hastily. Mu Yin entered, cradling a large assortment of items: feathers from unknown birds, dried excrement, animal claws, and horns, among other curiosities. He placed these oddities upon a wooden table and began to extract various objects from the pockets of his robe: gleaming metals, an array of colored powders, and a piece of white crystal, which he set upon another wooden table. "I cannot offer you any training in the arcane arts. However, joining Lord Seville's mage tower would be a commendable choice, given your lineage as a descendant of a grand archmage, which carries with it a certain prestige. Now, I present to you my final gift, for I shall be departing from this place tomorrow." It was only then that Schado recalled he had already spent 2 days with Mu Yin, and today marked the 3rd day, also the day the results of the Mage Tower's assessment would be announced. Mu Yin was well aware of this and harbored hopes for Schado's acceptance into the Mage Tower. "Mr. Mu Yin, you truly need not do anything further. I have already gained ample knowledge over these past 2 days." Schado understood that Mu Yin's generosity stemmed from the belief that he, too, was a member of the Karada people, whose tradition proclaims that all within the seas are brothers. With the Karada population so sparse on the continent of Faerûn, it was only natural for a senior figure like Mu Yin to feel a sense of obligation to guide his junior. Yet, Schado was not a Karadu, after all. Chapter 15. The Ancestral Blessing Ceremony. Now, Mu Yin had prepared a large assortment of items, claiming it was to present a final gift. Although Schado was aware that this gift might be substantial, for reasons unknown, he felt a reluctance to accept it. However, he understood his current predicament. Alone in a foreign land, as an outsider, he could not afford to discard anything potentially beneficial. Thus, he found himself unable to voice a resolute refusal. Mu Yin seemed to perceive Schado's discomfort and smiled gently. "If you feel uneasy, then when you encounter the Karatu people lost in foreign lands, do your utmost to assist them. For now, lend me a hand and help me move that altar outside. I need to prepare these materials thoroughly. The ceremony will require a considerable amount of time, so we must hasten." "Oh," Schado replied, moving to another compartment of the tent. The altar was quite conspicuous, a miniature 3-tiered circular altar resembling the Temple of Heaven, approximately 1 meter in diameter and half a meter high. It was adorned with a myriad of unfamiliar hieroglyphs and illustrations depicting ancestral rituals. Schado approached it and lifted it. It was surprisingly light, suggesting it was either hollow or enchanted with a weight-reducing spell. He carried the altar outside and set it down on a flat surface, watching as Mu Yin prepared the materials. Schado was uncertain of the nature of the ceremony being prepared, but as it was presented as a final gift, it surely was not commonplace. The ancestral blessing ceremony is a ritual I comprehended upon reaching the 15th level of magical prowess. It is said to bestow a modicum of good fortune. While handling the materials, Mu Yin began to explain the ceremony to Schado. Good fortune? Schado exclaimed, astonished. Is there truly such a thing as destiny? That depends on your interpretation, Mu Yin replied. I believe in destiny. However, most mages do not. They contend that as long as all choices stem from one's true heart, one has seized their own fate. At this, Mu Yin seemed to recall something amusing, his lips curling into a slight smile. Is this blessing ceremony indeed meant to enhance good fortune? Schado inquired further. Regarding that, I can only say I do not know. Rather than dwell on that question, I believe you should consider its efficacy. And is it effective, Mr. Mu Yin? Well, I still do not know. Mu Yin chuckled, unable to suppress his laughter. Isn't it amusing that a magical endeavor consuming over 1,000 gold coins could yield no results whatsoever? 1,000 gold coins. Schado instinctively touched his belt, where a handful of silver coins resided. He had originally possessed 5 gold coins, but alas, he had spent them 2 days prior on a light spell from the Eagle Merchant Association's mage. 1,000 gold coins. What an astronomical sum. He could only watch intently as Mu Yin deftly handled the materials, knowing that soon, these valuable items would be consumed entirely, seemingly wasted. As Mu Yin prepared the materials and arranged them on the ancestral altar, he also regaled Schado with tales of his past wanderings and adventures, broadening Schado's horizons. At last, all the materials had been thoroughly processed and arranged. Mu Yin rose and retrieved the exquisite elven harp from behind him, handing a palm-sized white crystal to Schado. Step onto the altar and grasp this crystal tightly, he instructed. A wave of nervousness washed over Schado as he accepted the crystal and ascended the altar. With the altar standing half a meter high, combined with his own height, he felt as though his hair almost brushed the top of the tent. Clutching the white crystal firmly, Schado looked towards Mu Yin, who wore a solemn expression. His left hand rested on the strings of the harp, and after a brief prelude, the music began to blur in Shado's ears. The scene around him faded, replaced by a dazzling interplay of red and yellow light. A distant voice echoed. By the decree of the heavens, may it be eternal. Honor it, honor it. The heavens reveal their thoughts, bestow blessings, boundless as the sky. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Schado witnessed the fading images of ancient ancestors as they lived, hunted, and performed rituals. When he regained his senses, he noticed something peculiar in his hand. Looking down, he saw that the once pristine white crystal had transformed into a pile of dull powder, while the materials on the altar had become heaps of ashen remnants. Is this how it ends? This thought flickered in Shado's mind as he descended the altar. Scanning his surroundings, he realized Mu Yin was no longer in the tent. Just as he contemplated lifting the curtain between the compartments, it unexpectedly flew upwards as if an invisible hand had raised it. Schado quickly dismissed his distractions. In a state of heightened focus, he discovered that his connection to the magical web had intensified, allowing his thoughts to weave, intertwine, bend, twist, and merge with it to produce corresponding magical effects at will. Unlike the previous night's bewilderment at the phenomenon of glowing hair, Schado now possessed a deeper understanding of magic. It was indeed a magical trick, but his previous lack of knowledge had limited him to merely illuminating his hair. Now, he could effortlessly lift the curtain. With a mere thought, the curtain fell. Yet as it descended, it radiated a soft, visible white glow in the bright daylight. Clearly, Mu Yin's assertion that the blessing ritual bore no effects was somewhat misleading. Perhaps it was ineffective for someone as powerful as him, but for Schado, a novice just venturing into the realm of magic, the results were profoundly apparent. Driven to further explore the other effects of this magical trick, Schado recalled Mu Yin's warning to approach magic with caution, as excessive use could impact the soul. Although he could not yet perceive his soul, he understood the wisdom in being prudent. On the other side of the tent, Mu Yin was absent, likely having stepped out. Schado gently lifted the curtain leading outside, just in time to see Mu Yin handing a heavy cloth strap to a young man, more precisely, to a young man clad in a wizard's robe. It seemed that Schado had an epiphany. The recent blessing ritual had consumed at least 1,000 gold coins and materials alone, and it could enhance Shado's magical prowess, indicating it was a rather advanced form of sorcery. Would Lord Seville, who possessed a mage tower, remain oblivious to such activities? However, Schado did not believe that the young mage was Lord Seville himself, but rather an apprentice of his. "Schado, come here," Mu Yin beckoned, introducing, "This is Master Leonard. I have informed him of your induction into the Mage Tower. You shall accompany him shortly." Schado found himself at a loss for words, managing a simple, "Thank you, Mr. Mu Yin." "No need for thanks. Your future path lies solely in your hands," Mu Yin replied, patting Shado's shoulder before turning to Master Leonard. "I entrust Schado to your guidance." Chapter 16. Master Leonard. "Mr. Mu Yin, rest assured, I shall take good care of your kin." Master Leonard beamed with a broad smile. However, Schado sensed a certain restraint and trepidation emanating from him. Perhaps even the esteemed Lord Seville finds a high-ranking bard from outside to be somewhat of a dilemma. "Go on, seek your own path to magic," Mu Yin gestured, encouragingly. "Thank you." Schado bowed deeply, following Master Leonard as they departed. As the hour approached noon, Schado quietly trailed behind Master Leonard, his thoughts still lingering on Mu Yin. Encountering Mu Yin was undoubtedly the most fortuitous opportunity Schado had experienced since his arrival in this realm. "Schado, Mr. Mu Yin has entrusted me with your care. But the Mage Tower has its own regulations. I can only guarantee you the knowledge of apprentice-level magic. For anything beyond that, you must strive to attain it yourself." Upon reaching the town square, Master Leonard abruptly interjected, his previously affable demeanor vanishing, replaced by a rather rigid tone. "Yes, thank you, Master Leonard." Schado never anticipated that the Mage Tower would extend preferential treatment due to Mu Yin. His original intention had been to serve as a servant. So becoming an apprentice was an unexpected delight. The distinction between an apprentice and a servant lay primarily in the reduced menial tasks and the opportunity to pose inquiries to formal mages. Without Mu Yin's assistance, Schado would have needed to accumulate enough funds to purchase a level 0 spell and pass the Mage Tower's assessment to transcend the threshold of servitude. He could not predict how long it would take to learn a spell from a formal mage, and merely acquiring a level 0 spell required 20 gold coins, a sum he would need to save for quite some time. After Master Leonard's admonition, he fell silent, only slowing his pace slightly as they passed the statue of the Grand Archmage Seville before resuming his original speed toward the Mage Tower in the northwest. This journey to the Mage Tower was markedly different from the crowded one 3 days prior. The square was spacious, and with Schado's acceptance into the Mage Tower now a certainty, he felt more at ease. While ensuring he did not lag too far behind Master Leonard, he took the opportunity to observe all that Seville Town had to offer. Having resided in Seville Town for over half a year, Schado had never felt as relaxed as he did today. Yet, this tranquility was fleeting. The life that awaited him in the Mage Tower would surely not be easy. The official name of the Mage Tower in Seville Town was the Tower of Time, a title not bestowed by its original owner, but derived from its long-standing tradition of using the magical runes atop the tower to indicate the time to all who beheld it. Over nearly a century, the name had become habitual, and the Lord seemed to have tacitly accepted it. The Tower of Time is situated in the northwest of Seville Town, at the bend of the winding Wolf Fort River, which curves at this point. To the east of the tower lies the Villa District. To the south is the western part of the town, and further east from the western area are the square, the eastern district of the town, while the southern district is located just south of the square. From an external perspective, the diameter of the Mage Tower is at least 10 meters, and Schado found it difficult to fathom how the people of this era could construct such a towering edifice, nearly 50 meters high, without the aid of cranes or similar machinery. While Schado could not compel a dwarf to divulge his secrets, he noted this matter for future reference. Should he ever require assistance in erecting a Mage Tower, perhaps turning to Blotto for guidance. Constructing a Mage Tower, however, necessitates more than mere artisans. The paramount requirement is a powerful mage. Regrettably, before the Grand Sorcerer Seville could perfect this Tower of Time, he vanished into the realms of otherworldly exploration, leaving behind a chaotic legacy that the Seville family labored over for 2 generations before achieving a semblance of success. Nonetheless, to Schado, any Mage Tower that facilitates his learning of magic is deemed a good Mage Tower. Without any sound, the structure of the Tower of Time parted to reveal a door, which appeared pitch black from the outside, rendering the interior indiscernible. Witnessing this scene, Schado felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Memories from 3 days prior flooded his mind. It was through this very door that one must pass when entering or exiting the Mage Tower, and the experience was far from pleasant. It felt akin to being submerged in lightless depths, gasping for breath. accompanied by sensations of dizziness and nausea, an experience that anyone who endured it would not easily forget. Schado noticed a slight twitch at the corner of Mage Leonard's mouth, suggesting that this discomfort was not as alone to bear, as even seasoned mages struggled to escape its grasp. "Enter," Mage Leonard commanded before stepping inside. Schado promptly followed, and as light flooded his vision once more, he found himself in a spacious hall, its dimensions far exceeding the 10-meter diameter perceived from the outside. Suppressing the urge to retch, Schado heard Mage Leonard's complaints. Why must we still employ such primitive means of entry and exit? After expressing his grievances, Leonard recollected Shado's presence, and, placing a hand on his chest to steady himself, said, "All right, Schado, follow me." Leonard led Schado to one side of the hall, where an elevator awaited them. This was the very hall where the assessment had taken place 3 days prior, and Schado had yet to experience the elevator. "Tower Spirit. Command. Public level," Leonard declared, and as soon as he finished speaking, the elevator began its ascent. Curiously, Schado stomped his foot, noticing the absence of any sensation of weightlessness. The elevator here seemed far more user-friendly than those on Earth. Of course, it could also be that differing principles impart distinct sensations. A few moments later, the elevator came to a halt at the public level. Exiting, Leonard continued unabated towards their destination. Schado hurried to keep pace, observing that this level resembled a hotel on Earth, featuring a circular corridor flanked by doors, each marked with a sign. While Schado was proficient in the common tongue, he could only recognize numerical symbols, as the individual who taught him the language, young Neil, was illiterate. Chapter 17. Talon. Registration. The destination lay just a mere 20 meters to the left of the ascending lift, within this circular corridor where only a scant few rooms remained unclosed. Schado followed closely behind Leonard as they entered a modest chamber, furnished with a plain wooden table adorned solely with a few books, a stack of parchment, and an inkpot housing a quill. Behind the table stood a small bookshelf, only partially filled, and in one corner, an enigmatic circular platform awaited its purpose. Seated at the table was a middle-aged man clad in a wizard's robe, engrossed in his reading. Upon noticing Leonard and Shado's arrival, he flipped a book over on the table and greeted them with a smile. "Leonard, what brings you here?" "Not much time to spare. I need to register him quickly." "My experiment was interrupted halfway by the instructor, who assigned me as a runner," Leonard replied with a hint of impatience, before adding, "Oh, grant him access to redeem 10 zero-ring magic scrolls, deducting from my allocation for this month." Talon. Command. Teleport to Leonard's laboratory. A flash of white light enveloped Leonard, and he vanished, leaving Schado to exchange glances with the middle-aged wizard. "Schado, where are you from?" the wizard inquired. "Citizen of Seville," Schado responded. The process of registering in Seville was not arduous, as he had become a citizen over 6 months prior. "That will suffice. One more question. What is your relation to the Lord?" "If you prefer not to disclose, you need not," the wizard continued. The middle-aged man appeared skeptical. How could it be that the Lord's student would arrive without any connection? Yet, within the confines of the wizard tower, he refrained from employing magic to pry further, settling instead to direct Schado towards the circular platform in the corner. "Step onto that platform." Schado complied without hesitation. "Now, turn around once and speak a few words." "Anything at all," the wizard instructed. Schado followed suit, remarking, "The weather is splendid today. Is that acceptable?" "That will do," the wizard affirmed. Before Schado could scrutinize the details, a three-dimensional image dissipated, leaving behind only a half-portrait of Schado on the parchment. The middle-aged wizard retrieved a quill from the inkpot and added a few strokes to the parchment before casting a spell. The paper vanished from his grasp. This marked Shado's second encounter with spatial magic today. If the entrance had also involved spatial magic, that would be his third. This revelation significantly fueled Shado's desire to learn magic. Registration complete. Retrieve your garments and tools from the 6th room on your left after exiting. They will inform you of the next steps. You may leave now. The wizard resumed his reading, hastening Shado's departure. Grateful for the guidance provided, Schado felt relieved. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss in the unfamiliar wizard tower. Exiting the registration room, Schado counted 6 doors to the left and found another room ajar. As he approached, he spotted a young man in a wizard's robe exiting, offering not the slightest acknowledgement of Shado's presence. Without the slightest concern for the sudden appearance of a commoner within the mage tower, Schado deduced that he too was an apprentice, as his mage robe was remarkably humble compared to that of Master Leonard and the previous middle-aged mage. It consisted merely of a hooded linen cloak, adorned at the chest with an inscription that Schado could not decipher, speculating it might be the apprentice's name, though the truth would reveal itself when he received his own garments later. Upon entering the chamber, he found it akin to the registration area he had encountered earlier, where another middle-aged mage was engrossed in reading. This mage's desk was cluttered with scattered parchment documents and a wooden box slightly smaller than a typical suitcase. Noticing Shado's entrance, the mage cast a fleeting glance and gestured towards the box on the table, uttering, "You must be Schado. The items are on the table. There's a manual inside. Follow its instructions, and if you have questions, consult the tower spirit. Take the box and leave." With that, he returned to his reading, dismissing Schado entirely. Cradling the box, Schado exited the room, feeling as though he had been cast aside for the second time. Was it true that mages were devoid of warmth? Not even a word of courtesy? Burdened with doubt, he opened the wooden box in the corridor. At the bottom lay a set of garments, atop which rested a manual. He deemed it a manual, yet upon closer inspection, it was merely a few sheets of parchment stitched together, quite rudimentary. Since he could not comprehend the text inscribed upon it, he set it aside to examine the other contents. A quill pen, albeit without ink, blank parchment. A candle. Did the mage tower still require candles? A box of matches, presumably for lighting the candle. And a wooden goblet remarkably similar to those of the old Neil Inn. Could mages indulge in wine? Nothing more remained. Tower spirit, command, guide me. No response. Tower spirit, command, explain. Still, no reply. Tower spirit, I am Schado. What should I do next? Yet again, silence persisted. Just as Schado contemplated seeking the mage's assistance, a light chuckle resonated from a concealed corner of the circular corridor, followed by the appearance of a young apprentice within his line of sight. It was clear that only formal mages could command a tower spirit. Shado's eyes brightened. At last, he encountered someone willing to engage in conversation. "Hello, I am Schado, a new member of the Mage Tower. May I ask you a few questions?" Of course, the newcomer replied without hesitation, though soon added, "However, mages adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange, and apprentices are no exception. If you seek my guidance, you must offer something in return. What do you desire? I have no money to give you, but perhaps in the future, you could request my assistance." I do not seek your coin. I only desire the box of matches within your belongings. In exchange, I shall enlighten you on how to communicate with the tower spirit and perhaps share some essential advice for apprentices. What will your choice be? The individual inquired. After much contemplation, Xia did not recall any immediate necessity for matches. Furthermore, should the need arise, he could always rely on his magical prowess to conjure fire, for he had indeed become a practitioner of the arcane arts. Chapter 18. Apprentice Dean, single dormitory not a bad choice, remarked the newcomer, revealing his name. You must be Schado, right? You may call me Dean. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Now, allow me to instruct you on how to communicate with the spirit. First and foremost, only formal mages are permitted to use commands. Apprentices must utilize requests. There is no need to abbreviate your sentences. Simply converse as you would with another person. However, refrain from posing meaningless inquiries, such as questions regarding matters beyond the mage tower or prying into the privacy of others. Such queries will only prolong the spirit's response time, offering you no advantage. Upon hearing Dean's words, Schado pondered. The spirit could be likened to a rather advanced form of artificial intelligence, yet this human-machine interaction seemed rather unfriendly. Requests deemed invalid yielded no hints or feedback. Perhaps the absence of indications or responses constituted a form of enhancement in itself. Unable to contain his curiosity, Schado ventured, "Spirit. Request. Where am I currently located?" "Apprentice Schado, you are presently situated at the Mage Tower, public level, resource allocation office number 3, outside corridor." A hollow, utterly mechanical voice reverberated within the space between Schado and Dean. Noticing Shado's eagerness to continue experimenting, Dean interjected, "Schado, I believe it would be prudent to defer further communication with the spirit for now. You ought to hand me the matches." Dean's impatience for the matches made Schado realize he had underestimated their value. However, value is relative in this moment. He felt that the information exchanged with Dean was worth the trade. Opening the box, he retrieved the matches and tossed them to Dean. "Thank you for your explanation." Schado immediately inquired, voicing his most pressing concern. "What should I do next?" "Your question puts me at a slight disadvantage," Dean replied, though a smile graced his lips, indicating he would honor his promise. Perhaps influenced by the box of matches, Dean appeared to be in good spirits as he gestured for Schado to lift the wooden crate and follow him. As they walked, he remarked, "You likely cannot read. Otherwise you would know what to do after perusing that manual." Upon hearing this, Schado realized that his inquiry had been futile. He could have simply requested the spirit to read the contents of the manual aloud, then sought clarification from Dean regarding matters pertinent to newcomers. However, remorse at this juncture was futile. If Dean did not divulge information, he might not have thought to ask. Initially, Schado assumed the manual was akin to a student code of conduct or Mage Tower regulations, only to discover it was, in fact, a comprehensive newcomer-esque guide. If blame were to be placed, it could only rest upon himself for his illiteracy. How could one navigate the Mage Tower without the ability to read? Schado had resolved that learning to read would be his foremost priority upon entering the Mage Tower. The two soon arrived at the elevator, stepping inside. Schado nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Before long, the elevator came to a halt, and this level mirrored the previous public area, presenting yet another circular corridor flanked by doors, behind which lay the dormitories. Simply register at the management office. My dormitory number is 02163. Should you require any assistance, feel free to seek my help. I will be in the dormitory for several hours after dinner. Just bring the appropriate remuneration. Dean gestured towards the apprentice dormitory management office and departed without further ado. With that, Schado understood precisely what to do next. He smoothly registered his information at the management office and selected a dormitory for himself. The Mage Tower offered ample accommodation, as all apprentices enjoyed single rooms. 02404. This will be my abode. After traversing nearly half of the circular corridor, Schado finally located his dormitory. Upon gazing at the numbered insignia on the door, a sigh of relief escaped him. He thought to himself that he had finally settled in. From the exterior, the spacing between doors along the corridor was scarcely wider than a single door, yet once inside, a whole new world revealed itself. The room was quite spacious, complete with a private bathroom. Within the bedroom stood a wooden table, a chair, and a bed adorned with 2 blankets. The temperature within the Mage Tower appeared to maintain a constant comfort, neither too cold nor too warm, ensuring that Schado would not suffer from the absence of bedding. Stepping into the bathroom, Schado was greeted by what appeared to be a modern flushing toilet, a clear indication that the mages had indeed considered the matter of sanitation. This impressed Schado greatly, as he had endured considerable discomfort during his 6-month employment at the Old Neil and due to similar issues. In addition to the toilet, the bathroom featured a basin reminiscent of a modern kitchen sink, extending from the wall and filled with warm water. Schado noticed a whirlpool perpetually swirling at the bottom of the basin, which he refrained from touching as he remained cautious of the unknown. However, he speculated that this might be a water circulation system designed to keep the basin's water perpetually clean. He pondered what other discoveries awaited him in the future. Filled with anticipation, with a swift motion, Schado leaped from the bed, unpacking all the items from his box and spreading them across the bed. Pointing at the thin manual, he called out, "Tower Spirit, I beseech you, please read the contents of this manual." The booklet, though brief, contained essential information regarding daily life within the Mage Tower, including schedules and various guidelines. It bore a striking resemblance to what Schado had experienced during his university days, albeit with a multitude of additional responsibilities beyond mere study. In truth, for the apprentices, it resembled more of a servitude. Learning merely constituted a privilege of the Mage Tower, with the primary focus on completing daily tasks. Fortunately, the tasks were not overly burdensome, with only an hour allocated for duties in the morning and before bedtime in the evening. The afternoons, however, were the most eagerly anticipated learning periods, during which formal mages or distinguished apprentices would instruct the common apprentices. The 3 hours following meals were entirely at one's own discretion. Dean's earlier remark about having free time after dinner was likely in reference to this arrangement. Chapter 19. The Order of the Mage Tower. The Mage Tower is governed by numerous regulations. However, Schado, having previously resided in a society characterized by stringent order, does not find himself constrained by these rules. Rather, he feels a sense of modernity and familiarity amidst the structure, which deepens his understanding of the mage's realm. The only stipulation that piques Shado's interest is the prohibition against casting spells in non-designated areas. He wholeheartedly endorses this rule, for no one wishes to live in constant fear within the Mage Tower, anxious about the possibility of a lethal spell striking from nearby. Nonetheless, Schado has just lost his matchstick and remains uncertain about the utility of the candle he previously acquired in his future endeavors. This concern, however, lingers in his mind for merely a few seconds before he dismisses it. What truly occupies his thoughts is the desire to learn to read. Of course, this dilemma is not insurmountable. The simplest solution would be to seek out the apprentice Dean. Although Schado harbors doubts regarding Dean's willingness to teach him and the potential costs involved. Nevertheless, he begins to formulate a plan, contemplating a discreet inquiry after dinner. Subsequently, Schado dons the mage robe issued by the tower, and as expected, it bears an embroidered inscription across the chest, reminiscent of the apprentice he encountered outside the registration office. However, you cannot decipher the script of his name in the common tongue, and thus he does not dwell on it too much. It seems that Schado has little else to occupy his time. Both menial tasks and classes will commence the following day. As for forging connections with others, given Shado's limited understanding of the Mage Tower, it is unlikely that anyone would be inclined to engage in idle conversation with him, unless, of course, he is willing to part with some coin. Speaking of finances, Schado reassesses his belongings. Aside from the standard provisions from the apprentice kit, he has brought with him a set of linen garments, an iron dagger, and 27 silver coins. This amount should suffice for survival in the Mage Tower. Yet it is woefully insufficient to support his magical studies. He recalls the individuals who underwent the assessment with him just 3 days prior. Even young Neil has the income from a tavern to sustain him, while Schado possesses nothing. However, Schado is not without his advantages. He has successfully crossed the threshold from anonymity to being a named apprentice, coupled with the privilege of redeeming 10 zero-ring spell scrolls, marking a promising start. Yet, the thought of embarking on his studies without even the ability to recognize written words, lacking textbooks, ink for notes, or even blank paper, weighs heavily upon him. An afternoon cannot be squandered idly. Although he has made contact with the magical network, he refrains from extensive experimentation until he receives formal guidance, wary of veering off course. A cautious approach to magic is not only the advice imparted by Muiran, but also a standard he sets for himself. At this juncture, having just entered a new environment, he recognizes the need for adjustment. Furthermore, in a realm imbued with magic and deities, it is conceivable that such meditation might indeed possess some extraordinary significance. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed as Schado slowly opened his eyes, his earlier restlessness having dissipated entirely. In that moment, he found himself remarkably rational, with a clear and defined plan for the future. There was no confusion, no anxiety, only a steadfast flame of determination burning brightly within him. Spirit of the Tower, I beseech you, what is the current time? Apprentice Schado, the present moment is 5:15 p.m. To his surprise, Schado discovered that he could indeed inquire about the time. Previously, when he had requested the spirit to recount details from the new manual, it had also provided specific and precise timestamps. At that moment, Schado had felt some bewilderment. Lacking any timekeeping device, how could he possibly grasp time with such accuracy? Little did he know that the spirit of the tower functioned as a real-time timekeeping mechanism. Upon reflection, it made sense. If the Mage Tower could offer nearby commoners advanced floating time runes to indicate approximate time, then it was only logical that more precise timekeeping methods would be available within its walls. After all, precise timing is the epitome of perfect order. As dinner time approached, Schado closed his room door, preparing to head to the dining hall on the first floor. However, he found himself quite unsettled by the rudimentary locking mechanism resembling a bolt on the inside of his door, while the outside remained unlocked. This implied that anyone could enter his room once he stepped out. Although there was little of value within his quarters, Schado, having come from a modern background that valued privacy, found this lack of a proper lock rather unacceptable. With such advanced amenities as toilets in the Mage Tower, was it truly so difficult to install a door lock? Clearly, the mages above were oblivious to his concerns. Without the guidance of others, Schado made his way to the lift, naturally calling upon the spirit of the tower. Spirit, I request, to the dining hall. Drawing upon his experience with artificial intelligence from his previous life, Schado refrained from specifying the floor number. Nevertheless, the spirit accurately discerned his intent and, within the bounds of his permissions, transported him to the first floor of the Mage Tower. Exiting the lift, he found himself just steps away from a grand hall where a group of young individuals clad in attire from the outside world were receiving instruction from a middle-aged mage. This was part of the foundational training for those who would join the Mage Tower. Had Schado entered through conventional means, he too would have undergone this experience. Among the crowd, he spotted a somewhat timid young Neil and smiled, choosing not to dwell on it. He had not considered how their paths might intersect in the future. Having resolved to teach old Neil a lesson, he could no longer face young Neil with indifference. Not only would it be an affront to others, but a betrayal to himself as well. With the dinner hour still a bit away, apprentices began to arrive. True to the mage's style, there was no unnecessary delay, and interactions among the apprentices were minimal. Each took their own dinner, quietly munching on their bread. Nevertheless, most of the apprentices' choices mirrored Shado's, as they too grabbed 2 pieces of bread before promptly departing. As fate would have it, when Schado passed by, he cast a casual glance and unexpectedly locked eyes with the turning and glancing young Neil. Both recognized one another. Schado maintained a composed demeanor, while Neil's gaze exhibited a hint of evasiveness. It appeared that he was already aware. Schado, unfazed, continued on his way towards the elevator, for he still had to seek out Dean. Chapter 20. The transaction 02163 is Dean's dormitory number, while Shado's is 02404, not far apart. The numerous doors lining the circular corridor evoke a sense of eeriness, prompting Schado to instinctively quicken his pace. Here it is, 02163. The door is closed. Schado knocks gently but receives no response. He refrains from entering immediately and instead waits outside while having a bite to eat. What a remarkably rational and disciplined group of individuals. Schado muses, contemplating how dreadful it would be if his previous school had such an atmosphere. Although he doubts that so many people can entirely forsake their hedonistic nature, the evidence is right before him. No scheming, no betrayals, no attempts to cultivate relationships. The interpersonal interactions are strikingly apathetic. Are the formal wizards above this way as well? Clearly, the mages adhere to their own set of life and social protocols, which Schado will need to uncover gradually. Having quickly finished the 2 pieces of bread paired with warm water, Schado finds himself half satiated. Compared to the meals at the Old Neil Inn, the food provided to apprentices at the Mage Tower, though simple, is decidedly more refined. At least in those 2 pieces of bread, he did not encounter a single grain of sand or would splinter. He is already looking forward to the breakfast and lunch of the following day. However, at present, Dean is the only familiar face, and Schado must brace himself to continue waiting. Until today, he had never felt guilt over waiting. Indeed, the environment can profoundly influence one's emotions. Fortunately, he does not have to wait long. From a distance, he spots Dean, his fiery red hair quite conspicuous, a rarity within the Mage Tower. Dean also notices Schado waiting at his door, his astonishment barely concealed. He strides over to Schado, his voice tinged with a hint of jealousy. Schado, we meet again. I never expected you to be a genuine apprentice. Seeing Dean and hearing his tone, coupled with the atmosphere within the Mage Tower, reassures Schado. His previous thoughts solidify further. Dean, it seems we meet again. Shall we converse here at the door? Oh, please come in. Dean opens the door, inviting Schado inside. The layout of Dean's dormitory mirrors Shado's own, a bedroom and a bathroom. Once inside, Dean offers the sole chair to Schado. Please, have a seat. Dean appears somewhat reserved, waiting until Schado is seated before he perches on the edge of the bed and asks, Schado, what brings you to me? That box of matches was obtained through fair trade, so reporting it to the mage won't be of any use. Rest assured, I am not here to ask for the matches. They are already yours. Schado internally chuckles, surprised at how Dean's demeanor shifts merely because his name is now inscribed on a mage's robe. Nonetheless, it allows Schado to express his intentions clearly. You should be aware that I am still not proficient in the nice text. I would like to request your guidance, and in exchange, I can assist you in posing questions to the mage. Indeed, Dean occupies the lowest echelon within the Mage Tower, a mere tool whose name scarcely garners attention. Upon observing the varying robes adorned by different apprentices, some bearing names while others did not, Schado began to harbor this notion. In his dealings with Dean, Schado found himself devoid of currency. However, he possessed the formal apprentice status conferred upon him by Mu Yin, which granted him the privilege to pose inquiries to the established mages. His choice of Dean stemmed solely from the fact that he was the first to engage Schado in conversation. Had Dean been unwilling, Schado could have easily sought out other nameless apprentices, as the ability to inquire with formal mages was undeniably a valuable asset. It is worth noting that an apprentice like Schado, who lacks the qualifications of a formal apprentice yet holds such a title, might be unique within the entire Mage Tower. Presently, he had no immediate need to utilize his opportunity to question a formal mage. Thus, selling or exchanging resources he required seemed a prudent choice, especially in a market favoring sellers. Other apprentices with the privilege to inquire might be reluctant to relinquish their limited opportunities, as they might not have enough for their own use. Consequently, upon hearing Shado's proposition, Dean's initial reaction was one of elation, soon followed by skepticism. Really? Are you truly willing to assist me in questioning the esteemed mage, simply for the sake of calling you Nesseriel? Indeed, Schado replied. That would be splendid. I have long grappled with a conundrum regarding restoration magic. Had it not been for this, I would have already attained formal apprentice status. Schado, I am immensely grateful to you. Let me return that box of matches. Dean began to speak in a flurry, producing the box of matches from his robe and even grasping a handful of silver coins, eager to press them into Shado's hands. Schado, of course, declined. Dean, there is no need for such gestures. The matches were indeed part of our transaction, and I gained knowledge from it as well. As for the silver coins, you need not offer them. Keep them. In truth, Schado had contemplated the possibility that Dean might intentionally delay his own learning progress to master restoration magic. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that such a motive could apply to anyone in Dean's position. Were Schado to find himself in similar circumstances, he too would likely seek to prolong the learning of the other to secure more opportunities to inquire, rather than seeking someone else. It seemed prudent to collaborate with Dean initially. This represented a contest of learning, determining whether Schado could master the written language before Dean resolved his query regarding restoration magic. Schado, having considerable experience in language acquisition, had successfully learned to speak the common tongue of Nesseriel within a mere 6 months, suggesting an inherent aptitude for such endeavors. Considering the languages he had mastered prior to his transmigration, he could be regarded as a linguistic connoisseur. The educational methodologies embedded within modern pedagogy, seemingly inconspicuous, have been validated by countless individuals. Although the Arcane Empire has existed for over 800 years, it pales in comparison to the educational advancements of Shado's homeland prior to his journey. Indeed, it is true that a multitude of educators have devoted themselves tirelessly to research, yielding remarkable results. In contrast, here in Nesseriel, although there exist institutions akin to universities, such as the Mage Tower, the lack of meaningful interaction among apprentices clearly stifles the emergence of outstanding learning methodologies. Ultimately, success relies predominantly on individual talent. Chapter 21. The Sacred Admonitions of the Radiant Lord had Dean resolve the issue of restoration magic before Schado learned to read and write. Schado could have easily found another individual. However, if Schado mastered the written word first, Dean would need to pay a considerable price should he wish to continue his studies. It remains uncertain whether he can afford such a cost. Schado surmised that he likely could not. Otherwise, Dean would have long since engaged in transactions with others and become a formal apprentice. After establishing the terms of their agreement, Schado eagerly sought Dean's guidance, for he was in dire need of understanding written language. Mastering the written word would significantly enhance his learning speed. Faced with Shado's urgent request for immediate instruction, Dean did not hesitate. He did not believe Schado could memorize all the characters within a few hours. Thus, as long as Schado had not mastered them, he would at least earn himself an opportunity to pose a question the following day. The slower Schado learned, the more chances he would have to inquire further. At that moment, he had no intention of deliberately prolonging the process, perhaps feeling sufficiently confident in his ability to resolve the restoration magic issue before Schado acquired literacy. Dean turned and retrieved a parchment-bound booklet from a standard wooden box. He handed it to Schado, saying, "This is the Sacred Admonitions of the Radiant Lord that I copied when I was learning to read. Unfortunately, I could not afford a new blank notebook, so the first half has been scraped off. You may focus on the latter half, as it contains all the commonly used terms." Schado accepted the parchment booklet without glancing at the earlier writings, instead opening it directly to the middle, where the edges had darkened with wear. Perhaps by chance, he turned to the Sacred Admonitions of the Radiant Lord. Dean did not flip through the pages further. Instead, pointing to the text on that page and reading aloud, "Law is authority. It upholds the order of society. Without it, the world would descend into chaos." The Sacred Admonitions of the Radiant Lord affirm that the power of law is unassailable. Its existence is as natural as the sun rising in the east each day. All disputes and crimes can be perfectly resolved within the bounds of the law. With every sentence Dean read, Schado echoed. Such admonitions were akin to the analects from Shado's previous world, uttered by great figures, reflecting their philosophies. This portion of the Sacred Admonitions was likely compiled by the Amonata Church, serving both as a primer for literacy and a subtle means of disseminating faith. However, Shado's worldview had already taken shape, and he approached these admonitions with a critical perspective, deconstructing them through the lens of his own beliefs. While he found himself at odds with some of the maxims, he was not foolish enough to voice his dissent openly. The people of his current world treated faith with utmost seriousness, unlike those on Earth who might casually fabricate divine narratives. The booklet was rather brief, and having read through the first half quickly, Schado felt that this method of learning was exceedingly inefficient, akin to rote memorization devoid of any strategic approach. He had never encountered such a way of learning. Even the ancients on Earth had dictionaries and lexicons. Previously, when he was learning the common tongue from Little Neil, he became aware that there were scholars in town teaching the ancient script at a considerable price, reportedly through the medium of poetry. He had anticipated that the Mage Tower would offer something more sophisticated, such as specialized dictionaries or study manuals. However, after reading the second sentence, Schado had already inquired with Dean, who confirmed the absence of any such dictionaries. At least, he had never heard of one. Schado felt a pang of discouragement. If learning the script truly relied on this method, how long would it take? He deemed it necessary to compile a dictionary of his own, understanding the adage that sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood. Moreover, having a dictionary at hand would facilitate frequent review. Dean, let's leave it at that for today. I wish to purchase a blank notebook. Some things are difficult to remember solely by relying on my memory. Of course, if you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Seeing that Schado would not be studying today, Dean was elated and promptly rose to accompany him. While Schado felt somewhat awkward, he had merely expressed a desire to buy a notebook, yet Dean was eager to see him off before he had even stood up. Never mind, I shall take my leave. If you have any questions for me tomorrow, let me know beforehand, and I will answer you after dinner. Dean immediately articulated his queries and offered a suggestion. When you purchase a blank notebook, it would be best to visit the Materials Distribution Center. Everything there is brand new. If you opt to buy from other apprentices for the sake of saving a few coins, the pages will likely be worn down to their last writing opportunity. All right. I have noted your questions, and I appreciate your advice. I shall take my leave. In truth, Schado had never considered purchasing a blank notebook from other apprentices. Being new to the place, he lacked channels to obtain such items and could potentially be taken advantage of, just as Dean had pointed out. A fresh piece of parchment typically possesses a thickness sufficient for 5 writings, meaning it allows for 5 opportunities to write, whether to correct mistakes or for reuse. Naturally, new materials are preferable to those previously utilized. The Materials Distribution Center within the Mage Tower is predominantly located on the public level, much like the previous distribution center for apprentice chests he had visited. This time, Schado intended to go to the first distribution center. Having inquired with the tower spirit about procuring or purchasing basic materials such as parchment, ink, and matches from there, more advanced materials, like experimental supplies, would require visits to other distribution centers. Navigating the elevator to the public level with ease, Schado noticed a scarcity of apprentices milling about until he neared the first distribution center, where the crowd thickened. Yet, these individuals appeared to be in a hurry, seemingly unwilling to squander a moment. Occasionally, 2 would engage in hushed conversation, only to abruptly cease and fix their gazes upon him as he passed. A behavior reminiscent of a thief's vigilance, which left Schado feeling quite irked. Upon arriving at the first distribution center, the interior resembled a general store, with 2 nameless apprentices attending to the inventory and organizing the supplies on the shelves behind the counter. Hello, do you sell blank notebooks? How much do they cost? Upon hearing Shado's inquiry, an apprentice turned around and replied, 100 pages of blank parchment cost 15 gold coins, while a single sheet of vellum is priced at 2 silver coins. How much do you require? The moment Schado heard that a blank notebook demanded 15 gold coins, his heart sank significantly. He currently possessed a mere 27 silver coins, and the daily wage at the Mage Tower was only 1 silver coin. To afford a blank notebook, he would need to toil for at least 4 months. By then, the opportunity would be long gone. This is the plight of an impoverished apprentice without familial or influential support. Furthermore, purchasing a single sheet of vellum proved to be a third more expensive than acquiring it in bulk, which felt like sheer exploitation. Chapter 22. Financial struggles. How much is the ink? How many coins? The standard ink bottle is priced at 10 gold coins. However, noticing that you seem short on funds, I can offer you a bottle of my homemade ink for just 1 gold coin, the apprentice replied, lowering his voice slightly. Schado had not anticipated that the personnel at the material distribution office would engage in such underhanded dealings. Nevertheless, his monetary resources were indeed limited. Without the purchase of ink, acquiring parchment would be futile. Thus, he reluctantly opted for the apprentice's offer. All right, I'll take 6 sheets of parchment as well, and they must be brand new. Understood. Schado rummaged through his mage's robe, producing 22 silver coins, which he laid out on the counter, reserving 5 for emergencies. He exchanged the remainder for his scholarly supplies. A man without funds lacks confidence, and Schado yearned for this period of financial strain to conclude swiftly. After ensuring that the parchment was indeed pristine, he stowed it away. However, the ink left something to be desired. Encased in a wooden vial, the ink was so diluted that the bottom of the container was visible, leading Schado to doubt its ability to leave a mark on the parchment. Had the apprentice not demonstrated its usability, he would have never considered purchasing such subpar ink. It was merely capable of leaving a faint trace. Yet, at this moment, it was all he could afford. Upon departing the material distribution office, he contemplated visiting the library to borrow books and organize his dictionary or heading over to Dean's place for transcription. Without hesitation, he chose the dormitory level. For borrowing books from the library required funds, and every coin saved was vital. "Dean, are you there?" "Schado," Dean exclaimed, his disheveled hair framing a somewhat grim visage. Bloodshot eyes betraying his fatigue. "I thought you wouldn't come today. I'd like to borrow your half-copy of the glorious divine admonitions for transcription, if that's all right." "Of course, come in," Dean replied. "You can transcribe here while I peruse other texts." Dean hastily cleared his desk, gesturing for Schado to proceed. Although Schado wished to decline, Dean's eager expression made refusal impossible. Schado surmised Dean was likely concerned about him reading the earlier portion of the notes. Schado was already conversant in the Nye's language for basic communication. Now he sought to enrich his vocabulary and grasp the corresponding script. Previously, while studying the glorious divine admonitions with Dean, he had taken note of the language's structure. After deliberate recognition and analysis, Schado discovered that Nye's script comprised 26 fundamental letters. Upon selectively querying Dean about similar characters, he confirmed that Nye's script functioned phonetically, akin to English on Earth. This revelation simplified matters considerably. By systematically organizing all the words in order, along with their phonetics and meanings, he could effectively create a dictionary. The content of the glorious Master's sacred proverb is remarkably extensive. If one were to compile all the words and phrases contained within, it would form a simple yet practical dictionary. In the future, whenever unfamiliar terms arise, one could consult this dictionary, and should any word remain untraceable, it would indicate the necessity for further expansion. Although Schado yearns to accomplish this endeavor in one fell swoop, he currently possesses only 6 sheets of parchment, which may prove insufficient to document every term, compelling him to commence with the initial letters and compile as much as possible. The Nye's script is entirely foreign to Schado, and his use of the quill is rather clumsy. Nevertheless, he overcomes these challenges, as nothing can quench his thirst for knowledge. Thus, time gradually elapses under Dean's gaze, transitioning from confusion and doubt to a profound understanding and admiration. In annotating the Nye's words, Schado refrains from employing his most familiar language, Chinese. Instead, he utilizes pinyin along with phonetic symbols, presenting a semblance of the arcane scripts used by mages to record their esoteric secrets, which imparts a sense of mystery. At the very least, Dean is taken aback, as he is still not even a formal apprentice and has yet to encounter the knowledge of such scripts. Schado has perused half of the glorious Master's sacred proverb repeatedly, extracting all words beginning with the first and second Nye's letters, complete with phonetic annotations and meanings. Viewed in this light, the task of compiling a rudimentary dictionary appears achievable in a short span, and Schado feels a sense of anticipation imagining himself borrowing the dictionary from the library, just as he prepares to diligently organize additional terms. The light in Dean's dormitory suddenly dims, as if the day has abruptly turned to night. Although he can still faintly discern his fingers, continuing to write becomes utterly impossible. Schado perceives the darkness of the night to be even denser than the inferior ink he purchased. "Dean, does the Mage Tower experience this daily?" Upon uttering this, Schado realizes that the Mage Tower relies on solar energy, yet the stored energy is not accessible to apprentices. To acquire more study time, one must resort to lighting candles at night. It is no wonder that candles and matches are distributed to apprentices. However, since the lights have already been extinguished and Dean has not indicated any intention to light a candle for him, Schado can only take his leave. For being the first day, he remains oblivious to the stringent schedule imposed upon apprentices. In dormitory 02163, just as Schado opens the door, a throng of 7 or 8 apprentices surges in, simultaneously exclaiming, "Dean, it's your turn today. Why haven't you lit the candle yet?" The newly arrived apprentices each ignite their candles from Dean's flame before hastily departing. At Schado, using a match each day seems rather impractical. So EVE agreed to share among several people. Will you continue your transcription? Despite the suggestion, Dean stands firmly at the threshold, showing no inclination to allow Schado to re-enter. Schado found it somewhat amusing. However, upon deeper reflection, he realized that these apprentices, who struggled at the bottom, might very well be a true reflection of his own future. Contemplating this, he could not help but feel that his earlier thoughts were, in fact, the more ridiculous ones. Chapter 23. Assigning tasks in a new environment. Filled with both anticipation and anxiety for the future, Schado found himself unable to sleep for a long time. However, compared to his days at the old Neil Inn, he felt an overwhelming sense of security within the Mage Tower. There were no conflicting interests among his peers, and the rivalries between apprentices resembled the friendly competition of students, devoid of any notion that undermining others would yield personal gain. The Mage Tower embodied order, a quality that deeply satisfied Schado, reminiscent of the world he once traversed. Lost in thought, Schado eventually drifted into slumber without realizing when it happened. The next day, just as dawn began to break, Schado abruptly tossed aside his blanket and leaped from his bed. Tower Spirit, report the current time. Apprentice Schado. The current time is 4:05 a.m. Upon hearing that it was still early, Schado sighed in relief. He contemplated returning to sleep but worried about missing the appointed hour. So he retrieved the rudimentary dictionary he had organized the previous night, consisting merely of the first two letters, barely a half-formed creation. Utilizing the faint light of dawn, he began to read and memorize. When fatigue set in, he fetched a wooden cup and drew some water from the swirling basin in the bathroom to soothe his throat before resuming his reading. Schado vowed that he had never dedicated himself so earnestly, even during his college entrance examinations. Indeed, it is the environment that transforms a person. As he continued to read and memorize, Schado lost track of time until the light in the room suddenly brightened, signaling the wake-up call. The time was now 5 a.m. And with the evening's sleep reminder around 9 p.m., the Mage Tower had scheduled an ideal 8 hours of rest for the apprentices, aligning with the usual daily restoration of a typical mage. Hastily, Schado gathered his belongings, placing everything portable into the pockets of his mage robe, particularly the portions of the dictionary he had organized the night before, even tucking away a bottle of inferior ink in an inner pocket. Finally, he splashed some water on his face in a haphazard manner before stepping out. Before opening the door, Schado believed he was quite early, having awakened before the lights had illuminated. However, upon arriving at the first-floor dining hall, he realized he was, in fact, rather late. Some apprentices had already taken their egg rolls and cheese as breakfast and departed, while others quickly finished their meals, settling into corners of the hall to read. As a newcomer to the Mage Tower, Schado was uncertain how his upcoming tasks would be arranged, so he simply followed suit, finishing his food swiftly before waiting in the hall. He silently read and memorized the intricate text while he waited. During this time, the nameless apprentices who had arrived yesterday also joined, but after their meal, they seemed at a loss for what to do, engaging in idle chatter that transformed the once tranquil hall into a cacophony. Schado couldn't help but frown at the noise. He felt compelled to intervene. Yet seeing that no one else stepped forward, he refrained from being the lone voice. Instead, he chose to harness this chaotic environment to strengthen his concentration. This skill was one of the core elements of a mage's casting ability. Without adequate focus, even if one could cast spells, the likelihood of losing control would far exceed that of someone with greater concentration. Schado hails from the modern era, where an overwhelming array of information can be quite distracting. He recognizes that his focus is somewhat inferior compared to that of a simple indigenous apprentice. At 5:30 p.m., a middle-aged mage entered the hall, instantly silencing the room. The unassigned apprentices gathered around him, and Schado was no exception. Yesterday, 45 apprentices departed, and 26 new ones have joined. This will inevitably affect the daily operations of the Mage Tower, necessitating adjustments to the roles of some existing apprentices. I will announce a selection of tasks. Those interested, please raise your hands, with preference given to those with experience. Schado contemplated which tasks he might adapt to, ideally those with occasional downtime, allowing him to study arcane texts in his spare moments. However, the ultimate decision rested with the middle-aged mage. The arcane garden requires 5 individuals. Preference will be given to those with experience in agriculture or plant care. As soon as the words left his lips, several hands shot up. After some thought, Schado raised his hand as well. Working in the garden seemed promising, offering ample free time, and he had a modicum of experience. Before his transmigration, he had cultivated daffodils, cared for asparagus ferns, tended to cacti, and even kept fish. He believed he could adapt well to this role, especially having absorbed a wealth of agricultural knowledge from his upbringing in China. The middle-aged mage selected 5 individuals, including Schado, and instructed them to step aside, continuing. We need 16 people to handle spellcasting materials. Those with relevant experience will be prioritized. A cacophony of hands shot up, and aside from those already called, nearly everyone else raised their hands. The mage then summoned those who did not signal interest and inquired, we need 5 individuals for kitchen duties. 5 more were chosen. The supply department requires 5 people, with a foundation in literacy and arithmetic. Another 5 were selected. Subsequently, instead of soliciting further interest, the mage designated the 16 individuals for the spellcasting materials, with the remainder assigned to cleaning duties, whether within the mage tower or at the laundry. Young Neil was chosen repeatedly until he ended up as a cleaner. Once the tasks were allocated, the middle-aged mage instructed everyone to register their names for record-keeping and mentioned, those who fail to meet attendance standards by the end of the month will see their wages deducted. Schado noticed that as the mage departed, his gaze lingered on him for a few seconds, seemingly fixated on the name embroidered on his chest. Whether this was a good or bad omen remained uncertain. The Arcane Garden is situated on the 2nd floor of the Mage Tower, encompassing a vast expanse of land. Among the 4 apprentices accompanying Schado to the garden, one shared his status as a formally named apprentice. Throughout the journey, this apprentice, named Sammy, was remarkably loquacious, challenging Shado's preconceived notions of the Mage Tower's apprentices. However, Sammy's subtle inquiries about Shado's background suggested that the apprentices were not as oblivious to the world beyond as Schado had initially presumed. That is quite acceptable. If everyone were to resemble robots, it would indeed be rather terrifying to contemplate. By the way, Sammy, did you previously work at the Arcane Garden? What sorts of tasks are typically undertaken there? Schado inquired. I have not been there, but my brother once worked at the Arcane Garden. The work is not particularly complicated. Generally, there are only 1 or 2 days a week that are somewhat exhausting, while the remaining days typically involve clearing weeds, pests, and the like. Chapter 24. The Arcane Garden. Schado remained pensive. The apprenticeship agreement at the Mage's Tower spanned 3 years, without any ambition for advancement. It was merely a low-paying job that offered a modicum of experience. However, if one harbored aspirations for progress, no amount of remuneration would suffice. Schado discerned that Sammy's family was reasonably well off, certainly more affluent than young Neil's. Yet even so, they could not afford for both children to study magic concurrently. A sense of pressure seemed to envelop them. It was not until they arrived at the Arcane Garden that Sammy somewhat reined in his emotions, reverting to the image of a mage that Schado had come to know, rational and aloof. Exiting the lift, they found themselves in the Arcane Garden, which resembled an independent realm, complete with farmland, livestock pens, rivers, mills, and houses. Their destination was one of the stone structures, and from a distance, they spotted a middle-aged man in a linen tunic. Bare-armed and lost in thought over a tome, indifferent to their arrival. Esteemed mage, we are here to augment the personnel of the Arcane Garden, Sammy murmured as they approached. Ah, Sammy, and Schado, the mage acknowledged, glancing at Sammy and then at Schado. You may organize all tasks as you see fit. I shall not oversee the process. Only the results. Now, be off, and do not disturb me unless necessary. Schado had encountered several official mages who were similarly detached. Sammy, having spent considerable time in the Mage's Tower, was accustomed to such indifference and beckoned Schado and the others toward the stone house. Schado, come, Sammy whispered conspiratorially, leading Schado aside from the others to a corner of the house. Feel free to utilize them for any tasks. Our number is inconsequential. At the month's end, we can assist them with inquiries. Schado nodded, acknowledging his understanding. The exchange of inquiry opportunities for other resources was not exclusive to him. Other official apprentices had likely devised similar arrangements, differing only in the terms of exchange. How many individuals are there? Do all official apprentices engage in this manner? Schado inquired. Approximately 30, though I am not entirely certain of the exact count. Among the official apprentices, including us, there are only 3. Only so few official apprentices? Schado exclaimed. That's rather substantial. The work of official apprentices typically pertains to magic, and the Arcane Garden has few barriers to entry. Schado pondered this and nodded thoughtfully. While the total number of official apprentices might be considerable, ordinary apprentices seldom encountered them, thus any opportunity to exchange for inquiries was to be seized. It reminded him of Dean, who had been elated when Schado proposed their transaction. It seemed Sammy occupied a lower tier among the official apprentices. Yet Schado found himself even further down the hierarchy. He had yet to grasp the fundamental spell, repair, deemed essential for becoming an official apprentice. There remained much effort to be undertaken. Schado and Sammy had agreed to exchange their opportunities for questions in return for assistance from others while they pursued their own tasks. Meanwhile, the three ordinary apprentices had donned their work attire, ready to commence their duties. Upon encountering Schado, both Sammy and Schado had not changed their clothing, which elicited no surprise. They were seasoned apprentices of the Mage Tower and had presumably familiarized themselves with the unspoken rules of the Arcane Garden prior to their arrival. For them, the greater the number of formal apprentices, the more advantageous it was, as each additional apprentice represented an extra question they could pose at the end of the month. And the larger the group, the easier it was to coordinate and decide on inquiries, thus minimizing potential disagreements. Thus, Schado and Sammy embarked on their formal labor for the day. During this time, Sammy introduced Schado to another formal apprentice, devoid. After a brief exchange, they parted ways. Schado found an apple tree laden with ripe fruit, laid his mage robe on the ground, leaned against the trunk, and began to memorize the arcane script. At that moment, Schado felt an uncanny resemblance to the anxiety of impending exams, though he had never been as diligent prior to his own examinations. The Arcane Garden primarily served the purpose of cultivating crops and raising livestock, unlike other realms where temperatures remained at the most suitable levels for the human body. Here, the heat was quite oppressive. Even after shedding his robe, Schado still felt uncomfortably warm, pondering how Sammy managed to cope. In addition to the heat, there was the brightness. The illumination in the Arcane Garden resembled the intensity of midday sunlight, even while sheltered beneath the apple tree's shade. Prolonged focus on the words inscribed on the parchment caused his eyes to sting and ache. This place was originally intended for labor, yet it had been repurposed by Schado and his companions for study, far from being a true learning environment. Imagine attempting to study under the scorching sun at noon during the height of summer. It required formidable willpower, indeed, as one of the core elements of a mage's spellcasting. Concentration largely stemmed from will, and modern life's comforts had dulled this quality in many. Though Schado was making progress, at that moment, his willpower was evidently lacking. He recalled observing a formal mage engrossed in his studies, and not beneath the shade of a tree. As for Sammy, Schado chose to cease pondering him. His own concerns took precedence. He pinched the inner thigh hard. Hiss. Instantly, a wave of sharp pain coursed through his body, yet in that fleeting moment, his mind became remarkably focused, allowing him to continue his study of the arcane script. He understood that using physical pain to enhance concentration was a dubious path. Yet he also recognized that before the power of mental will could triumph over bodily inertia, a necessary stimulus was sometimes warranted. Thus, the morning passed, when Schado finally appeared. Limping, at the lift, Sammy and devoid regarded him with curious glances, though they refrained from further comments. As for the ordinary apprentices, they were too preoccupied with their own fatigue to spare thoughts for anyone else. Lunch was enjoyed in the first-floor dining hall, where the atmosphere was markedly more vibrant compared to the quieter breakfast and dinner hours. Apprentices seldom found such moments to engage in leisurely conversation. In contrast to the monotonous offerings of the morning and evening meals, lunch presented a delightful variety, in addition to the usual bread and cheese. There was a small portion of roasted meat, a leaf of lettuce, and a modest half-glass of wine. The wine required a personal vessel, as the dining hall did not provide any. Fortunately, Schado had brought along his wooden wine cup. After lunch, Schado sought out Sammy and inquired, "Are there other apprentices in the Arcane Garden this morning? Can we forego attending?" Although the garden offered an opportunity to hone focus and concentration, Schado believed that the learning efficiency there paled in comparison to other venues, especially considering his urgent need to master the Nesseriel script. "It may be the same for you, but not for me," Schado mused, resigning himself to abandon this plan and resolved to make the most of the remaining time. Subsequently, the two parted ways. Chapter 25, The First Class, a legendary tale regarding the afternoon lecture. Schado had consulted with the tower spirit, who informed him that apprentices could determine their own learning pace. Typically, those who had just entered the Mage Tower would receive instruction from some distinguished formal apprentices in the hall on the first floor. Progressing further, one could choose to join the courses offered by formal mages without the need for application. However, formal mages would not alter their pace for any individual. Should one fall behind, The options were to either revert to a previous level or continue attending until the course was repeated. By inquiring with the tower spirit, Schado was able to obtain a list of courses taught by various formal mages. He gathered that there were detailed explanations of specific spells, studies on the structure of the magical web, the crafting of magical items, and even specialized courses on mage etiquette and elven manners. Nonetheless, these subjects were of little relevance to Schado at present, for his foundational knowledge of magic was nearly non-existent. He hadn't even managed to pass the literacy test yet, leaving him no inclination to ponder other matters. The only option available to him was the most elementary course on magical enlightenment, taught by a formal apprentice named Ganner in the hall on the first floor, within the hall of the Tower of Time. Although the previous formal mage in charge had mentioned that 26 new apprentices had joined this year, when Schado arrived, he found fewer than 10 present. Among them was little Neil, which did not surprise Schado. He had sensed this during the entrance examination. Unlike him, the others possessed some financial means, enabling them to hire an apprentice who had abandoned the path of magic to provide them with early enlightenment without incurring substantial costs. At precisely 12:30, the formal apprentice Ganner appeared punctually in the hall, surveying the room before finally fixing his gaze on Schado. The latter felt somewhat awkward. He merely bore the title of a formal apprentice without possessing the necessary skills, making him quite conspicuous among those who had yet to embark on their magical journey. Nevertheless, in the face of Ganner's scrutiny, Schado met his gaze with poise, acknowledging his own shortcomings while also recognizing his earnest efforts to improve. There was nothing shameful in that. Fortunately, Ganner's gaze lingered only briefly before he commenced the day's lesson, refraining from any teasing or disparaging remarks. Dear students, having chosen to join the Mage Tower, you must not squander these 3 years. If that were the case, why not seek other pursuits in town? Since you harbor aspirations for the path of magic, you must devote your full energy and not waste your family's sacrifices. Today's lesson will not delve into magical knowledge. Instead, I will share experiences about life, study, and work within the Mage Tower, along with tales of several legendary figures. Ganner's initial lesson did not commence with magic, but rather with an account of the daily life and work within the Mage Tower, infused with a touch of encouragement and foresight. The insights of a formal apprentice were invaluable to Schado, who eagerly absorbed Ganner's teachings, diligently recording notes on parchment while relating them to his own circumstances. The stories of legendary figures recounted by Ganner also provided Schado with immense spiritual inspiration. The great mage Nesseriel, until the age of 30, led a humble life as a farmer. However, upon unexpectedly acquiring a book on the fundamentals of magic at that age, he chose not to sell it for a chance at a better life. Instead, he devoted himself, at great personal cost, to learning to read and write from scratch. During this arduous journey, even his own son mocked him, deeming it absurd for a mere farmer to aspire to become a grand mage. Yet, Nesseriel persevered. Undeterred by the skepticism of his family and the derision of his neighbors, he secretly seized moments of respite during the farming off-season to learn from scholars in the city. Upon discovering the tale of a self-taught farmer turning into a mage, the local lord decided to invest in Nesseriel, ushering him into the Mage Tower. From that point onward, Nesseriel embarked on an unstoppable journey along the path of magic. At the age of 45, when orcs ravaged his homeland, Nesseriel descended from the skies, wielding a tempest of magic. It was then that the people recognized him as a distinguished grand mage, and many believed that he would surely become a legend. The tales of Nesseriel had reached Schado long before, recounted by adventurers at the Old Neil Tavern, albeit in a disjointed and exaggerated manner, lacking the vividness and authenticity of Ganal's narrative. In addition to the story of Grand Mage Nesseriel, Ganal also spoke of the venerable Archmage Congenio, who invented the Einstone centuries ago and remains alive to this day. This account was equally captivating and poignant, stirring a deep yearning within Schado. However, to Shado's surprise, the name Iolam was conspicuously absent from Ganal's recounting. In the game Schado had played before his journey, Iolam's name was intricately linked to Nesseriel. The mention of Nesseriel inevitably conjured images of the floating city built atop a severed mountain peak, defying gravity and hovering in the clouds. What force could uphold a mountain peak in the heavens? The answer lay in the invention of the Mystra Core by Iolam. Yet, to date, Schado had heard no mention of the floating city, suggesting that the Mystra Core had yet to be conceived. He remained unaware of the precise moment it would come into existence. Before this, Iolam should not have been an obscure figure, particularly given that the legendary Lord Savar's ancestor, the Archmage Savar, was a pupil of Iolam. When Ganal previously mentioned narrating the stories of legendary figures, Schado had anticipated the emergence of Iolam's tale, only to be met with silence. Schado harbored an insatiable curiosity regarding the Mystra Core and the floating city. Arriving in Nesseriel without mastering the art of navigating the floating city across the plains would render his journey futile. Ganal, however, did not overlook Schado. He addressed him directly, asking, "Apprentice Schado, do you have any questions you wish to pose?" The other 7 or 8 ordinary apprentices gazed at Schado with envy. Although he had many inquiries, he felt ill-equipped to engage in equal discourse with the established apprentices and seized the opportunity to ask, "May I inquire on behalf of a fellow apprentice about the restoration spell?" Chapter 26. Inquiries and Gifted Notes. Although Schado had the opportunity to pose questions as a formal apprentice, each individual was permitted only 1 inquiry per day. Typically, the number of students attending a formal mage's lecture was not excessively large, and questions would not consume a significant portion of the class time. However, if left unrestricted, one could potentially inquire throughout the day. Schado promptly articulated the question Dean wished to have answered. After a brief moment of silence, Nar responded, stating that the apprentice in question likely had some deficiencies in foundational mathematics. To remedy this, he suggested that the apprentice borrow the book Geometric Principles and Zero-Ring Spells from the library, which would undoubtedly clarify the issue at hand. Schado diligently noted Nar's guidance, while the other apprentices quietly recorded the title of the book. Though they lacked the privilege to ask questions, listening was certainly permissible. Having addressed Shado's inquiry, Nar concluded his teaching responsibilities for the day. His introductory course on magic spanned an entire week, a task that was not particularly coveted by formal mages. The introductory course held the lowest rating within the Mage Tower, consequently offering the least remuneration. What might seem meager compensation to a formal mage was, however, a substantial sum for an apprentice. Nar had secured his position as this year's instructor for new apprentices after considerable competition. Moreover, even if he were to complete the half-finished Radiant Lord's sacred maxims, there remained an array of unfamiliar characters and terms awaiting his attention, necessitating further visits to the library. In dormitory 02163, Dean had returned, yet today he found no inclination to delve into his studies. Instead, he sat outside his dormitory, absently perusing his notes while munching on bread, eagerly anticipating Shado's arrival. The mere thought that Schado might present him with the key to surmounting the final hurdle to becoming a formal apprentice made Dean somewhat restless. Having been part of the Mage Tower for 2 years, he realized that failure to attain formal status within the 3rd year would lead to his family's withdrawal of support. Had it not been for the fortunate encounter with a formal apprentice who had yet to commence their introductory lessons, affording him a chance to pose questions at a minimal cost, Dean might have succumbed to despair. The majority of apprentices within the Mage Tower were akin to him, ordinary and yearning for the opportunity to inquire of the esteemed mages. However, such opportunities were exceedingly scarce. And once the needs of the formal apprentices were satisfied, how many chances remained? Even if there were opportunities, they were not within Dean's financial reach. When Schado approached the vicinity of dormitory 02163, he found Dean lost in thought at the entrance, so much so that even as Schado drew near, Dean remained oblivious. "Dean, why aren't you going inside?" Schado inquired. Dean, startled, replied, "Aren't you attending class?" Schado fell silent, reflecting on the unfortunate plight of ordinary apprentices. "I asked that question for you today, but I was in an introductory class, not a formal mage's lecture." "That's perfectly fine," Dean exclaimed, his eyes alight with anticipation as he gazed at Schado. He cared not for the title of the apprentice, but rather for the knowledge of the mage. Even a beggar's insights would suffice for him. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of regret. "Schado, please wait." Dean burst into the room, clutching a notebook, which he had meticulously transcribed the first half of the previously erased the sacred maxims of the Radiant Lord. He presented the notebook to me, instructing me to organize the words within, promising to elucidate the specific pronunciations and meanings the following day. He could hardly contain his eagerness to rush to the library. Yet realizing that mere reading might not resolve his quandaries, Dean decided to gift the notebook to Schado instead. Schado gazed at the notebook thrust into his hands, recognizing it as the very one he had copied the day before. However, the initial half of the content had been erased by Dean and rewritten with the maxims. A standard notebook of this quality, if pristine, would fetch 15 gold coins at the supply office. Should it contain magical knowledge, it could be deemed a spell book, its value soaring exponentially depending on the worth of the knowledge inscribed within. Nevertheless, even though the pages had been subjected to multiple erasures and filled with relatively insignificant maxims, The notebook was still worth several gold coins. The exorbitance of knowledge is indeed reflected in the costliness of the paper. Schado had yet to encounter genuine paper made from inexpensive materials, as all he had seen were parchment made from animal skins, typically from young lambs. Of course, there were also calfskin, giant lizard skin, and even dragon skin suitable for paper, but the prices for such materials were beyond imagination. Having spent 6 months in Seville town, Schado had not heard of any tales of dragon slaying by the residents of Nyes, only rumors of a dragon-skin spellbook in the elven kingdom, said to contain world-destroying magic. The path of a mage requires not only talent but also substantial financial resources. Some seemingly inconspicuous yet indispensable basic consumables are quite costly, such as ink priced at 10 gold coins per bottle and a 100-page blank notebook costing 15 gold coins. The fee for borrowing from the library is typically 1% of the book's value, at least 1 gold coin. Relying solely on the meager daily wage of 1 silver coin from the Mage Tower would make it impossible to sustain oneself. Thus, one must devise ways to acquire wealth, whether from familial support or other apprentices. Despite the fact that the notebook gifted by Dean was already filled with writing, Schado felt immense joy. For a man with only 6 sheets of lambskin could not afford to be choosy. He intended to organize the text within and erase it clean, transforming it into his first personal notebook, thus sparing himself the expense of purchasing lambskin parchment, which would be unwise. In the future, he could save to acquire a proper blank notebook. Chapter 27. A transaction renewed yesterday. He was unaware of the market value of an inquiry opportunity within the Mage Tower. But today, after navigating the unspoken rules of the Arcane Garden, he has come to appreciate the rarity of such chances. A month without work, merely assisting with a single inquiry, amounts to a value of 3 gold coins, based on Shado's wages. However, the time gained from not working can be devoted to personal endeavors, making the true value of an inquiry far exceed 3 gold coins. Schado could not afford to pose a question daily on Dean's behalf, as the service Dean provided did not warrant such an expense. Thus, it was imperative to renegotiate the terms of their transaction or seek another counterpart. Yet, having missed the opportunity, Schado had no intention of pursuing Dean to the library. After all, it was a seller's market, and inquiries could be made at any time. Now, armed with a complete volume of proverbs, Schado first organized the words beginning with the initial 2 letters from the first half, before proceeding to those starting with the 3rd letter. Time flew by as he immersed himself in this task, and when he reached the 6th letter, the lights went out, plunging the dormitory into darkness. It was 9 o'clock, and Schado still had a significant portion of the letters left to organize, but he was confident that as he became more familiar with proverbs, his progress would accelerate. The following day, Schado woke up before the dawn light, recalling the phonetic symbols and meanings of the vocabulary he had studied. As soon as the clock struck 5, he ventured out to the first-floor dining hall for breakfast, no longer needing to wait for the steward to assign him work, as he could head directly to the Arcane Garden. However, due to the unspoken rules, he merely made an appearance before the steward in the Arcane Garden before engaging in his own activities. Because Dean had gifted him the notes transcribing proverbs the previous night, Schado chose to focus on organizing a simple dictionary rather than memorizing vocabulary, intending to absorb the words through reading instead. He had realized that memorizing words in isolation was not particularly efficient over the past 2 days. However, lacking better conditions, he preferred not to squander time. Throughout the morning, Schado diligently organized his literacy tool, a small dictionary. Regrettably, the 6 sheets of parchment were scarcely sufficient, aside from the spaces reserved for phonetic symbols and definitions. Nearly every other area was filled. With only 5 silver coins to his name, Schado could not afford a blank notebook, so he contemplated how to address his inquiry eligibility. Thus, he approached Sammy, who was reading by the riverbank. Schado did not conceal the fact that he was learning to read and write. Instead, he spoke candidly. "Sammy, I apologize for interrupting you, but there is something I must inquire about." "What is it?" Though Sammy was somewhat displeased at having his train of thought disrupted, he did not refuse Shado's request. "I would like to know how much an ordinary apprentice would be willing to pay for a single inquiry opportunity, if calculated in gold coins." Sammy suddenly chuckled, noting that the same item holds varying values depending on the individual. "If you are willing, I would gladly offer 15 gold coins for each opportunity to pose a question to you. It is quite rare for ordinary apprentices to afford such a sum." With 15 gold coins, one could procure a blank notebook of 100 pages, while Schado would merely be sacrificing a single chance to inquire. By this calculation, Schado could amass 450 gold coins in a month. However, This comes at the expense of his own learning progress. Initially, it may seem feasible, but later he might need to barter with others for opportunities to ask questions. After a moment of contemplation, Schado deemed it acceptable to trade with Sammy and readily agreed. Yet, Sammy added, the questions I wish to pose pertain to specific courses from certain esteemed mages. You must attend their lectures and may only inquire after the classes conclude. Upon hearing this, Schado furrowed his brow, realizing that according to Sammy's stipulations, he would be unable to attend his introductory lessons, and the formal mage courses would be beyond his comprehension. This cost seemed rather steep. He informed Sammy of his ongoing magical education, to which Sammy responded with an understanding smile. We can arrange it this way. I shall teach you your introductory lessons in the morning, and in the afternoon, you can assist me by asking questions. For each question you pose, I shall compensate you with 5 gold coins. This arrangement equates to 10 gold coins per introductory lesson, still offering individual guidance. However, upon further reflection, Schado chose to decline. Compared to Sammy, he preferred to trust the introductory lessons provided by the Mage Tower. Furthermore, should their trading cease abruptly, it would disrupt his education, and it remains uncertain whether Ganner will offer additional sessions. What appears to be a bargain may very well result in a significant loss and complicate matters unnecessarily. Sammy, I find this arrangement too cumbersome. I propose this instead. I will attend classes at my own pace, while simultaneously selling my inquiry opportunities. For the past week, my questions have been directed towards the apprentice Ganner. Please reach out to anyone you know who may wish to inquire of Ganner. I shall take a modest sum of 5 gold coins for each opportunity you facilitate. The crux of Shado's predicament lies in his lack of funds. Were he to possess a substantial amount of gold, he could even hire a formal mage for tutoring. Literacy would pose no challenge, as there are wondrous spells capable of imparting the universal language in an instant. Wealth provides its own avenues, while the impoverished must navigate their constraints. Yet Schado did not wish to squander excessive time deliberating over potential losses. He aimed to swiftly acquire essential learning resources, like this morning's predicament, where he found himself short of parchment and unable to continue organizing his dictionary. Such time wastage is truly disgraceful. Time is the ultimate treasure, and at 24 years of age, he finds himself already at a disadvantage compared to the mere 18-year-old Sammy. Thus, he must strive to catch up with fervor. Currently, the only asset he can leverage is the opportunity to ask questions. As he undergoes his introductory training, he likely harbors numerous inquiries. Yet most do not pertain to his learning progress, but rather serve to satiate his curiosity. Trading his inquiry opportunities for resources and time represents the optimal solution for Schado. Sammy listened to Chad's words and fell into a brief silence, seemingly discerning the underlying message in Chad's tone. He then agreed, saying, "Very well. I will connect you with an apprentice, or perhaps a merchant, who has forsaken the path of magic to focus on resource integration among apprentices. I believe you will have ample opportunities to reach out to him in the future." "Thank you," Chad replied. "No need for thanks. Introducing you to him will also yield me a handsome reward," Sammy stated matter-of-factly. It was evident that if Chad did not pose any questions on his own behalf, Sammy was unwilling to squander time acting as an intermediary, opting instead to directly introduce Chad to this merchant apprentice. As the morning progressed, Chad found himself unable to continue organizing the dictionary and could only memorize the pronunciation and definitions he had previously arranged. This continued until noon. Efficiency was paramount for mages, and apprentices were no exception. Chad and Sammy hastily concluded their lunch and proceeded to the library floor. The merchant apprentice they were to meet had long-term rental of a transcription room on this floor, utilizing it for his intermediary business. Had it not been for Chad's recent arrival at the Mage Tower, he would have inevitably learned of this merchant apprentice's reputation sooner or later. Chapter 28. Eldridge. Upon his inaugural visit to the library level, Schado was filled with curiosity as he surveyed his surroundings. However, there was little of visual intrigue to behold. The space resembled the libraries of his former life, albeit with a multitude of small transcription rooms and magical laboratories. The library boasted over 20 divisions, yet the volumes housed within each section were scant, with many titles redundantly repeated. Collectively perhaps fewer in number than those found in the library of Shado's previous high school. Knowledge was sorely lacking, yet it remained exceedingly precious. On the way, Sammy had already introduced Schado to Eldridge, a formal apprentice hailing from a family of merchants. Eldridge was intelligent from a young age. Yet his aspirations lay not in the arcane arts, but rather in becoming a distinguished merchant, a sentiment tacitly endorsed by those above him. In a transcription room cluttered with goods, Schado encountered Eldritch himself, accompanied by two ordinary apprentices who were busily tending to various tasks. "Eldritch, I bring you a new customer. Please attend to him while I take my leave for other matters. My reputation precedes me," Sammy declared before departing. Once Sammy had left, Eldritch turned his attention to Schado. "Mr. Schado, how may I assist you? Whether it be candles, matches, sewing needles, or even magical scrolls and spell books, I have it all." Eldritch was undoubtedly the least wizardly apprentice Schado had encountered in the Mage Tower, truly embodying his title as a merchant apprentice. After relaying his intention to sell a questioning opportunity, Eldritch's eyes sparkled with interest. However, when he learned that for the time being, inquiries could only be directed to the formal apprentice Nar, the gleam in his eyes dimmed slightly, yet anticipation remained. "Mr. Schado, are you truly prepared to sell your questioning opportunity?" he inquired. "Indeed. Although I am currently a formal apprentice, I have only just joined the Mage Tower. In the short term, the questioning opportunity holds little value for me. Exchanging it for the resources I require seems a prudent choice." Eldritch instantly comprehended Shado's intentions and asked, "And what of the future?" "We shall see. If the need arises, I may consider selling again." "Excellent, excellent," Eldritch exclaimed, rummaging through the disordered desks of the transcription room. Soon, he produced a ledger and remarked, "Mr. Schado, the afternoon lessons are about to commence. Shall we initiate our transaction today?" "Certainly. Though I would appreciate the option to receive a portion in advance. That can be arranged, but only up to half." At this juncture, Eldritch recalled that they had yet to discuss the specific price for a single inquiry. He retrieved a piece of parchment and handed it to Schado. It detailed the remuneration for one questioning opportunity, typically payable in gold coins or magical materials. Should Schado have other requests, he was welcome to voice them. Though acceptance was not guaranteed, Schado understood. As an intermediary, Eldritch did not produce goods himself but thrived on resource integration for profit, although he also sold some merchandise. Operating in a dual capacity, the parchment indicated that one questioning opportunity could be exchanged for 10 gold coins or equivalent magical materials. Here are the prices from Edric. If Schado were to contact him directly, it is highly likely that the cost would exceed 10 gold coins. However, Schado is quite satisfied to have such a channel available, sparing him the time he would otherwise waste. For Schado, exchanging gold for time is a worthwhile trade. Is it possible to substitute parchment and ink? Certainly. Edric turned and retrieved a stack of parchment and a small wooden vial from the pile of goods, presenting them to Schado. An advance of half amounts to 5 gold coins, with ink costing 3 gold coins, and 2 sheets of parchment priced at 3 silver coins, totaling 14 pieces. The extra silver coin is considered a courtesy for this initial transaction. Schado nodded in acceptance, and thereafter, Edric selected a question from a ledger used for recording inquiries. Informing Schado of the question he needed to pose in the afternoon. It pertained to the art of repair, though it differed slightly from the one Dean had asked. This inquiry focused on the structural transformation of the repair spell when applied to various materials. It appeared to have a more practical angle, leading Schado to speculate that this apprentice was closer to mastering repair than Dean. Yet, despite being so near the threshold of formal apprenticeship, he still lacked the qualification to ask questions and could only seek assistance from others. Though Schado felt a twinge of sentimentality, he was not foolish enough to offer his help for free. From this vantage point, it seems that mages are indeed extreme individualists. Upon Shado's arrival, their voices quieted. But they offered no greeting, seemingly having excluded him from their small circle. Nevertheless, Schado remained indifferent. Such cliques are unlikely to endure, as they will soon dissolve based on the varying learning paces of their members. With no mutual benefit, who would wish to indulge those lagging behind in their studies? Schado found an empty seat and began to silently read and memorize from the portion of the dictionary he had organized, continuing this way until 12:30 when Ganner arrived for the lesson. As with the previous day, today's class did not delve into any specific magical knowledge, but rather aimed to establish a worldview of magic for the apprentices, covering the characteristics of spellcasters, their ranks, progression paths, and their understanding of the universe. Schado found the design of such a course intriguing. He surmised that if these introductory lessons were not derived from extensive practical experience, the designer must surely be a sage, particularly one skilled in teaching. Schado felt a pang of anxiety over forgetting the material, disregarding dinner, and hurried to the library, where he relayed Ganner's responses to Edric, thus earning the second half of his reward, a small vial of ink and 14 sheets of parchment, for which he paid 1 silver coin. As he left the library, he encountered Dean, who had come to borrow materials. This time, Schado did not forget to renegotiate their transaction. The arrangement went smoothly. Dean had little say in the matter, having borrowed the book Geometric Principles and Zero-Ring Spells the previous day. While useful, it was insufficient for him to grasp repair in such a short time. He still required Shado's opportunity to pose questions. The two individuals reconvened and agreed that within the week, Dean would elucidate the nuances of the Nez language for Schado after dinner, encompassing pronunciation and meanings. In turn, Schado would pose questions to Dean once more. A week later, they would arrange another meeting. Thus, Shado's days within the Mage Tower gradually fell into a rhythm. During the day, he meticulously organized his dictionary. In the afternoon, he attended classes, utilizing his opportunity to inquire, and in the evening, he sought Dean's guidance in interpreting the intricacies of the Nez language. After lights out, he would occasionally ignite a candle to continue his studies. Time passed slowly, and so concluded the first week Schado spent in the Mage Tower. Chapter 29. The three essential elements of spellcasting. During the past week, Schado completed his introductory course in magic and compiled a rudimentary dictionary of the Nez language, enabling him to read independently using this simplified resource. He did not squander a single opportunity to pose questions each day. One was exchanged with Dean for an interpretation of Nez vocabulary after dinner, while the remaining 4 were traded with Eldridge, yielding a total of 40 gold coins. However, these coins swiftly passed through Shado's hands, as he soon acquired 2 pristine blank notebooks for 30 gold coins and 2 small bottles of ink for 6 gold coins from Eldridge. Additionally, he purchased a copy biography of the Archmagus Nesseriel for 4 gold coins from Dean. Now, Shado's daily belongings include 4 notebooks, 34 sheets of parchment, a wooden goblet, a bottle of ink, and a quill. Though somewhat burdensome, these items constitute Shado's core assets, which he prefers to carry with him. He had contemplated affixing a lock to his dormitory door, but upon inquiring with Otter, he discovered that even the most ordinary lock costs 20 gold coins. Such a lock could easily be opened with a blade of grass. More sophisticated options exist, but they come at an even steeper price. Schado has temporarily abandoned the idea of purchasing a lock, reasoning that he could reconsider the matter once the weight of his possessions exceeds his physical capacity. A week has elapsed, and the introductory course has concluded without the prospect of repetition. Should he wish to revisit or supplement his learning, additional costs will be incurred. Shado's grasp of the material has surpassed that of the other 7 or 8 apprentices, as he is an adult equipped with his own logical framework, cognitive system, and a methodical approach to knowledge. In this regard, a mature individual from Earth clearly surpasses those Nez individuals who, despite being termed adults, are merely 15 or 16 years old. As a new week dawns, Schado opts to enroll in Overview of Zero-Ring Magic, taught once again by a formal apprentice. To date, Schado remains unaware of the precise number of official mages within the Mage Tower, having chosen this course based on the recommendation of the previous instructor, Ganel. Having completed the introductory course, Schado has gained an intuitive understanding of Nez magic, which diverges significantly from the gaming materials of his former life. The reality of Faerûn and its spellcasting is far more authentic. Every spellcaster must channel their magic through the weave, with distinctions arising from the varying levels of control required. Some spellcasters can invoke spells merely by understanding their effects, allowing the weave to respond autonomously, while others must manipulate the weave themselves to achieve the desired magical results. The bard, Mayan, whom Schado previously encountered, exemplifies the former, whereas mages, or arcane practitioners, belong to the latter category. The means of controlling the weave constitutes one of the 3 essential elements of spellcasting, the other 2 being concentration and the weave itself. Provided that these 3 fundamental elements are satisfied, even a goblin in the wilderness could ascend to the status of a mage. As for the levels of spells, they correlate with the difficulty of manipulating the weave. The greater the challenge, the higher the spell's tier. The Nez people possess a refreshing simplicity in this regard. Even if a first-level spell could unleash catastrophic destruction, it would still be classified merely as a first-level spell. However, such occurrences are rare, and many sorcerers are accustomed to concealing the spells they discover or create. The commonly accepted standards for spells have long been established over nearly a millennium in the nation of Nesseriel. Even if a sorcerer claims to have reduced the casting standards of the 3rd-tier spell, Fireball, to the level of an apprentice and manages to demonstrate it with a few apprentices, as long as the majority of apprentices are unable to replicate it, Fireball will still be regarded as a 3rd-tier spell. Shado's choice to enroll in the course Overview of Zero-Tier Spells was not only due to the recommendation from his previous instructor, Ganel, but also because the course appeared to be the most fundamental. Rather than directly learning a specific spell, Schado wished to gain a broader understanding of the Nesserians' overall perception of magic. This desire led him to purchase the biography The Great Mage Nesseriel, not merely for the sake of acquiring literacy. At first glance, this seemed to be a process of assimilation. However, from another perspective, it could be seen as the epitome of adapting to local customs. Furthermore, Schado harbored a subtle aspiration to disseminate civilization. Although Nesseriel had been established for nearly a millennium, how much cultural and historical depth could a nation stemming from a few small fishing villages possess? For centuries, it had been influenced by the elves. If it could be swayed by them, why could it not be influenced by Schado? Being in a foreign realm inevitably breeds loneliness, so creating a community of his own would be a delightful endeavor. Yet, until he could firmly establish himself, this notion had to remain deeply concealed within Shado's mind. A new day dawned. The course overview of zero-tier spells was taught by the formal apprentice, Colin. However, upon attending the class, Schado discovered that it had already commenced a week prior. The other new apprentices who had attended the introductory course with him were equally bewildered. Yet, Colin would not restart the lecture for the sake of a few individuals. Instead, he continued from the previous week's progress. Schado felt a flicker of frustration, but he was left with no recourse. The greatest dilemma was that having missed the initial content, he was likely to fall behind in the subsequent material, a vicious cycle where one misstep leads to another. Colin's remarks discontented the newly joined apprentices, yet Schado felt quite delighted. Aside from the option to pay for supplementary lessons, Colin's words implied that the day's lecture bore little connection to the previous week's content. Thus, Schado had only missed the overview of spells, while new material would still be accessible. Indeed, Colin proceeded to introduce this week's curriculum. He would teach reading magic and the identification of zero-tier spells, urging everyone to take notes. With a customary penalty of 20 gold coins for missed content, reading magic, Schado was overjoyed, for this zero-tier spell could be considered the cornerstone of a sorcerer's journey. Without reading magic, one could not even read or comprehend spell scrolls, let alone more intricate spellbooks. More accurately, the ability to distinguish between a sorcerer, including aspiring mages, and an ordinary person hinged upon this very skill of reading magic. In the town of Seville, there exists a multitude of ordinary individuals capable of wielding zero-ring magic. However, none possess the ability to comprehend the reading of magic, thus they cannot be considered true mages, nor even apprentices in a technical sense. Strictly speaking, newcomers such as Schado also do not qualify as legitimate apprentices. The demarcation lies within the realm of zero-ring reading magic. Furthermore, reading magic serves as the foundation for understanding and deconstructing the magical web. Otherwise, one would merely be akin to a wandering bard, aware of the phenomena yet oblivious to their underlying principles. It is evident that Schado, with his inquisitive nature, would not overlook this particular magic, as it has long been inscribed on his list of essential studies. Now, with Colin surprisingly offering to teach reading magic free of charge, Schado immediately perked up, fully engaged and intensely focused on the lesson at hand. Chapter 30, The Art of Reading Magic in the First Level of the Tower of Sorcery. In a corner of the Grand Hall, the formal apprentice Colin was imparting the secrets of reading magic to the newly inducted apprentices of the Mage Tower. His pace was rapid, yet aided by the conjured lights and shadows. The eager novices found it manageable, though they struggled to capture every detail in their notes. Schado listened intently, diligently recording every nuance. The emergence of reading magic had unveiled a new realm for him. Previously, he had perceived reading magic as a peculiar spell, but Colin's elucidation allowed him to grasp why it served as the foundation and starting point for all mages. In truth, reading magic is not merely a spell, but rather a skill that can be learned, refined, and optimized. This skill intertwines with spell identification, creating a unique framework of knowledge. The initial engagement with the magical web is the first step. Without this prerequisite, all subsequent learning becomes futile. As Colin elucidated the techniques of reading magic, he unveiled portions of spell structures to the apprentices, explaining the correlation between spell structures and their effects, as well as the requisite spell structures for various outcomes. This encompassed both spell identification and reading magic. The so-called spell structures represent the methods by which a caster manipulates the magical web, distilled through the insights of predecessors into established forms. Numerous schools of thought exist regarding the expression of these spell structures: the vocal school, employing song and incantations; the movement school, utilizing dance and gestures; and the instrumental school, which involves magical artifacts to assist in casting. However, the predominant approach remains the minimalist school. Faerûn is not a tranquil world. The Nezumi have toiled in the wilds for nearly a millennium, with few territories established. People yearn for power, and the most accessible and swift means of acquiring it. Regardless of the chosen method of casting, the practitioner must concentrate fully and focus intently. Any distraction could disrupt the incantation, potentially leading to severe backlash. Every moment is precious for a mage. A realization Schado had come to appreciate deeply during his week at the Mage Tower. Colin's lectures lacked the interactive dynamics typical of classrooms from Shado's previous life, where teachers engaged with their students to gauge understanding. Here, interactions were non-existent. Colin delivered his teachings without regard for the apprentice's comprehension, failing to emphasize key points, merely reciting from the script. Fortunately, this was merely an introductory course, and the apprentices managed to keep pace. However, Schado anticipated that as the curriculum progressed, most would likely struggle to follow along, necessitating additional investments for tutoring. If only there were a camera. Schado couldn't help but indulge in such musings, only to chastise himself for his wandering thoughts. After pinching himself, he redirected his focus to Colin's teachings, his pen tirelessly recording the information. After several hours of instruction, Colin's voice had grown somewhat hoarse, while the novices beneath him felt increasingly overwhelmed by the relentless barrage of information. A moment's inattention could easily lead to missing critical details. Schado gently massaged his wrist, reflecting on his miscalculation for the day. He had only brought a single bottle of ink, and to his surprise, it was nearly depleted after just one lesson, during which he had filled over 10 pages of notes. At this rate, he would soon find himself lacking essential supplies. He needed to devise a solution swiftly. Schado was increasingly reluctant to sell opportunities for questions. He discovered that after engaging with spells formally, an endless array of inquiries surged within him, beyond mere curiosity. Many of these questions stemmed from a genuine lack of understanding, necessitating answers. Unless he was willing to fall behind in his studies, he had to seek alternative means of financial gain. This matter could not be delayed. Apprentice Schado, do you have any questions? Colin suddenly called out to him. Among the 20 or so individuals enrolled in this course, Schado was the only formal apprentice. The others lacked the privilege to pose questions and could only watch with eager anticipation, silently hoping that Schado would voice the queries they too wished to ask. At that moment, Schado's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, making it difficult for him to focus. He had too many questions swirling within him, and he was at a loss as to which to pose. Should he inquire whether the structure of spells adheres to fundamental principles? That seemed somewhat premature. Perhaps it would be addressed in due course. Should he ask about the identification materials for reading magic? However, such information could be deemed personal. Whether Colin could disclose it was one issue, and how much he could share was another. Suddenly, an idea struck Schado, and he asked, "May I inquire about how to learn spells, or rather, what the process of learning spells entails?" His question caught Colin off guard. Typically, apprentices would commence formal spell learning only after mastering reading magic. Schado's inquiry was undoubtedly ahead of its time. Today, I covered some foundational knowledge about reading magic. When your spell identification is sufficiently developed, you will be able to learn a spell by observing another's casting, or by understanding a description of a spell's structure provided by someone else. Colin's words suggested that a grand mage could potentially learn a newly created low-level spell instantaneously. However, for apprentices like Schado, who had yet to even grasp the basics, it felt like mere rhetoric. Fortunately, Colin continued, when your spell identification is lacking, you will require a learning scroll or an unencrypted spellbook. Through these, you can read the entire structure of a particular spell, and with ample practice, you will master it. A spark of joy ignited within Schado, prompting him to ask, how does one practice? Not just Schado, but the other new apprentices were also at a loss for words. It felt like a blatant demand for money. Yet, once they accepted this premise, it was rather exhilarating, an exchange of equal value, much like the laws of Schado's former world. However, the power to set prices invariably lay with one party, rather than being a truly equitable exchange. Schado was unwilling to accept this price, especially since he could not afford it. After all, he could pose another question tomorrow. Noticing Schado's lack of intention to continue questioning, Colin promptly made his way to the dining hall, leaving without any unnecessary delay. As Colin departed, the remaining apprentices dispersed, and just as Schado was preparing to head to the dining hall to fetch dinner, a group of individuals approached him. Chapter 31. New Collaboration Apprentice Schado? Speak your mind. I am pressed for time. In the present day, Schado has gradually adapted to the style of the Mage Tower, and his bluntness does not seem to embarrass the other party. A brown-haired apprentice, evidently the leader of a small circle, directly cut to the chase. stating that Donald requires your daily questioning opportunity. Name your price. Schado cast a glance at this circle leader and observed that among the five, he was the only one still donning the standard robes issued by the Mage Tower, identical to Shado's, save for the absence of his name, officially termed a robe. It is merely a common linen garment with a hood, featuring inner pockets for storing items, devoid of any magical power. In contrast, although the garments of the other four lacked magical potency as well, they were crafted from far finer materials. Regrettably, the ambitions of this aspiring individual are likely to come to naught, for Schado has resolved not to sell any more questioning opportunities. He must prioritize his own learning progress. Of course, should they be willing to part with a significant sum to sway Shado's balance, he might be amenable to negotiation. How much gold is he willing to offer? How about 10 gold coins? Not sufficient. Schado felt a tinge of disappointment, having anticipated a higher bid. He had not expected the price to mirror that of Edric's, which had already excluded intermediary fees, amounting to 10 gold coins per session. If this were the case, Schado would prefer to engage in transactions with Edric, for collaborating with him requires no knowledge of the client's identity, nor does it necessitate consideration of after-sales issues. And he can also procure some supplies at a lower cost from Edric. What could this plump, golden-haired lad possibly offer Schado? Faced with Shado's evident dissatisfaction, the aspiring leader dared not call out a price. Although he appeared as the leader of the small group, he was merely someone whose learning progress was slightly more advanced at present. The future remained uncertain. He could only look once more to the chubby Donald, who this time did not shy away but directly stated, "Schado, my father is a steward of the Eagle Trading Company. If you are willing to sell your questioning opportunity to me, I would be prepared to purchase the scrolls and potions you create at prices exceeding those of the Mage Tower." The Eagle Trading Company? Indeed. The proprietor of the Eagle Trading Company is an Archmage lord from the core regions of the Empire, and the company's strength is beyond question. Donald's father is one of its trade stewards. Donald spoke with pride, as if he were already a follower of that Archmage lord. Schado, no longer a novice in magic, had not attended the introductory courses in vain. An Archmage is an advanced profession for mages. The Lord of the Tower of Time, Lord Seville, had failed in his own ascension to Archmage, underscoring the formidable background of the Eagle Trading Company. However, the pertinent question remains, how much does this have to do with Donald? If his family possesses such power, why not seek the favor of that Archmage lord directly instead of lingering in Seville town? Moreover, when the mention of the Eagle Merchant Guild arose, Schado was reminded of an unpleasant experience. Prior to entering the Mage Tower, while searching for the wooden rock in town, he was discovered by members of the Eagle Merchant Guild. The mage cast a cantrip, resulting in Schado being charged 5 gold coins. Had it not been for that, he would now possess an additional 5 gold coins. Furthermore, as Schado studied in the Mage Tower, any scrolls or potions he created would undoubtedly be sold primarily to the Mage Tower. Failing to do so could result in being blacklisted by the authorities. The notion of offsetting present cost with future uncertain gains, while Donald was still young, suggested he had inherited some of his father's mercantile acumen. I have not heard of the Eagle Merchant Guild, and as for the future, we shall discuss it when the time comes. If you cannot offer a better price, I must take my leave, Schado stated. What? You have never heard of the Eagle Merchant Guild? Where do you come from, peasant? That you are unaware of such a renowned establishment? The 5 individuals opposite him expressed their astonishment, casting doubt on Shado's claim as merely an excuse. However, even while they recognized the possibility of it being a ruse, they found themselves powerless to act. The stout Donald gritted his teeth, 15 gold coins per transaction. I have already inquired, and you will find no such price within the Mage Tower. Moreover, I will provide you with the gold in advance. Schado pondered this, reluctant to be overly resolute and risk straining their relationship, as he was uncertain of the personalities he was dealing with. Should he inadvertently provoke them, it could lead to dire consequences. In this foreign realm, without a solid foundation, he could only strive to avoid enmity, preferably remaining inconspicuous. His ancestors had long imparted the wisdom of valuing harmony, and the current situation hardly warranted concern. If a formal apprentice were to seek to purchase questioning rights from him, would he acquiesce? The time he had spent at the Mage Tower was still insufficient to grasp many underlying rules, and the so-called order within the Mage Tower was still a mystery to him. Schado certainly did not wish to test such matters personally. The sensation of being coerced was rather unpleasant, yet he had no choice but to assimilate into this environment. In an instant, Schado conceived a proposal. You need not pay the 15 gold coins. I have another plan. Would you care to hear it? What plan? Donald inquired. Each day, You shall present me with your questions, from which I will select. If I pose a question the following day that you have provided, you need only pay me 5 gold coins. If not, no payment is required. What do you think?" Donald and his companions exchanged glances, and the aspiring individual first displayed a look of delight, followed by Donald's sudden realization. "Agreed, then we shall establish this arrangement." "Witness of the Radiant Lord." "Witness of the Radiant Lord," Schado echoed. Although their verbal agreement seemed almost frivolous, Faerûn was a realm where true deities existed, and the Radiant Lord upheld laws and sacred contracts that ordinary individuals dared not violate lightly. Though Schado did not worship Aminator, he held a profound respect for that entity. As he traversed the path, Schado leisurely munched on his bread, simultaneously slowing his pace to contemplate how to refine the previously mentioned plan. It had merely been a fleeting inspiration, and this course of action posed no risk for Schado. The inquiries he intended to make were undoubtedly those he himself wished to explore. For Donald, however, the progress of both parties appeared to align. Acquiring information for 5 gold coins was indeed a profit, while failing to do so bore no loss. Only those who attended classes alongside Schado were truly at a disadvantage. Yet, as their respective progress diverged, the inquiries would become increasingly targeted, potentially rendering those at a disadvantage unable to remain so. Chapter 32, The Intermediary. Focused on the present at this moment, Schado contemplated how to fully exploit his questioning privileges. His collaboration with Donald could be classified as downstream. If he were to inquire specifically for them, he would find himself at a disadvantage. The upstream participants should be ambitious ordinary apprentices, on the cusp of becoming formal apprentices, yearning to pose questions to established mages or distinguished teaching apprentices, yet hindered by a lack of qualifications, channels, or the means to afford such opportunities. With Shado's presence, their worries would dissipate. Should they be willing to assist Schado in resolving their queries, he would be more than willing to pose questions to those capable on their behalf. The transactional content from the upstream could naturally flow downstream, with Schado assuming the role of the intermediary. This could be considered Shado's unique resource, as other formal apprentices either had no use for ordinary apprentices or found the cost of engaging them prohibitive, something ordinary apprentices could not bear. Despite possessing the same questioning privileges, Shado's acceptable psychological price point would undoubtedly be significantly lower than that of other formal apprentices. Shado's emergence effectively bridged all tiers within the Mage Tower: new apprentices, general ordinary apprentices, those on the cusp of becoming ordinary apprentices, and formal mages. Originally, the ordinary apprentices on the brink of progression aspired solely to become formal apprentices, exhibiting little need for those below them, or the costs were excessively high. The situation was similar for formal apprentices, who were preoccupied with ascending to the next tier. Shado's demand from new apprentices was gold coins, while his requirements from other tiers revolved around knowledge. Although there might be minimal overlap with formal apprentices, he could engage with all other tiers. As an intermediary, he could profit from the price differences. However, upon further reflection, Schado also yearned to become a true formal apprentice, or even a formal mage, and this realization, which had initially filled him with a sense of pride, swiftly grounded him in humility. There remained much work to be done. Schado had ascertained the fundamental processes of functioning as an intermediary. Yet the true implementation would necessitate striking a balance between securing a reasonable profit margin and aligning with his own learning pace, ensuring no detriment to his progress. He would sell low-tier knowledge acquired from upstream at a lower price downstream, garnering gold coins to sustain his daily expenses. Schado would not forget his primary objective. Acquiring sufficient power for self-preservation took precedence, while earning money or a profit margin served merely as supplementary pursuits. Never to compromise the greater goal for the sake of trivial gains. For the time being, Dean remained a commendable collaborator. The knowledge he required did not necessarily demand that Schado seek out formal mages. Engaging teaching apprentices would suffice. In the future, should Dean successfully ascend to the status of a formal apprentice, Schado would need to identify another ordinary apprentice facing stagnation. If not, they could continue their collaboration indefinitely. Having established the collaboration plan, Schado promptly inquired, "Dean, could you elaborate on how to practice spellcasting?" "Certainly," Dean replied without hesitation, though internally he felt a twinge of resistance. The quicker Schado progressed, the less he would require Dean, rendering Dean's need for knowledge inquiries obsolete. Yet, despite his inner reluctance, Dean recognized he had no alternative. If he were unwilling, Schado could easily turn to others, as he was not the sole apprentice grappling at the threshold. "Then I appreciate your assistance. It is not troublesome at all. I happen to have gained some insights that I wish to verify." Nevertheless, Dean feels a twinge of regret, for the expense of renting the spellcasting practice room will certainly fall upon him. As they make their way to the library, Schado is unwilling to squander this opportunity, as he has harbored a question since the introductory class. However, that inquiry feels distant to him, and the fact that questions require a price has deterred him from asking. The collaboration between Schado and Dean is expected to continue until Dean becomes a formal apprentice. So Schado is indifferent to whether Dean feels he has lost out by asking an additional question. As long as he himself is not at a loss, that suffices. Dean, are you familiar with mental power? Mental power? What is that? Dean inquires, perplexed. Schado then elucidates the concept of mental power, a term he coined in a language that lacks a direct translation for it. Upon hearing Shado's explanation, Dean displays a flicker of interest. The existence of the soul is undeniable, and it indeed possesses a form of power, though it is not a specific force but rather a descriptor. Oh, what power does the soul hold? I cannot say for certain. I merely stumbled upon it in a book. However, I can assure you that I do not possess the type of mental power you describe, nor do any of the apprentices or mages I know. Schado ponders this. For in a world imbued with magic, it is impossible not to be intrigued. His primary concern, of course, is the principles underlying magic. Before his journey here, he was a writer of web novels and was no stranger to the concept of mental power, the ability to cast spells, manipulate objects, or even invade one's mind to create illusions are attributes of mental power found in fiction, yet such a force seems non-existent in the real world of magic. Schado cannot simply accept that Dean's assertions are entirely accurate. However, it appears that even mages may not possess the kind of mental power Schado envisions. What do you believe is the principle behind casting spells? Focus. Dean replies. Surely, this was covered in the introductory class. But why is it that focus enables spellcasting? Why can't one simply think of a spell to cast it? This has long been Shado's query. To him, focus is merely a term to describe a state. Using focus to cast spells is akin to suggesting one can satiate hunger by merely observing the color red, an idea difficult for someone from Earth to comprehend. Yet Dean seems entirely unfazed by this complexity. Focus is the foundation for interacting with and manipulating the magic web, just as a stone will inevitably fall when thrown. What is there to misunderstand? Schado suddenly casts a glance at Dean, who has drawn a striking analogy to the law of universal gravitation. In that instant, Schado realizes he has been overcomplicating the matter. In the world before his transcendence, technology flourished, and humanity was perpetually engaged in the quest for origins. Yet, inevitably, they would arrive at an inexplicable juncture. For instance, why does the universe adhere to such rules rather than others? Even the most eminent scientists are unable to provide answers to such profound inquiries. In the realm of magic, the ability to cast spells is a fundamental principle, allowing for the exploration of deeper laws. However, to ponder why these laws exist as they do is indeed a fruitless endeavor. Having experienced the world prior to his transition, he felt an unsettling disquiet in a reality he could not yet comprehend. This unease propelled him to urgently seek the strength for self-preservation, driven not merely by concerns for his physical safety, but more so by an unconscious anxiety towards the mysteries of the world. Understanding this psychological state, Schado ceased to pose distant questions to Dean and instead chose to concentrate on the present, setting a modest objective to ensure that the title of formal apprentice would be truly deserved. Chapter 33. Spell Practice. The spell laboratory is situated on the library level of the Mage's Tower, similar to the transcription room, and is distributed around the periphery of more than 20 book zones. In a normal spatial context, Schado would perceive the spell laboratory in the transcription room as being adjacent to the tower's structure, with the book zones occupying the center. However, the interior of the Mage's Tower does not conform to ordinary spatial dimensions. From an external viewpoint, the tower appears to be merely a few meters in diameter. Yet the depth of a single book zone exceeds 20 meters, with over 20 zones in total, not to mention the encompassing circle of transcription rooms and spell laboratories. Because of this, Schado firmly believes that in the future, he will undoubtedly acquire a spatial artifact capable of carrying all his belongings with him. After presenting sufficient gold coins to the administrator, Schado followed Dean to a nearby elevator, where they found the spell laboratory that Dean had rented. They were permitted to remain there for 2 hours. Exceeding this limit would either require additional payment or result in expulsion by the tower spirit. The laboratory itself was akin to many of the rooms Schado had encountered within the Mage's Tower, devoid of excessive ornamentation, featuring only a simple humanoid target set in the corner, lacking any other equipment. It seemed hardly worthy of the 5 gold coins per hour charge. Dean, however, appeared unfazed. As this was not his first experience renting a spell laboratory, Schado, I will briefly demonstrate how to cast spells, after which I will practice on my own, Dean stated. All right. Schado felt a sense of satisfaction at the prospect of a personal demonstration. In a typical course setting, he might soon learn how to cast spells, but there is a distinct difference between a group demonstration and an individual one. Moreover, Schado was almost certain that the instructor would not repeat the demonstration multiple times without incurring additional costs. Watch closely. Dean positioned himself beside the humanoid target and, having reminded Schado, began the demonstration while explaining, "Do you see the intricate structure of the magic web surrounding me?" "Yes," Schado replied, in a focused state. He could perceive certain aspects of the magic web, its threads delicately woven and tranquil, appearing as clear as if seen through his own eyes, yet not obstructing his line of sight. "Pay attention here." Dean pointed to an empty space before him, and immediately a small white orb of light manifested there. "This is the light spell." Schado recognized it instantly. As the incident involving the spell casting fee had left a lasting impression on him, he had spent 5 gold coins on it. He observed that as Dean cast the spell, the previously calm structure of the magic web around him began to shift, with certain familiar threads resonating with his memory. Were these not the spell structures discussed by Colin during class? Some structures were recognizable to Schado, while others were completely foreign, indicating that Colin's lessons on reading magic and spell identification did not encompass these particular structures. "Schado, did you see that?" Dean inquired. "Yes, I did," Schado replied enthusiastically. "When we find ourselves in a state of concentration, manipulating the delicate threads that constitute the magical weave allows us to create specific magical effects. This process is known as spellcasting." Schado nodded, recognizing the intuitive embodiment of the 3 essential elements of spellcasting: knowledge, the magical weave, and focus, each indispensable. Dean, however, did not believe that Schado had truly grasped the art of magic at that moment. He was aware that Schado had only begun his studies at the Mage Tower and had barely encountered magic. "I shall practice as well," Schado declared, intending to attempt the magical trick. Upon hearing Schado mention the magical trick, Dean couldn't help but chuckle softly, yet he refrained from commenting further. He anchored the luminous orb created by the light spell in place and turned to face the humanoid target, commencing his own practice. Unbeknownst to Dean's thoughts, Schado interpreted his silence as tacit approval and chose a spot farthest from him to begin his practice. He had already realized that the 5 gold coins per hour for the spell laboratory was quite worthwhile. Outside the laboratory, although the Mage Tower forbade the indiscriminate casting of spells, attempts to engage with the magical weave were permitted. Outside, the magical weave remained in a state of perpetual motion, akin to a river that never ceases to flow. While it appeared tranquil, this was merely an illusion, for beneath the surface, currents swirled. Only within the confines of the laboratory did Schado encounter a nearly motionless magical weave, a genuine tranquility that seemed not to be a frozen state under duress, but rather a stillness devoid of all distractions. This environment was exceedingly accommodating for novices. Since first engaging with the magical weave, Schado had only succeeded in casting the magical trick twice. The first instance had been the moment when his hair shimmered with light, and the second occurred after experiencing the ancestral blessing ceremony of the Wood Rock, where he unexpectedly discovered his magical power had intensified. Upon entering the Mage Tower, he had not found another opportunity to cast a spell until today, when he finally had the chance to try once more. To this day, Schado no longer regarded those in Savertown who could cast the magical trick as true mages, for the essence of the magical trick merely activated a minuscule structure of the magical weave, yielding exceedingly faint effects. From the perspective of spell identification, the magical trick contained no genuine spell structure. Nonetheless, this lack granted it a remarkable adaptability, enabling the realization of nearly any imaginable effect. Presently, the only spell he could practice was this one, and while he did not aspire to reach the level of a grand mage, he at least wished to familiarize himself with it. As he immersed himself in practice, time swiftly slipped away. Schado soon realized he could no longer enter a state of focused spellcasting whenever he attempted to contact the magical weave. It felt as though a sharp implement were boring into his mind, which greatly vexed him. He had been eager to explore new variations of the magical trick. Nevertheless, Schado ultimately recalled the counsel from Wood Rock, which advised that all spellcasters must approach magic with caution. His irritation subsided in an instant, and he glanced up at Dean, who was seated on the ground, deep in contemplation, one hand clutching his hair and the other grasping his notes. Dean remained unresponsive. Schado decided not to disturb him any further and quietly slipped out the door. However, to his surprise, he was immediately bumped into by someone who was vociferously cursing. "Damn talents! You wretched fool, can you spare me even a single second? Do you have any idea how crucial my research is?" Upon spotting Schado, this individual shoved him aside, bellowing, "Get out of the way." Before resuming his tirade, Schado rubbed his ears, choosing not to leave immediately, but rather to observe the fate of this irate gentleman. Chapter 34. Exchanging gold for penalties, scrolls of redemption on the very first day within the Mage Tower. Schado inquired extensively about the regulations governing the tower, one of which strictly prohibits loud conversations in the library, as the transcription room is not soundproof. Those who engage in reading and copying require a tranquil environment, and indeed, several apprentices soon stormed out of the transcription room, their faces alight with fury. While mages are adept at concentration, it does not imply that they relish the intrusion of noise. Schado observed one apprentice rushing toward the administrator, while others gathered ominously, seemingly poised for confrontation. Just as Schado braced himself for a potential brawl, two beams of white light flashed, and the enraged individual vanished, replaced by another flash among a different group. What transpired? Nors triggered the prohibition. Nors was about to unleash vibrant shock. Per Nors, "I wager he will find himself bankrupt before the month concludes." Aha. Once the furious apprentice was removed, the library returned to a state of relative tranquility. Schado could clearly hear the distant murmurs, thus discerning the fate that awaited the two vanished formal apprentices. A monetary fine. This outcome left Schado both astonished and incensed. The reality of such a regulation, wherein penalties are settled with gold coins, struck him as rather harsh. Were he among the affluent, he might find amusement in this. But alas, he was not. Fortunately, most mages are inclined toward rationality and order. As long as there are no conflicts of interest, Schado would remain unharmed. However, relying on the rationality of others for his own safety was decidedly unsettling. Furthermore, one could never know when an unforeseen calamity might befall him, such as being caught up in a reckless experiment gone awry. Ultimately, the order here differed significantly from that of Earth, and Schado himself was not yet sufficiently powerful. Previously, Schado had refrained from exchanging for scrolls due to his lack of understanding of magic. Yet, just that afternoon, he had consulted Colin, who informed him that mastering the technique of reading magic would allow him to self-study through scrolls or unencrypted spellbooks, even if his spell identification skills were lacking. Dean had recently demonstrated the practice methods to him. The prospect of soon acquiring magical scrolls and embarking on self-study ignited an intense fervor within Schado. He was finally beginning to seize power. Despite his awareness that learning from scrolls would ultimately be a mere imitation, he was uncertain whether he could grasp the underlying structures and principles governing the different forms. The disparity between possessing scrolls and lacking them was immense. Had Dean possessed a repair learning scroll, he might have already attained the status of a formal apprentice. However, to exchange for learning scrolls, one must first become a formal apprentice, a regulation akin to Rule 22, which effectively pressures all apprentices to be prodigies. Otherwise, even if one miraculously became a formal apprentice, their future progress remained uncertain. Generally, after 3 years of stagnation, most would simply abandon their pursuits. Shado's opportunity to obtain learning scrolls at the outset of his studies was undoubtedly a significant advantage. Public level, Material Distribution Office Number 6. Through his inquiry with the Spirit, Schado identified the Material Requisition Office, situated beside the public elevator. However, it was not the elevator he typically utilized, and he had never taken note of this location before. On his inaugural visit, he felt a twinge of anxiety, for this office was dedicated to the acquisition or purchase of magical equipment, scrolls, potions, and other finished products. Inside, he encountered a formal mage and an apprentice. Upon his entrance, the apprentice, engrossed in inventory, promptly inquired, "Apprentice Schado? You seldom come here. Are you seeking a scroll or a potion?" "Scrolls are 10 gold coins. Potions 20. How many would you like?" Schado, somewhat perplexed by the inquiry, hastily articulated his intention. "I wish to exchange for a learning scroll." The apprentice's response was one of surprise. "Ah, it's me." Schado felt a surge of trepidation. Any association with a formal mage was something he wished to avoid. At this juncture, his utmost desire was to remain inconspicuous, evading the scrutiny of others, particularly that of a formal mage. Whether it be favorable or unfavorable sentiment, he could scarcely bear the weight of attention as a novice stepping into the realm of magic. Noticing Shado's apprehensive demeanor, the mage refrained from probing further and redirected the conversation. "Now, what scroll do you wish to exchange for?" This had been a contemplation prior to his arrival. Although he yearned to learn an offensive spell, as a beginner and self-taught practitioner, he had to weigh the risks involved. The spell laboratory, after all, was not infallible. The potential consequences of an uncontrolled offensive spell loomed large in Shado's mind. It would be wiser to commence with light. A spell he had learned was among the easiest for apprentices to master, as conveyed by Dean. Upon hearing Shado's request, the formal mage's lips moved, seemingly communicating with the spirit. However, it was not long before he confirmed Shado's permissions, turning to retrieve a scroll from the shelf behind him and presenting it to Schado. Gratefully, Schado accepted the learning scroll, and simultaneously, a familiar hollow mechanical voice echoed in his ear. Apprentice Schado, exchange for 1, light, learning scroll, exchange permission -1. Observing the other 2 individuals in the room, he noted that the apprentice had resumed counting materials, while the mage regarded Schado with a benevolent expression. Did you hear the spirit's prompt? He inquired. Yes, Schado replied. The transaction is complete. Allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not become excessively enamored with the effects of spells. The principles and rules they embody constitute true knowledge, the pursuit of which defines us as mages. Seemingly attuned to Shado's thirst for power, the mage imparted this guidance. Indeed, I shall remember this. Thank you, esteemed mage. There is no need to call me esteemed mage. Before the truth, we are all apprentices. I'm Jose. Should you be interested in elective courses on Elvish? Feel free to enroll in my class. Very well. Now, you may depart. With a sense of relief washing over him, Schado hastily exited the material requisition office. Although he held a positive impression of Mage Jose, the mere thought that he could effortlessly extinguish Shado's life, should he so desire, extinguished any semblance of closeness in Shado's heart. I still find myself lacking, not only in strength, but also in knowledge. If I possessed even one area of expertise, I would have a certain foundation to rely upon, rather than being merely a dispensable apprentice as I am now. Nevertheless, Schado has heeded the sage advice of Master Jose. This aligns with his true intentions. However, acquiring the strength for self-preservation in the initial stages is essential. Schado has his own plans and will not waver easily. Chapter 35. The Secrets of the Learning Scroll. Upon returning to his dormitory, Schado immediately retrieved the learning scroll for the spell light. At first glance, it resembled an ordinary rolled parchment, with little to distinguish it from a typical piece of sheepskin. Although it was termed a scroll, it lacked a traditional axis. It was merely a roll. Schado carefully unfurled the learning scroll, noting a slight difference in texture compared to regular sheepskin, though he could not discern whether it was a psychological perception or a result of its magical essence. As the scroll unfurled, he observed that it bore no text, but rather an intricately designed geometric pattern, delicately sketched in fine strokes upon the parchment. Despite his efforts to scrutinize it from various angles, Schado could not detect any extraordinary effects. At that moment, he found himself unable to enter a focused state necessary for spellcasting, rendering him incapable of employing the technique of reading magic to interpret the scroll. With his foundational courses still incomplete, he was unable to make sense of the patterns presented. He resolved to wait until he had sufficiently rested before attempting a deeper study. With less than an hour until lights out, Schado retrieved the biography of the great mage Nesseriel, which he had purchased from Dean, and began to read. Armed with his makeshift dictionary, his progress in deciphering the text was commendable. Initially, he found himself consulting the dictionary after nearly every line. Yet now he could peruse an entire page with only occasional references. Schado planned to finish this biography before selling a few old notes he possessed, as long as they contained any text. In the short term, he did not aspire to master the nuances of the ancient script. Meeting the basic requirements for reading and writing sufficed. Mistakes in recognition or transcription were of little consequence, as he knew proficiency would eventually come with time. Before long, the dormitory was enveloped in darkness, prompting Schado to gather his belongings in the dim light, wash up, and prepare for bed. The restoration of his focused state for spellcasting required adequate rest, which typically referred to sleep, allowing his consciousness to recuperate. Although his pre-sleep reading appeared relaxing, it did not constitute true rest. However, once nestled in bed, he found sleep elusive, his mind racing with thoughts of how he would study the scroll for light the following day, exhilarated yet mentally fatigued. Gradually, he adjusted his breathing and reflected on his goals and plans, gradually calming his mind. The next morning, as was his custom, Schado awoke before the dormitory brightened. The first thing he did was leap from his bed to retrieve the learning scroll. In that moment, fully focused, he distinctly observed myriad wisps emanating from the unassuming rolled parchment, resonating with the surrounding magical net. As he unfurled the scroll, The initially chaotic wisps transformed into an orderly arrangement. Upon opening the scroll, the structure of the magical net underwent an astonishing metamorphosis. What once flowed like water appeared contorted, entwined, and folded by some unseen force, forming a three-dimensional configuration that was neither overly complex nor simplistic. This was the spell model for light, a blueprint to manipulate the magical net and produce the effects of the spell. The magical model composed of the arcane web intricately intertwines with the planar designs inscribed on the parchment. How to manipulate the arcane web, and even how to inscribe scrolls. Truly, this is the essence of scroll crafting. Only a portion of these structures had been demonstrated by Colin in the reading magic class, though Schado had taken notes. However, much of what was presented was new to him, now revealed through the learning scrolls. Although the duration of the scroll's efficacy remains uncertain, it is evident that its use cannot be limitless. Yet, Shado's records only extended until the dormitory brightened, lacking completeness, but at most, it was merely a matter of an hour or so. In a hurried manner, he freshened up, stepped out, sent his clothes to be laundered, procured breakfast, and finally ascended to the arcane garden via the lift, executing each action seamlessly without delay. The arcane garden was engaged in the harvest of wheat today, a considerable task as it needed to be completed within the day alongside initial threshing. Schado had experienced this hustle just a week prior. At that time, he had watched others scurry about in a frenzy, feeling somewhat guilty for their plight. However, he had just joined the mage tower. Now, he observed with calmness as several apprentices, already present, began their labors. He had come to appreciate the preciousness of opportunities to inquire, and who would willingly relinquish such chances. With a composed glance, Schado made his way to his beloved apple tree, which he had grown fond of, evoking a sensation akin to that of Newton. As if his intellect had notably sharpened. This phenomenon exemplifies the active role of consciousness. The arcane garden was bathed in bright light, and the climate was warm. Yet Schado gradually acclimated. Upon reaching the apple tree, he unfurled his robe, laid it upon the ground, and took out the learning scroll, eagerly commencing his documentation. Throughout the spell learning process, recording occupied only a small fraction of the time, particularly with the aid of the learning scrolls. The subsequent practice was the main event. As for grasping the underlying principles and rules that transcended any specific spell, representing the true essence of magical theory. To put it in pre-transmigration terms, one pertains to application, while the other relates to theory. The distinction lies in that application yields immediate and direct power, whereas the impact of theory is less overt. Schado was acutely aware of the significance of theoretical guidance and practice, yet he comprehended the importance of patience. Throughout the morning, he meticulously recorded the structure of the illumination spell and began to memorize it. The scene of Dean casting illumination in the spell laboratory lingered in his mind. Dean had not consulted any tomes mid-incantation, relying solely on memory. If Dean could achieve this, there was no reason Schado could not as well. While memorizing, Schado attempted to analyze the patterns among the spell structures, but yielded no results, promptly abandoning that endeavor with the intention of compensating for it later, whether through specialized theoretical classes or monetary investment. For now, it was prudent to master a few spells first, emphasizing practice before theory, as this might even enhance his theoretical learning. Such was the solace he could offer himself. Chapter 36. Practicing Illumination. Despite the rigorous practice, Schado never missed his daily classes. Lunchtime found him in the dining hall on the first floor, where he enjoyed a meal accompanied by apple cider, the ingredients of which were sourced from the arcane garden. However, it was evident that the apprentices were not being served authentic elven fruit wine. Schado could hardly discern any alcoholic flavor, as it was merely diluted fruit juice, albeit quite palatable. Each day, the lunch was available for a limited time, often leading to disappointment for those who arrived late. Yet, Schado had never been tardy. He consistently arrived early, a habit perhaps rooted in his previous life, where the philosophy of enduring hardship before savoring sweetness was prevalent. Time was fixed each day, and the need for rest varied from person to person, though for individuals, it was generally constant. Thus, the art of time management was a significant skill. Schado observed many apprentices lacked a sense of time, mistakenly believing that staying up late and rising early would lead to greater learning, when in fact, such habits often squandered precious time. Schado, however, refrained from advising them. Everyone harbored ingrained beliefs that could not simply be altered by persuasion, and more importantly, he was not close to them. Indeed, to some extent, they were rivals, making it unfeasible to offer guidance. Since Dean had already demonstrated the practice, Schado felt no need to inquire about how to cast spells. Instead, he posed a question regarding one of the issues left unresolved by Donald and his companions the previous day. Before class, Donald had not informed Schado that one of the questions had been answered, so Schado selected a query he was eager to resolve and approached Colin after the lesson. 5 gold coins beckoned enticingly. As Colin departed and the apprentices dispersed, Donald and his friends lingered, and Schado remained as well. "Schado, here are your 5 gold coins," Donald exclaimed, placing the coins atop Shado's notebook. 3 of the previous day's questions no longer required inquiry, yet he intended to retain a few for today. "No problem," Schado replied. After conferring with his 4 companions, Donald continued, "This pertains to the structure of spells. Take note, as I discovered during the analysis. Donald, I know a method regarding the equivalent transformations of connecting configurations. Would you like it? It's still 5 gold coins. Right here?" Schado gestured to their surroundings. They were situated in a corner of the first-floor hall, and dinner time had arrived, with other apprentices gradually filtering in. However, those coming to dine would not pay them much heed. Shado's underlying question was whether it was appropriate to discuss this in the presence of Donald and his companions. This was distinct from post-class inquiries since anyone attending the lesson could overhear, and paying simply allowed Schado to voice his desired questions. Macy hesitated. After all, he was merely a newly adult youth, and 5 gold coins were not an insignificant sum. If possible, he preferred not to share, as he knew his peers did not wholly share his interests. If everyone were devoid of selfish motives, the Mage Tower would not be in its current state. Let us discuss it here. Macy ultimately decided against seeking a private audience. Schado remained unperturbed. He harbored no belief that these individuals would consistently share information. As soon as someone's progress was either slightly accelerated or decelerated, dissatisfaction would swiftly ensue, leading inevitably to discord within their small circle. Regarding the issue of equivalence in connecting concepts, Schado had merely overheard Dean mention it while in the spell practice chamber. Lacking the authority to cast spells on the first floor of the Mage Tower, he could only delineate his thoughts through ink upon parchment. The process was rather intricate. Yet Maxie did not hesitate to offer compensation. Upon receiving the gold coins, Schado departed swiftly, sensing that the imminent fragmentation of the 5 individuals was on the horizon. After procuring his dinner, Schado chose not to seek Dean, but instead proceeded to the library level to rent a spell research room. He had been eager since he had finished recording earlier that morning. In the spell laboratory, without pausing to mourn the 5 coins that had just come into his possession before swiftly leaving, he immersed himself entirely in the practice of the light spell. The structure of this spell was relatively straightforward, according to Schado's understanding. It could be broadly divided into 2 components, the attraction of positive energy and its molding into a spherical shape. The latter was the simplest, as energy itself lacked a definitive form and exhibited no fixed trend of transformation, allowing for arbitrary alterations. However, a specific shape was necessary for the desired effect. For instance, to create the broadest, most enduring, and stable source of light with the light spell, adopting a spherical shape was an excellent choice, while a tubular form could also suffice. Yet, this would result in a less concentrated positive energy, rendering it dimmer. With unwavering focus, he delved into the visual realm of magic, where the tranquil magic net awaited him. His initial attempt faltered due to inexperience, causing an excessive delay in attracting the positive energy, which distorted the structure of the magic net. Consequently, the attraction of positive energy failed. In that fleeting moment of failure, Schado sensed a tremor in the magic net just within arm's reach, which quickly subsided. A surge of alarm coursed through him. Had this occurred outside the laboratory, it might have affected him directly. He remained uncertain about the potential consequences of a failed light spell. Regardless of the outcome, he was unwilling to face it personally. Despite the initial setback, Schado did not succumb to despondency. He had never anticipated success on his first attempt, having only entertained a fleeting thought of overconfidence. Subsequently, he deconstructed the structure of the light spell until he could no longer continue, envisioning it in a manner akin to magical tricks. Each discrete structure could invoke the magic net, yet the resulting effects were exceedingly faint, predominantly manifesting as glimmers of light. Thus, Schado mechanically repeated his practice until he felt a modicum of proficiency, ready to make a complete attempt, yet time proved insufficient. Chapter 37, Inner Thoughts. 2 months later, a flash of white light momentarily blinded Schado, and when his vision cleared, he found himself at the entrance of the magical laboratory. Taking a deep breath, he finally understood the reason behind the irritable demeanor of the old man from the previous day. At that moment, he too was engulfed in frustration, believing he was on the verge of successfully casting the illumination spell. However, just at this pivotal moment, the tower spirit inexplicably expelled him. Schado was seething with anger, itching to unleash a torrent of curses, yet the realization of the 2 solitary coins jingling in his pocket swiftly quelled his ire. It was about little Neil. Shado's feelings towards Neil were intricate and multifaceted, encompassing gratitude for the amicable companionship they had shared over the past 6 months and Neil's earnest efforts to teach him the ancient language. Yet, simultaneously, Schado was infuriated by the actions of old Neil. Life is precious, love is even more so. For the sake of freedom, both can be forsaken. To modern sensibilities, freedom is perhaps the most cherished treasure of all, and the thought that old Neil conspired with outsiders to enslave him, even taking tangible steps towards that end, filled Schado with unbridled rage and a longing for vengeance. During his time in the Mage Tower, Schado and little Neil had chosen the same courses, encountering each other daily. However, Schado had never initiated a conversation, and it seemed Neil had begun to avoid him as well. Clearly, Neil was aware of his father's actions, yet he had never offered Schado a single word of explanation. Had he merely provided even a brief clarification, Shado's disposition would not have been so cold. Step aside. I wish to learn the ancient script from you. Neil's face flushed, his head bowed low, his voice barely audible. Were it not for the relative tranquility of the dormitory area, Schado might have failed to catch his words. Did old Neil not teach you how to approach me? Schado queried with a hint of mockery. He did, but I have exhausted all my coins, Neil replied, his voice growing even fainter. Schado scoffed inwardly. How dare he come seeking assistance after depleting his funds, as if he were a mere servant. Disappointment surged within him, and he lost interest in further discourse. Pushing past Neil to enter the building, Neil hastily grasped Shado's sleeve. Schado, I have taught you the ancient language. At those words, Shado's brow furrowed, and the last remnants of his compassion dissipated. Leave me be. Here's my final piece of advice. Seek Eldridge at the transcription room, number 25 in the library. With that, he forcefully wrenched free from Neil's grasp, pushed him aside, and entered the dormitory, shutting the door firmly behind him. Schado felt no remorse for his decision, rather. Being in this foreign realm compelled him to deliberate carefully. Although he and little Neil had once enjoyed a pleasant rapport, the depth of their relationship was questionable at best. Upon arriving in this unfamiliar world, Schado had to feign friendliness for self-preservation, deliberately crafting an image of a congenial individual to all. In truth, the notion that those who are not of my kin harbor ulterior motives resonated deeply within him. Yet, with the act performed so frequently, he had inadvertently constrained himself. Today, Neil's behavior had irrevocably illuminated Shado's own heart, due to the interruption of his spell practice and the distressing events involving little Neil. Schado refrained from further exploration of magic and instead delved into the biographies of great wizards, deepening his understanding and memory of Nysa's script. The following day, the Arcane Garden commenced a new round of sowing. As usual, Schado made a brief appearance before retreating to the shade of a tree to attend to his own matters. In the afternoon, he continued with Colin's overview of Zero Ring Spells class, although the overview segment had long concluded. This week focused on reading magic and spell analysis. The inspiring figure had vanished, replaced by an apprentice clad in a finely crafted robe akin to Donald's, thus unifying the styles of the 5 individuals. However, Schado was indifferent to who had been replaced, as long as he was compensated with gold. Life in the Wizard's Tower was remarkably routine, reminiscent of Shado's high school days. Yet he found himself far more engaged than during that time. Days turned into weeks, and Schado led an incredibly fulfilling life. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. The classic apprentice-level spell Acid Splash served to augment his magical offensive capability, while repair was the key to elevating an ordinary apprentice to a formal one. This promotion did not signify an increase in casting level, but merely a rise in the internal hierarchy of the Wizard's Tower. Upon becoming a formal apprentice, one gained numerous new privileges, such as free access to the Wizard's Tower, the ability to exchange for learning scrolls, enrollment in additional courses, opportunities for post-class inquiries, and, most critically, the unlocking of the Tower's quest system. Being a wizard was a financially demanding profession, a reality Schado had come to grasp. Ordinary apprentices functioned akin to servitors, earning meager wages without additional income. Only those who excelled and ascended to formal apprentice status truly became part of the Wizard's Tower, thereby gaining genuine opportunities to earn. Without these quests, it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to persevere. Even affluent individuals require these tasks for both experience and supplementary earnings. Over the past 2 months, Schado had earned nearly 200 gold coins solely through transcribing the light scroll. However, the more he earned, the more he spent. He had now mastered acid splash and light, thanks to his daily immersion in the spell laboratory, coupled with the need to replenish learning materials and borrow books from the library. Had it not been for the opportunity to earn gold by assisting ordinary apprentices with their queries, Schado would have long since faced bankruptcy. Currently, his primary focus was on repair. While he might still lag behind Dean in foundational knowledge, his pace in learning repair far surpassed Dean's by a considerable margin. That evening, just before lights out, Schado had just bid farewell to Donald's group, who had come for extra lessons, when another knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find Dean standing there. "Dean, is that you? Have you been promoted to a formal apprentice?" Schado exclaimed in astonishment, noticing Dean adorned in a brand new wizard's robe, his name embroidered on the left chest. It turned out that Dean had quietly passed the Wizard's Tower assessment and achieved his promotion. "Alas, I regret it. Had I known, I would have refrained from seeking promotion. Alas, although I have realized a dream nurtured over 2 years, at this moment, Dean is far from joyous. Instead, he bears a countenance laden with disappointment and reluctance." "What troubles you?" Schado inquired with curiosity. It was the first time he had witnessed Dean's spirits so profoundly diminished, and he was left pondering the cause, whether it stemmed from Dean himself or the Mage Tower. Would it perhaps cast a shadow upon him as well? Chapter 38. The orcs are coming. The assessment had just concluded when the esteemed mage delivered a grave message. "The orcs are approaching." The mere thought of the ferocious and barbaric orcs sent a tremor through Dean's voice, clearly indicating his fear, to the extent that he even expressed regret over his promotion. Upon hearing this, Schado was momentarily taken aback, although he had gleaned some information from the backgrounds of games prior to his transmigration. His understanding of real orcs was rather limited, primarily based on anecdotes shared by adventurers in the town. Orcs were known to be savage, ruthless, and immensely powerful, and encounters with them in the wild invariably led to fatalities. Every adventurer Schado knew would exhibit visible terror at the mere mention of orcs. Dean's implication that the Mage Tower intended to involve apprentices in the fight against the orcs was alarming. How could he have forgotten about the decade-long cycle of orc invasions? Dean was anxiously tugging at his hair, urging Schado to prepare, as the Mage Tower would soon call upon them. In a flurry of anxiety, Dean recounted everything he had heard from the evaluative mage, piecing together the gravity of the situation in Shado's mind. Since the time over a century ago when the great Archmage Irelm led the Nye's army to decisively purge the orcs from the Nesseriel territory, the frequency of orc invasions had diminished from every 5 years to nearly a decade. Nevertheless, each occurrence resulted in devastating losses, not merely in resources but more critically in population, leaving Nesseriel severely weakened. The Seville territory had struggled for 90 years to maintain a population hovering around several thousand, largely due to the repercussions of these orc incursions. Just as they had managed to recuperate after a decade, the orcs were upon them once more. In preparation for this impending orc tide, all formal apprentices would be summoned to join the territorial army. While they were not mere fodder, the battlefield was no laughing matter. One could never foresee what might transpire. Schado did not harbor any illusions about his chances of survival. After bidding farewell to Dean, Schado sat in contemplation, reflecting on the impending orc invasion's ramifications. However, he realized that he had not witnessed many of these events firsthand, nor had he perused relevant literature. His understanding was largely based on hearsay, prompting a sense of impending danger. Until the lights were extinguished, he pondered ways to enhance his self-preservation skills in hopes of surviving the looming crisis. The following day, Schado arrived at the first-floor dining hall of the Mage Tower, bearing the marks of sleeplessness under his eyes. The hall was unusually boisterous, with apprentices engaged in discussions about the orc invasion. Yet, he noticed the absence of formal apprentices, only encountering nameless ordinary ones. Unwilling to linger, he grabbed his breakfast and headed to the Arcane Garden, where Sammy and Devon had already arrived before him. The expressions on their faces were grave, and they whispered to each other, occasionally glancing towards the elevator as if awaiting Shado's arrival. Upon Shado's entrance into the Arcane Garden, both approached him simultaneously. Drawing near, Sammy quietly inquired, "Schado, have you heard the news?" "The approximate timing of the orc tide has been determined." "What?" "Last night, Dean brought news regarding the impending orc tide. While the exact timing remained uncertain, it was confirmed that the orc tide would indeed come. To our surprise, by morning, the timing had been revealed. It was said that the information was obtained directly by the Lord's followers, which I believe to be credible. When will it occur?" Schado inquired. "At the end of this month." "What? So soon? Schado exclaimed, astonished. With half of the month already passed. It meant there were merely a few days left to prepare. What could he possibly accomplish in such a short span? This is only a conservative estimate. If things progress quickly, we may be at war in less than 10 days. Sammy's words plunged Schado into silence. He pondered ceaselessly. Fleeing was not an option. As a mere apprentice mage, leaving the town in the face of the orc tide would be akin to courting death. The only chance for survival lay in heeding the arrangements of the mage tower and striving to enhance his self-defense capabilities, trusting that the mage tower would not easily place them in perilous situations. By the way, what do you need from me? Sammy hesitated, exchanging glances with Devane before finally voicing their intent. We know you still possess the right to exchange for learning scrolls, and we wish to purchase a single exchange opportunity. Why not use your own? Schado did not outright refuse, for with the orc tide looming, he had nearly exhausted his gold and needed to prepare for the impending invasion. We lack the right to exchange for learning scrolls. Only by completing a certain number of territory quests can we attain it. Yet, the prerequisite for taking on territory quests is mastering 5 zero-ring spells, including Message and Detect Poison. We are stuck on these 2 spells, Sammy admitted, adopting a humble tone and even revealing which spells he had mastered. What spell scroll do you wish to acquire? Shado's lack of refusal brought joy to Sammy and Devane, who simultaneously replied, Message. Schado contemplated. It was evident that these two would not select Message merely to undertake territory quests. Otherwise, they would have mentioned Detect Poison as well. Message would undoubtedly prove beneficial for the battle in half a month, hence their choice. With the aid of a learning scroll, they would have ample time to master the spell. After a moment's reflection, Schado shook his head. The exchange rights for learning scrolls are limited. I cannot sell them to you. However, I can rent them for 8 hours. Upon hearing that the scrolls were not for sale, Sammy grew anxious, seemingly ready to argue. Devane nudged him, and then they heard Shado's proposition about renting. Rent? How does that work? Sammy inquired eagerly. I will exchange the scrolls, and the 3 of us will transcribe them simultaneously. As for the cost, I require your notes on stun. Exchanging knowledge for gold was the least favorable option. It was far better to trade for spell notes of equal value. A control spell like stun might prove useful later on. I agree, Devane responded immediately. He then turned to Sammy as Schado sought the notes from both of them. After a moment of hesitation, Sammy confessed, I have not studied this spell. Schado felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to learn a new incantation through their combined notes. With one less participant, his enthusiasm waned. What about this spell? He inquired. The restoration spell? Is that feasible? Alas, it was not. Schado had already exchanged for the scroll of the restoration spell, and thus had no need for Sammy's notes. If only he had the notes of a certified mage. That would have been beneficial, but regrettably, Sammy possessed none, and even if he did, he would likely be reluctant to share. After some contemplation, Schado opted for gold. Please, grant me 15 gold coins. Chapter 39, Messenger, Tactical Lessons. The price was neither exorbitant nor trivial. A scroll for learning a zero-ring spell typically cost around 25 gold coins. However, the issue was that Sammy could not find a purchasing channel. With the impending orc invasion, mastering this spell became imperative, and the price of 15 gold coins was remarkably reasonable. Indeed, Sammy promptly agreed without a hint of hesitation. Devon regarded Sammy with a sense of envy. Realizing he had spoken too hastily, he would have preferred to offer gold rather than simply provide notes. After arranging to meet that evening at Shadows to transcribe the spell, the 3 dispersed. Before long, the morning passed under a pall of gloom and tension. Schado hurriedly gathered his belongings and made his way to the dining hall. Along the way, Sammy and Devon reminded him of their agreement once more. After lunch, Schado did not linger in the hall for the course he was currently attending. The theory of arcane layering was conducted by a formal mage and took place not in the ground-level hall, but in the private study of the formal mage on the 6th floor. Upon arriving at the small lounge of Shavira, the mage's private research room, he found 7 or 8 apprentices already gathered, quietly discussing the orc invasion, their expressions tinged with alarm and anxiety. No sooner had he taken a seat than he overheard Donald's hushed voice. Schado, have you heard the news about the orc horde? What are your plans? I learned of it last night and received further word this morning indicating that the orc horde might arrive by the end of this month, Schado replied. What? Exclaimed a formal apprentice named Eater. Is this information accurate? In an instant, several formal apprentices appeared flustered, and even the ordinary apprentices, who were not directly involved in the expedition, were significantly concerned, as their families resided in the Seville territory. With no means to leave and no opportunity to inform their loved ones, tension permeated the room. An apprentice near Schado looked at him with hopeful eyes. "Schado, could you possibly leave the tower and deliver a message to my family? And me as well," Eater chimed in. "Could you assist me?" The small lounge erupted into chaos as ordinary apprentices, who were forbidden to leave the mage tower for 3 years, turned to Schado and the other formal apprentices for hope. Unfortunately, Schado could not acquiesce to such requests, drawing upon his experiences from Earth. He understood that crises like an orc horde could potentially be shrouded in a veil of misinformation outside. To speak recklessly could have far graver consequences than spreading mere rumors back on Earth. Yet, others did not share Shado's perspective. Even Donald boldly promised that if the message could reach its destination, he could persuade his father, who managed the Eagle Trade Association, to provide a batch of supplies at a low cost for the families of these ordinary apprentices seeking refuge. Such naivety was disheartening. As more individuals arrived for class, everyone crowded around the 4 formal apprentices, imploring them for assistance in delivering messages, while Schado remained steadfast, refusing to promise anything. Soon, all the ordinary apprentices' family information was recorded, after which they pulled out their notes to review the material from the Theory of Arcane Layering course. The small reception room fell into a profound silence, yet Schado sensed that today's stillness was markedly different from the usual. A restless aura lingered within. Before long, Master Shavira arrived, transported by a beam of white light, his unconventional entrance seemingly heralding significant tidings. "Apprentices, from this day forth, all afternoon classes are suspended, with the timing yet to be determined. Now, official apprentices may remain. The rest, please depart," he announced. "Master, why is that? Do the people outside remain unaware of the impending orc tide?" One apprentice could not restrain his inquiry. "Do not ask what is not your place to question," Master Shavira replied, casting a cold glance at the apprentice. He continued, "In the coming days, tactical classes will be held in the spell laboratories numbered 12 to 20. Those wishing to perish may choose not to attend. Now leave." "Yes, master." With heavy hearts, Schado and the other 3 official apprentices exited Shavira's private study. However, they were soon encircled by a throng of ordinary apprentices, among whom Donald gestured urgently at Schado. Without needing to speak, Eater relayed the meaning of Master Shavira's words. Apprentices were forbidden to leave the mage tower, rendering any attempt to send messages outside futile. What? How could this be? A wail of despair erupted from the crowd. Those residing in the town were relatively safe as long as they remained within the protective confines of the mage tower. But those living in the small villages beyond were in dire peril. Most of the apprentices present were merely 17 or 18 years of age, having experienced the orc tide a decade prior. At that time, their youth rendered them naive. They only understood that orcs were fearsome. Over the past 10 years, they had absorbed the pervasive fear instilled by those around them. Though Schado was alone here, the scene of anguish stirred something within him. Seizing the opportunity amidst the crowd, he quietly slipped away, catching a glimpse of Donald, who sat despondently on the ground, weeping into his hands. Indeed, he was still but a child. First, Schado proceeded to the supply exchange to redeem a scroll for the spell message. Only then did he make his way to the library level, where the spell laboratories numbered 12 to 20 were mentioned by Master Shavira. The doors were tightly shut, revealing nothing from the outside. However, Schado noted that the doors to these 9 laboratories were not locked. He chose Laboratory 12 at random and gently pushed it open. As the door creaked ajar, a gruff voice resonated within. The first figure to capture Shado's attention was a towering man, standing 2 meters tall and twice as robust, clad in standard chainmail. He wielded a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, leading a group of bare-chested apprentices in training. With each step, the weight of his formidable physique echoed a deep thud, sending vibrations through the ground beneath Shado's feet. "Apprentice Schado, remove your robe and fall into line," the man commanded. Schado complied, shedding his robe in the designated area for other apprentices. However, he did not bare his torso, for he wore a thin linen shirt beneath. Chapter 40, Transcription and Training. As Schado joined the ranks, he was met with a command. "All units, change formation. Schado, pay attention to the person in front of you. Maintain a distance of 2 steps, and move." Having undergone military training prior to his journey, Schado adapted effortlessly to this formation. Subsequently, whether advancing, retreating, accelerating, or shifting formations, he swiftly acclimated to the regimen. This was not a testament to Shado's prowess. Rather, the training itself was quite straightforward. It was improbable that an apprentice mage would be thrust into melee combat with orcs. The apprentices were merely required to timely bolster their team members with spells and, most crucially, to keep pace. After an afternoon of rigorous training, Schado felt a numbing fatigue in his limbs, and his companions were no better off. Reluctant to succumb to exhaustion, they pushed themselves to persevere. Yet, their training instructor proclaimed that what they had experienced thus far was merely an appetizer. Schado discerned that while skills and knowledge could be rapidly acquired, enhancing physical stamina in less than half a month was an unrealistic expectation. There was simply no time for physical conditioning in their daily routine, and when the critical moment arrived, they found themselves at a loss. It seemed imperative to incorporate physical training into their daily regimen moving forward. That evening, Sammy and Devon arrived as anticipated, both dragging themselves in weariness. Upon their meeting, all three exchanged bemused expressions, as if to say, "You two are struggling?" It was somewhat amusing. "Sammy, Devon, I have successfully exchanged for the scroll on the study of message. Are your preparations complete?" Sammy placed 3 stacks of coins, totaling 15 pieces, on Shado's desk, while Devon reluctantly produced 2 sheets of parchment from within his robe and handed them to Schado. "Here are the notes on stun." Without concern for Devon's reluctance, Schado seized the parchment, glancing over it. Noting the absence of arcane symbols, he discerned it to be a foreign spell and promptly tucked it away. "Now, it's my turn." Schado retrieved the message study scroll, entered a state of focus, and slowly unfurled it. Once more, he beheld the delicate threads connecting to the magical web above, which began to unfurl and transform. With the scroll's usage time limited, Schado was unwilling to squander a moment. He immediately took out his magical notes and began to inscribe. Sammy and Devon did not linger idly. Although it was their first encounter with the usage of a study scroll, they quickly grasped what to do and also retrieved their notes, entering a state of concentration to record their findings. As moments slipped by, darkness enveloped Shado's dormitory. Yet, in their focused state, the three could still perceive the intricate, intertwined structures of the magical web above the scroll. However, lacking dark vision, they found themselves unable to continue recording. Instinctively, Sammy reached for matches, but Devon was quicker. Striking one alight, Schado, seizing a half-burned candle from his desk, ignited it from Devon's flame. However, he hesitated to continue recording. After an exhausting afternoon, they were all weary. "I will bring the study scroll to the Arcane Garden tomorrow morning, and we can record together then. What do you think?" Sammy and the others were determined to continue, yet their bodies were undeniably fatigued. Given that it was Shado's suggestion, they consented and agreed to meet the following morning to commence their duties in the Arcane Garden while documenting their findings. After bidding farewell to Sammy and Devon, Schado perused the tome biography of Archmagus Nesseriel for a while before retiring for the night. The next day, news of the impending orc invasion at the month's end had spread like wildfire, causing considerable anxiety among the apprentices regarding the safety of their families. However, the imposing authority of the Mage Tower deterred them from seeking clarification. Consequently, a palpable sense of gloom enveloped the atmosphere. In the morning, Schado, Sammy, and Devon completed their documentation of the message spell before parting ways for individual study. During lunch, an external mage from the Mage Tower conveyed the Lord's message. The Lord, invoking the name of the Grand Archmage ancestors, assured that he would spare no effort in safeguarding all within the territory, upholding the honor of his title. This news somewhat alleviated the apprentices' spirits, yet as long as the orcs remained a threat, their apprehensions could not be entirely assuaged. In the afternoon, Schado returned to the spell laboratory from the previous day, where the same tall and robust instructor awaited. Today's training deviated from rigid formations. The instructor had brought a contingent of soldiers for the apprentices to engage in coordinated drills. Following the formations practiced the day before, the apprentices took their positions as mages. "Who will step forward?" the instructor called, but silence prevailed. Scanning the group, the instructor's gaze settled on Schado, recalling that he was the only apprentice not bare-chested the previous day. "You, step forward," he commanded. Despite being singled out, Schado felt no trepidation. Training was fundamentally about identifying and resolving issues, and being the first might yield greater insights. Positioned at the rear of the formation, flanked by 2 crossbowmen clad in leather armor, Schado felt a sense of reassurance. In front of him stood 5 soldiers wielding long spears arranged in a curved formation, while 3 shield-bearers occupied the front line. This formation had been practiced extensively the day prior, and each position was well rehearsed. "Listen to my command. Advance." The instructor issued the first order. The 11-member squad, including Schado, sprang into action, maintaining their basic formation as they moved forward. Given the limited space of the spell laboratory, they traversed the distance in mere steps. Change formation, retreat. The squad promptly responded, with Schado turning to flee. The squad leader moved from the front to the rear, sprinting ahead of Schado, followed closely by the crossbowmen and spear wielders, while the remaining 2 shield bearers brought up the rear. Soon, they reached the opposite end of the spell laboratory, where the instructor issued another command. A flying stone strikes the crossbowman, casualty. No sooner had the words left his lips than the crossbowman to Shado's left dropped his weapon and collapsed to the ground. Yet the commands did not cease. Enemies approaching from the rear. Schado recognized that it was now his moment to empower his squad with spells. However, the only incantations at his disposal were Acid Splash and Light, as true combat would warrant the distribution of scrolls from above. Otherwise, even if apprentices could cast spells, they would not keep pace with the demands of battle. What are you waiting for? The enemy is closing in. Cast your spells. The surviving crossbowman beside Schado whispered a reminder. I have not learned this. The crossbowman reiterated, just try something. This is a training session, do you understand? Schado, unwilling to glance at the instructor's expression at that moment, immediately entered a state of concentration. He cast a light spell, imbuing the crossbowman's one-handed sword at his waist, and subsequently bestowed the same enhancement upon the spear wielders and shield bearers ahead. However, after enhancing only the spear wielder, he found himself unable to regain his focus. In other words, Schado could only release 6 cantrips at a time, and to cast more, he would require ample rest. Thus, he remained beside the shield squad leader, his hand poised as if to cast a spell, yet no magic materialized, rendering the situation rather awkward. Chapter 41, Communication Art. Alright, it's time to switch. The instructor called out to Schado, stating 2 points. First, your actions lack decisiveness. Hesitance will not be tolerated in battle. Second, when enhancing spells, start from the front row. Next, integrating the previous training with the 10-person squad, the instructor elaborated on the apprentice's movements, which proved to be quite beneficial. Schado listened attentively, nodding silently. Remember, orcs surpass ordinary humans in both strength and speed. The only advantage we possess is our intellect, superior tactics, fine equipment, and formidable magic. Remember what I teach you, and you will be grateful when you survive. Choosing to depart, he considered that the spell laboratory could not accommodate 2 10-person teams training simultaneously. However, Schado did not leave. Although tactical training was not possible, he could still practice magic. Opportunities for free access to the mage laboratory were rare, and he intended to make the most of it. A few other apprentices remained, seemingly with similar intentions as Schado. Thus, Schado disregarded the presence of others in the spell laboratory, found a corner, and began practicing with his scrolls. Schado, an apprentice, approached him, softly inquiring, "May I sit beside you?" Glancing at the apprentice's robe adorned with the name Faerûn, Schado replied flatly, "Within 2 steps, it's 15 gold coins." Even in the tranquil atmosphere of the spell laboratory, it was evident that the apprentice named Faerûn had not mastered the communication art. Upon seeing Schado with the learning scroll, he recognized it as communication art and sought to share in the knowledge. However, Shado's demand for 15 gold coins caused Faerûn to hesitate. "I don't have that many gold coins right now. Would spell notes suffice? I need the notes for stun." Faerûn took a deep breath and consented, promptly extracting 2 sheets of parchment from his personal notes and handing them to Schado. After a quick glance to ensure they were not encoded scripts, Schado accepted them and allowed Faerûn to move a little closer. Shortly thereafter, 2 more apprentices approached with similar inquiries, to which Schado also acquiesced. Consequently, the 4 gathered around the spell scroll, with Faerûn and the others beginning to transcribe while Schado attempted to practice. He dismantled the spell structure step by step, practicing each segment until he felt confident enough to attempt the entire spell. 0-tier spells, often referred to as apprentice-level magic or simply cantrips, were not particularly challenging to learn. The true difficulty lay in acquiring the knowledge itself. Having previously learned Acid Splash and Light, Schado grasped the concepts swiftly, and by dusk, he began to practice the spell as a whole. Surveying the laboratory, he noticed that most of the formal apprentices had already departed. Yet a number of ordinary apprentices had arrived, engaging in training. Schado meticulously scanned the crowd. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he recognized a somewhat familiar face. It appeared to be an ordinary apprentice who had once joined Donald's group, but had subsequently left. "Just you." Schado focused intently, weaving his fingers in a precise manner, and instantly felt a connection established with the apprentice standing 7 or 8 meters away. delicate threads of the magical network intertwined, forming an invisible conduit between them. "Hello," Schado silently conveyed, while keenly observing the expression on the other's face. As anticipated, the individual appeared startled, glancing around in confusion, yet failed to discern anyone speaking to him. The others, not in a state of concentration, were oblivious to the spellcasting of the message spell, which lacked any accompanying auditory or visual effects. "I am right behind you," Schado transmitted again. The person immediately turned, scrutinizing those behind him, but saw no signs of anyone attempting to communicate. Those nearby regarded him with puzzled expressions, prompting him to turn back with a look of suspicion. A triumphant success. Schado felt an exhilarating urge to exclaim. This was the fastest he had ever succeeded in casting a newly learned spell. Previously, whether it was Acid Splash or Light, he had taken at least a week to release them for the first time, and mastering them required even more time. Of course, this was partly due to his inability to dedicate all his time to research and practice, but today, after completing his transcription in the morning and dedicating about an hour to study, followed by disassembly and practice, he had managed to perform the spell in a little under 5 hours. This filled him with joy, yet amidst his elation, he realized the significance of foundational knowledge. The operation of zero-level spells involved many repetitive elements, and the disassembly practice broadened Shado's perspective beyond specific spells, allowing for a more systematic consideration of magic. He had a premonition that should he master the operations of more zero-level spells, integrating them holistically, he might be able to cast a spell merely from its description, or even develop entirely new spells based on that foundation. Soon, the tactical lesson concluded, and the spell laboratory was to be closed. Schado prepared to fetch his dinner, but Harlan and his companions had yet to complete their transcription of the message spell. Upon seeing Shado's intent to leave, they grew anxious. "Schado, we haven't finished transcribing yet." After a moment's thought, Schado refrained from retracting the learning scroll and said, "Here, take this learning scroll. It should last for another 2 hours or so. Hurry and finish transcribing. You should have enough time." With that, he departed. The spell effect produced by the learning scroll was no different from that of an ordinary magic scroll, but such unencrypted scrolls designed for study were rarely utilized for actual spellcasting. After last night, and today's morning and afternoon use, the remaining time on this learning scroll was minimal, and it would likely become completely ineffective once the trio finished transcribing. Since he had already reaped the benefits of their efforts, he decided it would be best to simply give them the scroll, thus saving himself the trouble of wasting time. Chapter 42. Standardization indeed. Delving into the legendary tales of the Grand Sorcerer Nesseriel is far more intriguing than perusing the maxims of the Radiant Lord. Schado finds himself gleaning some insights into adventure and combat from a mage's perspective, an experience unattainable from Muiran. The Mage Tower's library is replete with biographies of other esteemed sorcerers. However, the time and resources required to borrow or transcribe these works are prohibitive for Schado at present. Perhaps he will consider leisure and entertainment only when he is truly settled. After finishing his meal, Schado promptly set aside the Grand Sorcerer's biography and instead retrieved 2 sets of notes on the spell days, one from Apprentice Dwayne and the other from Apprentice Halen. Each apprentice's unique understanding of the magical web results in subtle variations in the structure of the spell. If these minute discrepancies are not addressed, the efficacy of the spell may differ, and in severe cases, could lead to a failure in casting. This contrasts sharply with technology on Earth, which can be standardized. Magic, however, resists such uniformity due to its intrinsic connection to individual thought, perception, intellect, and soul. Variances in human nature inevitably lead to differences in magic. Nevertheless, Schado firmly believes that a stable world must possess stable rules, and thus, magic can indeed be standardized. Yet, as an apprentice, he acknowledges that his aspirations for magical standardization may be somewhat presumptuous. He has merely committed these thoughts to memory. In his comparative study of the 2 sets of days notes, Schado quickly discerned the fundamental structure of the spell. It is worth noting that the existence of learning scrolls has made him remarkably attuned to the basic structures of zero-ring spells. He has often entertained the notion of exhausting all his scroll exchange privileges, contemplating whether studying multiple spells simultaneously might expedite his progress. Yet, reason has persistently reminded him of the pitfalls of such ambition. Overreaching can lead to failure. Today, however, having swiftly mastered message, Schado feels a swell of confidence. His recent exploration of days further bolsters his self-assurance. With a total of 5 spells studied, he realizes that their manipulation of the magical web is quite elementary. Casting a spell involves intertwining, connecting, bending, coiling, and layering the strands that constitute the magical web to form a structure with specific magical effects. Upon examining the 5 spells, Schado concludes that the structure of zero-ring spells is remarkably simple. For instance, the structure of light resembles a sphere radiating outward, while acid splash takes the form of a semi-open spindle. The other spells are similarly uncomplicated. When distilled to their most basic actions of manipulating the magical web, these spells exhibit considerable redundancy. Schado even speculates that spells beyond the zero ring may share similar characteristics. Thus, by studying a sufficient number of one-ring spells, he could facilitate a more rapid understanding of other one-ring spells. With this revelation, Schado has reached a decision and calls out, "Tower Spirit, I request the current moment." The ever-responsive Tower Spirit immediately acknowledged the call of Apprentice Schado, noting the current time, 8:35 p.m. How swiftly time passes. Apprentice Schado inquired whether the Resource Allocation Office number 6 was currently accessible. Unfortunately, the reply came in a hollow, mechanical voice. Resource Allocation Office number 6 is currently unavailable. This disheartening news filled Schado with disappointment, leaving him to await tomorrow for his exchange. With thoughts swirling in his mind in the impending darkness, he ceased his studies of spells and instead took out the sacred maxims of the Radiant Lord to read. Perusing these tedious maxims before sleep was known to aid in slumber. Meanwhile, in the northern sector of the central square of Seville town, a pre-battle meeting presided over by Lord Epps Seville was reaching a critical juncture. The leaders of various factions within the territory wore solemn expressions, none daring to speak first. Epps was filled with rage. It had been a decade since these individuals had let their selfishness undermine their efforts against the orcs, leading to his father's grievous injuries and eventual demise the following year. 10 years had passed, yet he found himself in a similar predicament as his father, though this time he would not be so naive. "Have you all made your considerations?" Silence reigned once more, further inciting Epps's fury. Sensing the Lord's displeasure, a portly middle-aged man clad in a silken elven robe finally spoke up. "My lord, the Merchant Guild is merely under our management and does not belong to us. Your request is quite difficult for us to fulfill. If you refrain from mentioning that request, I, personally, would be willing to donate an additional 500 gold coins to support the fight against the orcs." With this initial offering, others began to chime in. "Indeed, my lord. We cannot dare to tamper with the Guild's assets. If you refrain from that request, I, too, would contribute another 500 gold coins to the territory." "So would I?" And I, listening to the cacophony of voices, Epps unexpectedly found a sense of calm. He touched the staff beside him, disregarding the guild representative on the left side of the table, and turned his gaze to those on the right. Closest to him was a middle-aged mage dressed similarly to Epps, with 2 floating magical stones orbiting above his head. Epps calmly inquired, "Esteemed Archmage Orlon, does the Mage Guild express that all members of the Seville Town Mage Guild are willing to heed the Lord's directives?" Epps nodded. He did not place much value on the guild's members, as most formal mages in the territory had already joined the Mage Tower, leaving behind only a few low-tier mages, who were, in many respects, less competent than the apprentices of his own tower. His true focus was on the formidable Archmage Orlon, who possessed an impressive spell casting level of 17. Just a week prior, scouts from the territory had detected unusual movements among the orcs. And during this sensitive period of 10 years, Epps had personally undertaken reconnaissance. Upon receiving the news of the impending orc tide, Epps dispatched a plea for assistance to the rear of the Empire. Subsequently, he sought the aid of his grandfather's fellow disciples to amplify his call for support. Those who have survived to this day as companions of the Grand Archmage are undoubtedly extraordinary individuals. Thus, a powerful mage from the Arcane Alliance arrived to lend their assistance, greatly bolstering Epps's confidence in addressing this orc crisis. As he surveyed the assembly, Epps beheld the representative of the temple, Bishop Ambriel. As for the temple's stance, all shall adhere to the Lord's directives. Bishop Ambriel's words, though succinct, resonated with unwavering conviction. Chapter 43. Pre-war conference. Epps had always felt a sense of reassurance regarding the temple of the territory, seldom expressing his thoughts. He turned his gaze to the next individual, adopting a more casual and approachable tone. "Belgarth, how fares the situation with the adventurers, though seemingly unremarkable?" Belgarth was a seasoned adventurer and now a loyal follower of the Lord. Upon being addressed by the Lord, he promptly rose. standing out conspicuously in the town hall's conference room, even drawing the attention of merchants who had just been voicing their grievances to the Lord. "My lord," Belgarth began, "the adventurers are relatively stable at present. However, a few teams may have caught wind of the imminent orc invasion. I have relayed this intelligence to Coin, who has already taken measures to detain those individuals." Epps nodded. Adventurers ventured out of the town almost daily, gathering materials, hunting game, or tracking down goblins and beasts. If anyone were to first notice the signs of an orc horde rising, it would undoubtedly be them. Their sensitivity to crises and the wilderness far surpassed that of ordinary folk. Yet, they were indeed an unpredictable variable. The initial news of the orc horde had been discovered by an adventurer team, but it had been intercepted by the territory scouts before it could incite unrest. "Coin, what is the status of the territorial forces?" "My lord, we have disseminated information regarding the orc invasion on a limited scale and have organized low-intensity pre-war training. However, 2 issues have arisen." "What issues? Speak." "Yes." Coin subtly glanced at the expressionless Sane, seated to his right, and continued, "Mayor Sane has not timely allocated military supplies." "My lord," he added, "as for winter combat equipment, preparations began last year in anticipation of a potential orc invasion. However, with the first snowfall yet to arrive, these supplies may not be utilized for this incursion. Based on past experiences, orc hordes typically emerge during the harshest winters, driven down from the mountains by food scarcity, launching assaults on any area that might harbor sustenance. This particular orc wave had indeed arrived earlier than expected, instilling a sense of unease in Lord Epps, though he was reluctant to reveal any sign of weakness before his subordinates and outsiders. "Coin, I will arrange for a shipment of provisions from the Mage Tower. Training must continue, but we must remain in a constant state of readiness." "What is the other issue you mentioned?" "My lord, when can we expect the allocation of apprentices from the Mage Tower?" Coin refrained from mentioning formal mages, well aware that in the context of large-scale warfare, a few low-level mages might be less effective than a greater number of apprentices. "Dispatch scouts to monitor the orc movements. The apprentices will be assigned to you next week." "Understood." There were no fiery slogans shouted. Coin's loyalty to the Lord and disdain for the orcs matched the fervor of anyone present. The final individual on Lord Epps's right was Mayor Sane, who, while ostensibly merely the mayor of Seville Town, effectively managed all matters concerning the territory, both large and small. This is the steward personally selected by the old lord for Epps Seville, a figure characterized by unwavering loyalty and reliability, having served the Seville family since the days of Sane's grandfather. As a mage, Epps dedicates the majority of his time and energy to the arcane arts. Were it not for this Sane, the Seville estate would have long since succumbed to decline. The lord's reputation for managing his domain is largely attributable to Sane. Hence Epps holds him in high regard, both from a perspective of historical vassalage and practical utility. "Sane, I entrust the affairs of the territory to you with utmost confidence." Halting Sane's attempt to rise, Epps cast a cold gaze upon the merchant representative seated to the left of the conference table. "Gentlemen, is this truly your final decision?" "My lord, it is merely that the representative of the Eagle merchants, Azur, clad in silken elven robes and adorned with a temperature-regulating talisman, was abruptly enveloped in a flash of white light and vanished before he could finish his sentence." The other merchants, witnessing this spectacle, perceived Epps's wrath and immediately braced themselves, with one even hastily activating a teleportation scroll. With a flick of his wrist, Epps effortlessly thwarted the teleportation, as they were within the confines of the Mage Tower's control. Before the terrified merchant could utter a word, another burst of white light rendered him absent as well. The remaining merchants exchanged glances, each hesitant to speak, and they soon realized that Epps had not harmed the 2 who had previously disappeared. Though Epps did not receive the response he had hoped for, his disappointment only solidified his resolve. With a sweeping gesture of his left hand, he transported all the merchants to the doorstep of the town hall, thereby concluding the pre-war meeting. In truth, this gathering was convened solely for the merchants. The Seville domain had always adhered to the Lord's commands. The clergy, including those of the temple, remained loyal to the Lord as long as his orders did not contravene their faith. Only these foreign merchants, backed by formidable powers surpassing that of the Seville estate, exhibited considerable resistance when Epps demanded they assume command of the armed forces in the impending orc war. Yet, Epps had long devised a plan. He could no longer tolerate these merchants existing outside the bounds of order. Meanwhile, Azur, the president of the Eagle Merchant Seville branch, had just been teleported to the town hall entrance when another merchant appeared. Soon, All representatives who had attended the pre-war meeting materialized at the town hall's threshold. Azur, it is a relief to see you unharmed. I feared you had been, what? Killed by Lord Seville? Azur scoffed, his demeanor dismissive. For even a branch president of the Eagle Merchants could not be treated thus, even in the elven realm. Indeed, several merchant representatives chimed in unison, offering their flattery. The size of a territory and the prowess of its lord naturally reflected in the varying standings of their respective merchant associations. The Eagle Merchants were renowned throughout the Empire and even in the elven lands, their powerful lord being a formidable archmage with aspirations of legendary status. Other merchant associations also had their own distinguished backgrounds. In comparison, Ep's savior is utterly insignificant. He harbors the misguided notion of seizing the armed forces of their merchant guild amid the orc tide. The merchants, exchanging jovial banter, gradually dispersed, some heading towards the villa district to the north of the town hall, while others made their way to their residences in the eastern quarter. Accompanied by a cadre of merchants, Azur approached his villa. Just as he was about to enter, a sudden thought struck him. He touched his wrist, activating the mental amulet adorning it. The memories that had begun to fade suddenly surged back with clarity. Orin, the Archmage, a sorcerer of an astounding level 17. Renowned throughout the Empire, Azur had completely overlooked this earlier. In retrospect, a cold sweat broke out over him. Ignoring the presence of several merchant representatives beside him, Azur grasped the hem of his elven robe and hastened toward the town hall. The remaining merchants exchanged glances, but soon followed suit in unison. Chapter 44. Physical training and productivity plans. As the moon set and the sun ascended, casting the radiant light of the Lord of Glory across the land, the tranquil town of Seville awakened once more to vibrant life. Yet, a disquieting rumor that had been circulating discreetly among the populace cast a heavy shadow over this vitality. The orcs were coming. Memories of the orc tide from a decade prior surged forth in the minds of the townsfolk, and upon hearing the dreaded news once again, many who had endured that calamity trembled at the mere mention of the orc tide. If given the choice, no one would wish to relive such an experience. Some stealthily slipped out of town to warn their families in the nearby villages, though they dared not spread panic. They merely sought excuses to bring their loved ones into the safety of the town, as long as they remained within the protective confines of the Mage Tower. The orcs could never harm them. Others, however, dreamt of glory and ambitions of becoming significant figures in the territory. They began their preparations, ever ready for the Lord's summons. Although they lacked fine armaments, their unwavering belief was enough to motivate them to practice with discarded one-handed swords for hours on end. Those aware of the impending threat either felt fear or resolved indifference, yet they unanimously chose to keep this information under wraps. Meanwhile, the oblivious continued to drift along the river of fate, as they always had. In the Tower of Time, Schado awoke early, as was his custom, to read by the dim light, enhancing his mastery of the arcane script. Only when the room was aglow did he proceed to the dining hall for breakfast. Upon arriving at the arcane garden, he opted for physical training, recognizing the inevitability of their summons into the military in light of the orc invasion. The inadequacies of his physical fitness had become apparent, and Schado could not afford to neglect them. Thus, amidst the curious gazes of other apprentices, he calmly commenced his regimen of running, push-ups, and sit-ups in the arcane garden, enduring the oppressive heat and the inquisitive stares of onlookers. During a brief respite, Sammy approached him. "Schado, are you exercising? Does this even serve a purpose?" Schado refrained from explaining the scientific discipline of physical education that existed in his previous world, Earth. Although he had not studied it extensively, he had attended many physical education classes. Even if his training came rather late, he believed that every effort contributed to a greater chance of survival, enhancing speed and endurance, however marginally. "Of course, you can't escape this," Sammy replied almost instinctively. "Orcs can run much faster than humans." "Indeed. Do you think the orcs would pursue the swiftest among us?" Sammy hesitated, momentarily caught off guard, as he had not contemplated the nature of orcs. The bestiary in the library stated that orcs were prone to aggression and typically targeted the easiest prey, but regardless, speed and endurance would always be advantageous. Following the revelation of the impending orc tide, Schado had promptly sought out information in the library. While it might not have been entirely accurate, it would at least serve as a useful reference. As he had just mentioned, those who encounter orcs and can run faster and longer than others have a greater chance of survival. The soldiers assigned by the Mage Tower to instruct the apprentices in tactical lessons, even clad in chainmail helmets and wielding a full array of weaponry, may not necessarily outrun them. In the event of a battle's failure, these mage apprentices are indeed the most vulnerable. Physical training must be prioritized without neglect. Of course, training must also be conducted in moderation, otherwise, injuries could lead to even more tragic outcomes. Sammy was easily persuaded, and soon Devon joined in, training alongside Schado. The mage apprentices who were sent to the mage tower by their families were certainly not fools. Upon witnessing the 3 official apprentices darting about the arcane garden and performing peculiar movements, the ordinary apprentices felt a stir of excitement. However, before they could take any real action, the overseeing mage of the arcane garden announced that a temporary production enhancement plan was about to commence, requiring all apprentices to adhere to the directives of the tower spirit. Subsequently, nearly 100 more apprentices arrived at the arcane garden, prompting Schado and his companions to cease their physical training and follow the instructions along with the other apprentices. This gathering marked the moment when Schado encountered the highest number of apprentices, aside from mealtime. Typically, such a congregation was rare. Apprentice Schado was assigned to harvest the fields in District 8 East. Before long, the hollow and mechanical voice of the tower spirit echoed in Shado's ears. Aside from this directive, Schado did not hear any other instructions. Glancing at the others, he noticed they each had their own tasks, and he dared not delay. He hurried towards the fields of District 8 East, in a realm inaccessible to ordinary beings within the Mage Tower. The entire arcane garden and all its apprentices manifested in a remarkably intricate structure of points and lines. Suddenly, a portion of this intricate structure illuminated brilliantly, emitting a dazzling light, which then dispersed into other points and lines, brightening the entire formation considerably. Before Schado, this spectacle took the form of clusters of wheat growing at an observable speed. Even having witnessed the miracle of a weekly harvest, he was taken aback by this phenomenon. It surpassed any agricultural enhancement seen on Earth. Schado found himself pondering whether this was a manifestation of time magic or some form of ripening enchantment. It was simply astounding. Yet, he had no time for further contemplation, as the hollow and mechanical voice of the tower spirit urged him to complete the harvesting task promptly. Rolling up his sleeves, Schado began the harvest. At the opposite end of District 8 East, another apprentice commenced their own harvesting, while those responsible for bundling and transporting the crops arrived as well. They pulled rudimentary wooden carts, trailing behind the harvesters. With each bundle harvested, they would pick it up, swiftly tie it together, and place it atop the wooden cart. The area Schado was responsible for was not particularly large, but his inexperience in harvesting made the task challenging. The scythe provided by the Mage Tower was vastly different from those on Earth. Not only was it unfamiliar, but it was also blunt, complicating matters for Schado, who was already struggling with the task at hand. After completing the arduous journey, Talon instructed him to transport the wheat to the mill alongside the wooden cart. There, the freshly harvested grain would undergo a series of processes: drying, threshing, grinding, and sifting, before the final product, flour, could be stored. The mill was nestled beside a serene river that meandered through the arcane garden, its gentle currents powering simple machinery that turned the grinding stones without the need for additional manpower or animal labor. Upon arriving, Schado found the apprentices at the mill already assisting in unloading the bundles of wheat, promptly departing with the cart. As noon approached, Schado felt utterly drained. His energy sapped to the point that even the trek to the dining hall seemed insurmountable. He pondered whether the Wizard's Tower's insatiable push for increased production was truly for the sake of sustenance or merely a means to strengthen the apprentices' physiques. Yet, caught in the midst of it all, he felt powerless to change his circumstances. Chapter 45. New Spells, 0-level mastery after the meal and prior to the tactical class. Schado hastily exchanged 2 learning scrolls at the supply station, considering that he had previously acquired offensive spells. This time he opted for functional spells such as Sound Illusion and Mage Hand. A single offensive spell, Acid Splash, sufficed. Schado did not harbor any illusions about relying on apprentice spells to dominate the battlefield. His choice of functional spells merely provided him with additional options in the face of peril. Ultimately, his primary objective was to survive the impending orc onslaught. Everything else was secondary. He held no intention of serving Saviel. Circumstances compelled him to do so. For the tactical class, Schado once again selected the spell practice room he had used a couple of days prior. This session focused solely on military commands and the use of standard weaponry. Upon completion, the apprentices were each issued a one-handed sword and a small crossbow, along with 6 bolts. The moment Schado clasped the weapons, he sensed that combat was imminent. However, facing the formidable orcs, he found little assurance in these arms. The other apprentices seemed to comprehend the dreadful fate awaiting them. as they fervently practiced, be it magic, swordsmanship, or any endeavor that might bestow a semblance of security. Witnessing this scene, Schado could not help but shake his head, puzzled by the lack of proper guidance from the mage tower. Did they truly wish for these apprentices to face the battlefield unprepared? The thoughts eluded him. He had unexpectedly arrived in Nesseriel from Earth less than a year ago and was still striving to comprehend everything about this world. Its cultural and foundational logic was beyond his grasp. Nevertheless, regardless of others' actions, Schado remained resolute in his goals, plans, and determination. Practicing swordsmanship was an unwise choice. He had no intention of wielding the one-handed sword in battle, as it would serve only as a burden. He did not even train with the crossbow, for the limited 6 bolts offered scant opportunities. As he drew the bowstring, he surmised that this crossbow would scarcely inflict lethal damage upon an orc, even against a human. Delivering a fatal blow would be challenging. Furthermore, the effective range of the crossbow was limited. By the time its damage might be deemed necessary, death would likely be imminent. Only magic held the potential to transform the impossible into the possible and to transmute decay into wonder. Though Schado hailed from a technologically advanced Earth and had been in Faerûn for less than a year, he had genuinely witnessed the marvels of magic and now possessed unwavering confidence in it. Even the simplest apprentice spells might yield remarkable results. With limited time remaining in the tactical class, he was determined to utilize it wisely. Schado quickly sought an unoccupied corner of the spell practice room, unfurling his learning scrolls. Despite several attempts from others to gain access to the scrolls, he resolutely declined. He was eager to validate the conjectures he had formulated the previous night, opting to study directly from the scroll rather than transcribing notes at that moment. The first spell he examined was the 0-level spell, Sound Illusion. The effects of this spell bear a striking resemblance to the previously studied Message spell, with the sole distinction that the sounds emitted by Message spell can only be perceived by the intended target and over a greater distance. In contrast, Sound Illusion indiscriminately produces sound, audible to all within a certain range depending on the volume. Its spell structure resembles an open arc, and upon further dissection of its composition, it fundamentally involves the most superficial entanglement, connection, bending, twisting, and layering of the magical web. This concept had been thoroughly explored in Shado's prior studies. Rather than immediately practicing Sound Illusion, Schado set aside the learning scroll for it and opened the scroll for Mage Hand, engaging in meticulous study. This spell still shared similarities with the previously examined First Circle spells, which allowed Schado to relax completely. Indeed, all the First Circle spells he had encountered exhibited analogous operations at the same level of the magical web, differing only in the structural design above this foundational operation. In simpler terms, the spell structure merely serves as a tangible manifestation of spellcasting success, while the direct manipulation of the magical web embodies the true essence of magic. Whether it involves the intricate entanglements, connections, bends, twists, or combinations of the magical web, Schado designated these as the elements of magic, referencing the 3 essential components of spellcasting in his nomenclature. Every spell comprises several elements. However, these operations are often too complex, necessitating a spell structure to aid a mage's memory during the casting process. This is akin to a house being constructed from various materials. The builder cannot simply transform the materials into a house without a blueprint to ensure the construction proceeds accurately. If a mage can thoroughly comprehend all elements of a spell, they could release that magic even without knowing the spell structure. Of course, this analogy is somewhat inadequate, as all elements inherently encompass the spell structure. The elements of First Circle spells are relatively straightforward, involving only the most superficial operations on the magical web, and the spell structures above these elements are not overly complicated, at least in Shado's view. At this juncture, Schado could rightfully be considered proficient in the theory of First Circle spells. For those spells he had yet to exchange, he harbored confidence that, given sufficient time, he could even create them independently. Having reached this stage, Schado could begin to glimpse the higher echelons of magic. Becoming a formal mage was no longer an unattainable dream. Unbeknownst to anyone, just moments ago, within this shared spell laboratory bustling with activity, Schado underwent a significant transformation, not in strength, but in perspective, confidence, and even ambition. A morning of labor honed his physical prowess, while an afternoon of study transformed his spirit. Yet, regardless of the transformation, the looming challenge of the orc tide remained unavoidable. Thus, Schado could only momentarily set aside his thoughts and fully immerse himself in spell practice. Currently, the only First Circle spells he had mastered were Acid Splash and Light. While he had learned other spells, he had yet to achieve true mastery over them. Casting spells through the body, often referred to as magical artistry, undoubtedly necessitates frequent practice. But what of machinery? In a fleeting moment, Shado's thoughts veered off course, leading him to ponder alternative casting devices, neglecting the fact that the Mage Tower itself is a multifunctional and immensely powerful alternative casting apparatus, or rather, a structure. Time swiftly passed thereafter. That evening, after dinner, Schado chose not to study as he typically would. Instead, he retired early, having expended both physical and mental energy throughout the day, leaving him utterly fatigued. Chapter 46. The unforgettable scroll instruction the following morning continued the theme of agricultural abundance. Yet today, Schado was assigned the tasks of sowing and transporting. Instead of delivering the harvested wheat to the mill as he had done the previous day, he was now tasked with transporting the freshly ground flour to the grand hall on the first floor of the Mage Tower. Subsequently, several squads of soldiers took over the operation. The moment Schado laid eyes on these soldiers, he felt as though the Mage Tower was deliberately conditioning the apprentice's physical endurance. Indeed, the midday meal was considerably more sumptuous than usual. Typically, lunch consisted of mere bread, a slice of meat so thin it was almost translucent, a few leaves of lettuce, and a cup of diluted fruit wine. Although the increase in rations had only slightly enhanced his meal yesterday, today he was pleasantly surprised to find a generous portion of meat and an apple. Despite studying beneath the apple tree daily, Schado had yet to taste a single apple, as they were invariably harvested just before ripening. To his astonishment, he had now received an apple, coupled with the earlier sight of soldiers transporting grain. Schado became increasingly convinced that the Mage Tower was systematically training the apprentice's physical capabilities. Reflecting on it, it seemed that all formal apprentices were preferentially assigned tasks that required mobility and endurance. However, the denizens of this otherworldly realm lacked a systematic and scientific understanding of physical training. Their approach to enhancing stamina often boiled down to relentless exertion and recovery, which utterly disrupted Shado's own training regimen. Yet, he could not question the decisions of the Mage Tower, leaving him with a silent struggle. This morning, he awoke feeling sore all over, almost reluctant to rise. It was only through sheer willpower that he managed to get up, and the morning's grueling tasks left him genuinely concerned that he might succumb to fatigue before being felled by an orc. In the afternoon, the tactical class resumed in the spell practice room number 12. This time, instead of soldiers, a formal mage came to teach. Schado did not recognize him, but from the other apprentices, he learned that this mid-level mage, named Xander, had reached a casting level of 7. Upon hearing this, Schado recalled a course he had seen titled The Art of Cooking. As an earthling and a person of Chinese descent, he had initially dismissed it as trivial. How could a culture that merely boiled, fried, or roasted food, while still consuming raw lettuce, claim to understand the art of cooking? Schado was tempted to enlighten this mage, but he hesitated, though he did commit the name to memory. Now it all made sense to him. He thought it more fitting for Mage Xander to teach the art of eating, especially given his waistline, which was twice that of Shado's, and his plump cheeks, making it hard to believe he was indeed a mid-level mage. Dear apprentices, today I shall instruct you on the usage of magical scrolls. Remember, this opportunity is singular. Should you fail to grasp it on the first attempt, I fear you may find yourself laboring in the Mage Tower for the rest of your life. Shado's heart jolted at the sight of that ever-distorting visage, and though he wished to laugh, the humor eluded him. The usage of magical scrolls posed no challenge for Schado or the other formal apprentices, as most had already mastered the creation of zero-level magical scrolls, rendering the application of such spells a trivial matter. As for the more advanced scrolls, Schado had yet to encounter them. However, considering that magical scrolls are also a form of merchandise, there must exist a relatively universal method of utilization. It all depended on how Master Xander would elucidate this matter. Today, he intended to impart the usage of 4 types of scrolls. The first circles magic weapon, the second circles bear's endurance, bull strength, and cat's grace. While explaining the effects of these spells, Master Xander produced 4 scrolls, rolled into the shape of small rods. I am aware that some of you are capable of creating magical scrolls, yet what you can conjure merely qualifies as tricks. These are the genuine arts of magic. Following this, the main event commenced. Master Xander meticulously detailed the methods for employing these magical scrolls. As Schado had anticipated, these scrolls possessed a common method of activation. This was a deliberate trigger left by the scroll's creator, and nowadays, commercial scrolls have essentially established a tacit understanding regarding their activation methods. Everyone has adopted the same triggering technique. However, when it comes to a specific spell, or even scrolls of the same type crafted by a single creator, there are still subtle variations. This is precisely why some individuals can use several scrolls, yet one may fail to unleash its magic. In addition to explaining the universal method, Master Xander also made fine adjustments specifically for these 4 auxiliary spells. Schado listened attentively, barring unforeseen circumstances. Their task amidst the Orc Tide was to cast these 4 auxiliary spells. It wasn't particularly challenging, yet it was crucial. The state of the apprentices directly influenced the combat readiness of the entire team. Barn, step forward. Instantly, 2 voices responded from among the apprentices, but Master Xander frowned slightly. The one with red hair, Barn, step forward. Yes. Schado turned his gaze to see a somewhat anxious apprentice with dark red hair approach the front, seemingly preparing for a demonstration. This reminded Schado of Dean, who also had red hair, albeit a more striking fiery hue. However, Dean was not present in the spell practice room number 12. The first person to demonstrate would undoubtedly face some disadvantage, especially since Master Xander had previously emphasized that everyone had only one opportunity. Meanwhile, Barn successfully activated his first auxiliary spell. With focused intent, Schado observed how the single-handed sword in Master Xander's hand intertwined with a magical web, emanating a dazzling magical radiance. The successful activation of the first scroll appeared to relieve Barn, but the subsequent bear's endurance failed to trigger, and the scroll in his hand instantly lost all magical glow, reverting to a mere piece of ordinary parchment. Schado felt a pang of anxiety. Just like that, at least 100 or 200 gold coins had vanished. Yet, Master Xander did not chastise Barn. Instead, he cheerfully handed him another bear's endurance scroll, encouraging him to continue. Schado noticed that Barn's hands trembled as he accepted the scroll. Even as a formal apprentice, earning money was no small feat. 100 or 200 gold coins was significant, especially since earnings could be plentiful, yet expenses were often greater. The proceedings continue, yet the purpose of the Mage Tower is to teach apprentices the art of utilizing magical scrolls, rather than to ensnare them. Prior to Barn activating the second, Bear's Endurance, Mage Mute elucidated the reasons for his earlier failure. Thus, Barn successfully invoked 4 auxiliary spells in succession, and it is certain that this learning experience will remain etched in his memory. Subsequently, Xander began to call individuals forward to demonstrate, and Schado was among them. With so many demonstrations preceding, all the common mistakes that novices might make had already been showcased, allowing Schado to benefit immensely and succeed on his first attempt. In addition to the formal apprentices, some ordinary apprentices were also granted the opportunity to demonstrate, and Schado promptly realized that the list of apprentices for the expedition must have already been finalized. Tom was no longer on his side. Chapter 47. The United Invitation soon. The instructional session on the use of scrolls came to a close, leaving Schado to continue utilizing the free spell practice room. He had an abundance of spells he wished to refine, yet upon realizing the apprentice list had been established, he was compelled to make choices. Once he departed from the Mage Tower, such an advantageous environment for practice would be hard to come by, considering the myriad situations he might encounter in the future. Schado opted to focus on Mage Hand and Phantasmal Sound, though he acknowledged that he also needed to dedicate some time to practicing Message. Having only successfully cast it once just the day before, and still lacking proficiency. As expected, before the productivity plan for the following morning could be completed, the Tower Spirit sent a notification summoning all official apprentices to gather in the first-floor hall, readying their combat gear. Rubbing his sore arms and thighs, Schado reluctantly joined the throng heading to the lift. Schado! Schado! Dean appeared out of nowhere, his fiery red hair causing Schado to feel slightly dizzy. After creating a bit of distance, Schado inquired, "What is it?" "I've heard some news regarding the Orc Tide. Good news. Would you like to know?" Dean replied eagerly. "Speak." Dean leaned in conspiratorially, his voice dropping to a whisper. "I've heard a significant figure is arriving, which means we need to engage in direct combat. We only have to search for scattered orcs in the forest." "Really?" Schado was highly skeptical of the accuracy of this information. After all, Dean had only recently become an official apprentice. What channels could he possibly have to acquire such news? "Where did you hear this?" "From Mr. Eldridge." "Eldridge?" "Yes." Schado felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he recalled Eldridge, the one who had long rented the library's transcription room, masquerading as a mage apprentice while truly being a merchant apprentice. Schado had always perceived him as merely a somewhat eccentric hobbyist apprentice. He never expected such news to emanate from him. Nevertheless, even with this revelation, It was insufficient to convince Schado that a significant figure was indeed present and that they would be exempt from direct combat. So, we could unite and clear the orcs together. Dean's suggestion almost made Schado laugh. They were already planning their next steps based on a piece of dubious information. However, he thought it prudent to agree for now. All right, but there's another question. How will you persuade the others in the squad to follow your lead? Dean suddenly regarded Schado with an unfamiliar gaze, leaving Schado perplexed. What's the matter? Did I say something wrong? Of course you did. We are mages. Aside from direct combat, they should heed our decisions on other matters. Observing the confidence radiating from Dean's expression, Schado recognized his mistake. The instructor's dominant demeanor during their tactical lessons had made it clear that the apprentices were merely to serve as human conduits for spellcasting within the army. One ought to reconsider the situation. The status of the mage and even the apprentice is so elevated that it causes the instructor to worry that the apprentices might issue erroneous commands. Thus, the instructor deliberately adopts a more assertive demeanor in order to secure a greater share of authority. Consequently, the statement that no one would come to the aid of those who fall behind appears to be false. It is merely an attempt to prevent the apprentices from lagging too far behind. With this realization, Shado's mood instantly brightened. Dean, whom else have you contacted? Dean hesitated in his response, and Schado quickly discerned the truth, that Dean had reached out to no one but him, possibly because others had declined his overtures. Having just recently become a formal apprentice, he indeed held little standing. Even Schado had only conversed with a limited number of formal apprentices, the closest acquaintances being his fellow workers in the Arcane Garden, Sammy and Devon. Reflecting on this, he felt somewhat disheartened. I agree to the alliance, but it will depend on the specific circumstances, Schado ultimately conceded. Splendid. Dean's face lit up with joy. Schado, let us exchange the arcane marks. As the words left his lips, Schado felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had yet to learn the arcane marks, and Dean, noticing Shado's expression, realized his oversight. Oh, I almost forgot you just joined the Mage Tower. No matter, I don't know it either. At that moment, Schado wished he could strike Dean. He soon understood why Dean had blurted that out. It seemed he had faced too many rejections and was feeling rather desperate. Among formal apprentices, camaraderie typically flourished, and they would exchange arcane marks during joint tasks, allowing communication via message within a certain proximity. Dean had only recently learned repair upon becoming a formal apprentice and possessed merely 2 or 3 spells, with message and arcane marks regrettably absent from his repertoire. This made it rather unappealing for other formal apprentices to join forces with him. Schado couldn't help but feel frustrated, yet he did not retract his agreement, for he had already given his word, and he himself was somewhat incapacitated. All right, let us reconnect once we reach the barracks. I will inquire further to see who might be willing to ally with us. Upon exiting the lift, Schado found himself adjacent to the Supply Distribution Center number 6. By the time he arrived, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered there, perhaps similarly disrupted in their plans by the sudden assembly. The formal mage presiding over the distribution was not the familiar Master Jose, but rather a surly individual, currently directing ordinary apprentices to retrieve goods from the shelves. The fireball scroll is 2 levels up. You imbecile. Where do you expect to find it? The apprentice trembled as he searched for quite some time before finally locating the rolled fireball scroll. He presented it to the formal mage who had come to purchase it, stating 400 gold coins. The buyer promptly handed over 2 parchment-like items, but the sales apprentice hesitated, casting a glance at the scowling mage. Master, this fool, give it here. With that, the mage snatched the 2 pieces of parchment, inspected them, and commanded, give him the items. The sales apprentice, feeling a sense of relief, handed over the fireball scroll to the purchaser, who then departed amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. What a fool. The scornful remarks of the brooding-faced mage were so piercing that even Schado, who stood behind, could hear them clearly. Yet, no one present dared to speak ill of a formal mage. Chapter 48. The purchase of poison. Subsequent transactions proceeded with greater ease. As Schado observed that the majority of individuals acquiring scrolls for self-preservation were mere apprentices, with only a handful of formal apprentices present. The items they purchased were predominantly first-tier summon mount scrolls, while a select few opted for summon monster, mage armor, and other scrolls. This observation led Schado to conclude that the military likely did not provide mounts. However, he preferred to believe that these individuals were preparing for their escape, an endeavor he could only watch enviously. He himself lacked the budget to procure any spell scrolls, Simply put, he was impoverished. After a lengthy wait in line, it was finally Shado's turn. "I would like to exchange for a arcane mark, learning scroll," he stated. The sales apprentice appeared momentarily flustered and glanced towards the brooding-faced mage. Yet, this time the mage refrained from reprimanding him. Instead, he swiftly confirmed Shado's permissions with the tower spirit and personally retrieved a learning scroll from the enclosed shelf behind him, handing it over to Schado. Remarkably, he even uttered, "Make good use of it." Schado promptly thanked him and accepted the scroll. Simultaneously, the familiar ethereal mechanical voice of the tower spirit echoed in his ears, "Apprentice Schado, you have exchanged for one arcane mark, learning scroll, exchange permission -1. After stowing the scroll away, Schado hastily departed from the material acquisition office number 6. The attention of the formal mage made him somewhat uneasy. He had initially intended to purchase some poison for coating his crossbow bolts, but now he decided against making any purchases there, not even bothering to inquire further before leaving. In the library's Edric's transcription room, Schado candidly expressed his need for a potent poison capable of countering Orcish foes. Edric, seemingly prepared for such a request, leisurely began his explanation. "I have only 2 types of poison available. One is a product of a failed experiment by a formal mage within the tower, and the other is sourced from an external merchant. Which would you prefer? What are the prices for these 2 types? And what can you tell me about their potency and quantity?" Schado inquired. One standard vial of the first type is 50 gold coins, while the second type is 20 gold coins. As for their toxicity, both can affect orcs, Edric replied. "Affect, not kill." Schado hesitated. Edric shook his head. Orcs possess a constitution far superior to that of ordinary humans. Typical poisons seldom inflict fatal harm upon them. Achieving any effect at all is quite commendable. Schado silently lamented the absence of a poison capable of swiftly ending an orc's life. However, upon hearing the prices for these supposedly ordinary poisons, he realized that if such a lethal toxin existed, it would be beyond his means. Even so, he recognized that acquiring these poisons was preferable to remaining empty-handed. So he inquired further, "What specific effects do these 2 poisons have on orcs?" The 50 gold coin variant is a paralyzing poison. It has been tested on orcs. If they consume a vial, they will become instantly paralyzed. Even a mere application on a weapon can leave an orc disoriented. Edric confidently explained, emphasizing the efficacy of this unexpectedly created paralyzing poison. Schado had no doubts regarding the results of the tests conducted on orcs, and he promptly proceeded to question the second type of poison. The potion priced at 20 gold coins is merely an ordinary poison. A single vial is enough to be lethal to humans. However, for orcs, consuming an entire bottle does not lead to immediate death, but rather results in a state of weakness. Nonetheless, if this poison is applied to a weapon and inflicted upon an orc, it will similarly induce weakness, though the extent of that weakness remains unspoken by Edric. Schado understood, well, that simply drinking a vial would only render one feeble, thus questioning the efficacy of the poison on weapons. Without hesitation, he decided to procure a vial of paralysis poison. He counted out 50 gold coins and handed them to Edric, acquiring a standard-sized vial of paralysis poison, containing less than 50 milliliters. This calculation revealed that 1 gold coin scarcely purchased a milliliter, rendering it even more precious than gold itself. After securing the vial, Schado prepared to depart. Yet Edric halted him, revealing a piece of news. A prominent figure had arrived in the territory, who would be the main force in confronting the orcs. This time, the apprentices were merely tasked with clearing out scattered orcs in the forest, and he advised Schado to collaborate with others. When first hearing this news, Schado considered it mere gossip. However, upon hearing it again, even from Dean, who claimed to have learned it from Edric, he remained somewhat skeptical. Was the information indeed accurate? Why had no one come to their aid previously? Schado noted Edric's sudden, enigmatic demeanor as he gazed towards the door of the scriptorium, uttering, "Let the guest depart slowly." With a slight twitch of his forehead, Schado chose to remain silent and exited. He was nearly convinced of the news. Observing that Edric seemed to repeat this to every guest, what could he possibly gain from it? A hand crossbow and arrows were essential to bring along, and he could not forget his defensive weaponry. As for the single-handed sword, while it was deemed suitable for mages, it was only light in comparison to other weapons. Schado estimated the sword weighed at least 4 to 5 pounds, making it cumbersome to carry, let alone wield in battle. Furthermore, in the presence of orcs, what difference would there be between a single-handed sword and the iron dagger Schado always carried? Without much hesitation, he opted to forsake the sword. considering that the duration of the orc onslaught was unpredictable, thus necessitating the inclusion of scholarly materials. He resolved to bring along the text biography of the Archmagus Nesseriel. While a dictionary was deemed unnecessary, his lecture notes on magic, spell notes, and learning scrolls were imperative to take. Additionally, he decided to carry 3 unused scrolls of light, as one could never know when they might prove useful, and they were not burdensome. He also gathered candles, a change of clothes, an ink bottle, a quill, and assorted coins. Once all his belongings were secured, Schado locked the door with a simple lock he had purchased earlier, and only then did he leave. On his way to the hall, he observed both ordinary and formal apprentices. Some bore swords, yet many, like Schado, had chosen to relinquish the cumbersome 4 to 5 pound burden. Upon arriving in the grand hall, nearly 100 individuals had already gathered. A formal mage stood at the periphery of the crowd, positioned near the entrance of the mage tower, awaiting further developments. Schado swiftly scanned the throng for Sammy and Devon, as their potential alliance could prove advantageous. However, the reality could very well be that the other formal apprentices held Schado in contempt. Locating 2 somewhat familiar faces among the multitude was not particularly challenging. As Schado searched, his expression darkened upon spotting Dean, who was fixated on his fiery red hair, surrounded by 4 or 5 ordinary apprentices eager to engage. Dean was indeed welcoming to all, and it appeared he intended to attract even more attention. With little regard for continuing his search for Sammy, Schado hastily navigated through the crowd, making his way toward Dean. Chapter 49. The 6 Collaborators, Spirits High Schado. Schado, I have something to discuss with you, Sammy exclaimed. About our joint operation? Indeed. I see you're rather anxious, he responded. And Devon as well. We all wish to collaborate with you. I agree, but let us reconvene at the military camp. I have pressing matters to attend to, Schado replied. And with that, he squeezed his way back towards Dean. Dean, Schado called in a hushed tone, amidst the bustling apprentices in the hall, engaging in their own discussions. His voice went largely unnoticed, and fortunately, Dean caught wind of it. Quickly abandoning the few ordinary apprentices around him, he approached Schado and whispered, Schado, I've gathered a few competent apprentices. They shall join us in our endeavors. Why not unite everyone? Schado's voice held a hint of discontent. Clearing out the scattered orcs does not necessitate sheer numbers. I have no intention of enlisting numerous ordinary apprentices who cannot utilize the message spell. I would merely become their custodian. Schado's words momentarily stunned Dean, who then nodded in agreement. That's a brilliant idea. Why didn't I think of that? Schado was rendered speechless. Gazing at Dean, he felt a twinge of disbelief. The lad was merely 17 or 18, a mere adolescent in earthly terms. Having spent considerable time in the Mage Tower, Schado had grown accustomed to perceiving those around him as adults. Yet the reality was that most apprentices were indeed in their late teens. Despite the differences in their environment from Earth, mental maturation still demanded time. Dean, listen to me. We are venturing into the forest to clear out orcs. While greater numbers may offer safety, have you considered whether a throng can effectively locate orcs? That should be feasible, right? Dean replied uncertainly. Would you say it is easier to find orcs when dispersed or when clustered together? Certainly, it is easier when dispersed, Dean asserted. Precisely. Hence, we must disperse. What purpose does organizing so many teams serve? Fewer groups collaborating facilitates mutual support. Dean fell silent, aware that those who entered the Mage Tower were not lacking in intelligence. His reluctance stemmed from an innate fear of the orcs, compelling him to seek the company of others. In truth, Schado had yet another point unvoiced. The higher-ups had deemed it unnecessary for apprentices to engage directly in combat. Thus, allowing a crowd to meander aimlessly during the task of clearing scattered orcs would be intolerable. Otherwise, how significant could such an effort truly be? After agreeing on the time and place to meet at the military camp, Schado urged Dean to quickly dismiss the excess apprentices, suggesting he select only 2 reliable ones. This way, Schado, Sammy, and Devon could each lead one apprentice, ensuring that whether they were netting their quarry or providing nearby support, they would not be overwhelmed. Schado had never envisioned the idea of uniting a larger group. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. He sought not glory but a smooth transition through the challenges ahead. Time was wasted at Dean's, and the crowd in the hall grew increasingly dense. Schado estimated there were nearly 200 individuals present, most of whom were ordinary apprentices, with only a handful being formal apprentices. Among the golden-haired apprentices he spotted, none were little Neil. It seemed the number of apprentices at the Mage Tower was far greater, yet their purposes remained shrouded in mystery. Soon, all the apprentices summoned by the tower spirit had assembled, and the formal mage standing at the entrance appeared to receive a signal, promptly casting the sound illusion spell. His voice resonating throughout the hall. Fellow apprentices, the purpose of this assembly is clear. The orcs have come. The decade-long orc tide has caused immense suffering for the Seville territory. However, do you realize that if not for the Grand Archmage IRL's orchestrated slaughter of beasts 90 years ago, which eliminated a significant number of orcs, the frequency of the orc tide would now be every 5 years, or even shorter? Schado seemed to share a similar sentiment. But he quickly recognized the impropriety of his thoughts and lowered his head slightly, a glimmer of clarity in his eyes, silently expressing relief at his non-indigenous status, which spared him from succumbing to reckless fervor. Nevertheless, this spell did not appear to bear malice. Otherwise, with so many apprentices, especially formal ones, it would be impossible to ensure that no lingering resentment would brew among them, posing a potential hazard. This reminded Schado of a performance by Mu Yin, who once sang a song in the style of karatu, captivating the onlookers with the illusions conjured by the melody, transporting them to the scenic vistas of karatu. That day, no one had caused a ruckus. Only cheers had erupted, urging Mu Yin for another performance. This reflection eased Shado's tension somewhat. He raised his gaze slightly, his peripheral vision catching sight of the male mage with a foot-long mane, ultimately resting on a necklace pendant that hung upon his chest, a blue-white star shimmering brilliantly. Upon closer inspection of this peculiar blue-white star pendant, Schado felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed reminiscent of similar adornments he had encountered on some apprentices. Observing it closely elicited an inner tranquility, as if countless inspirations were surging within him, yet they remained obscured, akin to a veil of frosted glass, rendering the clarity elusive. This sensation was undeniably compelling. However, Schado understood that nothing comes without a price in this world, and everything had long been marked with a cost in the shadows. He stifled his curiosity and shifted his gaze elsewhere, comforted by the realization that the fervor in the hall did not stem from any malevolent, mind-controlling magic. Otherwise, remaining within a nefarious mage tower would render him vulnerable to impending misfortune, despite his temporary immunity. At that moment, the formal mage continued. The orcs are once again upon us, and the territory requires your strength. This time is unlike any other. A grand mage from the Arcane Federation has personally come to assist Seville. Together, we shall deliver a crushing blow to the orcs. In the future, the Seville territory shall no longer endure the onslaught of orc hordes every decade. You will join the soldiers of the realm in purging the main forces, annihilating the remaining few orcs. May the radiance of the goddess protect you, and may the arcane be with us. The apprentices in the hall echoed in unison. Schado also raised his voice in a fervent cheer. There was no need for a direct confrontation with the orcs, and this was a definitive affirmation from the authorities. Schado felt an immense joy in his heart, for this would significantly enhance his chances of survival. Chapter 50. 2 fronts after a fervent pre-war mobilization. The long-haired mage finally opened the door to the Mage Tower, a pure black portal that seemed to absorb all light. Upon seeing the door, Schado was immediately reminded of his 3 previous encounters with it from months ago, experiences so indescribable they felt as though he were submerged in a viscous darkness, inducing a sense of nausea. This time, Schado opted to enter a state of magical focus, which eased his discomfort. He noticed that the door had transformed from its ominous blackness into a swirling vortex radiating with intense magical luminescence. The magic web here was wildly distorted. As one stepped through the door, it appeared as if they were walking, yet they were actually being drawn into the vortex and teleported outside. As each apprentice passed through the doorway, when it was finally Shado's turn, he promptly exited his focused state, for he was not yet ready to engage with such advanced teleportation. After a wave of nausea subsided, Schado found himself outside the Mage Tower, where a chilling wind swept past, causing him to shiver involuntarily. It dawned on him that winter was fast approaching, having grown accustomed to the Mage Tower's climate-controlled environment. The sudden exposure to the outside air was quite jarring. He instinctively tucked his chin and tightened his robes. As he surveyed the scene outside, he noted that nearly half of the gathered crowd had already emerged. Close to 100 individuals clustered before the Mage Tower, creating a notably cramped atmosphere. Inside the tower's grand hall, with around 200 people, it had not felt overly crowded, but outside, the tower, a mere 10 meters in width, was congested with throngs of people at the entrance. This stark contrast left a lasting impression. Soon, the last to emerge was the long-haired mage. "Do not wander off. Report to the military camp and assemble your respective squads," echoed the familiar voice created by his illusion spell. Under the mage's guidance, the apprentices proceeded southward along the west side of Seville town's central square, passing the solemn Amonata temple and the bustling southern district filled with adventurers, until they reached a spot in the southwestern corner of the town, near the riverbank. The apprentices' conspicuous march from the mage tower to the military camp not only instilled a sense of tension and fear within the town, but also allowed them to gradually sense the looming specter of war. Although the military camp was situated in the southwest corner, it was not far from the town gate. Just before entering the camp, Schado observed a group of civilians, families in tow, queuing at the town gate with their belongings. It seemed the territory was consciously attempting to gather its citizens. Yet the question remained, how many residents from outside the town could Seville accommodate? Perhaps this was the very purpose of the mage tower's conscription. "All formal apprentices, follow me," commanded the long-haired mage. The remaining ordinary apprentices, whose names were not called, stood still, awaiting further instructions. Upon entering the camp, the long-haired mage utilized his illusion spell to swiftly recite a series of names. As he called out names, the formal apprentices gravitated towards him, while those ordinary apprentices who heard their names also moved closer. Only 100 bewildered ordinary apprentices remained in place. "Follow me," the long-haired mage, unwilling to squander even a moment of time, walked while elucidating that the remaining individuals would head to the western bank of the Wolfberg River. Although the number of orcs in the plains there surpassed those in the south, their strength paled in comparison to that of the mountain orcs from the southern regions. Meanwhile, "You shall clear the remnants of the mountain orcs left by the main force in the southern green pearl forest." What? Some individuals immediately expressed their discontent, evidently aware that the southern expedition bore greater peril. Schado furrowed his brow as well. However, he held no objections regarding the allocation of battle lines, nor could he afford to have any. Yet, the two ordinary apprentices previously contacted by Dean had not been called out. Thus they could not join Schado and the others in their designated area. They would have to seek others anew. As Schado had not been at the mage tower for long, he could only rely on Sammy and Dean to see if they could find two dependable companions. He also slightly slowed his pace, keenly observing the performance of the various ordinary apprentices. Soon, nearly 100 individuals arrived at a training ground in front of a stone edifice, where a mage clad in a golden-threaded robe, wielding a short staff, awaited their arrival. "Lord Aberk, thank you for your efforts." The long-haired mage, or rather, Mage Aberk, uttered simply, "All for Savor." "All for Savor," echoed the mage in the golden robe. "This task is entrusted to you." With that, Aberk took his leave. After Aberk's departure, the similarly robed mage waved his short staff, conjuring a holographic representation of the terrain of the southern green pearl forest before the gathered crowd. "Apprentices, make haste. Select the areas you wish to oversee on the map. You may discuss among yourselves, but all tasks must be arranged before lunch." He maintained the ethereal map, allowing the apprentices to converse and deliberate. "Schado, Schado." Dean's urgent voice cut through the discussions as he pushed through the crowd. "What should we do? Those two want to head west. Do we need to find more people?" "Of course we need to." Schado had already discerned the specific tasks at hand. The map illustrated bright red lines that divided the southern green pearl forest from east to west into approximately 50 segments. With around 100 individuals present, each pair would manage an area, perhaps to accommodate the difficulty ordinary apprentices faced in communicating and seeking support. This arrangement closely mirrored their prior agreement, wherein 3 apprentices proficient in the message spell would each accompany an ordinary apprentice, with Dean serving as the ordinary apprentice due to his lack of the spell. Thus, as they advanced southward in their search, support would be available both ahead and behind, as well as to the sides. However, the territorial assignments fixed the 2 individuals in the forward and rear positions together, necessitating only lateral support. At that moment, Schado suddenly noticed Sammy waving at him, prompting him to halt Dean, who was eager to find more companions. "Let us first introduce you to 2 teammates." "All right." Dean understood that Schado referred to the other 2 formal apprentices and followed him as they navigated the training ground. Squeezed beside Sammy, Devin was also present. Upon catching sight of Schado, he immediately noticed Dean. "Dean? What brings you here?" Upon inquiry, it became apparent that Dean had sought out Sammy and the others previously. However, due to Dean's inflated status as a formal apprentice, they had declined to collaborate with him. Unexpectedly, He was now brought along by Schado, Devon, Sammy, Dean, and I formed one group, tasked with overseeing a specific area. Would you prefer to pair up as two or seek an additional partner? Sammy and Devon exchanged glances and decided, let's stick together. Initially uncertain about the nature of the task, they had contemplated enlisting another ordinary apprentice to enhance their chances. Now that it was clear they could team as a duo, they naturally opted not to part ways. Schado was not surprised by their decision. Given the option, he too would prefer to partner with a more reliable formal apprentice rather than someone like Dean, who lacked substance. Fortunately, their relationship was quite amicable. And over the course of his acquaintance with Dean, Schado had gained the upper hand in terms of influence, thus averting potential disagreements that could arise from teaming up with a stranger. Chapter 51. Selecting the task area. In light of this, Sammy, we will select two adjacent task areas and communicate via message spell when the time comes. Absolutely. Sammy readily agreed, as mutual support was indeed the essence of their collaboration. Although the reality of their tasks had shifted somewhat, the spirit of their partnership remained unwavering. Look, some individuals have already begun to select their task areas. Devon suddenly pointed at a few apprentices who were already making their way toward the location of the golden-robed mage. We should also hasten our decision. Schado glanced at the other three. Do you know about the situation in the Green Pearl Forest? Which area would be more suitable? Being from Earth and having resided in Seville Town for less than a year, he was only aware of the name Green Pearl Forest and the dubious rumors circulating among adventurers. Sammy and the others exchanged glances. Yet none could provide specific information regarding the Green Pearl Forest. Schado, I have never even left the town in my life, Sammy remarked. Following suit, Devon chimed in. I too. The three turned their gazes toward Dean. Alas, it seemed that Schado, the outsider, possessed the most information, having spent over half a year in the bustling southern district among adventurers. Much of their work took place in the Green Pearl Forest. Yet, how much of that information stemmed from drunken boasts or was deliberately mixed with truths and falsehoods to obscure their actual areas of operation? Schado refrained from mentioning his experiences, lest it lead them to misjudge the dangers of their tasks. Let us not dwell on that for now. We should focus on selecting our task areas promptly. Very well. As Schado and the others took action, an increasing number of people began to converge toward the mage. The golden-robed mage furrowed his brow, and with a wave of his short staff, a gust of wind materialized, instantly calming the thronging crowd. Formal apprentices will select first. The golden-robed mage casually pointed to a formal apprentice who had just pushed to the front. Let him begin, and then we shall form an orderly queue. After a brief commotion, several neat lines quickly formed, beginning with the aforementioned apprentice as they moved forward to make their selections. I choose Area 25. I too choose Area 25. Area 26. Area 26. As the selection progressed, small groups began to form. The first apprentices to choose almost instinctively selected from the central regions, which were of moderate size and likely to encounter a manageable number of orcs. Given their possible collaborative agreements, it would not be an exaggeration to deem these areas the most advantageous. The surrounding forest posed the least risk of encountering orcs. Yet these areas were also the most expansive. Should they face orcs and be unable to fend them off, they might not be able to await assistance in time. However, many apprentices were quite familiar with the Green Pearl Forest and thus directly opted for the areas they knew well, which often lay in the far eastern regions. Perhaps they possessed sufficient confidence to clear such an extensive area, or perhaps they have accurately calculated that the orc presence in those regions is minimal, falling well within their capacity to manage. In any case, each had their own strategies. By the time it was Shado's turn, he had already conferred with Sammy and the others. He and Dean chose Area 12, while Sammy and Devon opted for Area 13. All of them were unfamiliar with the verdant Pearl Forest, so they conveniently selected areas that would allow for mutual support. Naturally, the far western region near the Wolfberg River was not an option. The orcs, on average, possess a low level of intelligence, and their approach along the river seemed most probable. Should they rush in that direction, it would merely invite trouble upon themselves. Schado counted, noting that there were a total of 61 formal apprentices. After making their selections, the less desirable areas were left for the ordinary apprentices. The golden-robed mage offered no objections, as it was he who had proposed that the formal apprentices choose first. Once all had made their selections, the golden-robed mage stowed away the shadowy map, gesturing towards the stone structure adjacent to the training ground, commanding, "Follow me." Perhaps still under the influence of the recent gusts of wind, the apprentices did not rush in, instead allowing the formal apprentices to proceed first, with the ordinary apprentices trailing behind. The interior of the stone structure appeared to have undergone some renovation and organization. It now resembled an office space, dominated by a massive desk at its center, cluttered with several stacks of documents and some incomprehensible devices. 7 formally attired mages encircled the desk, diligently reviewing the paperwork and occasionally jotting down notes. As the golden-robed mage entered, he promptly took the clearly vacant seat. Addressing the apprentices who had yet to fully enter, he instructed, "Those who chose areas 1 to 10, come forward, the rest. Proceed to the other mages according to your selections." With that, he retrieved a small, gray cloth bag from within his golden robe, appending its contents onto the desk with a flourish. "Horst, priest," the golden-robed mage said, directing his gaze towards the 2 formal mages opposite him, "you may begin as well. Let us not waste any time." Upon hearing the directive, all apprentices sprang into action, swiftly filling the once spacious office to capacity. Schado followed Dean to Horst's side, but a throng of individuals had already gathered ahead. The front presented no peculiarities, merely a depiction of a mage tower resting atop a pile of books, an emblem Schado had encountered numerous times within the Seville domain, belonging to the Seville family. It was the figure on the reverse that piqued his interest. At first glance, it appeared to be a likeness of Schado, seemingly flawless. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that this figure was composed of countless numerical symbols from the language of the Durai, specifically the number 12. Chapter 52. Captain Gib Schado was pondering the significance of the figure before him when he unexpectedly collided with Dean, who stood in front of him. "Is this the arcane mark?" Dean inquired, bewildered. "Indeed. What of it?" Schado replied, as it seemed quite evident. "What else could it be but the arcane mark?" "Nothing at all. Let us proceed." Before departing from the mage tower, Schado had exchanged for a scroll to study the arcane mark. Although he had yet to delve into its teachings, he was certain that the mere arcane mark could not account for the creation of a flawless likeness composed of vast numerical constructs. This transcended his comprehension of zero-tier spells, indicating that there were undoubtedly more intricate principles at play. However, there was no need to share this with Dean. Since the latter had already concluded it to be the arcane mark, why should he strive to be different? It sufficed for him to be aware. Upon arriving at training ground number 2, he observed a multitude of soldiers lined up in perfect formation, waiting. The early arriving apprentices had already been assigned to their combat teams and were now making their way to the camp. An officer, bearing a long sword, coldly scrutinized the apprentices while frequently barking orders to hasten their pace. Witnessing this scene, Schado gained further insight into the status of the apprentices. While they held a relatively high standing as a collective, their individual status was less certain. The officer showed little concern for the apprentices' opinions and seemed indifferent to potentially offending future mages. With this in mind, Schado grew increasingly cautious. Upon encountering his combat team, he proactively introduced himself. "I am Schado, hereby command to join your team. I look forward to your guidance." What seemed to Schado a commonplace greeting struck the ordinary soldiers as nearly humble. Team leader Gib, initially anticipating a more arrogant demeanor from the newcomer, was pleasantly surprised by Shado's amiable nature. Gib found himself favorably inclined towards Schado, and, despite his earlier intentions to assert command, he instead welcomed him warmly, stating, "Welcome aboard. For the cleaning tasks, we shall defer primarily to your judgment, Mage Schado, and we will strive to cooperate with you." Although he did not explicitly relinquish command, Gib extended considerable respect towards Schado, and the other team members exhibited no signs of disdain. Schado nodded in agreement, saying, "Then let us proceed together to the supply depot to procure our operational materials." With that, Gib led Schado towards the supply depot, while the remaining team members followed closely behind. Along the way, Gib introduced Schado to the other members of the team. 2 taciturn, brawny men, Jerry and Jesse, were soldiers from the same territory as Gib, having been reassigned to form a new unit. The remaining 7 consisted of 4 villagers from outside the town, who voluntarily joined to ensure their families could find refuge within the protective boundaries of the Mage Tower. The last 3 were adventurers recruited from the territory, still clad in their adventurous garb. Among them, Schado noticed a slender figure with a wandering gaze. When Gib introduced him, he merely stated that he was a professionally trained wanderer named Iwa. However, Schado felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from this individual. It would be inaccurate to label it merely as a scent, for Iwa bore no trace of any peculiar odor. Rather, it was an intangible feeling that led Schado to believe he had encountered Iwa before. While conversing with Gib, Schado occasionally stole glances at Iwa. Yet Iwa appeared acutely aware of the attention of others, often positioning himself behind fellow comrades to obscure Shado's view. This only deepened Shado's intrigue. Captain Gib, are you familiar with the area designated for our cleansing mission? Schado inquired. To a reasonable extent, Gib replied. I must say, Mage Schado, you have chosen an excellent location. This region is predominantly comprised of tall trees, with few dense thickets, leaving minimal concealment for the orcs. As long as we exercise caution, the likelihood of an orc ambush is significantly reduced. It was evident that Captain Gib felt quite satisfied with the prospect of conducting their mission in this area. Have you ever encountered orcs? Schado pressed further. Indeed, I have even slain one with my own hands. Gib's demeanor shifted slightly at the mention of the incident, revealing a tinge of melancholy. Schado could sense his reticence, yet the matter pertained to their very survival, compelling him to inquire, could you elaborate? Of course. I trust they wish for me to share this tale with everyone. Gib's spirit seemed to lift as he began. Last year, my captain led our squad into the Green Pearl Forest to eliminate a goblin encampment. To our astonishment, 3 orcs emerged from the depths of the goblin lair. Shado's heart tightened, foreboding the impending grim narrative. Indeed, those 3 orcs slaughtered 2 of my comrades the moment they charged forth. Subsequently, the remaining 8 of us paid a heavy toll to bring them down, Gib recounted in a somber tone. At this revelation, Schado could not restrain himself. Are orcs truly that formidable? The legends surrounding orcs were plentiful, replete with descriptors of barbarity, ferocity, might, and malevolence. However, hearing it from another's lips, as opposed to merely reading about it or hearing tales, was an entirely different experience. Before Gib could respond, a newly recruited member of their party, freshly summoned from the ranks of adventurers, suddenly unfastened the upper section of his leather armor, revealing a wound on his shoulder. Shado's gaze fell upon the long, jagged scar that extended from the shoulder to the chest, vividly imagining the harrowing circumstances that had led to such an injury. Another individual chimed in, Mage Shadows. Do not underestimate the orcs. Most of us have first-hand experience battling them. They are indeed incredibly powerful. Is it true that orcs possess low intelligence? Schado queried. It is true, but only in comparison to humans, Gib interjected, continuing his explanation. Orcs have tribes, families, and even beliefs. They are simply easily provoked. Giving off a distinctly beastly aura, Gib proceeded to recount some authentic accounts he knew. Not only for Shado's benefit, but also for the 4 new recruits who had recently cast aside their farmer identities. Everyone listened attentively. Schado could discern that even the members forcibly conscripted from among the adventurers harbored little resistance to joining the army in the fight against the orcs. This clearly demonstrated the esteemed reputation of Lord Seville. Soon, the military supply office was established. Chapter 53. Equipping and departing. The ordinary apprentices assigned to the Western Front soon arrived, encircling the supply depot with their teams, creating an impenetrable barrier. As Schado engaged in casual conversation with Captain Gib, he awaited the distribution of military supplies. From Captain Gib, Schado learned that although a formidable ally had joined the territory, there remained a pressing need for a substantial number of soldiers. Most of the original soldiers had been dispatched to the front lines, including some armed forces conscripted from various merchant guilds. However, the mere mention of those guilds evoked a look of resentment on Gib's face, which he quickly concealed as he shifted the topic. Schado the Mage, what is the Mage Tower like? I have heard that one can cultivate crops within it. Is it truly possible to grow food in the tower? Clearing his throat, Schado thought to himself that had he not been certain of his unfamiliarity with Captain Gib, he might have suspected that the captain was aware of his work in the Arcane Garden. However, there were strict regulations against disclosing the Mage Tower's secrets. Yet, what truly constituted a secret was difficult for Schado to ascertain, prompting him to change the subject. Captain Gib, have you ever considered becoming a mage? Schado the Mage. Spare the captain your inquiries. He sacrificed his aspirations for the sake of his family. As for me, with several brothers at home, I aim to become a mage through my own efforts, but alas, I couldn't even pass the entrance examination for the tower. Jesse's candid remark elicited hearty laughter from the group, alleviating the earlier somber atmosphere. Jerry playfully punched his brother's arm, chiding, "That's merely because you're too dim-witted. If I were to attempt it, I might have succeeded." Schado shook his head. Given the imposing stature of the Jesse brothers, even if they became mages, it would seem rather peculiar. Such robust physiques were naturally suited for the role of warriors. As the conversation progressed, the camaraderie among the team deepened. With the sole exception of Iwa, who had yet to utter a single word since Schado joined the group, leading to speculation about his muteness. Before long, the crowded throng began to disperse, and Schado and his companions received their respective supplies from various military officers. Aside from Captain Jib and the Jesse brothers, who were already soldiers, everyone else was issued a piece of lightweight leather armor, including Schado. In terms of weaponry, they received standard issue long spears, one-handed swords, and bows, with each person except Schado receiving a complete set, while Jib and his two companions additionally acquired a wooden shield reinforced with iron plating. Of course, the core supplies for this operation included magical scrolls. A total of 4 wooden scroll cases hung from a single belt. During the handover, Schado meticulously counted the contents. Discovering the scrolls included Weapon Enchantment, Bear's Endurance, Bull's Strength, and Cat's Grace, each with 4 copies. Although he felt that such a limited number of scrolls might prove insufficient, the realization that their combined value approached 2,000 gold coins illuminated why the allocation was so modest. With nearly 200 apprentices being conscripted, the demand for scrolls, and their worth, was indeed substantial. However, Schado believed that it was unlikely for the Mage Tower to distribute 16 scrolls to each individual as per their usual practice. Perhaps the allocation was determined by combat intensity, or perhaps only formal apprentices were entitled to such a bounty. Regardless, they had received their weapons and equipment, and their time to engage in battle would soon arrive. With their arms in hand, Jimmy led the group to their squad's campsite, where they enjoyed a hearty military luncheon. Bread, meat, and lettuce comprised their meal. Aside from the absence of beverages, Schado found the rations here to be superior to those at the Mage Tower, at least in terms of quantity. Schado, do you wish to venture outside to procure some items? Can we still leave the military camp at this hour? What do you intend to buy? ISNT, everything available within the camp? Very well, I too wish to step out, Schado replied after a moment of contemplation. He recalled that the dwarf Blorodo had once promised to assist him in forging his iron dagger. As they were on the brink of confronting the orcs, even a slight enhancement would be beneficial. However, Schado did not truly harbor concerns regarding Dean. If he were the Lord, for whatever reason, he would undoubtedly ensure that all apprentices' families were brought to the town. Lord Seville had a well-earned reputation for his administrative acumen, and he likely had already considered such matters. Wait a moment, Schado called out, halting Dean, who was about to rush home. Do you have any relatives in town? Perhaps it would be wise to check there. You may be pleasantly surprised. All right, I shall depart now. Seville Town, Southern District, Blorodo's blacksmith shop. Perhaps due to the adventurers being summoned, Blorodo's forge was rather quiet. After lunch, emboldened by the effects of drink, he intermittently hammered a glowing iron ingot. While he was content with such a life, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. After a vigorous strike or two, Blorodo seized the bottle beside the anvil, gulping down a few swigs, which invigorated him slightly before he resumed his work on the ingot. Uncle Blorodo, long time no see. Did you miss me? Upon hearing the name of Old Neil, a smile crept across Shado's face as he recalled his recent encounter at the entrance of Old Neil's Inn. Clad in the leather armor of the territory's soldiers, he had deliberately conjured a green flame upon his finger, which had startled Old Neil considerably. The expression was truly priceless. Of course, that was not the entirety of it. At this juncture, there was little else Schado could do. Old Neil was no ordinary character. He had previously learned from Captain Gibb that, due to the urgent conscription of soldiers and a shortage of meat, several inns and butcheries within the territory, including Old Neil's Inn, had begun supplying affordable meat to the military. In this light, Old Neil had transformed into a supplier for the army. Schado felt it prudent to refrain from any bold actions, opting instead to secure a few interests before proceeding. Chapter 54. A Reminder. The exquisite dagger upon encountering the dwarf once more. Schado felt a warmth in his heart despite understanding that the dwarf's concern for his safety was likely born from boredom. Traversing through this foreign realm alone, Schado remained perpetually vigilant, his nerves taut. Yet, he was, after all, a normal human being, yearning for the care of others, even if it was merely a formality, or perhaps even insincere. Such gestures made him feel as though he still belonged to this world. Uncle Blotchuo, I have joined the Mage Tower now. How could Old Neil dare to do anything to me? Schado remarked casually. Humph. Blotchuo threw down his hammer with force and took a hearty swig from the bottle. Do not underestimate him. Old Neil has been a part of my life since childhood. A chill ran through Shado's heart, and his smile faded. Thank you, Uncle Blotchuo. Just be aware. The dwarf continued to hammer away at the iron, engaging in light conversation with Schado. "Are you preparing for an expedition?" "Yes. I may be departing in a few days," Schado began, but the dwarf, with a clang, dropped his hammer, exclaiming, "I see. Bring it forth." Realizing his intentions had been discerned, Schado bore no resentment and swiftly unfastened the iron dagger from his belt. This dagger, polished to a mirror-like sheen from his own efforts on a discarded blade, was merely a piece of iron in the eyes of Blotchuo. Upon receiving the dagger, Blotchuo examined it briefly before tossing it into the flames. "You've certainly put in effort, but your craftsmanship leaves much to be desired. I cannot compare to you. You are the most formidable blacksmith in the territory." Schado quickly offered his praise. Such flattery was evidently well received by Blotchuo, whose small eyes squinted with satisfaction as he fiddled with his braided beard. "Do not speak of this outside. Master Sanger is the true master of the territory." However, in a few years seemingly realizing the impropriety of his words, Blotchuo swiftly changed the subject. "Do you have any specific requirements for the dagger?" Feigning ignorance of the previous topic, Schado replied directly, "The sharper, the better, the sturdier, the better." Sharpness would allow him to achieve maximum effect with minimal effort, while sturdiness would significantly determine the dagger's longevity, preventing it from being damaged by unforeseen accidents. After hearing Shado's words, Blotchuo grunted and retrieved a metal particle the size of a soybean from a pile of scrap iron. He then took a gray wooden bottle from a nearby toolbox, poured out some powder, and tossed both the powder and the metal particle into the flames. Once mixed with the solution of Shado's dagger, he added a small piece of iron ingot before saying, "I have kept this exquisite gold for 4 or 5 years. Today, it is yours." "Exquisite gold!" Schado exclaimed with delight, hastily expressing his gratitude. His knowledge of this rare metal was scant, but he understood that any weapon infused with exquisite gold would possess enhanced hardness, depending on the quantity used. This is the first time that Schado has seen refined gold with his own eyes. Just as he was beginning to take a closer look, he was unceremoniously tossed into the furnace by Blotto. The mere thought of soon possessing a weapon crafted from refined gold filled Schado with immense joy, even though he fervently wished that the dagger would never see the light of battle. Before long, a flash of crimson light flickered from the furnace, and after a brief pause, Blotto poured the molten metal into a long mold. Once it had cooled slightly, the crafting of the dagger would commence. Although this was not Shado's first encounter with Blotto's weapon forging, he could not help but be awestruck by the dwarf's craftsmanship. How rare it was for modern folk to witness such skill. With a series of rhythmic and erratic strikes, a simple yet elegantly shaped dagger emerged from nothingness. A thin plume of smoke rose from the water trough, and Blotto, discarding his hammer, took a few hearty swigs from a bottle of ale. Upon discovering it was empty, he casually tossed the bottle aside, his gaze fixed intently on the water pouch at Shado's waist. Schado, sensing the urgency, swiftly unfastened the pouch and offered it to Blotto. This pouch contained the drinking water Schado had prepared for his journey. However, concerned that ordinary water might spoil, he had purchased some inferior ale instead. Little did he know that Blotto would catch the scent of it. At that moment, Schado realized he had forgotten to bring a gift, which was quite inappropriate. "Next time I visit, I'll bring you a bottle of elven wine from the Mage Tower, Uncle Blotto." Blotto promptly shook his head, exclaiming, "Those fruity wines from the long-eared folk are not to my taste. This ale is far superior." After a hearty belch, Blotto finally set down Shado's water pouch and fished out the refined gold dagger from the trough, beginning the meticulous process of polishing it. Schado marveled at the dwarf's dedication. Despite his fondness for drink, Blotto never lost sight of his responsibilities. Not only had Blotto hammered the metal a few times for him, but he had also affixed a piece of refined gold and was now personally refining it. Such a favor was substantial. Could it merely be due to a compliment Schado had given him once? Puzzled, Schado chose not to dwell on it, silently committing this kindness to memory. Before long, a flawlessly crafted dagger that fit perfectly in Shado's palm was presented to him. The new dagger was entirely forged from metal, with a blade no longer than a hand's breadth, 2 fingers wide, and featuring dual blood grooves, although its appearance was unadorned. A subtle blue glow emanating from the edge hinted at its exceptional quality, infused with refined gold. Just as Schado was about to wrap it in a strip of cloth, a leather sheath was tossed at his feet with a loud thud. "Use this. Are you implying that my craftsmanship is beneath your esteem by wrapping it in cloth?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Shado's forehead. Though he had yet to test it, Blotto's reputation alone was enough to assure him of the sheath's quality. This was not a mere iron scrap. It was a masterpiece, and Schado had planned to coat it with poison. should he accidentally injure himself in such a manner. It would be nothing short of tragic. Since he had already incurred a debt of gratitude, he thought it no matter to owe another. Schado picked up the leather sheath, dusting it off. While he could not identify the creature from which it was made, it was surely no ordinary hide, capable of cradling such a refined gold dagger. Thank you, Uncle Blado. Very well, if you wish to express your gratitude, then do procure some fine wine for me. With that, Blotter resumed his diligent work on the iron ingot. If you have matters to attend to, it would be prudent to depart quickly. Do not linger here. Schado contemplated that there might indeed be pressing issues back at the camp, prompting him to take his leave, offering his thanks to Blotter once more before departing. Upon returning to the squad's encampment, Captain Gibb was leading his team in rigorous drills, though Ava was conspicuously absent. In fact, she was nowhere to be found. The presence of such a solitary member in their midst left Schado somewhat discontented, yet he recognized that he could ill afford the luxury of dissatisfaction at this moment. He needed to dedicate himself to mastering the secret mark and the accompanying communication technique. Chapter 55, The Arcane Mark. The constancy of magic with the aid of the learning scrolls and his prior understanding of the essence of zero-ring spells. Schado found the so-called arcane mark to be a trivial matter. The arcane mark is essentially a personal emblem imprinted upon an object or creature, which may take the form of either text or imagery. The most crucial aspect is that the arcane mark can be utilized for the precise targeting of certain spells, such as message. Without the assistance of the arcane mark for location, the target must be within the caster's line of sight and at a relatively short distance. In simpler terms, the other zero-ring spells mastered by Schado, such as light, acid splash, or minor illusion, while appearing to have durations, are merely one-time magical effects. In contrast, once the arcane mark is established, it can endure for an extended period, even permanently. This led Schado to contemplate a remarkably sophisticated magical technique known as permanent magic, which can maintain a magical effect, whereas the arcane mark can only preserve a non-magical emblem. Casting the arcane mark proved to be unchallenging. After a brief practice, Schado inscribed a smiling face upon the hilt of his new dagger. In a state of magical concentration, this emblem intertwined with the intricate strands of the magic net, emanating a faint magical glow. However, once he exited the state of concentration, the smiling face vanished. Subsequently, Schado employed the arcane mark once more, this time leaving a triangular symbol in the palm of his left hand, deliberately choosing to keep this emblem visible. Of course, while in a state of magical focus, he could still observe the faint magical light radiating from this triangle. The constancy of the arcane mark and its appearance is not directly correlated. It relates instead to the elements of the magic itself. The casting of the arcane mark consists of 12 fundamental elements, which, through these basic actions, facilitated manipulation of the magic net, forming a cyclical state within the spell structure above these elements. In contrast, the other zero-ring spells known to Schado possess spell structures that remain in an open state. The essence of magic lies in the manipulation of the magic net. With such manipulation, the net will naturally respond. Spell structures in an open state perpetually resist the magic net's tendency to restore itself. Conversely, spell structures in a cyclical state appear to exist in a symbiotic, or perhaps parasitic, relationship with the magic net, as long as the net remains undisturbed. The cyclical state persists. This might just explain why the arcane mark can be preserved for such a long duration. In an instant, Schado was overwhelmed with thoughts, wishing to transform into a grand archmage to validate each one. Yet, the sounds of voices and clashing weapons from the camp reminded him that he must first survive the impending orc onslaught. Arcane Sigil. Schado has comprehensively grasped its essence, though the execution of the spell still lacks finesse. Nonetheless, the Arcane Sigil itself does not necessitate swiftness or copious quantities. As long as it serves its purpose, that suffices. Conversely, pivotal spells like Message require rigorous practice. Otherwise, when the enemy closes in and the message remains untransmitted, the scenario is one Schado dares not envision. Fortunately, having understood the principles of the spell, he need only hone his proficiency through practice, for mastery is attained through perseverance. There are no shortcuts. When a person immerses themselves in a singular task, time tends to elapse swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the light in the room had dimmed, and the sounds of training outside gradually subsided. Rubbing his weary eyes, Schado prepared to stretch his limbs when a booming voice from outside interrupted. Shadow Mage. The captain requests your presence for dinner. So soon? It appears the day has progressed smoothly, aside from Idim and his companions. The others possess combat experience and merely need to familiarize themselves with the formations and strategies of the army. As for Iwa, Schado nodded, acknowledging the necessity of clarifying Iwa's situation. Otherwise, such a maverick within the team would remain a source of concern. After dinner, Schado sought out Captain Gib to discuss Iwa's matter. Gib exhibited no surprise and proceeded to elucidate Iwa's actions that day. Iwa, having undergone professional training, is an exceptional scout. Had he been placed in a formation to confront the orcs directly, it would have been a loss for our squad. Schado sensed that Gib seemed to be withholding something. Fixing an intense gaze upon Gib, Schado maintained his scrutiny until Gib fell silent, ultimately unable to disclose the information Schado yearned to uncover. Shadow Mage, I implore you to cease your inquiries regarding Iwa. I can assure you with my life that Iwa is utterly reliable. Gib then resorted to an emotional appeal. My family perished at the hands of the orcs. I harbor a deep-seated desire to eradicate all orcs. I would never trivialize a mission. With such earnestness, Schado refrained from further questioning, yet Iwa's presence lingered like a thorn, rendering him uneasy. The others were well known, yet Iwa had not uttered a single word. Often vanishing without a trace, how could one feel secure in such circumstances? Parting ways with Gib, Schado feigned a desire to find Dean and departed the encampment. The location of Mage Horst was not far from Shado's current camp. It was merely a matter of circumventing 2 training grounds to reach him. Just as he rounded the final bend, on the verge of encountering Mage Horst, a sudden chill swept over the back of his neck, followed by a sinister voice emanating from behind. Chapter 56. The Power of Iva Apprentice. Where are you headed? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Shado's brow as he hastily inquired. Iva, is that you? The sun gradually descended beyond the horizon, casting elongated shadows that crept toward him, evoking memories of his escape from the old Neil in that fateful morning. It was a day marked by the unsettling approach of a wanderer, though Iva, unlike that stranger, did not press a dagger against his back. Schado was certain that with Iva's remarkable ability to appear and vanish, such an act would be effortlessly executed, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Iva, Schado called once more. As he neared a turn that would reveal the stone structure housing the esteemed Mage Horst, he felt a sense of entrapment, akin to a tiger riding a precarious perch. Summoning his focus and entering a state of spell-casting concentration, Schado meticulously observed the surrounding magical web. The existence of any life form was intricately linked to this ethereal tapestry. Even the slightest breath could induce ripples within its structure, subtle enough that an ordinary person might not perceive them. However, a mage was no ordinary being. While they might not detect such faint disturbances, the presence of life itself was not difficult to discern. In a concentrated state, a mage could perceive any life nearby through the fluctuations of the magical web. Yet, provoking Iva was unnecessary. Thus, he conducted a tentative probe. In his focused state, Schado distinctly sensed a slight disturbance in the magical web less than a step behind him, indicative of someone's presence. Fear, after all, stemmed from the unknown. Upon realizing that Iva was not truly a phantom, merely faster than Schado could react, his trepidation significantly diminished, and he began to contemplate several strategies for confrontation. However, maintaining this focused state was a challenge, and he remained uncertain of the efficacy of his proposed responses. Hence, he wished to avoid any conflict with Iva. Now, Schado feared that Iva might spring a surprise during their mission, and he pondered how to navigate such a scenario. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached the camp, where the sun had fully disappeared below the horizon, and a figure obstructed his path. Schado, Sammy, what are you doing here? I came with Devon to find you and discuss message. The onslaught of orcs is imminent, and I haven't successfully cast it even once. Schado felt a headache brewing. He had yet to resolve matters with Iva, and now Sammy's concerns regarding message arose. Did you not transcribe all the content from the scrolls? He wondered, though he refrained from bluntly stating their ineptitude, as his tone was hardly far from it. However, Sammy's attention was evidently elsewhere. You've already learned message. Indeed. I have. That is splendid. Can we consult you? Of course. I have some questions to pose to you as well, Schado readily agreed. If they were within the confines of the Mage Tower, Schado would undoubtedly demand a fee. However, given their current circumstances outside, it was more prudent to exchange useful information. Moreover, Sammy and his companions were indeed Shado's sole collaborators, which distinguished them from Dean. Upon returning to his room at the camp, Devon was already waiting there. Upon hearing Sammy mention that Schado was willing to guide them in the art of message, he immediately expressed his gratitude toward Schado. Thus, the discussion commenced in this harmonious atmosphere, with Sammy and Devon seeking Shado's insights on spell-related queries, while Schado, in turn, posed questions to Sammy and his group regarding matters beyond spells. The inquiries from Sammy and his companions did not stem from a lack of understanding of the principles of magic. Rather, they encountered discrepancies at the application level. With Shado's guidance, they swiftly succeeded in casting message. Mastery of a spell requires not only comprehension of its principles, but also ample practice. With the three of them present, they engaged in practice, using one another as targets for their messaging exercises. Naturally, this period was also marked by the exchange of magical sigils. In formal settings, the sigils Schado left for Sammy and his companion would no longer resemble mere doodles of smiling faces. Their primary focus during practice was the use of magical sigils for locating messages, especially since, in the wilderness, it was improbable for them to remain within each other's line of sight. Moreover, the distance for messaging through the sigils was considerably greater. As for just how far this could extend, they had yet to test it, but it was essential to ascertain this before embarking on their mission. Ah, by the way, Sammy, Schado suddenly recalled something and promptly inquired, "Has your team welcomed any new adventurers?" "Yes, 3 new adventurers have joined us," Sammy replied. "Are you aware of their backgrounds?" Schado pressed. "Not exactly, but if they were permitted to join the military, they should be trustworthy." At this juncture, Sammy lowered his voice, glanced around, and added with an air of secrecy. Schado nodded, feeling somewhat convinced by Captain Gibbs' assertions regarding Iva's reliability, yet remaining vigilant was imperative. "My father informed me that the head of the Gilded Flower Trading Company in the Seville territory met with an unfortunate accident and fell into the water after refusing to relinquish the company's arms." Devon emphasized the word accident, and Schado immediately grasped the implication, although his focus was not on the incident of falling into the water, but rather on the Gilded Flower Trading Company. Chapter 57. Poisoning and Discussion. Schado immediately recalled the merchant guild that old Neil sought to enslave him through, known as the Golden Sparrow Guild. He inquired further, and what transpired thereafter, to which he learned that a new leader had taken over, who promptly surrendered all armed forces to the Lord and even presented over 100 orc slaves, a considerable sacrifice indeed. Schado discerned the palpable schadenfreude in Dewan's tone. Clearly, the Golden Sparrow Guild held a rather negative reputation in Dewan's eyes. Not wishing to delve further into the affairs of the guild, the three agreed upon a meeting time for the following day, after which Sammy and Dewan took their leave. Later that evening, Schado prepared to poison the bolts for his crossbow, as well as a new dagger, to augment their lethality. He had previously inspected the 10 arrows, which were of exceptional quality among military supplies, even commendable by the standards of Bloroto's blacksmith. However, compared to modern craftsmanship, these arrows still bore a certain roughness, which served as a foundational aspect for the poisoning process. Adjusting the wick of the oil lamp to increase the flame's intensity, Schado proceeded to poison the arrows, bringing the tip, soaked in paralysis toxin, near the fire without direct contact. This allowed the toxin to gradually evaporate, leaving a film-like coating on the arrowhead. This process required repetition to enhance the retention of the poison, demanding a considerable amount of patience. Furthermore, the vapor released during evaporation remained toxic. After each application of poison, Schado had to clean the damp cloth he used to cover his nose. Even so, he soon felt a sense of dizziness and a slight clumsiness in his limbs. Fortunately, the toxin he had procured was non-lethal. He had specifically inquired with Eldritch, who assured him that even ingesting a bottle would not result in immediate death, but rather induce complete paralysis, rendering him unable to blink or breathe. Of course, if one could hold their breath long enough, recovery would occur once the effects subsided. Thus, Schado labored into the depths of the night, attending to the 10 arrows. With the tower outside unable to provide the time, he estimated it was quite late and chose to forego poisoning the dagger. Primarily, he had already inhaled a significant amount of toxic vapor, and secondarily, neglecting proper rest would likely hinder his ability to concentrate on spellcasting the following day. It is plausible that some might believe a mage engrossed in research could forget to eat, yet the idea of a mage neglecting sleep would be met with disbelief. The impact of insufficient rest on a mage's spellcasting ability is utterly intolerable. Indeed, many mages have developed various spells to ensure restful slumber, such as entering alternate dimensions or summoning concealed abodes. Schado was particularly enamored with the biography of Archmage Nesseriel, which recounted Nesseriel's invention of a spell to summon an invisible villa, aptly named Nesseriel's Invisible Villa. This filled Schado with immense envy, dreaming of a day when he too could effortlessly conjure a luxurious villa, thus sparing himself the expense of purchasing property on Earth. Before drifting off to sleep, Schado meticulously examined the arcane sigils etched upon his dagger. They remained steadfastly intact. In contrast, the mark on the palm of his left hand had undergone a transformation. The once stable cyclical structure of the spell was gradually disintegrating, and perhaps within a span of 10 to 20 days, it would vanish completely. Schado surmised that this was likely due to the inherent disturbances in the human body against the magical web, which would consequently affect the marks left upon it. This led him to conclude that imposing the arcane sigil upon any living being could not be a permanent endeavor. Such realizations only deepened his admiration for the arcane stabilization spell, which could maintain magical effects upon an individual indefinitely. In the Mage Tower, within the reception room of Lord Epps Seville, Belgarth inquired, "How goes the matter?" "Good." Epps responded with a rare smile, and then asked, "What are the movements of the orcs?" "Some of the orcs have already descended from the mountains," came the reply. Epps drummed his fingers on the table, muttering, "Let us wait a while longer." "Epps, if we delay, will the strength of the territory not dwindle excessively? Besides, is not Lord Orlan present?" The speaker was the adept mage Ibark, who had kindled the apprentice's spirits earlier that day within the Mage Tower. He was among the Lord's loyal followers, having grown up alongside Epps, which allowed him the familiarity to address him by his first name. Of course, Ibark's own level 10 spellcasting prowess also provided him with ample confidence, and unlike Epps, who had faltered in his ascension to an Archmage, Ibark had resolutely embarked upon the path of an Archmage. "Ibark, Belgarth, Coin, I should have informed you of this matter 3 days prior, but I became preoccupied with preparations for another affair and neglected it." Epps' expression was quite complex. Upon reflection, he realized he might have been influenced by the Archmage Orlan. He then divulged a rather astonishing piece of news. "What?" The three followers exclaimed in disbelief. They had assumed that Archmage Orlan had come to provide support as a colleague of the late Archmage Seville, but it turned out otherwise. Upon consideration, it was understandable. Had that esteemed Archmage been so easily swayed, the former lord would not have succumbed to injuries and perished due to the orc onslaught. Coin, the military overseer of the territory, asked, "My lord, do you have any insight into Lord Orlan's true intentions?" "I do not know. It is precisely this uncertainty that troubles me. Keep this matter discreet. Publicly, we shall regard Archmage Orlan as the reinforcements dispatched by that esteemed individual." "Understood." Furthermore, Epps turned his gaze towards his military overseer. "As the time for the decisive battle approaches, we may ease the training of the main forces slightly, but the training of the merchant militia and adventurers must not cease. Of course, Ibark, you shall oversee the apprentices. It is merely a matter of wrapping up loose ends. We cannot afford unnecessary sacrifices. The mage apprentices must not be squandered here. While I am away, you must keep a vigilant watch." "Rest assured, Epps. You have reiterated this countless times." Ibark exhibited a hint of impatience, yet suddenly his expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Are you truly prepared to allow Nia to enter the battlefield?" Upon mentioning Nia, a flicker of turmoil crossed Lord Epps's face, only to be swiftly replaced by resolute determination. "My daughter cannot remain confined within the Mage's Tower indefinitely. She must embrace the responsibilities that are rightfully hers. The Seville lineage harbors no weakness." Chapter 58. Nia. Combat preparation. Are we truly sending her directly to the battlefield? This is far too perilous. Such words could only be uttered by Ibark, who has developed a close bond with Nia. Having no children of his own, Ibark cherishes her as if she were his flesh and blood. However, the notion that Epps intends to dispatch Nia to the front lines is something he finds exceedingly difficult to accept. The other two followers remained silent, their gazes fixed upon the intricate patterns on the ground, seemingly lost in contemplation. "Ibark, I have made my decision regarding this matter, and Nia is in agreement. I have faith in her capabilities," Epps declared, decisively concluding the discussion, unwilling to engage in further debate with Ibark. Given their long-standing acquaintance, Ibark had often employed an array of peculiar arguments to sway him, leaving Epps quite weary of such entreaties. Ultimately, Ibark recognized the hierarchical nature of their relationship. Seeing Epps resolute in his decision, he could only implore Coin to look after Nia on the battlefield. "Rest assured, Lord Ibark, I shall take excellent care of Miss Nia and ensure she remains unscathed, Koyan affirmed with unwavering resolve. To this, Lord Epps offered no response. Meanwhile, in a guest chamber of the Mage Tower, Master Orlon had just concluded a distant magical communication, subsequently dispelling multiple layers of protective enchantments before retiring to slumber. The following day, Schado awoke invigorated from his slumber, greeted by the cacophony of training sounds emanating from outside. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, he swiftly addressed his morning duties and joined the training session. With 4 fresh recruits recently transformed from farmers, Captain Gibb emphasized the importance of combat formations and fighting spirit, imparting valuable lessons which Schado absorbed eagerly. In the afternoon, Sammy and Dewan arrived as promised, intending to practice spells with Schado. However, Schado was reluctant to remain in the camp any longer. He realized that not only the 4 new recruits but he himself lacked the requisite fighting spirit. Mere practice in the camp could not compare to actual experience. Sammy, Dewan, have you ever encountered the scent of blood? Never, they replied. As sons of merchants, they had been sent to the Mage Tower upon reaching adulthood, thus lacking any opportunity to witness bloodshed. Yet, upon hearing Shado's words, they comprehended his implication. Are you suggesting we venture into the forest to familiarize ourselves ahead of time? Indeed, I fear that should I face combat unprepared, I may falter. Schado candidly acknowledged his shortcomings, understanding that it was precisely such deficiencies that necessitated rectification. Let us take your squad and hunt goblins outside the town, sharpening our combat resolve while also fostering team cohesion to prevent being caught off guard in battle. This proposal was met with immediate approval from Sammy and Dewan, and they agreed to meet at a specified time outside the town before parting ways. Schado promptly sought out Captain Gibb, who was presently instructing the 4 new recruits in the art of warfare. Since Schado was not required to engage directly in combat, he had refrained from attending the previous discussions. Naturally, the other adventurers' recruits were also engrossed in familiarizing themselves with their new weapons. When Schado conveyed his plans to Captain Gibb, he hardly hesitated before giving his consent. Mage Schado, this proposal is splendid. I have been contemplating the same. He immediately instructed them to gather their gear and supplies for departure. Gibb was also highly supportive of outdoor training, which had initially been scheduled for after the new recruits had acclimated. However, commencing it a bit earlier posed no issue. As half of the team comprised veterans of wilderness survival and combat, they would be able to adequately support the others without delving too deeply into the forest. Moreover, this was the first plan proposed by the accompanying mage, and Gibb was reluctant to dismiss it outright. Although Dean had previously informed Schado that, apart from specific combat matters, all other affairs should be overseen by the apprentices, Schado understood that the situation was not so straightforward. Iva served as a quintessential example. Nonetheless, Schado was somewhat surprised by Gibb's prompt acquiescence to his request, perhaps indicating that he might attain greater influence during their subsequent collaboration. As for any overt power struggles, Schado found such notions foolish. He had never entertained such thoughts. Provided that all his decisions were sound, authority would naturally follow, especially since a mage apprentice inherently possessed a degree of authoritative advantage. Meanwhile, Gibb notified everyone to change their equipment and weapons, ensuring they were well supplied and ready to venture beyond the town for wilderness training, while Schado personally sought out Dean. They were now officially a team, no longer a private grouping, but recorded as a single unit. Both were tasked with the cleansing operation of Area 12 to be executed collaboratively. Upon locating Dean, Schado found him nestled in a corner, basking in the sunlight while poring over spell notes, as other members diligently trained in the field. This is nothing. I sought you out to accompany me to the Green Pearl Forest for outdoor training, along with Sammy and Dewan, as you are already aware. Very well, Dean readily agreed, then raised his voice, calling out, Captain UK, come here for a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Before long, a robust man appeared before Dean, displaying a hint of reluctance yet still approaching. What is it? Schado explained, my team and yours are both responsible for Area 12. We are preparing to conduct outdoor training alongside those assigned to Area 13. Please gather your team promptly. UK cast a curious glance at Dean, first greeting Schado before conceding. I will attend to it immediately. Observing this exchange, Schado felt a twinge of concern regarding Dean's apparent nonchalance. Should any discontent arise, it could lead to dire consequences during engagements with the orcs. Furthermore, as both he and Dean were accountable for the same area, any complications on Dean's end would inevitably impact Schado. Thus, he felt compelled to issue a caution. Dean, do you frequently assign UK tasks that are unrelated to our mission? Indeed, Why do you ask? Dean replied, he is not your subordinate. Rather, you are nominally his superior. Are you not concerned that he may lack diligence in his duties as a result? What is there to fear? In the event of failure, he too shall face repercussions. As I spoke, Dean's voice dwindled, operating under the assumption that the other party would not dare to cause trouble. However, Schado would not allow any potential threats to linger, even though he believed the likelihood of Yuke stirring discord was minimal. One advantage Dean possessed was that, through their prolonged association, he had gradually come to respect Shado's authority. Whether through attaining the status of a formal apprentice ahead of time or surpassing him in the realm of spell research, Dean sensed an increasing chasm in their mutual recognition. Naturally, he entertained thoughts of seeking favor. In truth, Dean could already be considered a subordinate of Schado, albeit without either party explicitly acknowledging this relationship. Wizards tend to approach the establishment of subordinate dynamics with caution. A follower pledges their service, yet the master must also provide suitable conditions for their follower. As of now, Schado has yet to earn the right to possess followers, but the future may hold different possibilities. Chapter 59. The Wolf Pack. Less than a quarter of an hour later, Schado, Dean, Sammy, and Devon gathered outside the southern gate of Seville Town with their respective squads. Over 40 individuals, clad in matching attire, stood together, exuding a formidable presence. To Schado, however, this resembled nothing more than a typical high school gym class on Earth, far from the stature of genuine soldiers. Nonetheless, this spectacle drew the attention of the townsfolk, who were queuing at the gate with their families. The 4 squads were divided into 2 groups, and after a brief introduction, they proceeded to their designated task areas. The 12th zone, delineated by the Mage Tower, spanned approximately 200 meters wide, extending from the forest entrance to the base of Wolf God Mountain, where the orcs resided. Naturally, Schado and his companions were not required to venture all the way to the mountain's foot. Their objective was to cleanse the narrow area, eliminating any orcs fleeing from the front line. Since this exercise was primarily intended to bolster the new recruits' courage, Shado's squad and Dean's squad chose to enter the forest together. With Schado and Dean at the center, flanked by their squad leaders, the remaining members dispersed around them. Prior to their departure, Schado had already devised a plan to eliminate a few goblin camps first. He recalled his initial encounter in that area, where he was nearly frightened to the point of embarrassment, fortunate that the goblin had fled first, averting an awkward situation. Captain Gibb, you are more familiar with the forest. Lead us to a goblin camp for practice, Schado requested. Not a problem. Iva has already gone ahead to scout. We shall follow his marked path. The forest is teeming with goblins, and it would be prudent to thin their numbers lest we be swept into their territory by the orcs. Gibb replied, gesturing towards a tree marked with numerous scratches, explaining to Schado the significance of each mark. As all who roamed the forest, be they adventurers or soldiers, adhered to a common vernacular of scratch terminology. Beyond these conventions, there were numerous symbols unique to various circles. Suddenly, as they passed a marked tree, Gibb shouted, "Alert! Defensive positions!" He promptly lowered the large shield he had been carrying on his back, now holding it in front of him, while the seasoned soldiers and adventurers maintained their composure, forming a defensive formation. Others exhibited varying degrees of anxiety. In an instant, Schado fell into a state of focused spellcasting, poised to unleash his magic at any moment. Seeing the 2 squads coordinating their defensive positions, Schado finally found the opportunity to inquire, "Captain Gibb, what is the situation?" Upon hearing this, Schado immediately glanced at the marked tree, attempting to decipher the meaning behind the latest scratches. However, his curiosity soon got the better of him, prompting him to ask, "Do you know how many wolves are in the pack? What is their combat capability? Can we handle them?" Typically, a wolf pack comprises approximately 4 to 6 members, and the pack that Iowa discovered consisted of 6 wolves. In terms of combat capability, their strengths varied. Generally, we could manage them. However, while the 2 were conversing, a series of high-pitched howls echoed from the front, followed by several distinctly different cries. Gibb exclaimed, "This is bad. The wolves have detected us. We must eliminate them, otherwise they will trail us," poised to launch a surprise attack. Schado, this wolf pack is not suitable for the new recruits to practice against. Captain Yuke and I will handle them. You all should fortify your position, he added, glancing at the most seasoned among the recruits, Edom. All new recruits, protect Schado. Captain Yuke, let us advance and see who can slay the first one. Agreed. Yuke immediately accepted Gibb's challenge. The new recruits stayed behind to guard the mage while the others followed him. With a large shield in hand, he charged forward, accompanied by a veteran and 3 novice adventurers. Schado observed the anxious faces of the recruits surrounding him, feeling a twinge of nervousness himself. Nevertheless, he feigned calmness and joked with Dean, "Which side do you think will prevail? I just recovered from my previous days, but I believe Yuke will win." Dean replied. Despite often issuing commands to Yuke and harboring a hint of disdain for him, Dean secretly hoped for Yuke's victory, for they were members of the same team. "That is not a certainty," Schado chuckled, naturally rooting for Gib. Moreover, there was the unpredictable Iowa. Perhaps 6 wolves would not suffice to challenge him alone. In the ensuing moments of anticipation, Schado utilized Arcane Mark to establish contact with Sammy and Devin in Sector 13, informing them of the situation he encountered. Soon, Sammy responded, revealing that their teams had just cleared a goblin camp, with Sammy himself having slain a goblin. Noticing that both sides were faring reasonably well, Schado refrained from further communication, choosing instead to maintain his focus and observe the state of the magical web. With his current strength, he could clearly sense within a radius of about 2 to 3 meters. Beyond that distance, it felt akin to gazing at a river from afar, nearly imperceptible and still. At that moment, the howls of the wolves ahead began to change, becoming shorter and more frantic, reminiscent of a heated argument among a few irate old men. "Schado, Dean, the front wolves have been dispatched, and the captain is handling the spoils. He instructed me to bring you over," came the message. Before Schado could respond, Dean eagerly inquired, "Who won?" "Of course, we triumphed," Jesse declared, thumping his chest with a triumphant expression. "Schado, let us hurry over." Certainly. The recruits remained tense, most of whom had never slain a goblin, let alone engaged in combat with a wolf pack. Observing them, Schado felt a surge of complexity within. Without practical training, who could predict the casualties they might incur in a battle against orcs? More likely, they would scatter at the first sign of conflict. Magic. Schado instinctively touched the scroll case at his waist, yearning for the spells of a bard or the divine arts of a priest. How splendid it would be to dispel fear, bolster morale, or even enhance combat prowess. The potential applications were manifold. Soon, the group arrived at the location where Gib and the others were engaged in battle with the wolves. 5 individuals stood guard on the periphery, while 6 were huddled together, meticulously skinning the wolves and butchering the meat. The ground was splattered with wolf blood. Fortunately, it was now late autumn, and the fallen leaves had blanketed the earth, preventing a scene of rivers of blood from unfolding. Chapter 60. Changes in Mindset. Clearing the goblins before long, 6 forest wolves lay skinned, their bloodied bodies stark against the earth. However, this outing was not for the sake of harvesting prey. It served as a practical training exercise. Captain Gib instructed the new recruits to practice on the wolf corpses, each tasked with cutting out a piece of internal organ. "Very well," he commanded. And the orders were swiftly carried out. The 6 forest wolves had only recently succumbed to death, their bodies still warm, and the stench of blood assaulted the senses. Schado, a man of Earth who had endured countless cinematic portrayals of such events, found himself quite unsettled. In contrast, the new recruits exhibited a composure that surpassed his own. Upon receiving orders, they promptly drew their one-handed swords, ready to commence. Observing Dean, who appeared eager to begin, Schado finally grasped the distinction between himself and these denizens of another world. He had overestimated his own fortitude while underestimating theirs. Borrowing a skinning knife from Gib, Schado embarked on his own trial. As he caressed the peltless corpse of the forest wolf, a wave of nausea washed over him. It was his inaugural encounter with a warm, bloodied body, and the sensation was akin to a blockage within his heart. A voice deep within urged him to adapt, to survive. With newfound resolve, Schado plunged the knife into the wolf's abdomen, making a decisive cut before inserting his other hand within. His fingers slick and warm as though he were extracting his own entrails. Grasping a visceral mass, he pulled it forth with determination, severing the connecting tissues. And thus a section of the organ was extracted. Taking a deep breath, Schado savored the tumult of emotions, excitement, trepidation, revulsion, each vying for dominance, yet soon supplanted by an instinctual drive for survival and an unwavering determination. Discarding the organ, he entered a state of focused spellcasting, employing magical trickery to cleanse the bloodstains from his hands and body, restoring his appearance to its former state. Yet, his mindset had irrevocably shifted as Schado completed his cleansing. The other recruits, including Dean, had successfully procured internal organs from the forest wolves. Among them was a small hollow bone, capable of producing sounds indistinguishable to the untrained ear. By varying the pitch, messages could be conveyed to Iva. This peculiar bone whistle further solidified Shado's suspicion that Gib and Iva harbored significant secrets. Though as long as it did not interfere with him, he remained indifferent to their affairs. No sooner had the bone whistle sounded than Iva emerged from behind a tree. After Gib relayed Shado's words, Iva vanished once more without uttering a single word. Schado harbored no doubts regarding the identity of the figure he had encountered during his previous visit to the Wizard Horst. But he couldn't help but ponder whether their air of mystery was, in fact, counterproductive. As the group continued onward, they encountered several solitary goblins. These unfortunate creatures either fell to the swords of the veterans leading the way or were swiftly overwhelmed and dispatched by the eager new recruits. This left Schado questioning the efficacy of their mission to clear the goblin camp as a means of practical training. Before long, Iva relayed news of a goblin camp located near Area 11, with an estimated count of 30 goblins. Schado promptly commanded his troops to advance towards the goblin encampment. Halting at a distance of approximately 230 meters, a cluster of 7 or 8 closely knit trees encircled a nearly circular clearing, forming a natural courtyard. Despite the gaps in this makeshift enclosure being wide enough for 2 horses to pass through simultaneously, such terrain held an innate allure for the not-so-bright goblins. At that moment, the small goblin settlement, numbering around 30, was voraciously devouring food scavenged from unknown origins, pine cones, mushrooms, and putrid flesh. Except for the leader, who understood the merit of cooking before consumption, the other goblins were heedless, shoving whatever they could into their mouths. Filthy sharp teeth clamping down and allowing various red and black juices to trickle from the corners of their mouths, evoking a profound sense of revulsion. Captain Gib, you are to lead and strategize, ensuring the new recruits gain valuable experience, Schado instructed. As this was his first encounter with concrete combat, he preferred to defer to Gib's expertise rather than challenge the seasoned professionals with his own theoretical musings, thereby allowing himself to absorb valuable insights. Understood, Captain Gib replied, slinging his large shield onto his back, drawing his bow, and commanding, new recruits, advance in a defensive formation while the rest of us encircle the area. Prioritize the elimination of the stronger goblins surrounding their leader. At this juncture, Captain UK of Dina's squad also signaled for his team to heed Gib's directives. Soon, 8 new recruits brandished their long spears, advancing from 2 directions toward the goblin courtyard, while the others dispersed around the perimeter, preventing any goblin escape and remaining vigilant. Dean, unable to cast offensive spells, followed closely behind the new recruits with a single-handed sword, under UK's watchful eye. As for Schado, he stood beside Gib, preparing to attempt the spell, Acid Spray. Having mastered this incantation, he had only ever practiced on a target dummy within the confines of the Mage Tower. Never had he unleashed his magic upon a living creature, and a thrill of anticipation coursed through him. As the new recruits gradually approached the goblin courtyard, Gib shouted, "Fire!" With a flurry of whistling arrows, the goblin leader and several of its more robust companions fell lifelessly to the ground, causing the remaining goblins to panic and scatter, completely disregarding the peril they faced. A few particularly dim-witted ones even collided directly with the recruits' spear formation. Shado's gaze sharpened as he observed a goblin spinning in place not far off, and he began to channel the energies of the magic net. An orb of swirling acid materialized out of thin air and hurtled toward the goblin. Schado eagerly counted down, 3, 2, 1 hit. The goblin's head was struck squarely by the acid orb, and within moments, wisps of white smoke began to rise from its visage. The creature collapsed, wailing and writhing in agony. As the smoke dissipated, Schado beheld an oddly diminutive being, its upper body grotesquely corroded and pockmarked. At that moment, had one only seen its upper half, even its own mother might have failed to recognize this whimpering, writhing creature as a goblin. Without hesitation, Schado launched another acidic sphere, bringing an end to this humble existence. Through 2 castings, Schado gained a deeper understanding of the potency of the acid splash. Although the sphere's flight speed was not particularly swift, its impact was undeniably formidable. Indeed, an ordinary human could scarcely withstand a few hits. Moreover, Schado had begun to conceive some innovative modifications and merely awaited a moment of leisure to pursue further research. For now, however, the priority remained to cleanse the goblin encampment. Chapter 61. Negative Energy. Subsequently, Schado performed all the spells he deemed suitable for biological application before withdrawing from his state of magical focus. He picked up the previously unreturned skinning knife and personally dispatched the injured goblins. As he watched the frail lives extinguish from his hands, His initial discomfort gradually transformed into a sense of familiarity, leaving Schado deeply contemplative. Before his journey through time, he had never taken the life of even a single chicken. Yet now he could kill without a flicker of emotion. Truly, the environment shapes the individual, given that the new recruits wielded spears and were inexperienced in their first combat. Most of the goblins, apart from the first few shot down, were slain by Schado himself. However, having experienced the sensation of plunging a spear into the enemy's flesh, these recruits had acquired a valuable lesson in warfare. Schado could sense their gradual transformation from farmers to soldiers. After a battle that left him exhausted despite merely dispatching fallen goblins, Schado knew the new recruits, wielding their black iron spears, must have felt even more fatigued. The crucial element was the shift in mindset, which required a process of adjustment. All new recruits, take a moment to rest. Hydrate yourselves. Jesse. Keep 2 individuals on guard while the others take a breather, he commanded. With that, Schado sought out a relatively flat spot to sit, and the others, upon hearing the order, began to rest in an orderly fashion. Some of the new recruits sat directly upon the goblin corpses, while others, finding the stench unbearable, leaned against a nearby log. The veterans, stationed on guard, gathered dry wood and leaves, igniting a fire and roasting the previously cut portions of wolf meat. Oblivious to the scattered goblin bodies, it seemed they were intent on hosting a barbecue. Schado pointed to those tending the fire and quietly inquired of Gib, Captain Gib. Do you often do this? We typically bring some provisions, such as roasted flour and cured meats, though sometimes we forage for materials, Gib replied. Schado felt that Gib's answer was somewhat off topic, yet it did clarify his curiosity. He had intended to inquire about discipline. But it appeared that the military of this territory lacked such meticulous regulations. Before long, amidst the foul-smelling atmosphere, the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air. While it was not particularly appetizing, in contrast to the surrounding stench, it made Schado swallow hard. Just then, Dean approached him. Previously, he had been well protected by Captain Yuke, merely delivering a few sudden stabs to the goblins, and had just been in a standoff with Yuke. Schado, I've made a discovery. Follow me, Dean said mysteriously. What discovery? Schado inquired. I can't quite explain it, but you will understand once you come with me. Having barely settled down, Schado rose again and followed Dean to the place where 7 or 8 goblin corpses lay piled together. These were the ones the veterans had moved for the barbecue. Schado examined them and found nothing unusual. If there were anything amiss, the veterans would have surely discovered it. What have you found? Dean did not express himself explicitly, but offered a hint. Enter a state of magical focus and observe these corpses. Following his advice, Schado complied. Although he had cast spells during the recent battle, the experience of overexerting himself had led him to conserve his magical abilities thereafter. In this focused state, Schado noticed that these corpses remained intricately connected to the magical web, albeit in a manner distinct from when they were alive. It appeared that some energy was being slowly drawn from the magical web by these lifeless forms. Negative energy. This term immediately sprang to Shado's mind. In the magical theory class at the Mage Tower, he learned that while the magical web enveloped the entire world, it did not contain energy in itself. Its energy was sourced from the inner planes, commonly known as the elemental planes of fire, wind, earth, and water, along with the planes of positive and negative energy, as well as the quasi-elements and side elements formed by their combinations. The positive energy plane is the origin of life energy, while conversely, the negative energy plane signifies the inevitable decay of life, its natural antithesis. The energy emanating from the nearby goblin corpses imparted to Schado a sense of life withering away. Without a doubt, it was indeed negative energy. Is this it? Negative energy? Schado remarked with a hint of discontent. Dean, having attended the magical web theory class, should not have failed to recognize this phenomenon of energy accumulation. This is it. I have only encountered similar descriptions in books, yet I have never witnessed such an accumulation of energy in reality. Upon hearing this, Schado realized that Dean had likely missed some classes or had outright chosen not to enroll, for the phenomena of the 4 elemental accumulations or the gathering of positive and negative energy were exceedingly common. For instance, water bodies attract water elements, and conversely, areas rich in water elements gradually manifest water. The same principle applies to other elements. As for positive and negative energy was presently encountered. While positive energy was ever present, light itself is a form of positive energy. Schado casually cast a light spell, dispersing the negative energy that had just begun to accumulate around the corpses. In truth, had it not been late autumn, With a diminished presence of positive energy in the environment, these few corpses would not have been sufficient to manifest any accumulation of negative energy at all. Alright, let us move on. Do you not wish to savor the taste of freshly roasted wolf meat? Oh, indeed. The allure of wolf meat held a certain appeal for Dean. With the corpses now lightly purified by Schado, leaving no negative energy to examine, Dean chose not to linger any longer. It is worth noting that such foul goblins were best left dead. By the campfire, the wolf meat was ready. And although neither Dean nor Schado had participated in the hunt, their status as stationed mages entitled them to the most tender portions. However, Schado was not fond of such rustic flavors. He took only a small bite before losing interest. Rather than indulging in wolf meat, he was more inclined to inquire with Gib about wilderness survival techniques. By the way, Captain Gib, how did you handle the corpses when you cleared goblins in the forest? Without much intervention, the forest is rife with predators. To put it plainly, as soon as we depart, it won't be long before these carcasses are discovered and consumed by wild beasts, or even by goblins. Upon hearing this, Schado felt a wave of nausea. The piece of wolf meat he had just eaten might very well have come from a creature that had dined on goblins. Dean, in disgust, discarded his wolf meat. However, the seasoned veterans and former adventurers continued to savor their meals with great appetite. Captain Gib, have you ever encountered an undead creature? Schado inquired once more. Theoretically, in areas of the forest devoid of sunlight, if a few corpses remain unaddressed for too long, it is quite possible for undead beings to arise. Chapter 62. The Trail of the Orcs. As soon as Shado's words fell, an almost palpable silence enveloped the group. Even those who had been engaged in idle chatter ceased their conversations, sensing a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Captain Gib? Schado reiterated his earlier inquiry, now specifying the context of the forest. He realized that without such a specification, any mention of undead creatures would invariably invoke the night watchman associated with the territory. The term night watchman is considered a taboo in the Savor territory and in other regions of Nesseriel, causing most individuals to avoid mentioning them altogether, something Schado had only come to understand after joining the Mage Tower. With the added context, Gib's initial rigidity softened, although he still hesitated to utter the phrase undead creatures. Master Schado, I have served in the territorial army for nearly 8 years and have yet to encounter them in the forest. However, I am aware that others have encountered animated goblin skeletons. Schado nodded, refraining from pressing further on the matter. Soon, the group completed their rest and resumed their search for practical combat targets. After successfully eliminating a wild boar, a herd of deer, and a nest of goblins, they returned laden with spoils. This practical training session proved remarkably successful. Aside from 2 individuals who were slightly injured by a wild boar due to a lack of timely evasion, the rest emerged mostly unscathed. This outcome was undoubtedly attributed to the guidance of seasoned veterans and former adventurers who had been conscripted, allowing the 10 complete novices, including Schado and Dean, to gain invaluable experience. Meanwhile, the situation for Sammy and Devon was equally favorable, with the presence of experienced veterans and former adventurers. And not venturing too far into the forest, their practical training sessions were relatively effortless. In truth, such practical training mirrored the daily tasks of the vast majority of adventurers in Savor Town. Similarly, the duties of the territorial soldiers were comparable, focusing primarily on guarding the town and clearing the forest of rampant beasts and goblins. Their efforts were aimed at protecting and even expanding the activity zones of the populace within the territory, which essentially served to further the interests of the Lord of Savor. In the following days, Schado took his team into the forest each afternoon, not only fulfilling the requirements of practical training, but also earning a modest sum for the team. As the month drew to a close, the atmosphere within the military camp grew increasingly tense. Some squads even spent entire days outdoors, striving to maximize their practical experience. Naturally, where there were successes, there were also disappointments. Minor injuries were manageable, especially with the presence of the glorious servants of Amanada in the camp, those devoted to the path of Amanada's brilliance, endowed with extraordinary healing powers. Provided that no vital parts were lost, most injuries could be healed. However, should a life be extinguished, there would be no remedy. Moreover, should a squad find itself short-handed, any reinforcements would likely consist of ordinary individuals, necessitating a new round of training. With the orc tide approaching by month's end, how much time would remain for further training? In that moment, Schado felt immensely grateful that his squad comprised only 5 pure novices, including himself, while many other squads were led by 2 veterans guiding 9 newcomers. If an apprentice knows when to advance or retreat, it is commendable. However, if he still harbors ambitions for command, it could lead to utter disaster. On this particular afternoon, Schado once again led his team into the verdant pearl forest. Following several sessions of practical training, Shado's commendable performance had not gone unnoticed by his peers. Captain UK of the Gib and Dean squads had fully acknowledged Schado as authority, behaving like mere foot soldiers. Even the elusive Iva could now be easily commanded by Gib. Today, Schado and his team had set their sights on a small goblin tribe, which Iva had discovered during their previous day's training. As dusk had fallen at that time, they had refrained from delving deeper to eradicate it. Thus, they proceeded directly towards their objective today. Iva and Marvel from Dean's squad were scouting ahead while Schado and the others advanced cautiously behind. Captain Gib, you mentioned that this small goblin tribe has likely recently relocated? Schado inquired. Indeed. Although we have ventured deeper into the forest, we are still within the clearing range of adventurers and territorial soldiers. Had it existed before, I would certainly have been aware of it, Gib replied, adding, the goblin race does not engage in production, making it difficult for them to settle in one place. Understood, Schado nodded. The primary target for their practical training sessions had been goblins, not due to other targets being unsuitable, but rather because goblins were the most numerous. It was not uncommon for a nest to be cleared one day only for another to appear the next, an endless cycle of extermination. They could range from more than a dozen to just a few, and even solitary ones. As the new recruits gained experience, the effectiveness of such training had diminished. However, the recently discovered small goblin tribe boasted nearly 100 members, the largest number encountered in recent days, prompting Schado to treat it with considerable seriousness. He intended to use this encounter as the final practical training session before the orc tide. In the distance, Schado could already discern a crude fence constructed of dry branches and decayed timber, where 7 or 8 humanoid, earth-toned creatures stood motionless. Halt, Schado quickly whispered. He had heard the goblins' language firsthand and understood that they were sentient beings, albeit of lower intelligence compared to humans. Yet, with a tribe numbering nearly 100, some degree of cleverness was to be expected. Iva, what is the current situation of the goblin tribe? Schado asked. There are around 80 to 90 goblins, with more than half being elderly or young, likely the result of several smaller groups merging, Iva responded. Marvel, what have you observed? It aligns closely with Iva's findings. However, having been an adventurer, I possess some knowledge of goblin language, and I overheard many discussing orcs. Orcs? Shado's eyes brightened. Are you certain they are discussing orcs? Absolutely, Marvel confirmed. With this revelation, there was no need for Schado to voice his thoughts. The others surmised that these goblins had likely been driven out by orcs lurking deeper within the forest. The orcs have descended from the mountain and have even ventured into the Emerald Forest. Marvel, you are to search the direction from which the goblins arrived and investigate the area. Do exercise caution. After issuing these instructions, Schado prepared to relay the findings to Sammy and the others, only to discover that Sammy's news had already arrived ahead of him. Chapter 63, Rescue and Assassination Shot. We have been ambushed by 4 orcs, and several of our members are injured. Please come quickly. Shot's expression turned grave as he called out to Ava and Marfer, who were preparing to scout ahead. Wait, Sammy has informed us that they are under attack by orcs. We must provide immediate assistance. Orc ambush. Dean quickly interjected. How many orcs are we up against? Can we handle them? Sammy reported there were only 4 orcs. If it weren't for the ambush, their 20 members could easily deal with the 4. Schado confirmed they would indeed go to support. He began issuing commands. Ava, Marfer, proceed to scout the path ahead. But do not stray too far from us. The rest of you, new recruits in the rear, veterans in front, let's move swiftly. After days of practical training, the members of Schado and Dean's squads obeyed promptly, canceling their assault on the small goblin tribe to advance towards Task Area 13. Task Area 12 spanned nearly 200 meters in width, with Task Area 13 located just to the east, slightly broader, but not by much. In truth, the distance between Schado and Sammy largely depended on how deeply each party ventured into the forest. Today, with a definite target, the small goblin tribe, they had ventured slightly deeper than Sammy's group. Ordinarily, they would communicate intermittently to ascertain their respective distances. However, the actual distance between them now was perhaps only 300 to 400 meters, hindered by the forest's density, which obstructed sound and light. In an open field, they would have easily spotted each other. After traversing approximately 200 meters, Schado faintly heard roars and growls ahead, indicating they might indeed be facing orcs. Captain Gib, did you hear that? Yes, at least 3 orcs are still alive. Schado commanded the group to quicken their pace. They were currently moving only slightly faster than a walk, which was manageable even for Schado and Dean. As they increased their speed, the sounds from ahead grew clearer, the growls mingled with unintelligible Orcish voices, occasionally punctuated by human shouts. When they were less than 100 meters from the combat zone, shadows of moving figures became visible through the gaps in the trees, prompting Schado to signal for the group to slow down. Understood, Schado nodded in acknowledgement. During their advance, both Sammy and Devon had contacted him, describing a situation very similar to what Ava had observed, with only minor differences. After being ambushed by the orcs, they had lost 2 members on the spot and sustained several injuries, all among the new recruits. To care for the wounded, as well as for Sammy and Devon, the others were left in a highly passive position, nearly at the mercy of the orc attacks, unable to retaliate. Gib, take 2 veterans to hold off 1 orc. Yuk, you do the same. I will contact Sammy to ensure they also engage 1. Ava, I need you to eliminate the injured orc. Can you manage that? Yes. Schado nodded in satisfaction, realizing that engaging the orcs in a one-on-one confrontation or overwhelming them with sheer numbers was impractical. The only viable strategy was to separate and contain them, allowing others to seize the opportunity to strike. Gib had prior experience in battling orcs, and even if the others lacked such encounters, 3 seasoned soldiers could easily hold off a single orc. As for the rest, they would remain close by to ensure their own protection. It was prudent to exercise caution during their first engagement with the orcs. As they approached, the grotesque, swine-like faces of the orcs came into clearer view, and the chaos of battle unfolded before them. Sammy and his companions formed a tight circle, with the injured and mages within, while the great shield stood guard on the outside, long spears thrusting through the gaps in the shield wall. 3 unscathed orcs wielded stone axes, circling outside Sammy's defensive formation, seemingly searching for a weakness to exploit. Meanwhile, the wounded orc, its face and hands ravaged by Sammy's corrosive acid, crouched beside the corpses of 2 fallen humans, venting its fury by relentlessly hacking at them with its stone axe, emitting anguished howls. Witnessing this scene, an expression of sympathy mixed with fury spread across the faces of nearly all present. And Schado felt a pang of empathy for the fallen, despite the orcs' villainy. After coordinating a counterattack with Sammy, Schado commanded Gib and UK to advance, while he and the others approached cautiously. Attack! Gib loosed an arrow before discarding his bow, letting out a fierce roar as he charged forward, shield in one hand and sword in the other. Although his arrow missed the orc, it incited its wrath. Simultaneously, UK followed suit, firing an arrow before rushing into the fray. The 3 orcs, upon spotting the new adversaries, did not flee but instead charged toward Gib and UK. Having endured as a defensive bulwark for some time, Sammy and his comrades seized the moment with Schado's support, swiftly dispatching 3 members to engage one of the orcs lagging behind. In mere moments, they were upon each other, and the orc was instantly drawn to the nearest enemy. On the other side, Ava received Schado's order to eliminate the injured orc. Utilizing the shadows cast by the forest trees, he stealthily navigated within the creature's blind spots. At the sound of Gib's battle cry, the wounded orc was roused from its frenzied state. As it swung its stone axe one last time, just before it could strike the human corpses, a dimly gleaming dagger appeared as if from nowhere. In the blink of an eye, Ava struck twice, retreating smoothly in the direction the orc was turning, leaving scarcely a trace of his presence. The wounded orc merely turned and collapsed silently to the ground. Witnessing this, Schado could not help but applaud, marveling at Ava's exquisite execution. Yet, amid his commendation, he felt an inexplicable chill at his neck. After Iwa struck down the injured orc, he refrained from further action, and Schado did not command him to engage again, for the 3 orcs had already been separated and contained. Schado believed that even Iwa alone might be capable of vanquishing these 3 orcs, though this remained merely his conjecture. Only Iwa truly knew the extent of his own abilities. "Master Schado, may we proceed?" asked the rookie, Yidam, as he observed the stabilized battlefield, his spear shifting restlessly in his grip, unable to contain his eagerness for battle any longer. Chapter 64. Ambushing the orcs after a moment of contemplation. Schado entered a focused state and utilized the message spell to contact Sammy. "Sammy, I intend to practice coordination with these 3 orcs. What do you think? If you agree, give me a sign." Sammy immediately gestured in affirmation, and moments later, a more detailed message arrived via message spell. The ambush by the orcs had resulted in casualties, and Sammy was certainly unwilling to simply eliminate them so easily. Moreover, allowing the other members of the squad to hone their skills aligned with the fundamental purpose of their deployment into the field. Idem, you forego to Captain Gib, while Dean's squad heads to Captain Uke. The rest of us will move in closer. The 8 new recruits departed, gripping their long spears as they charged forward. At this moment, only 4 seasoned veterans remained beside Schado and Dean, while the 2 stragglers, Ivo and Mavel, maintained vigilance on the perimeter. Dean, what are your thoughts upon encountering actual orcs? Schado casually inquired as he observed the remaining 3 orcs. Although they had been restrained, the orcs could still forcefully push back Gib and his companions with a single strike. While this demonstrated the effect of their strength, it also illustrated that Orcish power far exceeded that of humans. Dean's expression turned contemplative. Orcs are formidable, but not insurmountable. Prior to witnessing an orc firsthand, he had heard countless legends about them. Some spoke of their invincibility, while others compared them to goblins. Naturally, there were even more opinions occupying the spectrum in between. Yet the general consensus was that orcs were superior to humans. However, without having seen them for himself, no amount of external descriptions could help him form a vivid understanding. Dean's assessment was succinct and aligned perfectly with Shado's thoughts. Orcs are powerful, yet not unbeatable. Indeed, 3 skilled veterans could sufficiently restrain one. Thus, the pressing question arose. Why had Seville's territory failed to eradicate the surrounding orc tribes, remaining shrouded in the terror of Orcish hordes for nearly a century? Schado believed the crux of the issue lay within this very tide. At this moment, he felt immense relief that he would not need to engage in direct combat during this Orcish surge. Had he traversed back in time a decade earlier, he might have found himself distressed over how to survive on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the 4 new recruits of Shado's squad had approached Gib and the Jesse brothers. Although they had successfully restrained 1 orc, their defensive capabilities outweighed their offensive efforts. If the orc, despite its injuries, attempted to flee, they would find themselves in a rather awkward position, as delivering a fatal blow with a single-handed sword proved challenging. Fortunately, once engaged in battle, orcs were reluctant to retreat. Of course, with sufficient time and perseverance, they would ultimately slay it. The arrival of Idem and his group promptly altered the standoff. As the orc swung its stone axe, Gib shouted, "Thrust!" For long spears lunged downward, targeting the orc's various vulnerable points. If the orc were to act recklessly, it would immediately incur injuries. Even in a frenzied state of battle, the orc would not allow the spear to pierce its flesh. However, opting to evade or retaliate with a stone axe rendered its initial assault ineffective. Thus, caught in this dilemma, the orc accumulated more wounds, its demeanor growing increasingly frenzied. At this moment, Gib called out, "Focus your attacks on the lower limbs. The orc is attempting to flee. Do not let it pass beyond us 3. Be wary of a counterattack." Upon hearing Gib's command, the 4 new recruits regained their composure, emerging from their earlier ecstatic onslaught against the orc. Realizing that their ease was attributed to the 3 veterans shielding them, suddenly they noticed that one of their kin had already fallen to the humans. The orc's crimson eyes seemed to glisten with rage, and its thunderous roar carried an intensity that even the humans could feel. The instinct for survival, innate to all creatures, overpowered its belligerent nature, and with a final roar, the orc turned and fled. However, it was too late to consider escape. With its lower limbs severely injured, the orc's speed was drastically diminished, and Gib and his companions pursued it relentlessly, while the 4 recruits maintained a steady aim from behind. Kill rang out. Once. Kill came again. Twice. Only 2 rounds of uninterrupted fire were needed before the fleeing orc was critically wounded, yet it staggered forward for a few more steps before finally collapsing. Captain Gib approached, commanding the recruits to disarm the orc of its stone axe and continue their stabbing until he deemed it lifeless. The other 2 orcs met a similar fate, reduced to lifeless heaps upon the ground, devoid of their former vigor. At this juncture, Schado made his way to the defensive formation of Sammy and the others. "Sammy, Schado, I cannot thank you enough. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble today." Sammy, still shaken, recalled the ambush by the orc, his mind having gone blank in that moment. Fortunately, the orc had not targeted him first. Had that been the case, Shado's arrival would have only resulted in collecting his remains, perhaps even leaving no body to recover. The thought of his 2 fallen comrades, desecrated by the orcs after their demise, ignited a profound rage within Sammy. Indeed, This battle had cost them 3 members, with 4 or 5 others grievously wounded, leaving the remaining fighters disheveled and demoralized. Had the 4 orcs not perished, their morale might have plummeted even further. Without dwelling on how Sammy and his team would handle the aftermath, Schado called for Gib and UK to regroup. In comparison to Sammy, they had achieved substantial victories today. Although the goblin tribe had eluded capture, slaying orcs proved far more valuable. Through this encounter, all the recruits appeared to undergo a transformation, shedding their fear of the orcs and emerging with newfound confidence and aggression. After Schado ordered the decapitation of the orc as a trophy, more than 20 individuals followed closely behind Sammy and the others, gradually making their way towards the town of Seville. Chapter 65. Assassination. As they approached the edge of the Green Pearl Forest, beyond lay the southernmost borders of the Seville territory, where several villages were scattered harmoniously between Seville town and the Green Pearl Forest. The closer one got to the town from the forest, the more pronounced the signs of human activity became. Over the course of nearly 90 years, the Seville territory had been cultivated from nothing. When Schado had just traversed the Nesseriel, he found himself west of Seville town, beyond the Wolfberg River, amidst the wilderness between villages. This region represented another direction of development for the Seville territory. Half the population of the Seville territory resided in Seville town, while the other half was distributed among the villages. When the tide of orcs arrived, the town boasted a mage tower capable of safeguarding the entire area. Yet the villagers would remain in peril. It was for the sake of their families seeking refuge in the town that members of Shado's team, including Edom, chose to enlist in the territorial army. Schado lamented the hardships faced by ordinary individuals in Seville territory while harboring a keen curiosity about the core regions of the empire, yearning for the opportunity to venture forth and explore. As he dreamt of the future, he engaged in an intriguing discussion with Dean about the nuances of spellcasting. Although Schado possessed a deeper understanding of the essence of magic than Dean, he had only a few months of practical experience. In contrast, Dean had spent over 2 years in the Mage Tower, consistently offering Schado fresh insights and perspectives on the practice of magic, which even contributed to Shado's comprehension of its fundamental nature. After all, practice serves as the foundation of theory, significantly influencing its principles. However, Dean's spellcasting techniques had yet to reach a decisive level of mastery. While passing a village, the two were engrossed in their animated conversation, laughter echoing between them, clearly satisfied with their exchange. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Be cautious, there are assassins." Without a moment's hesitation, Schado slipped into a focused state of spellcasting and strode purposefully towards Gib, a few paces ahead. He also pulled Dean, who appeared somewhat bewildered, along with him. In that instant, a luminous orb, slightly smaller yet far brighter than the usual light spell, materialized at his previous location. Regardless of whether the assassin targeted him, Schado instinctively opted for the most advantageous course of action. Gib reacted swiftly. As Schado drew Dean closer, he and UK took up their shields and circled back, positioning themselves protectively on either side of Schado and Dean. In that fleeting moment, Schado felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing uncontrollably. After the initial fear, a surge of anger erupted within him. Someone was attempting to take his life. Schado was not easily overwhelmed by rage, as his team members stirred with agitation. He called out loudly, "Iva, capture one alive." In his mind, Iva, though enigmatic, was exceedingly powerful, having been the first to sense the anomaly and provide timely warning. Meanwhile, less than 50 meters ahead, Sammy and the Dvain team also took note of the commotion, with Sammy even using message to inquire about the situation. In the brief moment of this conversation, Schado and Dean's team had completed their defensive formation. The suddenness of the ambush caught everyone off guard as they passed through the village. "Captain Gib, have you encountered such a situation before?" "No," Gib replied with certainty. Who would dare to attack the Lord's soldiers within the territory? However, his words elicited a derisive laugh from a soldier. Schado recognized him as Asda, an adventurer with the nickname Little Beard, whose meticulously groomed facial hair left a lasting impression. "Asda, what are your thoughts?" "Schado the Mage, what can I say? It is merely an act of vengeance. Consider whether you have wronged anyone. Of course, I do not refer to you two mages, but rather to certain individuals." Asda discreetly glanced at another soldier, also summoned from the adventurer ranks, seemingly insinuating that this individual had brought about their misfortune. "Little Beard, don't speak nonsense." The soldier, whose survival instinct was evidently strong, immediately divulged their past financial disputes. "I knew it. You were upset when I deducted your pay for that mistake on the mission. You claim to be unbothered, yet here you are waiting for me. Old Locke, Asda retorted, you're full of it. If you didn't constantly withhold funds from the team, would we need to replace so many members? I suspect someone was dissatisfied enough to hire an assassin against you. Just as Old Locke was about to defend himself, Schado raised a hand to silence him. He had no desire to listen to this petty squabbling among adventurers. The arrow that had just flown by was clearly aimed at him. Had it not been for the timely use of the transformed illumination spell to distract the assailant, he might not have survived to be shielded by Gib from the altered crossbow bolt. Ava, where is the assassin? The situation is somewhat complex, Schado the mage. Please follow me. Ava gestured for Schado to accompany him. Although Schado was perplexed by Ava's intentions, he commanded the others to maintain their vigilance and followed Ava to a nearby house. Schado the mage, I don't know who you have angered, but I fear you may be in grave trouble, Ava said, unusually verbose. Just as Schado wished to inquire further, Ava had already stepped inside, prompting Schado to hastily follow. Upon entering, Schado was greeted by an atmosphere of decay and rot, mingled with an indescribable, peculiar odor that caused him to furrow his brow. The room was sparsely furnished. The only piece of furniture was a bed positioned in the corner, with a row of clay jars stacked against one wall and a few wooden crates on the other. Opposite the bed were 2 sheep, surprisingly kept in the room. In the center hung a clay pot from the rafters, with signs of a fire below it, and a half-dried piece of meat from an unknown animal dangling above, imparting a sense of domesticity. This was Shado's first glimpse into the humble abode of an ordinary Nasian family, or more accurately, that of a typical Nasian farmer. The significant trouble Ava referred to must lie within these walls. As Schado surveyed the surroundings, he noticed a figure cloaked in black by the window, with a crossbow lying abandoned nearby. This was undoubtedly the assailant and their weapon. As Schado stepped closer, he was taken aback, utterly astonished by what he beheld. Chapter 66. Undead Creatures. Foreign mages. He turned around, utterly astonished as he stared at Iowa. Is this an undead creature? Just moments ago. From the opening of the black-robed figure's garment, Schado had glimpsed the ghastly white bones. He scarcely needed to enter a state of magical concentration to ascertain whether this black-robed individual harbored residual negative energy. He was nearly convinced that this was indeed an undead being. Iowa had mentioned that the situation was somewhat peculiar, yet what could be more extraordinary than an undead creature? Coupled with the remarks he had made before entering, Schado was further convinced of its undead nature. Of course, formal confirmation was necessary. Schado promptly entered a state of magical focus. Before him stood a skeleton shrouded in black robes, exuding tendrils of negative energy, slow yet relentless. As he approached, Schado discerned that the rancid, decayed odor he had previously detected emanated from this black-robed figure. The air around him seemed to grow colder as he drew closer. This was indeed an undead creature. Yet, it was clear that it had truly, completely perished. Schado the mage, we should take our leave now, Iowa gently reminded him. Oh, right, we must depart. Schado realized the gravity of the situation and dared not disturb anything within the room. He hastened outside, and upon stepping out, he felt an unexpected lightness in his heart. He had never before experienced such warmth from the early winter sun. What a close call. Schado could not suppress his anxiety. He had unknowingly been influenced by the negative energy within the house. That subtle, insidious effect was nearly imperceptible. Had Iowa not warned him, he might have attempted to study the remains of the undead creature. Had that been the case, he would have been further besieged by the corrosive negative energy. Returning to the group, Schado commanded everyone to set off immediately. As the party drew nearer to Seville town, Schado began to feel a semblance of relief. Previously, he had speculated that the assailants might have been summoned by old Neil, but upon realizing they were undead, he became engulfed in confusion. It was difficult for Schado to associate an ordinary man like old Neil, who merely operated an inn in the southern district, with such creatures. This rendered the motives of the assailants exceedingly enigmatic. Having lived in Seville town for nearly a year while maintaining a low profile, how could anyone possibly send undead creatures to eliminate him? What vendetta could this be? The question swirled in his mind, leaving him perplexed. Moreover, typically, undead beings are controlled by a master, most often a mage, and it raised the question, how could Schado, who did not provoke even ordinary individuals, have antagonized a mage? He recalled a few formal mages with whom he had crossed paths. Could it be one of them, or perhaps an adversary? Or was it merely a passing mage who took offense and left behind a single skeleton to confront him? Yet, if the skeleton had failed, why did the master not reveal themselves to continue the assault? So many uncertainties overwhelmed Schado, causing his thoughts to spiral. Schado. Schado. Schado let out a soft sigh, as his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Dean's call. Irritated, he replied, Dean, is there something you need? In any case, being assassinated by an undead creature surely constituted a matter of life and death, making it prudent to report to the higher-ups. An unknown mage, regardless of their motives, lurked in the shadows with a predatory gaze, leaving Schado with no recourse but to seek assistance from the mage tower. As for Dean's inquiry, Schado feigned indifference, mentioning that the traces left by the assassin were rather peculiar and that Iva had asked him to take a look. Only after Dean noticed his distraction did Schado adopt a nonchalant demeanor. Yet, the ominous presence of the unknown mage weighed heavily on his heart, contrasting sharply with the lightheartedness he had felt when setting out. Meanwhile, at the Old Neil Inn, on the second floor, Old Neil, who had been cleared of suspicion by Schado, was now respectfully attending to a middle-aged man dressed in merchant attire. Although the man appeared to be a mere trader, every gesture he made exuded an extraordinary charisma. With Old Neil's experience, he could not discern that this individual was deliberately mimicking the mages from the core regions of the Empire, though his movements seemed somewhat affected to Old Neil. They appeared remarkably impressive, surpassing any mage within the territory. His demeanor grew increasingly deferential. My lord, may I inquire what brings you here? Haha, do you know? The middle-aged man replied, that your erroneous information has cost me a servant? Upon hearing this, Old Neil's expression froze, and in the next moment, he knelt on the ground, incessantly explaining, my lord, that lad is merely an apprentice who has only joined the mage tower a few months ago. He has only ordinary soldiers around him. The elite forces have long been reassigned by the lord. Is that so? Then do you know he has a high-level wanderer by his side? The middle-aged mage's voice bore no hint of emotion, which only served to heighten Old Neil's anxiety. A high-level wanderer, this is definitely unexpected. I know that lad. He is an outsider and cannot possibly be acquainted with any high-level wanderers. Are you implying that I am lying? With a mere gesture, a horde of goblins charging towards them collapsed, transformed into a gruesome pile of lifeless corpses. If he had the choice, he would have preferred never to encounter this exceedingly dangerous foreign mage. I require compensation. Upon hearing this, Old Neil finally exhaled a sigh of relief, taking a couple of deep breaths before hastily agreeing, yes, I will ensure you receive satisfactory compensation. Old Neil calculated in his mind, wondering how much he would have to part with this time. His finances were already stretched thin. Should he consider borrowing some? I want the necklace around your neck. My lord, how do you know? Chapter 67. Reporting and transmission. My lord, this necklace embodies the friendship of the elves. Is it truly appropriate to offer it to you? To his surprise, upon hearing the mention of elven friendship, the middle-aged mage's eyes lit up, and a smug smile crept across his face. Indeed, this was the craftsmanship of the elves. Had I not devoted myself to studying elven magical arts, I might have overlooked such a treasure. Old Neil felt an ominous foreboding and awkwardly replied, my lord, you must relinquish it. You are unworthy of possessing the elven relic. His words were laden with an unyielding authority. Old Neil believed that even within the protective confines of the territorial mage tower, the middle-aged mage could extinguish his life with the same ease as squashing an ant. Filled with resentment and reluctance, Old Neil had no choice but to extract the necklace from beneath his garments. He removed it with a heavy heart and respectfully presented it. Accepting that the necklace was destined to be lost, he would make the most of its utility. Thus, Old Neil brought up Schado once more. My lord, this is the necklace, but that young man. However, the middle-aged mage was already captivated by the elven-style necklace. He snatched it from Old Neil's grasp, a surge of white light emanating from his hand. The necklace, which still bore Old Neil's subtle scent, instantly regained its original brilliance. This was a silver necklace, radiating a faintly visible glow that even the most unsophisticated observer would recognize as extraordinary. The pendant depicted a graceful female elf, her countenance solemn, with hands clasped before her chest, also exuding a soft luminescence. Compared to the necklace itself, the elven statue pendant possessed an indescribable charm that evoked immediate fondness. Excellent. You have not lied. This is indeed elven craftsmanship. The middle-aged mage examined the necklace with great care, satisfied. He adorned himself with it before turning his gaze back to Old Neil. By the way, what did you just say? Old Neil hastily reiterated his request for the mage to take action. The mage scoffed. If you wish for my assistance, you must present a reward. This necklace cannot serve as payment. It is merely compensation for your erroneous intelligence. My lord, Old Neil stammered, yet he dared not voice his discontent. No money? Then be gone. I require rest. Do not forget your obligations. Otherwise, the middle-aged mage issued an eviction order. Old Neil's mind was a tumult of confusion, and he instinctively exited the room. As he stepped outside, the cold wind pierced him, flooding his heart with regret. He lamented that he had ever sought the aid of this foreign mage to resolve matters with Schado. In the end, he had lost his precious necklace and failed to confront Schado, while the mage seemed to have latched onto him, leaving him powerless to extricate himself from this predicament. Silently, he mourned, "Oh, my friendship necklace." At that moment, old Neil felt as though his heart were bleeding profusely. With the mage's previous instructions weighing heavily on his mind and realizing he had no means of escape, old Neil clenched his teeth and resigned himself to remaining on this treacherous vessel. The matter regarding the orcs must be reported promptly, as must any news concerning the emergence of undead creatures. If the mage tower and that unknown sorcerer could be embroiled in conflict, it would perhaps ensure his safety to a great extent. Master Horst, such is the situation. We have slain all 4 orcs. Schado succinctly recounted the events, neither disparaging anyone's contributions nor exaggerating them, presenting the account from a wholly objective and neutral perspective. Well done. Master Horst appeared quite satisfied, offering a commendation. He added that your merits would be duly recorded and rewarded post-battle. Furthermore, let me forewarn you, do not leave the camp in the coming days. Yes, you may go. With a wave of his hand, Master Horst dismissed him, preparing to attend to the pile of documents awaiting his attention, as he was alone in the office that day, burdened with considerable work. With a click, Master Horst placed the finely crafted quill upon the table, lifting his gaze to inquire, "What did you just say?" He repeated the question, his expression grave. "Are you certain it was an undead creature?" "Indeed, I am certain. It emanated a scent of decay and rot upon its death, capable of even corroding the human body. This warrants our utmost attention." Under Shado's watchful gaze, Master Horst's lips moved silently as if engaging in unvoiced discourse. Schado, unable to read lips, was left in the dark regarding the content. However, once Master Horst ceased the message spell, a flash of white light flickered in a corner of the room, revealing a figure that Schado remembered vividly, the esteemed Master Albrecht, who had once invigorated the apprentices as they departed the Mage Tower. Upon his arrival, he fixed Schado with a commanding gaze. "Apprentice, where did you encounter the undead creature?" Under the scrutinizing gaze of one who could easily extinguish his life, Schado felt a chill run down his spine and hastily recounted the location of their encounter with the undead. "Apprentice, stand still and do not resist. Otherwise, if the teleportation fails, I cannot guarantee your safety." Teleportation failure? A shiver coursed through Schado, rendering him immobile. Observing this, Albrecht placed one hand on Shado's shoulder while retrieving a spell book from his dimensional pouch with the other. The spell book, seemingly animated by an unseen force, began to flip through several specific pages while he recited incantations aloud. Though Schado dared not move, he was filled with curiosity at Albrecht's method of casting. It differed significantly from his own. He even harbored ambitions of instantaneously casting future advanced magic. What sort of sorcerer could not conjure spells in a flash? Yet, upon witnessing Master Albrecht's substantial spellbook and the fluency with which he pronounced the incantations, he suddenly grasped that the instantaneous casting of advanced magic might not be as attainable as he had once imagined. However, before Schado could ponder further, a blinding flash of light enveloped him, and the scenery before him abruptly transformed, returning him to the modest dwelling of the ties. A weak bleat of a sheep caught Shado's attention. Just a short while ago, 2 sheep had been lively, yet now one lay dead, and the other was barely clinging to life, prostrate in a pile of hay. The appearance of Chatter and the mage Burke elicited its final mournful cry, after which it fell silent and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 68. The Onset of War. The creation of spells. The death of a mere sheep naturally failed to capture the attention of Mage Burke. Upon his arrival, he quickly discerned the source of the malevolent energy radiating from the remains of the undead, cloaked in black. "Apprentice, you should step outside." "Yes." Schado promptly exited the dwelling, the pervasive negative energy within making him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. It was an instinctive response to life itself, one that even a mage could not evade. Once outside, Schado refrained from wandering aimlessly and instead positioned himself in a relatively unaffected area, awaiting Mage Burke's return. Nevertheless, he kept himself occupied, reviewing the spells he had learned while casting glances in various directions. The village contained only a handful of houses, perhaps a mere dozen, yet they all appeared deserted. It was uncertain whether the inhabitants had fallen victim to the undead or had simply taken refuge elsewhere. Schado speculated irresponsibly. Before long, Major Burke emerged, his expression grave. Schado dared not inquire, merely trailing behind him as they conducted inspections throughout the village. While Schado found nothing of note, it seemed Major Burke had made some discovery. Though he remained silent, leaving Schado in the dark. Apprentice, the information you provided is crucial. You shall be rewarded by the Lord after the war. For now, you may leave, Burke informed him, dismissing him with the promise of future accolades. Not long after returning to the camp, Schado received a communication from Mage Horst. The countdown to war had commenced, and all personnel were required to remain at the military encampment, poised for deployment at a moment's notice. Although Schado had previously received this information from Horst, the arrival of the formal order instilled within him a profound sense of pressure, coupled with an inexplicable relief. The incessant talk of war had lingered, yet the precise moment of its arrival remained elusive, akin to a prisoner condemned to death, enduring perpetual torment. Much like Schado and others of his ilk, in such an environment of information disparity, the only recourse was to strengthen oneself, to arm oneself, and to remain ever prepared. Thus, this day had finally arrived. Schado immediately utilized message to contact Dean and Sammy. Dean was agreeable, as he was currently part of Shado's team. Throughout this time, Schado had managed to win him over, and Dean's small squad effectively operated under Shado's command. However, there were complications on Sammy's end. They had recently suffered losses due to an orc encounter, and even though they had subsequently slain the orcs, the blow to morale was significant. Yet, Schado had no alternative. The collaborators designated for different mission areas had already been assigned to Sammy and his team, or perhaps they were the only option available. In light of this, Schado was compelled to consider their current state. If they could not recover swiftly, it would not only jeopardize their own safety but could potentially endanger Schado as well. This consideration weighed heavily on Schado. Sammy, have you received the message from Mage Horst? What is the situation on your end? Yes, we have received it. The situation of the injured personnel here has stabilized. However, a few individuals are no longer fit for combat. We have received a reinforcement of 6 individuals, among whom only one is an adventurer, while the others are civilians. Sammy did not conceal the true circumstances on his side. In times like these, obfuscation is indeed the least prudent course of action. It is only through transparency and a proactive search for solutions that one can find the right path. 6 individuals? Schado did not anticipate that nearly 1/3 of Sammy's team had been replaced. The team, which had almost reached a level of cohesion, suddenly underwent a significant transformation. Initially, Schado believed that divine healing would only require the replacement of 3 deceased members, but it turned out that 3 others were also swapped out. It seems that divine healing is not infallible. At least in this encampment, the provision of such healing is quite limited. The sole silver lining is that aside from the newly added members from Sammy's contingent, the others have indeed encountered orcs and possess a certain understanding of their true strength. This gives them an edge over other apprentice teams. Schado offered encouragement to Sammy, though he was not particularly adept with words, and in the end, it turned into Sammy motivating him instead. After terminating the message spell, Schado instructed Jib to bring people to Sammy's camp the following day and began his final preparations. As for his equipment, there is no need to elaborate. He always carries a crossbow, a dagger, and a magical box with him. He cannot afford any other magical gear, but he can now purchase a summon mount, scroll due to his prior gains from real combat outside the town. However, he currently cannot access the Wizard's Tower to acquire it. While Seville Town does offer magical items for sale, any scrolls related to escape or self-preservation are exorbitantly priced, multiple times their original cost, which is beyond Shado's means. Such is the plight of the impoverished. In terms of preparing for the upcoming conflict, he can only focus on physical and magical capabilities. The former is unlikely to yield significant breakthroughs. Schado can now keep pace with the team's movements without requiring others to wait for him, as can Dean. The other aspects are manageable through diligent practice, consistent reflection, and a methodical integration of theory and practice. He can progress step by step. In this light, Schado has effectively prepared himself for the impending war, relatively speaking. Today, after witnessing the accumulation of negative energy, he gained a deeper understanding of energy and the magical web. Coupled with his previous experience in altering the light spell, he conceived an idea for a new spell. The The spell he wishes to create is quite simple. Create water. Perhaps it has already been devised by someone before him. Yet Schado has not obtained any relevant casting elements, not even a spell model. This notion arises entirely from his comprehension of the principles of spells and the essence of the magical web, combined with the 8 level 0 spells he has learned. He does not aspire for this spell to be particularly powerful or to confer any significant advantage. Rather, he views it as an endeavor to translate theory into practice, a pursuit that is entirely ordinary. In the future, such endeavors will undoubtedly multiply. Chapter 69, Seeds of Hatred. The essence of spell creation lies in innovation. It begins with a spark of creativity, accompanied by the principles that can bring that creativity to fruition. Without the initial idea, nothing that follows can exist. However, mere creativity is insufficient. Without a solid foundation of knowledge, any talk of creation is but a fanciful notion. In truth, creativity is abundant. Yet what is genuinely scarce are those who can actualize such ideas. The principle behind the spell of water creation is not overly complex. If we consider light manipulation as the control of the magical net to harness positive energy, then water creation involves the manipulation of the magical net to command water elements. In any locale where elements or energy are concentrated, corresponding substances will gradually manifest. For instance, an accumulation of positive energy results in light, while a concentration of water elements yields water. This relationship is reciprocal. Areas abundant in light are rich in positive energy, just as regions teeming with water possess an abundance of water elements. Thus, many seemingly implausible magical feats become achievable. The structure of light manipulation generally forms a regular spherical shape comprising 12 essential components. By combining these 12 forms of magical net control, one arrives at light manipulation. The spherical structure serves as a macro representation of these 12 components. In a certain sense, it can be said that the spherical form dictates the shape of the magic itself. The effect of light manipulation is a luminous sphere. The primary distinction between water creation and light manipulation, aside from the differing types of energy they harness, is that light manipulation is a continuous spell. No one can preserve light. Thus, one must perpetually gather positive energy to sustain the existence of the light sphere. Conversely, water can be easily retained. The process of gathering water elements is intrinsically the process of water creation and conservation. Schado was profoundly familiar with the principles of water creation, yet he lacked an understanding of the essence of the magical net. Although light manipulation and water creation share similarities, they are fundamentally different spells. Were he in the mage's tower, he could rent any spell laboratory at will for extensive experimentation, but outside, conditions were far less accommodating. The magical net beyond the laboratory flowed continuously, akin to a river, and even the slightest manipulation required utmost caution. Schado's intention in creating water creation was merely to validate his learning. He had no desire to incite any experimental mishaps, especially with impending conflict on the horizon. He could only begin by deconstructing the components of water creation, experimenting with each in turn, and ultimately synthesizing them into a cohesive spell structure, essentially breaking the project down before completing each segment. In truth, before deciding to embark on the water creation project, Schado had contemplated addressing the issue of Old Neil, who had been ambushed by undead creatures. Although he rationally understood that Old Neil's culpability was minimal, if not non-existent, emotionally, Schado instinctively linked the assassination attempt to Old Neil. Whenever he found himself in a tranquil environment, the memory of the assassination stirred his nerves. Previously, out of reverence for territorial order and the enigmatic nature of magic, no actions were taken. However, with Schado's growing understanding of magic and the magical web, he recognized that magic is not omnipotent and that the order of the territory tends to favor the spellcasters. Now that he is a formal apprentice of the Mage Tower, he feels a measure of confidence regarding his ability to evade the territory's judicial scrutiny, with the only concern being certain exceptional individuals. Amanada, the Lord of Radiance, presides over law and contracts as the Master of Order, with the vast majority of cases in Seville territory entrusted to the clergy of Amanada. Generally, the law of the territory dictates that judges render verdicts in accordance with its statutes. Yet, in Nesseriel, there exists a remarkable being known as the Paladin, most of whom are fervent devotees of a deity, thus acquiring significant power. Unfortunately, many lower-tier paladins possess a superficial understanding of faith and doctrine. attempting to execute so-called just judgments based solely on their inner notions of goodness. This is intolerable to the Lord and disallowed by the temple. As for the gods, they remain aloof and indifferent. A handful of lower-tier paladins who engage in clandestine judgments receive divine accolades, leading them to believe that the gods endorse their actions and support their endeavors. However, the outcomes for the majority who pursue such paths are far from favorable. It is conceivable that some obstinate lower-tier paladin might seek to test their luck against Schado. Though Schado has never encountered a paladin in person, he is aware from various texts that any involvement with them can lead to complications. If one were to kill another without a just cause, it is nearly inevitable that a fervent paladin would come seeking retribution, and one might very well cross paths with such an individual one day. Furthermore, these beings cannot be entirely eradicated. As long as deities exist, paladins will persist. The mere thought of this gives Schado a headache. Far more challenging than the study of spells. To a certain extent, the pending notification above has made a decision for Schado. He must remain in the camp, dedicating most of his time to studying the water creation spell while maintaining basic physical training. The matter of vengeance is thus put on hold. Regardless of how formidable or obstinate a paladin may be, can they truly breach the mage tower? If that were the case, Schado would awaken laughing in his sleep. In the reception room outside Lord Eps's research chamber at the Tower of Time, Eps hurried in, weariness etched on his face. "Albert, what brings you here?" "I am in the midst of preparing a spell," Eps remarked. "Master Orlon's intentions are unclear. I genuinely believe it is unnecessary for you to accompany us." "It is far too perilous," Albert replied, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "Enough. I am well aware of this matter." "What do you require of me?" Eps asked impatiently. "Apprentices have already encountered orcs. When will our operation commence?" Albert's voice carried a hint of frustration. "I have informed the apprentices. The main forces require your direct orders." "Very well. I shall notify Koyan at once." Eps, on the spot, conjured a spell to communicate with his military supervisor, only to find a Burke standing still. He inquired, "Is there anything else? Was it truly necessary to send Nia to the battlefield?" Burke once again broached the subject of Nia, which softened Eps's previously impatient demeanor. Yet he remained resolute. There was no need to dwell on this matter. The heir of the Seville family had her own responsibilities. Chapter 70. Departure. Iboke, feeling helpless, recalled one last matter. Traces of necromancer activity had been discovered within the territory. "Those lunatics again?" Eps struck the ground forcefully with his staff. "How many are there?" "So far, only one has been found." Iboke recounted the earlier exploration of the village with Schado and shared his conjecture. "There should be 3 or 4 more yet to reveal themselves. I have dispatched someone to investigate." Eps nodded in agreement, expressing satisfaction with his childhood companion and follower. Although he wished he would be less indulgent towards Nia. Those lunatics truly fear nothing, rushing to their deaths each time the orc tide approaches. Eps jested. Yet he held the matter in serious regard. "I will have Leonard assign the night watchman to handle this. You need not concern yourself with such trivialities. If you can advance to the rank of Arcanist, perhaps I might truly establish contact with that esteemed individual." Upon hearing the mention of that esteemed individual, Iboke could not help but display a look of longing and reverence. The title of Grand Arcanist was indeed a coveted one. "I hope so." Iboke stood, preparing to take his leave, aware that the Lord was making final preparations for the imminent operation, and he did not wish to waste the Lord's time. Eps also rose, producing a small mirror attached to a cord, and handed it to Iboke. "This mirror of reversal is for you. Keep it with you during your mission for added safety." Iboke recognized it as a magical artifact bequeathed by the Lord's grandfather. He hesitated to accept it and inquired, "What about you?" Eps chuckled. "You don't genuinely believe the Seville family possesses such limited resources, do you? Rest assured, take it. I have other trump cards." Seeing the Lord's insistence, Iboke ceased to decline and accepted the small mirror before summoning the tower spirit to transport him away. On the other side, in a military camp situated in the southeastern corner of Seville town, 2,000 soldiers stood quietly in formation at the main training ground, contrasted by the chaotic scene of the merchant guild and adventurer recruitment nearby. As in the past, to prepare for the orc tide, small squads of 10 had been reorganized into 4 larger battalions of 500 men each. Currently, these 4 battalions represented the primary military force of the territory. In many respects, these soldiers were the foundation upon which the Seville domain relied for survival, clearing the wilderness, expanding territory, and deterring external threats, all of which required substantial manpower. Magic, unless it reached a certain pinnacle, was merely a decorative embellishment. Koyan observed the imposing presence of the 4 battalions before him. A wave of nostalgia washing over him as he recalled being just an ordinary soldier during the Orc Tide a decade ago. How many of his comrades from those battles remain now? This time, without the Lord and others participating, the conflict would undoubtedly be more brutal. Yet, thinking of the Lord's mention of that operation and the possibility that the Orc Tide might no longer exist in the future, Koyan understood that certain sacrifices would be essential. Upon this reflection, Koyan cast a subtle glance at the still unruly mercenary forces, finding himself in complete agreement with the Lord's compulsory conscription order. Fearless, you shall lead 500 men southward along the Wolfberg River, clearing the roads and marking the routes. Dispatch any small groups of orcs on sight. But if you encounter a significant force, you are permitted to retreat temporarily. A burly man with a thick beard clenched his right fist and struck his chest with fervor. Exclaiming, "Understood." Koyan nodded, then turned to a nearby mage. "Sundar, I would appreciate your assistance to Bearless." "Not a problem. Leave it to me." Sundar responded cheerfully, waving his wand. In large-scale combat, the contributions of apprentices and even low-ranking mages are minimal. Spells cannot encompass all, and decisive magic is remarkably scarce. Moreover, the battlefield environment is particularly hostile to mages, posing a genuine risk to their lives. However, Sundar's confidence stemmed not only from his wand, capable of unleashing 10 fireballs instantaneously, but also from his mastery of various life-saving and escape spells. Thus, he agreed readily. Other mages, apart from the Lord's apprentice, wore expressions of distress, clearly indicating that the battlefield was not an ideal arena for their kind. "Taman, you are in charge of commanding all conscripted personnel. I entrust you with another 500. "Yes." Sensing Taman's potential struggle to manage the unruly, Koyan turned to a young mage beside him. "Bert, lend your support. Be decisive when the moment calls for it." "Understood?" "Understood," Bert replied, somewhat impatiently, yet resigned, recognizing the authority of his father. With only 2,000 main forces, and with several hundred conscripts added to the mix, no strategy could be overly elaborate. Ultimately, they would rely on sheer strength to engage in bloody combat with the orcs. Koyan arranged the participating personnel and led the contingent forth. Meanwhile, at the foot of Wolf God Mountain, a sizable orc band began to infiltrate the Green Pearl Forest, calling to one another, cursing, and frolicking as if they were not on a plundering expedition into human territory, but rather enjoying a leisurely day by the riverbank. Among them was a young orc, dressed somewhat more elegantly than the others, possessing the capacity for thought and strategy. What truly distinguished it from its kin was its mastery of elemental power. Otherwise, even as the child of a shaman, it would garner no special privileges in orc society. Only strength commands respect. Unlike the typical orc, it comprehended the formidable powers wielded by human mages and had even narrowly evaded human soldiers and adventurers. Witnessing the grandeur of human architecture firsthand, miracles that orcs could never hope to construct. Yet, while they could not create, they could choose to destroy. The young orc clenched its fist, a spark of electricity dancing across it. A wicked smile crept across its face as it joined the others in their raucous play. Ahead and behind this throng of orcs, numerous others mingled, playfully bickering while hastening toward the domain of Seville. Along the way, all living beings have suffered grievously. Some have been slain, while others have been devoured, with scarcely any escaping this fate. This marks a rare celebration for the orcs, occurring but once every decade. Yet, for the inhabitants of Seville, it is nothing short of a calamity. In Seville town, upon receiving a summons from his master, Mage Leonard wasted no time and promptly made his way to the Amun-Ada temple, located near the town's central square. At this moment, most of the servants of the Lord of Radiance had already departed with the army, leaving behind only a solitary law guardian. However, Leonard's purpose for visiting was not to seek the judge. Instead, he sought the servant of the Lord of all ends, or, more accurately, the night watchman of the territory. These individuals are not merely focused on recording life and death. Rather, they are relentless beings immersed in the realm of power, regarding the doctrines of YG and the laws of their Lord as the essence of existence. Naturally, they may also be referred to as undead creatures. Chapter 71. The Record Keeper. After exchanging greetings with the law guardian stationed within the temple, Leonard was guided to a secluded small archive room at the rear of the temple. "Master Leonard, the Record Keeper is inside. You need only present the Lord's command to him," the law guardian said before departing. Curious, Leonard surveyed his surroundings. Aside from visiting the temple for blessings as a child, he had never returned, especially to the rear of the temple. The row of modest buildings, dwarfed by the towering temple, seemed to embody the self-perception of God's servants. The location of the small archive room was intriguingly chosen. It remained perpetually shrouded in the shadows of the surrounding structures, and without guidance, one might easily overlook it. Recalling the various legends about the Night Watchers in his territory sent a shiver down Leonard's spine. Growing up in the Seville territory, he had always feared the Night Watchers, who were often used to frighten him as a child. It was only after becoming the Lord's student that he began to discern the truths and fabrications within those tales. "Come in." A hoarse, grating voice called from within the archive, sending a chill through Leonard. He quickly pushed open the door, dimly lit by a few flickering oil lamps. The room was cast in eerie shadows from the towering bookshelves. Following the voice, Leonard approached a desk cluttered with documents, behind which sat an elderly man with graying hair, deeply engrossed in writing. As Leonard drew nearer, he was startled by the old man's appearance. Despite his ordinary attire and demeanor, the skin exposed on his hands appeared withered, tightly clinging to his bones. The murky, lifeless eyes made Leonard wonder if the old man could even discern the words on the scrolls. Forcing himself to disregard the man's unsettling appearance, Leonard retrieved a document from his dimensional pouch and extended it. "My lord, this is the command from the master." Upon hearing this, the old man pointed a bony finger at Leonard, and a skeletal mark materialized on the back of Leonard's left hand. Without another word, the old man returned his focus to the scrolls before him. Leonard was again taken aback by the abruptness of the old man's action, but the sudden warmth radiating from his hand captured his full attention. This mark was visible and pulsating with energy. Leonard entered a state of concentration, observing the mark as it emanated a brilliant glow. Flecks of holy energy intertwined with strands of magical essence, forming a structure akin to a mystical sigil. If he desired, he could easily remove it. However, Leonard knew the purpose of this mark. It served as a token to command the Night Watchers. Just as he was about to inquire about the whereabouts of the Night Watchers, he heard unsettling noises emanating from the bookshelves on either side of the archive. As the sounds persisted, they drew ever closer to the central aisle. Leonard turned around to find a night watchman, cloaked in black, emerging from the bookshelf aisle. Soon, a second, a third, and ultimately 12 night watchmen appeared before him. They were silent, yet Leonard sensed their gazes lingering on the back of his left hand. He bowed respectfully to the recorder behind the desk and then raised his left hand, displaying the skeletal mark on its back to the night watchman. "Follow me. Otherwise, the territory would not utilize them as night watchmen." As Leonard stepped out of the archives, sunlight bathed him once more, instilling within him a feeling of rebirth, accompanied by a profound reverence for the Lord of all endings. He then led the night watchman in pursuit of the necromancer. In the southern district of Seville town, at the Old Neil Inn, most adventurers had been summoned to battle the orcs, causing the inn's business to plummet. The absence of guests was not the only concern. Maintaining good relations required incurring certain expenses. Upon reaching the entrance, Old Neil lowered his voice. Master Mage, I have news." The door swung open abruptly, revealing a middle-aged merchant-like necromancer seated with a cup of tea. "What news?" "The lord of the territory, Koyan, has departed the town with his main forces, and shortly thereafter, the night watchman also left." Old Neil hesitated before cautiously continuing. "My lord, you do not worry. I shall not cause a disturbance in the town," the necromancer interjected. Disregarding Old Neil's doubts, he inquired further, "Do you have any news regarding the Lord of Seville?" Old Neil shook his head repeatedly. "My lord, how could I possibly acquire news about the Lord?" The necromancer merely chuckled at this and asked, "How many spellcasters did the main force take with them? Do you know?" Upon raising his head, Old Neil met the necromancer's enigmatic smile, sending a shiver down his spine. He promptly divulged all the information he had managed to gather. The necromancer nodded in satisfaction. He knew that his sources of information were not solely reliant on Old Neil, but that others were even less trustworthy. After dismissing Old Neil, he immediately contacted a companion. "Have you received the news? It seems that matter is indeed true. Our opportunity has arrived. Are you interested in exploring Wolfgod Mountain? If the esteemed mage is so concerned, it must be something extraordinary." The companion's voice was laced with temptation. However, the other party did not respond, leading them to engage in a half-hearted discussion of future plans, testing each other repeatedly without yielding further information until the communication was finally terminated. After the transmission ended, the necromancer scoffed. "Fool. He certainly would not be swayed into competing with the mage for treasures. Rather, the departure of Seville's elite forces alongside the mage presented him with a unique opportunity." He believed others shared this sentiment. It would indeed be foolish to be persuaded into venturing to Wolfgod Mountain. Chapter 72. Choices in the Green Pearl Forest. Valorous led 500 soldiers as the vanguard, having traversed over 10 miles into the Green Pearl Forest. During this journey, they encountered orcs no fewer than 10 times. Yet each skirmish was deftly anticipated by the sorcerer Sandor. They slew nearly 30 orcs, and after each battle, Valorous commanded his men to collect the severed heads of their foes, carrying them as grim trophies. As they ventured deeper, the frequency of orc encounters escalated. It was only when Valorous had amassed nearly 100 orc heads that Sandor approached him, stating, "Captain Valorous, I can no longer guarantee the safety of everyone if we proceed further. Is this a suggestion to retreat?" Valorous furrowed his brow before their departure. Keen had explicitly instructed him to retreat only under 2 conditions, either facing a large horde of orcs too formidable to confront or collecting a full 200 orc heads. Presently, neither condition had been met. Retreat was out of the question. "Sorcerer Sandor, do your utmost. We have prepared ourselves for a bloody confrontation with the orcs. If the situation becomes dire, I shall permit your withdrawal." With that, Sandor ceased his protests, readying a spell for escape, aware that if his life were in jeopardy, he would take flight. Not even a lord could compel a formal sorcerer to take risks. The challenge posed by the orc tide was not that humans could not confront them head-on, but rather that it was exceedingly difficult to contend with orcs when facing similar numbers or even fewer. Each year, orcs departed from their tribes atop Wolfgod Mountain to seek adventure, battle, and plunder, with their first destination being the northern Seville territory. Without a substantial number of adventurers and soldiers to cleanse the forest, the once-in-a-decade orc tide would become even more formidable. As Keen directed the troops to advance cautiously, he began to strategize how to lure the orcs to a designated battleground based on the intelligence relayed by Valorous, desiring to maximize their numbers. This was not only the Lord's command but also a reflection of his own aspirations. He yearned to eliminate every last orc. Keen uncle. In Keen's eyes, this authority merely represented a child's pretentious maturity, and he found it somewhat amusing. "Miss Nia, what brings you to me?" "Keen uncle, why haven't you assigned me a task? My father did not send me here for leisure." Coughing slightly, Keen worried that he might inadvertently provoke her further. Glancing at the Green Pearl Forest map in his hands, an idea struck him. "Miss Nia, I now have a very important task for you." "What task? Please tell me, Keen uncle." Nia immediately raised her staff, declaring, "I promise to accomplish it." As if sensing their master's determination, the forest steed beneath Nia let out a snort and kicked at the dry leaves on the ground. "I am contemplating how to draw the orcs to this location." Keen indicated a point on the map and continued, "We must lure as many orcs as possible, even those from Wolfgod Mountain. Can you achieve this?" Cayenne had long since made his decision in his heart. Now, entrusting Nia with the task was merely a means to keep her occupied, for idleness often invites trouble. He had been tasked by Mage Aberk to look after Nia. However, even without Aberk's commission, he would never allow the Lord's daughter to come into contact with genuine danger. Nia, still unaware of Cayenne's intentions, felt a surge of joy at being entrusted with such an important mission, believing her presence was not in vain. As she accepted the map handed to her by Cayenne, she fell into contemplation. Although her father had not disclosed all his plans, she could glean from various signs that this year's orc tide might be different. Hearing Cayenne's assignment reaffirmed her suspicions, yet the specifics of this difference and her father's intentions eluded her grasp. Touching the bracelet on her left wrist, she ultimately abandoned the thought of inquiring with her father. After a final glance at the map, a sudden realization struck her, prompting her to seek out Cayenne urgently. "Uncle Cayenne, is it true that my father will not be coming?" Before Cayenne could respond, she continued, "Yes, it must be so, from Master Olong." Lowering her voice, she added, "Are they planning to launch a surprise attack on Wolfgod Mountain?" Cayenne's expression remained unchanged, yet he offered a barely perceptible nod. As Nia surveyed the vibrant faces of the soldiers around her, the words that followed became stuck in her throat. They were destined to engage the orcs in a fiercely contested battle, even luring the orc warriors from Wolfgod Mountain to confront them. It was their fate. Cayenne's voice grew somber, and Nia felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, yet she was at a loss for words. Her father's decisions were beyond reproach, and in comparison to the complete eradication of the orc tide, Nia found herself unable to weigh the lives of these individuals. This was far beyond her realm of understanding. Magic could resolve enemies and dilemmas, yet it could not solve everything. Perhaps this was the very purpose for which her father had sent her here. Nia remained silent for a moment before returning the map to Cayenne. As for what lay ahead, she deemed it best left to the passage of time to reveal. In the Seville territory, within the military camp to the southwest, Since receiving the standby notification, Schado had been stationed in the camp for a full 3 days. During this time, even without the suppression and balance spells of the Magic Network Laboratory, he had gradually grasped all the elements of the water creation spell. Within the confines of the camp, Schado turned to the record page for the water creation spell in his spell notes, even though he had become exceedingly familiar with it. He nevertheless took one last precaution. Entering a state of focused spellcasting, Schado sensed that today's magic network felt subtly different from yesterday's. Yet when pressed to identify the specific differences, he found himself at a loss. It was merely an instinct. And while he preferred to believe it stemmed from his will becoming more attuned through prolonged contact with the magic network, this sensitivity had yet to reach a level describable in words. However, regardless of how the magical web transforms, it does not affect his subsequent experiments. Chapter 73, Unusual Sight. Sudden assault. Through prior research, Schado had comprehended all the essential elements of the water creation spell. In contrast to the 12 components of the light spell, the water creation spell was even simpler, comprising merely 10 elements. These 10 elements encapsulated fundamental operations of the magical network, upon which the macrostructural representation of the spell was built. Schado opted for a spherical configuration. In a state of focused concentration, Schado meticulously adhered to the incantation steps recorded in his spell notes, intricately bending, entwining, and interweaving the threads of the shallow magical network. Before him materialized a spherical spell structure. Once all elements were aligned, the magical effect manifested. A water sphere, slightly larger than a human head, appeared and could be slowly maneuvered under his control. In creating this spell, Schado had not contemplated any offensive capabilities. It was merely an exercise in water generation. Should the need arise, he considered the possibility of transforming the water into ice, and the spherical form could be reshaped into more aggressive configurations such as arrows, blades, or needles. However, Schado held reservations about such alterations. The damage inflicted by an ice blade was not superior to that of a crossbow bolt. And when compared to a poison crossbow bolt, the apprentice-level ice blade spell offered little advantage. Instead, spells with special attributes like acid splash might prove more practical. The successful execution of the water creation spell came as no surprise to Schado. He had anticipated this outcome well before the experiment. Any failure would only be attributed to personal error, as the theoretical framework was sound. With a thud, the water orb, having lost its sustaining structure, fell heavily to the ground, splattering and dampening Shado's pant leg. The spell produced merely a transient magical effect. Once Schado successfully cast the water creation spell, the effect concluded, and the spell structure would gradually disintegrate under the restorative tendencies of the magical network. This interval was also the moment Schado could exert control over the magic. If he had not arranged the spell's effects appropriately beforehand, the next incident could easily result in a fireball striking his feet. Casting the water creation spell once more, Schado preemptively scooped a cupful of water, discarding the remainder of the water orb outside. Observing the clear, transparent artificial water on the table, Schado refrained from sampling it himself, instead offering it to the pre-prepared mouse. Scientists on Earth often conduct experiments on laboratory mice. Now, Schado regarded himself as a magical scientist. Thus, engaging in physiological experiments on living subjects was inevitable. While he attentively observed the condition of the mouse that had consumed the water, a message from Sammy arrived, delivered in an exaggerated tone, bereft of the calm demeanor typical of a mage. Schado, come quickly. Look to the south. Hurry. Sammy was unlikely to be making baseless claims. Schado hastily set down his experimental subject and rushed outside, glancing toward the southern horizon. The time was nearing dusk. Yet a bizarre crimson hue had emerged in the distant southern sky, deep in the center and shallow around the edges, forming an elliptical shape. This was certainly no ordinary natural phenomenon. Schado immediately entered a state of concentration, noting that the surrounding magical network remained unchanged from when he had cast the water creation spell. As Schado focused his gaze towards the south, he could only surmise from the fluctuations in the magical web's background that a significant disturbance might be occurring far in the distance. Otherwise, it was improbable that such faint ripples could be felt from so far away. Based on Shado's own experience, an apprentice mage could typically discern fluctuations in the magical web only within 100 meters. Beyond that, they would be submerged in the ambient magic. To accurately analyze the nature of these magical fluctuations, Shado's limited spell recognition abilities rendered him incapable of identifying even the simplest of zero-ring spells. How could he possibly distinguish a magic that was both distant and subtle? Merely from the red oval suspended in midair, nothing could be discerned. except for a vague presumption that it was indeed a formidable spell. The camp quickly became animated with excitement as individuals called their companions to witness this extraordinary phenomenon, leading to a lively discussion among the gathering. In the Tower of Time, within the teleportation chamber, Lord Seville, Archmage Orlon, Major Burke, and Bishop Ambriel convened, all thoroughly prepared. Notably, Lord Seville's attire was resplendent, adorned with a floating endstone akin to that of Archmage Orlon, complemented by exquisite staffs, wands, rings, amulets, and robes. Even Archmage Orlon could not help but frequently cast envious glances at Lord Seville. Among the four, Bishop Ambriel appeared the most modest, clad in seemingly ordinary armor. Yet his dual-handed hammer, radiating with holy light, continually reminded all of his identity as a level 10 radiant servant. Observing Archmage Orlon's lack of response, Lord Seville promptly understood and retrieved a magical scroll from a scroll case etched with mysterious patterns at his waist, utilizing it immediately. Group Flight Spell. He subsequently drew forth several more magical scrolls, including Group Resistance to Energy, Group Flame Shield, Greater Mage Armor, Reverse Arrow, Protection from Energy, and Protection from Spells. Lord Seville bestowed all the spells he could upon the gathered individuals before turning his attention to Bishop Ambriel. The bishop, equally understanding, invoked divine scrolls to enhance the group, his eagerness stemming not solely from the intention to combat orcs, but also from the gold coins previously entrusted to the temple by the Lord. "I shall commence," Lord Seville announced, retrieving a crystal ball emanating a potent magical aura from his dimensional pouch and placing it upon the teleportation circle, beckoning everyone to draw near. Urgent incantations flowed from Lord Seville's lips, not drawn from the tongue of the dwarves, but rather from the elven language, in which the elves possessed a natural aptitude for verbal spellcasting. Many elven words, when uttered, carried a faint magical effect inherently. Soon, under a flash of white light, the group was instantaneously transported from the Tower of Time to Wolfgod Mountain, situated 60 miles south of Seville town. Indeed, the method provided by Archmage Orlon proved effective. Upon the moment of truly beholding Wolfgod Mountain and the orcs that resided upon it, Lord Seville could no longer contain his exhilaration. The persistent inability to eradicate all orcs from his territory was not due to a lack of strength to conquer them, but rather an insurmountable challenge in obliterating their stronghold. The root of this predicament lay in the totemic pillar, standing less than 20 meters away from the fort, which served the orcs much like a mage tower to humanity. Although the totem itself possessed no offensive capabilities, it bestowed considerable enhancements upon the orc spellcasters, alongside a most detestable restriction for any mage, the prohibition of teleportation. Chapter 74. The Slaying on the Wolfgod Mountain. The orc population was substantial. Without the ability to teleport, even a grand mage might find themselves ensnared here, let alone a 12th level mage like Lord Seville. Moreover, if an army were to come forth, it would equate to the orcs launching an all-out assault on the mage tower of the territory. In truth, no orc has ever approached the town unscathed. However, the circumstances this time were markedly different. During every orc tide, the orcs on the mountain would descend in droves to engage in battle, slaughter, and plunder. This time, Lord Seville had deliberately orchestrated a large-scale confrontation with the orcs. Such intense combat surpassed any previous orc tide, naturally attracting even more orcs to the fray. Currently, the orc presence on the mountain was less than during past tides, primarily comprising females and children. The most crucial factor, however, was the presence of a genuine grand mage accompanying them, regardless of Archmage Orlon's true intentions. As long as he could eliminate as many orc spellcasters as possible and destroy the totem pillars, every effort would be justified. Yet, the moment the four appeared, a long howl erupted from within a stone hall behind the totem pillar. Subsequently, Epps and the others felt a jolt and gradually descended from the air. "My lord," Ibok called out. "Do not panic." Epps had anticipated this and addressed Archmage Orlon, saying, "The Orc Grand Shaman is entrusted to your excellency, Bishop Ambriel. Please suppress the totem pillar while we eliminate the other orc spellcasters." With that, Epps hurled a fireball toward the totem pillar, fully aware that a mere fire spell could not obliterate the pillar imbued with special powers. His intention was merely to draw aggro. As expected, upon witnessing Epps's attack on the totem pillar, the orcs surrounding them had blood-red eyes that seemed ready to bleed. However, after casting the fireball, Epps split into 4 identical figures, darting off in different directions, with Ibok mirroring his lord's actions. The 4 indistinguishable phantoms scattered, causing the majority of the orcs in front of the stone hall to disperse. Meanwhile, Bishop Ambriel swiftly approached the totem pillar, raising his warhammers. As a brilliant beam of light descended upon him from an unknown source, expanding steadily and resolutely outward. At that moment, Archmage Orin sensed that the restrictions on flight were beginning to weaken, yet he remained grounded, silently awaiting the opportune moment. Cough, cough, cough. An elderly orc, frail and with graying hair, tremulously emerged from the stone hall. Before he could utter a word, a gray ray shot forth from the tip of Orin's staff. However, this ray was intercepted by an invisible barrier before it could approach the old orc. Orin's gaze sharpened. The orc had mastered a protective spell? How astonishing. In the perception of nearly all human mages, the wisdom of orcs was only worthy of possessing some rudimentary elemental spells, whether summoning lightning or shaping wind and fire. Orc spellcasters were nowhere near as proficient as their human counterparts. But now what did he behold? An energy barrier or a magical shield? Archmage Orin suddenly found himself intrigued by the old orc, and thus attempted to inquire in the Orcish tongue, "What kind of magic is this?" The old orc remained silent, merely twisting his bone staff, prompting the surrounding orcs to howl and rush towards Archmage Orin, some even hurling their weapons before they could draw near. Orin chuckled softly, unfazed by the onslaught, and released a beam from his staff. This time, however, it was not gray but green. An orc warrior lunged to shield the old orc from the incoming ray, only to be reduced to ashes in an instant. Weapons whizzed past Archmage Orin. Yet he remained impervious, continuing his inquiry. "What is that magic? Where did you acquire it?" The old orc still chose silence. Yet his actions conveyed his intent. A colossal bolt of lightning erupted from the tip of his staff, striking with an almost imperceptible speed towards Bishop Ambriel, who stood by the totemic pillar. The powerful surge of electricity momentarily pushed back the expanding column of light surrounding Ambriel by half a meter, causing him to grunt in discomfort, yet he sustained the luminescence. Unperturbed by the old orc's lack of cooperation, Archmage Orin decided not to linger any longer. He had his own mission. With resolve, he unleashed 2 rapid rays towards the old orc, too swift for the orc warriors attempting to intervene to react. Yet again, the rays met an invisible barrier around the old orc, dissipating harmlessly. Where they touched, a vibrant magical luminescence ignited, only to fade back into calmness almost instantly. Meanwhile, Archmage Orin fired another ray, this time striking the old orc directly. He then produced a glossy black gem and recited an incantation. A flash of darkness revealed the old orc's soul within the gem, while its body lay lifeless, reduced to a desiccated husk. Amidst the rising chorus of Orcish roars, Archmage Orin contentedly stowed away the soul gem, and upon casting his gaze upon the surrounding orcs, malice gleamed in his eyes. He summoned forth a colossal, gorilla-like creature, which, upon its appearance, crushed an unfortunate orc beneath its weight. The fate of the other orcs was hardly more favorable. Like a frenzied beast, the gigantic creature beat its chest and rampaged through the throng of orcs, seizing one to devour whole. With a sickening crunch, blood gushed forth. Yet this gruesome sight did not deter the orcs. Rather, the death of their shaman drove them into a frenzy, charging fearlessly towards the gorilla-like beast, entirely oblivious to Archmage Orin, the true architect of their shaman's demise. Moments later, Eps and Abak flew in from afar. Witnessing this absurd spectacle where every orc seemed to have lost its wits, engaging in a chaotic melee with a giant gorilla. However, they also beheld the lifeless corpse that clutched a skeletal staff until its last breath, a chill running through their hearts. "My lord Orlong," they implored. "Some of the orc spellcasters have already been eliminated. We beseech you to destroy the totemic pillar." Chapter 75. The Crimson Vortex. Eps understood that the only way to completely eradicate the orcs from this region was to utterly destroy the totemic pillar, allowing the Seville family to firmly establish their roots in the Southern Empire. Although they could indeed dismantle the pillar themselves, it would require a considerable amount of time, during which any unforeseen events could render their efforts in this surprise assault futile. "Do not rush." Master Orlon gestured for the two to remain calm and called out to Bishop Ambriel, urging him to hold on for just a moment longer. At that moment, a sphere of holy light enveloped Ambriel within a radius of several meters, leaving only a small area around the totemic pillar untouched. Ambriel persisted, not out of obedience to Orlon's command, but driven by his faith to cleanse the chaos and evil. In the process of summoning and channeling the holy light, he felt both pain and joy, and tears streamed down his face. Eps watched as the holy light summoned by Bishop Ambriel gradually diminished the totemic pillar's influence. He glanced around to see the enormous gorilla-like creature, now weary from the relentless assault of the frenzied orcs. Meanwhile, in the distance, an unending tide of orcs, men, women, the young and the old, charged forward, wielding anything that could serve as a weapon, heedless of the danger. Epps felt a pang of anxiety. He wondered how much longer the great gorilla could endure, and what Master Aurelon's intentions were. He instinctively touched the scroll case, but hesitated. His grandfather had vanished unexpectedly, leaving behind little besides the mage tower, and the few remnants he possessed were dwindling and difficult to replenish. Almost there, Master Aurelon retrieved a magical scroll, and upon a mere glance, Epps quickly averted his gaze, even in its unopened state. The scroll radiated an intense magical brilliance that made it impossible for him to look directly at it. Aurelon unfurled the scroll and swiftly recited a lengthy incantation. At the moment he finished, the very fabric of reality seemed to shift. A deep crimson vortex materialized above their heads more precisely. Directly above the totemic pillar, while vast swathes of red clouds obscured the sky, Ambriel, momentarily jolted from his trance of summoning, was caught off guard by the spectacle before him. Realizing it was the work of the master, he wasted no time in retreating from the totemic pillar, moving toward Epps and Burke. With a piercing shriek, massive fireballs rained down from the crimson clouds, first striking the orc settlements atop Wolfgod Mountain and other densely populated areas. Ambriel remained fixated on the totemic pillar, which seemed to draw him closer to the radiant one. In that instant, as the fireballs descended and the explosions erupted, Ambriel's acute senses detected some unknown transformation occurring within the totemic pillar. Before he could delve deeper, a delicate arm, as white as jade, emerged from the deep crimson vortex above the totem pole. However, this delicacy was merely relative to its own form. For the four members of Epps, the palm of this arm alone exceeded their entire stature. As the arm slowly descended, they could distinctly observe the intricate patterns etched upon the palm. Lord Orlon. At this moment, even Epps, despite his usual dullness, recognized that this phenomenon was not the work of the great mage Orlon, but rather that of the enigmatic figure, or rather, the mysterious woman behind the vortex. The princess required this totem pole. At this juncture, the great mage Orlon ceased to conceal the truth. After all, the princess had already made her move, rendering further secrecy unnecessary. Lord Seville, do you wish to reclaim the glory of your ancestors? Epps, filled with bewilderment, could not compel Orlon to divulge more. He could only continue to observe the arm extending from the deep crimson vortex with his lingering questions. Subsequently, the vortex gradually contracted, and the surrounding crimson clouds began to converge towards the center until they vanished completely, if not for the fact that the totem pole had completely disappeared. And the air around Wolfgod Mountain was thick with the scent of roasted meat and ash. Epps might have thought that everything he witnessed was merely an illusion. Lord, what about Coin? Although Epps directed his query toward him, his gaze shifted to the great mage Orlon. Do not look at me. I have matters to attend to. Orlon immediately expressed his refusal. Lord Seville, remember to seek me out when you arrive in Saventon. With that, he vanished in a flash of light. Orlon's departure also caused the massive gorilla to disappear, while the remaining, barely alive orcs howled as they charged towards Epps and his companions. Archbishop Ambriel, Epps, let us go to aid Coin. This time, we must ensure the complete eradication of the orcs. After speaking, a flash of white light enveloped them, and the three vanished simultaneously, leaving behind nothing but scorched earth and the faint cries, roars, and curses of a few surviving orcs echoing across the vast expanse of Wolfgod Mountain. The entire sequence, from the departure of Epps and his companions to the summoning of the deep crimson vortex by the great mage Orlon, unfolded in a matter of mere minutes. In Seville town, within the military camp, the scene he had just witnessed felt too distant, and dwelling on it was futile. However, before he could step into his quarters, a command from Mage Horst reached all apprentices, instructing them to cease their current tasks immediately and prepare for a mission. Schado immediately grasped the implication. The recent event likely indicated a breakthrough on the front lines, necessitating their involvement in the cleanup operation. He promptly communicated with Dean, Gibb, and Duke, urging them to ready themselves for departure. Subsequently, he coordinated a time with Samir for their simultaneous departure. This time would be different from before. They would likely encounter wave after wave of defeated orcs, posing a significant challenge to their team. Of course, if fortune favored them, they might not encounter a single orc at all. Regardless, thorough preparation was imperative. Chapter 76, Pursuit and Evasion in the Green Pearl Forest. Wizard Leonard rode through the forest, accompanied by 12 sentinels who maintained a synchronized pace around him. It had been over 2 days since he began tracking the necromancer who had appeared in the territory, following the remains of undead creatures discovered outside the village. During this time, the Sentinels displayed an exceptional aptitude for tracking the undead and the potent negative energies associated with them. In these 2 days, Leonard had encountered 3 necromancers, who, in a comical display of desperation, attempted to wield positive energy rays against the Sentinels. However, their efforts proved futile, as Leonard had anticipated this, and, utilizing magical scrolls, coordinated with the Sentinels to eliminate them one by one. Subsequently, the Sentinels traced these 3 to other necromancers, not far from the battleground prepared by Koyan for the orcs. Unfortunately, the soul-draining ritual of these necromancers had already commenced, and Leonard realized he was slightly late. He felt a pang of regret, but was nonetheless prepared for such a scenario. He unleashed 4 distinct elemental magic scrolls, which, upon release, coalesced into a tempest of 4 elements, hurtling towards the soul-draining array. Flee. One necromancer, upon spotting Leonard, summoned his steed and bolted. The others, however, seemed inclined to negotiate. Though some had already begun casting spells, their hesitation sealed their fate. 3 spells struck Leonard almost simultaneously, but he dissipated into ethereal bubbles, leaving no trace behind. The necromancers, eager to retaliate, found themselves besieged by the Sentinels. In their haste, one necromancer failed to cast his spell and was swiftly reduced to a lifeless husk by the Sentinels. The others, lacking the support of their companions and facing Leonard-esque counterspells, were quickly overwhelmed and met their demise. Foolish creatures. Unable to even flee yet daring to cause trouble, Leonard scoffed, instructing the Sentinels to search for traces. On their way, he had already observed an unusual phenomenon in the southern skies, which he knew must be related to his mentors. Time was of the essence. Meanwhile, the escaping necromancer, having eluded Leonard's gaze, promptly concealed himself, leaving an illusion to continue the flight. His true form cast a spell of flight, veering off to glide just above the ground, continually employing spells to mask his scent and traces, eventually landing in a village south of Seville town. In mere seconds, he transformed from the ominous visage of a necromancer into that of a genial, middle-aged merchant, carrying items concealed in the village, making his way towards Seville town. The guards at the town gate halted the necromancer, inquiring, "Halt. What do you have in your cart?" "My good sir, these are provisions of meat and vegetables gathered from the countryside." The necromancer feigned generosity as he lifted the canvas covering of his cart. The guards, upon seeing the fresh provisions, meat and vegetables, relaxed their vigilance. Many villagers had flocked to the town for refuge recently, yet some remained unable or unwilling to enter. Despite their momentary ease, the guards, driven by greed, insisted on delaying the passage of the cart. The necromancer, anxious and fearing unforeseen complications, discreetly produced 10 silver coins, slipping them into the hands of the 2 guards. "Gentlemen, this shipment is urgently needed at Old Neil's Inn. I kindly ask for your cooperation." Having accepted the bribe, the guards, naturally, ceased their obstruction and waved him through. Subsequently, the necromancer dutifully paid the toll to the tax officer at the town gate before steering the cart toward Old Neil's Inn. Meanwhile, Old Neil had been on edge ever since he sent the necromancer out of town, fearing that this foreign sorcerer might cause trouble in Seville and implicate him. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice broke through from outside the inn. "Old Neil, the goods have arrived. Lend me a hand." In that moment, Neil felt a rush of dizziness, his previous worries forgotten as he rushed outside. "Boss Kinney, what brings you here?" "What? Am I not welcome?" "How could I dare to not welcome you, Boss Kinney?" Old Neil glanced around and whispered, "Please, come in quickly. I will arrange for the unloading at once." Once inside, he called out, "Marlin, help Boss Kinney with the cargo. Today's wages are doubled." Afterward, Old Neil escorted Kinney to the second-floor room where he had previously stayed. Once the door was closed, beads of perspiration began to form on Old Neil's forehead. "My lord, what can I do for you?" "Nothing urgent. I shall stay for 2 days. Do not speak carelessly outside. Now leave." "Yes, yes." Old Neil forced a smile as he exited, but once outside, his face darkened with worry. Meanwhile, within the Green Pearl Forest, the Schado and Dean teams had encountered their first wave of defeated orcs. Unlike the 4 orcs previously faced by Sami and the others, these orcs appeared to be in a state of disarray. Panic and fear were palpable. Schado could sense their lack of focus during the battle, wondering what had transpired to alter the nature of such ferocious creatures. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted as the 3 orcs exhibited signs of wanting to flee before the fight had intensified. This was distinctly different from the orcs encountered earlier. "Idem," Stop practicing. End this swiftly. The orcs are attempting to escape. Understood. Several long spears pierced the orcs' lower limbs, followed by a swift withdrawal that sprayed blood. The orcs let out pained cries, their fighting spirit further waning, causing them to disregard Idem and the others, turning to flee. This flight ultimately sealed their fate. The other two orcs met a similar end. Schado, what has happened to these orcs? Why does it seem that their combat prowess has suddenly diminished? Dean pondered in confusion. Schado shared the same bewilderment. As an ordinary apprentice, how could he possibly comprehend why these orcs had so abruptly lost their fighting spirit? Don't ask me, for I too am in the dark. However, this could be advantageous for us. I shall inquire about the situation on Sammy's end. With the mastery of the communication spell, combined with the use of the arcane mark, it was akin to possessing a mobile phone. Whenever one wished to connect, communication could be established instantly. Chapter 77. Tragedy and Respite. The two waves of adversaries encountered by Schado and his companions bore a striking resemblance to one another. Both displayed a notable lack of fighting spirit. However, the other group of 4 orcs, while not particularly fierce overall, contained one orc whose ferocity stood out remarkably. With a mindset akin to that of a doomed warrior, this orc engaged in combat with Sammy and the others, and its tenacity invigorated its companions, thereby creating significant difficulties for Sammy's team. Upon halting communication, Schado immediately relayed this situation to all members of the squad, particularly Dean, who had recently become somewhat overconfident due to the previous wave of orcs. Although Schado appeared quite disheveled, his eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. The so-called practical training he had undergone was still a far cry from the reality of true battle. Over the past 3 days, Schado had come to deeply appreciate that combat was no longer a matter of their meticulous control, whether at the commencement or conclusion. The most perilous moment for the group arose when they were confronted by a band of orcs, which was suddenly compounded by the arrival of 2 additional foes. Even with the vigilant presence of Iva and Mavel patrolling outside, the orcs came forth as they pleased, leaving no one able to evade their onslaught. Had it not been for Shado's decisive activation of a magical scroll to bolster the strength and endurance of several team members, they might have faced significant casualties. Reflecting on this, Schado cast a glance toward Edom, who at that moment bore the severed head of an orc and was adorned with a rugged, crudely crafted metal armor. This was one of the spoils from the recent skirmish. Even in the realm of humanity, metal armor was a luxury not afforded by all. The procurement was one matter, yet its subsequent maintenance posed a different challenge altogether. Given that the standard equipment for territorial soldiers was leather armor, it was evident that metal armor was a rarity reserved for a select few. The acquisition of such armor from an orc indicated that this particular orc was no ordinary foe. Nevertheless, in death, it had become nothing more than a lifeless corpse, its head severed and claimed as a trophy. Upon emerging from the forest, Schado encountered Sammy and the others, who had suffered a loss of 2 members over the past 3 days. However, the remaining members had undergone rapid growth through the trials of life and death. Sammy pointed to the armor that Edom was carrying and remarked, "Schado, is that the orc armor you mentioned before? It looks quite formidable." "Indeed. The orc clad in that armor was exceedingly powerful. That encounter nearly resulted in our losses," Schado replied, opting not to dwell on the subject of the armor but instead broaching the topic of their need for rest. Upon mentioning this, Sammy could not help but express his frustration. "What are they thinking up there? Half a day is hardly sufficient. Our squad has lost 2 members. Without adequate time to acclimate, taking on new recruits would only be a burden." "Then we shall refrain from adding newcomers," Schado countered, expressing his disapproval of introducing new members mid-journey. If they were adventurers summoned to the cause, it might be tolerable. Yet bringing in an untrained civilian would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Sammy fell into contemplative silence, seemingly weighing Shado's words. Soon, the group approached a village. "Sir, I wish to join you." Startled, the young man stumbled back a few steps and collapsed to the ground. Schado stopped his companions from launching further attacks and instructed Gib to inquire about the situation. "What has transpired?" The villagers chose to remain in their hamlet rather than venture into town. Not long ago, an orc had inexplicably emerged from the forest, wreaking havoc upon their village. Gib took a deep breath, seemingly suppressing his emotions. Although they ultimately vanquished the beast, only a handful of them remained in the village. What did it matter that they obstructed our path? Upon seeing us brandishing the severed heads of the orc, they expressed a desire to join us in our quest for vengeance. Schado sighed, feeling a wave of compassion for the ordinary folk of this world for the first time. Until now, he had lived in the town, surrounded only by adventurers and apprentice mages, possessing little insight into the lives of those at the bottom rungs of society. Even his understanding was derived solely from snippets of conversation overheard. Nevertheless, allowing those young individuals to join their already cohesive team was out of the question. They were not a band meant for caretaking. Although Schado was unaware of the precise conditions on the front lines, it was evident that reinforcements would be necessary after the battle. Bringing along these youngsters would merely be a matter of convenience. As they continued on their journey, Sammy ceased to complain about the brief rest periods. A somber silence enveloped the group, while Schado found it difficult to fully empathize with the emotions of these weary souls. As a fellow human, he still felt a twinge of kinship when confronting the orcs. Upon returning to the camp, Schado went to the quartermaster to register their spoils: 26 orc heads, 2 wolf-tooth talismans imbued with faint magical auras, and a piece of metal armor. Each head was valued at 5 gold coins, the talismans at 100 coins apiece, and the armor at 200 coins. This totaled 530 gold coins, to be split equally among the 20 members of the team, with Schado and Dean claiming the other half. Schado received the lion's share, taking 180 coins, while Dean received 85. With newfound wealth, Schado promptly made his way to the merchant in town to purchase a first-tier summon mount scroll. Due to the ongoing war, the prices for these life-saving scrolls had surged to more than double their usual cost. Schado spent nearly 70 coins to obtain one, underscoring the lucrative nature of war spoils. The following days were spent in recovery. For 3 consecutive days, everyone remained on high alert, even struggling to sleep at night. By the 3rd day, Schado noticed a marked decline in his magical prowess. This left him hesitant to use any spells aside from message to stay in contact with Sammy, fearing that he might need to call for reinforcements at a critical moment and find himself unable to do so. Meanwhile, in Old Neil's inn, the proprietor found himself unable to sleep. That evening, he received a disquieting message that left him in restless agitation. However, the most alarming revelation came through clandestine channels. Schado had garnered the attention of several esteemed mages from the Mage Tower, including the Lord's own apprentice, Mage Leonard. This news filled Old Neil with profound unease and even dread. Chapter 78, Night Raid. The reason why Schado fled from his shop was not lost on him, especially considering that he had previously incited a foreign mage named Kenny to attempt an assassination on Schado. Although the assassination had failed, it only heightened Old Neil's vigilance, prompting him to meticulously investigate Shado's whereabouts in recent days. The thought of potential retribution from Schado sent chills down Old Neil's spine, rendering him unable to sleep. The following day, Old Neil, with fatigue etched on his face, received news that Schado had left town. This inadvertently sparked an idea in him, leading him to glance instinctively at the room of the foreign mage. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from approaching, for the cost of enlisting a mage's assistance was substantial, and he found himself weighing his options. Meanwhile, Schado was once again leading a team to eliminate the remnants of the orcs. On their way to the Green Pearl Forest, Jib recounted to Schado the intelligence he had gathered regarding the frontline situation. The orc stronghold had been destroyed, and a significant number of their able-bodied warriors had perished on the battlefield. Following this confrontation, the orcs were no longer a pressing threat to the civil territory. Regarding the losses incurred by the territory, Jib said little, but Schado could surmise the grim reality. Likely a case of killing 1,000 at the cost of 800, or perhaps 800 at the cost of 1,000. It was possible that Jib had friends among the fallen. So Schado chose not to pry further, and instead inquired about the performance of other apprentices leading their own squads. Upon learning that others had also achieved success, Schado silently calculated, bolstering his confidence in their ability to weather the impending orc tide. As they neared the forest, the team immediately adopted a state of heightened alertness. Perhaps having recovered from their previous defeat, the orcs they encountered that day were predominantly filled with a brutal intent to kill. They charged headlong into battle at the slightest encounter, rarely retreating or fleeing, and the frequency of orc sightings had notably increased compared to previous days. On their first day out, Shado's squad encountered over a dozen orcs, complicating their cleansing efforts. Meanwhile, Sammy's team faced a similar situation, with only a slight reduction in numbers compared to Shado's group. However, since Sammy's squad had not replenished their ranks after resting, it was difficult to determine which group faced greater challenges. That evening, as was customary, Schado and Sammy exchanged updates on their respective positions before setting up a temporary camp, consisting of a solitary campfire and a rudimentary perimeter fence. Schado and Dean occupied the spots closest to the fire, while the other team members huddled around the periphery for warmth. After hastily consuming some food and organizing the night watch, Schado retired early. During the day, aside from maintaining contact with Sammy, he had also utilized spells to assist in combat encounters, mindful of the limited supply of scrolls allocated for emergencies. Even in the presence of more than 20 comrades, Schado found himself sleeping lightly in the wilderness. After an indeterminate amount of time, he was stirred from his slumber by a voice alerting, "Orcs are approaching." Instantly jolted awake, Schado sprang into action, kicking Dean, who was still lost in dreams, and shouted, "Wake up, Dean." The other team members, though not as quick to react as Schado, were still prompt enough to draw their weapons and assume defensive positions around them. Schado, a mage, was faced with a total of 6 orcs, likely drawn by the flickering flames. Ava emerged from an unknown location to report the number of approaching orcs. Continuing their reconnaissance, they confirmed that only 6 orcs were present, still within the manageable range of the squad. However, where there was one, there could be more, and it was uncertain how many more orcs might have been lured by the light. Without delay, Schado cast the spell, Light, and Dean, having regained consciousness, followed suit under Shado's command. The 2 luminous spheres appeared rather inconspicuous against the backdrop of the campfire. Shortly thereafter, Schado ordered the extinguishing of the fire and began to set up a temporary defensive position under the illumination of the light spheres. The brightness of light was limited, and as it was comprised of positive energy, its effective range in the darkness was similarly constrained. Just as they completed their preparations, Schado heard the furious roars of orcs drawing ever closer. "Everyone, prepare," he shouted. Almost immediately, a dull thud echoed as the foremost orc fell into a trap. And before it could rise, it was toppled by another orc charging from behind. The shield-bearing members of Shado's team swiftly engaged, thrusting multiple pikes through the gaps in their shields, and with just one volley, they felled 2 of the attacking orcs. However, the remaining orcs seemed to have succumbed to madness, ignoring their own injuries as they swung their stone axes towards the humans. Even when their blows struck the shields, they showed no signs of retreat. Schado found such foes particularly agreeable. Aside from the utterly unmotivated orcs, these frenzied opponents were the easiest to handle. The true challenge lay with those who were both wild and possessed a semblance of rationality. Warriors who understood the art of offense, defense, and even retreat when faced with overwhelming odds. Their hatred for humanity was the source of both their fervor and their cunning, making them the most formidable adversaries. Nevertheless, the remaining 4 frenzied orcs proved to be a simple task, as they were swiftly dispatched in the second round of attacks. With a sigh of relief, Schado ordered his team to quickly clean the battlefield and relocate their temporary camp. They worked diligently until dawn before Schado finally laid down to rest in the new camp. However, he was awakened at first light, and the lack of sleep left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Regardless of his state of casting, he sensed that he could not endure such exhaustion for many days. Fortunately, his comrades shared no dissent regarding the situation. They too were reluctant to spend the night in the forest, especially considering the orc disturbance that had interrupted their rest. Subsequently, Schado communicated with Sammy to discuss the adjustments to their advance plan. Although Sammy had not encountered any orcs the previous night, he agreed to the proposed changes. Thus, both parties accelerated their pace, with the majority of their time spent on the move rather than on the cleaning tasks. Chapter 79, The Approaching Snowstorm 3 days later. The weather began to exhibit noticeable changes. Dark, low-hanging clouds gradually enveloped the entire sky, with occasional snowflakes drifting down. Schado, being a man of action, promptly informed Gib of his intentions, urging him to prepare for departure. Subsequently, Schado sought out Sammy. Sammy hesitated, troubled by the thought of what might happen if the orcs seized the opportunity to escape the forest. The harrowing events of the village they had passed 3 days prior lingered in his mind, rendering him momentarily indecisive. Schado had anticipated that persuading Sammy would be a straightforward task, yet he found himself at an impasse. Did Sammy truly wish to engage in battle amidst the snowfall? Orcs, after all, required sustenance and feared the cold. This impending snowstorm promised to be significant. If they did not flee, would they willingly march to their demise? Schado implored him. The destruction of the orc stronghold was no secret within the territory. Even without actively seeking information, Sammy would have heard whispers from other team members in recent days. Take Schado, for instance. He had learned of it from Gib. In contrast, Devon, another apprentice mage, displayed far greater rationality than Sammy. While emotionality can be a virtue, allowing it to overshadow reason is less so, particularly for a mage. After some reluctance, Sammy ultimately conceded to Shado's proposal. As for Dean, he had become exceptionally obedient to Schado, following his lead without question. This decision earned Schado the respect of everyone, including Sammy. While mages are known for their rationality, excessive reason can strip away the warmth of humanity, narrowing the path ahead. Demonstrating compassion is, after all, another facet of rationality. From the biography of Archmagus Nesseriel, Schado gleaned not only knowledge of magical practices and the local customs of Nesseriel, but also the wisdom inherent in the life of a mage. This wisdom manifests not merely in the perception and analysis of objective phenomena, but also in the understanding of human emotions and motivations. Of course, there exist mages who embody absolute rationality, though such individuals are exceedingly rare and often evoke unspoken wariness among others. Schado, for his part, wished to steer clear of such individuals. One moment, your existence might be beneficial to them, and the next, they might deem your demise advantageous, leading to immediate conflict. At their core, such figures are extreme egoists. Perhaps many mages share this trait, yet they conceal it well. The heavy snowfall would not arrive for at least another week, according to reports from the Mage Tower. Thus, Schado and his companions would need to persist for at least another week, transforming their planned respite into a period of unexpected preparation, with tasks still on the horizon. At Old Neil's Inn, on the second floor, the necromancer Kenny was engrossed in a substantial tome, diligently perusing its contents. Old Neil respectfully relayed the information he had gathered to the necromancer. "Sir, tomorrow morning, a caravan from the Eagle Merchants Guild will depart from the Seville territory heading north. In the afternoon, another caravan from the Nugent Merchants Guild will also leave Seville, destined for the city of Conafira. Both caravans are seeking mages." Old Neil cast an expectant glance at Mage Kenny, wishing fervently for the foreign sorcerer to depart swiftly, thus allowing him to extricate himself from the situation. "I've changed my mind." Mage Kenny shifted his gaze from the tome before him to Old Neil, fully aware of the latter's sentiments. "I intend to remain in the Seville territory until next year." "What?" Old Neil was taken aback, bewildered as to what had prompted this sudden change of heart from the visiting mage. His lips moved, ready to articulate a protest. "What? Do you have an objection?" "Leave me be. I wish to read." Yes. Old Neil nearly tumbled out in his haste, the thought of the foreign mage lingering in Seville only deepening his trepidation, as he feared the Lord's soldiers might soon come knocking at his door. The only solace for Old Neil was that he remained oblivious to the deeds Mage Kenny had undertaken in Seville. Had he known, he would likely have rushed to the temple to report him. Such a course of action would have undoubtedly cost him his life, or perhaps even his very soul. You cannot fathom, at that moment, the orc's axe was poised above my head. Had I hesitated for even a heartbeat, I would have been cleaved in two. And what then? Then, of course, I retaliated. You cannot imagine the foul, acrid scent of the orc's blood as it sprayed upon me. The middle-aged man, leaning on his cane, mimicked the act of fanning his nose, as if the stench of the orc's blood still clung to him. The onlookers regarded him with a sense of awe, and he seemed to bask in their admiration. Just then, a sharp, mocking laugh echoed from outside the door. Chapter 80. The elven ruins. A tall, slender figure clad in leather armor entered the room, casting a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man leaning on a crutch. Surrounded by a gathering of onlookers, he scoffed. "Have you truly slain an orc? I have heard whispers that someone survived by feigning death. And even the broken leg was a result of his own clumsiness, leading the quartermaster to refuse coverage for his treatment. What? Are you here to swindle money?" The slender man was about to continue his tirade when he noticed Old Neil beckoning him, prompting him to abandon his remarks and make his way to the bar. The crutch-bearing middle-aged man, feeling humiliated by the revelation of his exaggerated feats, simmered with indignation yet remained cautious in the presence of Old Neil's establishment. He could only manage a forced smile as the slender man resumed his tales, captivating the surrounding youths, who remained enthralled. At the bar, Old Neil quietly inquired of the slender man, "Do you have any news? Is it reliable?" After a moment of contemplation, he pressed further, "Are you willing to take action?" The slender man chuckled, "I would indeed like to, but there are always 2 squads of soldiers near that man, and an advanced rogue as well. I cannot risk it." An advanced rogue? Old Neil recalled a previous conversation regarding the mage Kenny persuading an attack on Schado, only to learn of the loss of a servant. At the time, he had thought Kenny merely sought the friendship necklace as an excuse, but it now appeared to be a genuine concern, likely resolved by Shado's own advanced rogue. Indeed, advanced rogues, though limited in raw power, never relied solely on strength to achieve victory. I advise against pursuing any intentions toward that individual. With the presence of the advanced rogue, you will have no chance. The slender man's dismissive attitude irked Old Neil, though he concealed his irritation and continued the dialogue. I merely inquired, as a law-abiding citizen, how could I engage in harm against the Lord's apprentice? The slender man scrutinized old Neil with a penetrating gaze but refrained from further comment, collecting his payment before departing. In fact, the subsequent events would not have unfolded, including the encounter with that perilous foreign mage upstairs. Old Neil's expressions fluctuated, ultimately solidifying his resolve to ascend to the second floor once more. My Lord Kenny, I wish to propose a transaction. What transaction? Kenny replied coldly, clearly displeased by old Neil's interruption. If you cannot satisfy me, you should know the consequences. My lord, I assure you that you will find this transaction agreeable. Speak. Yes, my lord. It is done. A glimmer of excitement sparked in old Neil's eyes. I request that you personally take action to eliminate that apprentice. Old Neil emphasized his request, yet Kenny did not express displeasure. Instead, he inquired with intrigue. And what is the price? He was eager to discern what leverage old Neil possessed to compel a level 7 mage like himself. Are you familiar with the elven ruins? The elven ruins? Kenny's voice trembled slightly, revealing his sudden interest. What do you know about them? Let it not be common knowledge. The old Neil said with a hint of pride. I am acquainted with a band of elven adventurers who come to the Seville territory every winter in search of something. Oh, Kenny finally regained his composure, swiftly entering a state of spellcasting. He silently cast a suggestion spell and nonchalantly continued. Look at me and tell me more about that band of elven adventurers. Instinctively, Neil lifted his gaze, meeting Kenny's eyes, which sparkled with an enigmatic glimmer. The words he had intended to save for after the transaction slipped out unbidden. That band of elven adventurers is quite generous and exceedingly mysterious. I followed them and discovered they seemed to be searching for something. Beyond elven ruins, I can think of nothing else. Upon hearing this, Kenny, had it not been for his suggestion spell, might have suspected Neil was fabricating tales. How could an ordinary person trail a group of elves? How did you follow them? Kenny inquired. I immediately searched the forest for green plants after they departed. Why? I heard that the fruit elves consume grows fresh. Kenny was taken aback that an ordinary person would pursue the traces of elves based on a dubious legend. As a mage, he was aware of far more. Elves capable of consuming fresh fruit were no ordinary beings. This realization also strengthened his belief in the existence of elven ruins. Once, elven kingdoms flourished in the vast forests of Faerûn, and it was entirely plausible for elven ruins to exist within the forest near Seville. Any elven ruins, even after being tended to by elves, would hold considerable value for humans. The prospect of arriving before the elves to explore such a site filled Kenny with trepidation, fearing he might succumb to his desires and compete with the elves. Have the elves found the ruins? No. The knowledge that the elves had yet to discover the ruins left Kenny both elated and anxious. Driven by an inexplicable urge, he asked, Do you know where the ruins are? I do. What? Kenny nearly leapt from his chair, astonished that a mere human had uncovered a ruin undiscovered by elves. My friend, tell me, where are the elven ruins? Kenny queried impatiently. To prevent inciting Neil's subconscious resistance, he deliberately softened his tone, intensifying the spell's suggestion. At that moment, he was perceived by Neil as an old friend of many years. The elven ruins are. But the remainder of the sentence eluded Neil, his expression contorting in anguish until he emitted a pained groan yet uttered not a single word more. Kenny's countenance soured as well. He had initially intended to inform Neil that his understanding of mages was woefully inadequate. It now appeared that Neil's comprehension of ordinary people was even more limited. Could an ordinary person, who thought to pursue elves and had discovered secrets before the elves themselves, still be regarded as ordinary? Kenny could surmise that Neil must have pinpointed the location of the elven ruins years prior, but had refrained from divulging the secret to the elves. Had it been Kenny, he would have deemed such a feat beyond his capabilities. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Kenny dispelled the enchantment, causing old Neil to collapse onto the ground. Gasping for breath, he struggled to lift his head to gaze at Kenny and implored, Sir, may we continue the transaction? Indeed. Upon hearing this, old Neil promptly fainted. This can only be attributed to his trepidation regarding the elven ruins. Chapter 81. Dreamscape. That evening, Schado retired to bed early, aware that only one final task remained. He dared not indulge in the slightest relaxation. To falter at the last moment and lose his life would be utterly foolish. However, this night, Schado seemed different from usual. Upon drifting into slumber, he did not enter the customary state of thoughtlessness, sleeping soundly until dawn. Instead, he experienced a peculiar dream. In this dream, He transformed at times into a great river, surging forth from the snow-capped mountains. At other times, he became a bolt of lightning, extending from the clouds to the earth. And yet again, he morphed into a tempest, swirling the wisps of smoke above the altar. As the dream neared its conclusion, Schado had become an intangible essence, embodying the spirit of civilization, growing ever more powerful alongside its development. When he awakened the following day, Schado found himself lost in contemplation. Although the dream had been fantastical and resplendent, it imparted an astonishingly authentic sensation. Even after waking, the memories of the dream remained vividly clear, in stark contrast to his past experiences where recollections faded swiftly. For a moment, Schado was unable to ascertain the cause of this dream. Yet he felt certain that it bore no ill will. In fact, it might even confer significant benefits. Upon waking, he realized that nearly a year spent in this foreign realm had left him in a state of suppression. Despite having joined the Mage Tower and being but a step away from becoming an official mage, he perpetually felt out of place in this world, which had, to some extent, influenced his temperament. Back on Earth, he had not been so meticulous and anxious about every detail. However, after the dream, he sensed a considerable lightness both in body and spirit. Moreover, he discerned a subtle yet profound change. His strength had increased. Had he not instinctively reached for his hand crossbow, he might not have recognized this change at all. What once felt somewhat weighty now appeared remarkably light. Yet, such alterations alone were insufficient for Schado to deem the dream entirely beneficial. It was the content of the dream that truly convinced him. The river, the lightning, the tempest, and ultimately, the intangible essence. Schado had traversed the evolutionary history of the Huanglong within his dream, something utterly impossible in the realm of Nesseriel. Moreover, within the dream, he beheld a microcosm of Chinese civilization, spanning from ancient times to the modern era. This was the true reason he felt reassured about the dream's harmlessness. Further igniting his curiosity, Schado pondered the implications of the dream. If such a singular experience could elevate his power, what transformations might occur with additional dreams? Yet, at this moment, he had no inkling as to the dream's origins and could only regard it as a delayed boon of his journey. After having breakfast at the camp, Schado set forth with his team, joining forces with the Sami squad as they departed the town. Although the heavy snow had yet to fall, delicate snowflakes danced in the air, only to melt into water before reaching the ground. Thus, Schado and his companions embarked into this gentle, intermittent drizzle. Before venturing into the verdant pearl forest, Schado and his companions made a brief stop at several nearby villages, confirming that the inhabitants had not detected the presence of orcs before proceeding into the forest. As Schado had anticipated, the inclement weather proved challenging for the orcs as well. It wasn't until they had traversed 7 or 8 miles into the forest that they encountered a single orc on the brink of starvation. During this time, they had scarcely encountered any goblins. What? There are numerous orc voices approaching from the southwest, seemingly making their way towards them. Are they coming to engage in battle, or are they merely seeking refuge? Upon hearing this news, Shado's first instinct was to evade. However, the orcs' speed surpassed theirs, and if the distance was too short, fleeing could lead to chaos. How far do you estimate? Less than 300 meters. So close. Schado was taken aback. Fortunately, they were within the forest, where distance was not solely dictated by visibility. The gaps between the trees were also a critical factor. Uncertain of the exact distance, he promptly commanded, "Everyone, retreat to the east." Having already developed a rapport, the 20 or so individuals under Shado's command were accustomed to his orders and acted immediately upon hearing his command. Simultaneously, to ensure their safety, Schado sent a message to Sami, requesting his assistance. At that moment, Sami's team was approximately the same distance into the forest as Shado's group, with a straight-line distance possibly under 200 meters. As they turned, Schado instructed Ava to keep an eye on the orc's position at this distance. Ava alone possessed the keen judgment necessary. Are they pursuing us? Schado seemed to grasp the situation. How could it be so coincidental? He quickly relayed to Sami that someone was luring the orcs towards them and urged him to set up a makeshift defense, stating they would arrive shortly. Subsequently, he called Ava aside and whispered, "Can you get closer to ascertain who is drawing the orcs?" If feasible, Schado mimed a throat-cutting gesture. Such reckless monster luring was infuriating. If they could eliminate the individual responsible, it might compel the orcs to retreat. Of course, there was also the possibility that it would only incite the orcs to pursue further. Although orcs were relatively less intelligent than humans, they were still sentient beings. Ava hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. In the verdant pearl forest, Area 12, the apprentice Boral rode a somewhat limping forest horse, racing for his life through Area 12. Just prior, in Area 11, his squad had been ambushed by a group of elite orc warriors. Upon realizing that his squad had no chance of victory, Boral decisively activated a first ring, summon Mount scroll, fleeing before his comrades were entirely lost. Being relatively close to Area 12, he instinctively headed in that direction, needing someone to hold off the orcs to ensure his safe escape. However, he was unaware of the exact position of those responsible for Area 12. To ascertain this, he expended a precious guiding talisman. While it could not pinpoint a target precisely, it could provide a general indication of the location of living creatures. Aside from the ever-persistent orc, the most recent location of a living being should be that of the individuals in Zone 12, he speculated. Upon noticing that the location of that living entity had abruptly shifted eastward, Boral immediately concluded that it was indeed the target he had been searching for. Chapter 82. Elite Orcs. As Boral was preparing to summon a scapegoat, he could not have anticipated that among Shado's team lay a high-ranking wraith, who had already detected the movements of the orcs. Riding his injured summoned mount through a thicket, a cold arrow suddenly shot forth from behind, striking his steed beneath him. Though conjured by magic and seemingly indistinguishable from a real mount, summoned steeds diminish in existence upon sustaining injury. A critical blow can cause them to vanish entirely. This crucial point is not a vital area of a real mount, but rather a pivotal aspect of the spell itself. Iva, trained as a wraith, possessed knowledge of common spells that rivaled that of many ordinary mages. He was acutely aware of the weaknesses inherent in summoned mounts, and with a single strike, he effectively hit the mark, causing the forest horse to dissipate into nothingness. Boar had yet to react when he found himself tumbling to the ground, rolling several meters. Although he narrowly avoided a fatal collision with trees or stones, the moment he fell, he could already foresee the grim fate that awaited him. Struggling to lift his head, he looked back in despair at the direction he had come from. In less than a minute, a horde of orcs came rushing in, and from a distance, an axe was hurled, cleaving the defenseless boar in two. Meanwhile, Iva, concealed nearby, remained vigilant, observing the number of orcs and whether they would advance further toward Shado's position. There were 9 orcs in total, all in excellent condition, seemingly unaffected by the destruction of their lair or the defeat in battle. It was evident that these 9 were the elite among their kind. One orc quickly spotted the arrow fired by Iva, and with a roar, the rest immediately scattered in search of the potential foe. However, Iva adeptly utilized shadows, trees, and even the orc's line of sight to achieve an effect of invisibility. After a brief search with no success, the orcs resumed their pursuit in the direction Boar had fled. The orcs were upon them, 9 in total, all elite warriors. Schado nodded, assessing the situation as not overly dire. They had encountered elite orcs before, having stripped that metallic armor from one of their kind. Schado had some understanding of the strength of these elite orcs, but facing 9 at once posed a considerable challenge. He promptly ordered his team to form ranks and prepare for the impending confrontation. The orcs' senses of hearing and smell surpassed those of humans, leaving little room for ambush. And even the traps laid beforehand were not expected to inflict significant harm on the orcs. As Schado and his companions caught sight of the orcs, in turn, noticed the humans waiting ahead. Schado observed as the orcs began to slow their pace, and without hesitation, he cast the spell Illusory Sounds, harshly berating them in a stilted Orcish tone. "Cowards, fools! I shall crush your skulls." Upon hearing the taunts from the humans, the orcs roared in anger, disregarding the disparity in numbers, and quickened their pace, charging straight ahead. Schado silently watched as the 9 orcs rushed into the trap-laden area, and he immediately commanded, "Loose arrows." 40 arrows were swiftly unleashed, creating a nearly all-encompassing barrage. 2 orcs attempted to evade the onslaught, but were unable to parry in time, and were immediately struck by arrows. Another orc, stepping onto a hidden sword buried in the ground by Schado and his companions, was also hit while distracted. With a furious roar, one orc removed a wolf tooth ornament from around its neck and made a deep cut across its face with it. The bloodied ornament emitted a vivid crimson glow that enveloped the orc, causing its physique to swell at a nearly visible rate. Observing this, the other orcs followed suit, either piercing their palms or slashing their cheeks to enhance themselves with the crimson light. Upon witnessing this, Schado decisively withdrew a magical scroll and instructed Sammy, Dean, and Devon to empower the team members, prioritizing those with shields. Meanwhile, the arrows from Shado's side did not cease. However, The orcs, now bolstered by the red glow, exhibited a significant increase in physical resilience and, more crucially, appeared to be entirely immune to pain. They charged forward, wielding stone axes to deflect arrows, completely disregarding the traps laid underground. After the final volley, the archers discarded their bows. As the orcs burst forth from the trap-laden area, the frontline shield-bearers had already cast aside their bows, and even the swords remained sheathed, with both hands firmly gripping their shields, bracing for impact. A series of heavy thuds echoed as the frontline shield-bearers, having been augmented with the spells of Bear's Endurance, Bull's Might, and Cat's Grace, were still pushed back several steps by the orc assault. Fortunately, they managed to stabilize themselves in time. The rearguards, wielding long spears, thrust forward at the opportune moment. However, the orcs' reaction speed had noticeably surpassed the ordinary, causing them to rebound from the collision while simultaneously swinging their stone axes at the spears. Caught off guard, the spearheads of two long weapons were swiftly severed. Form a new formation. The originally arc-shaped front line surrounding Schado and his companions began to reverse, encircling the orcs to expand the engagement area, while simultaneously, spears were thrust forth as the orcs charged or attacked. After several rounds of assault, the tide of battle gradually shifted in favor of Schado and his team. Although the orcs empowered by the spells had lost their sense of pain, they had not lost their reasoning, and their offensive momentum began to wane, as if thoughts of retreat were beginning to take hold. Noticing this shift, Schado immediately cast Phantasmal Sound, provoking the orcs with taunting voices that echoed from various directions, igniting their fury. The battle seemed increasingly favorable for Schado and his comrades. However, a series of ominous cracking sounds sent a chill through Shado's heart, followed by Gibb's urgent shout, "The shields can barely hold." "Me too." Among the 12 shield bearers, 4 or 5 voiced their distress, causing a wave of panic among the rear spear bearers, with several inadvertently losing spearheads to the orcs' onslaught. The standard issue shields were crafted from a dense wood, reinforced with a layer of iron, and it was not surprising that they could not withstand the fierce assaults of the enhanced orcs. Yet, the current situation was dire. Without their shields, the entire formation of Shado's side would be at risk of being shattered. Even if we manage to defeat these 9 orcs in the end, the cost we must pay remains uncertain. Might there be a presence of Schado among them? "Steady now," Schado shouted, resolutely determined not to allow the front line to falter. "Thus, we must either reinforce our shields or quickly widen the gap. The former is beyond Shado's capability, while the latter's most direct approach is to eliminate 1 or 2 orcs immediately. Once 1 or 2 orcs are slain, the remaining ones will pose no significant threat." Chapter 83. Flashing spell time did not permit Schado to deliberate extensively. The only thought that crossed his mind was to swiftly draw his crossbow, advance a step forward, and shout, "Prioritize attacking the orc in front of Captain Gibb." As he spoke, he pulled the trigger. A soft thud echoed as a bolt flew forth, striking the orc squarely in the chest, its crude leather armor proving utterly inadequate to withstand the penetrating force of the projectile. The orc let out a furious roar, momentarily disoriented. Seizing this opportunity, the spear-wielding comrades behind Gibb thrust their weapons, 2 spears piercing the orc's neck while another found its mark in the eye socket. The excruciating pain rendered it incapacitated as it clasped its eyes in anguish. However, the injury to its neck was far more lethal. Blood, foul and copious, gushed forth. And even with the aid of mysterious magic, the orc could do little but await its demise in silence. Yet Schado would not allow any opportunity to slip away. Before other orcs could come to its aid, another round of spear thrusts ensued, this time leaving the orc's neck utterly ravaged. It was unlikely anyone could save it now. Schado had observed and deduced that this orc was akin to a commander, possessing a greater degree of rationality than its kin. Thus, it became his primary target. The remaining orcs, though slightly more cautious, made no retreat. Schado was compelled to seek another opening. However, the elimination of 1 orc significantly alleviated the pressure on his team. He instructed the team members with less damage to their shields to assist those with more severe impairments and commanded, "On my count of 3, 2, 1. I will cast a dazzling light to disorient the orcs. The front line must not be harmed. The rest should prepare to strike. Understood?" "Understood. 3, 2, 1. Upon concluding his count, Schado unleashed a modified spell, Flashing Light, producing a small luminous point before an orc, which then erupted into a blinding radiance. During his research in the library, Schado had encountered a tome that mentioned orcs' aversion to light. Even under the midday sun, they experienced significant discomfort, struggling to see. Now, Under overcast skies and within the forest, Schado conjured an intense flash of light. After casting, he closed his eyes and, in the state of spellcasting, utilized the distinct magical signatures of various creatures to lock onto his target. As the spell detonated, he simultaneously pulled the trigger of his crossbow. A crisp sound rang out as the arrow collided with the orc's stone axe, deflecting harmlessly aside. To Shado's delight, the orc appeared nearly blinded, swinging its stone axe erratically. The preceding flash had even affected other orcs, causing their assaults to falter, which allowed the spear-wielding team members to strike true. The orc that Schado had initially targeted, now disoriented, descended into a frenzied state, almost devoid of reason. While it continued to swing its stone axe instinctively, the actual threat it posed had diminished significantly. After a few moments, the movements of the orcs began to slow, followed by a series of thrusts from long spears that rendered them combat ineffective. Thus, among the 9 orcs, 2 had already lost their fighting capability, while the remaining 7 faced various fates. Some were corroded by acidic fluid, others pierced by spears, and some had previously triggered traps. With varying degrees of injury, it was merely a matter of time before they were subdued. At this point, Schado finally felt a slight sense of relief. However, as long as there remained a single orc on the battlefield, true relaxation was out of the question. Captain Jib, how is the condition of the shield? Can it withstand further blows? Schado inquired. The situation is not favorable, but it should hold for now. Master Schado, can that spell be used again? It can be reused. You all provoke them first to draw their attention. Having just been blinded, the orcs would likely be on guard now. Schado had not truly mastered the spell of flash, but had derived a variant from light, which could not achieve instantaneous effect. Prior to the burst of brilliant light, a small point of light would exist, easily triggering their vigilance. Thus, the frontline members began to taunt in broken Orcish. Generally, in battles of this magnitude, orcs would no longer flee. However, the orc Schado and his companions had encountered included a few who would retreat. The taunts served merely to provoke the orcs' fury, pushing them to the brink of madness. Coward! Fool! The cacophony of clumsy insults ignited the orcs' wrath. Yet they still retained a semblance of reason, albeit solely focused on combat. As time elapsed, Schado sensed an opportunity and employed his previous tactic, blinding yet another orc, sending it to its demise. The further reduction of orcs alleviated the pressure on the front line once more. Finally, when the last orc fell, Schado exhaled deeply and commanded, Dean, take Old Locke to sever the heads of the orcs and tally the spoils. Edim, excavate all the swords from the traps. Subsequently, Schado turned to Sammy, expressing gratitude for their support. Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, we would have incurred significant costs to confront these elite orcs. There's no need for thanks. We are allies. Sammy replied. Schado nodded and inquired, do you intend to delve deeper into the forest? It appears this group of orcs is not an isolated incident. They seem to be banding together. Damn orcs. Sammy cursed. I wish to press on and eliminate as many as possible. What about you? Schado contemplated, saying that while orc heads were valuable, it was prudent not to be overly greedy. He understood that turning in orc heads could yield not only monetary rewards, but also potential hidden benefits within the mage tower. Yet, without specific knowledge of these benefits, risking lives seemed unwise. Upon mentioning this, Sammy recalled his initial thoughts upon being summoned to survive without seeking glory, but now he wondered when his perspective had shifted. Was it during the impassioned speech of that formal wizard upon leaving the mage tower? Have you witnessed the tragic plight of the villagers during the orcs' passage? Or perhaps disdain emerged during the process of cleansing the orcs? Schado, you are indeed correct. There is no necessity for us to delve deeper into the forest. Sammy's attitude has shifted rather swiftly. While the two were conversing, Dean approached, stating, Schado, Sammy, those 9 orcs carried no valuable possessions, save for an unused wolf tooth talisman. Chapter 84. The spell slot, is it the same as the enhancement spells they used before? Let me see. Shado's eyes lit up with intrigue at the mysterious enhancement spells previously cast by the orcs. He was particularly fascinated by whether the wolf tooth talisman was akin to a human magic scroll. Dean handed Schado a wolf tooth talisman tied with a fine beast skin cord, and upon inspection, Schado immediately recognized its uniqueness. Earlier, they had discovered 2 wolf tooth talismans on the orc clad in metallic armor, but those talismans only emanated a faint magical aura. However, this latest trophy radiated a remarkably intense magical light, its connection to the magic web clearly extending beyond the superficial layers. It felt somewhat reminiscent of the Bear's Endurance scroll, Given that the Bear's Endurance scroll is a second-tier spell, could it be that this wolf tooth talisman connects to the second layer of the magic web? Valuable. This was Shado's first instinct. Yet, he could not ascertain whether this wolf tooth talisman was a one-time use or permanent, a distinction that directly influenced its worth. Nevertheless, even if it were a single-use item, its value would surpass the total of all their prior acquisitions. Sammy, Devon, I will temporarily hold onto this talisman. I wish to study it further. Sammy and Devon made no objections, recognizing that whether it was with Schado or another apprentice, the talisman would be in trusted hands. Meanwhile, at Old Neil's Inn, it was not until noon, after lunch, that Mage Kinney set off under Old Neil's urging. To facilitate locating Schado, Old Neil handed him the imitation silk pajamas he had purchased from Schado. After leaving the town district, Mage Kinney maintained the guise of a middle-aged merchant, leisurely piloting an old cart toward the forest. He had already discerned the apprentice's location and awaited the opportunity to eliminate him and thereby uncover the location of the elven relics. Naturally, Old Neil would keep this secret well guarded. As he contemplated his impending success, a smile crept across Kinney's face. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would soon find Schado and eliminate him with little effort. However, it is often the unexpected that disrupts plans. Despite Kinney's elaborate disguise, undead beings do not solely rely on appearances to identify the living. The essence of a person lies within their soul. Upon receiving the Night Watchman's warning, Leonard did not hesitate to launch an attack. The moment Kinney sensed Leonard's presence, he opted for flight, employing a series of spells: mist, illusion, invisibility, and acceleration, executed in a seamless flow. Yet Leonard's assault was imminent. It was dispel magic. If the essence of spellcasting is to distort the magic web to produce magical effects, then dispel magic serves to smooth out the distorted web and nullify those effects. Kinney could only continuously activate the life-saving spells he had stored within the magic web. But as a mere level 7 mage, the spells he could store were quite limited. Should he choose to cast spells independently or activate scrolls instead of relying on those stored in the weave, he might have had a chance to escape. The distinction between instantaneous and non-instantaneous spellcasting can often mean the difference between life and death in battle. Had he possessed the spell Door to Anywhere, he would have utilized it the moment he detected Leonard's presence, fleeing without hesitation. Unlike Kinney, Leonard is a scholarly mage, and the spells he has stored in the weave lack a pronounced bias, typically comprising various functional spells. Mere scrolls would suffice for his needs. Nonetheless, Leonard is not entirely adept at evading, particularly against a wild mage accustomed to fleeing. Had it not been for the relentless pursuit of the Night Watcher, he may well have escaped. Thus unfolds a dramatic chase through the forest, one party desperately fleeing for survival, while the other relentlessly pursues to avoid disappointing their mentor. However, they would not venture deeper into the woods. In Area 12, they sought a higher ground with adequate concealment for a temporary camp. After establishing necessary watch rotations, Schado communicated their location to Sammy, leaving the group somewhat idle. Once the essential guard shifts were arranged, Schado settled near the campfire, retrieving his spell notes to study. He had mastered the theory of zero-level spells. Only his proficiency in casting remained lacking. It was time to contemplate more advanced spells. The most straightforward approach would be to acquire learning scrolls from the Mage Tower, yet Schado found himself with only 3 remaining exchanges for zero-level spell scrolls, having yet to lay eyes on those for higher-level spells. As for conducting his own research, while Schado entertained such thoughts, he harbored nearly no understanding of the deeper theories of the weave, as the Mage Tower had not offered such courses to apprentices. After much contemplation, he recognized that no matter the path, achieving his goal would not be easily attainable. To become a formal mage, Schado silently mused, at which point Dean approached him, inquiring, "Schado, what do you think the current situation is with the orcs? Is it not enough for them to simply flee after their defeat?" This question had crossed Shado's mind as well. Yet his knowledge of the orcs was limited to the information obtained from the Mage Tower library and a few phrases he had learned in Orcish from Iowa. His gaze remained fixated on his spell notes as he speculated, perhaps the Lord has dealt them a harsh blow, causing their rage to overshadow their survival instincts. Can such a barbaric race truly harbor profound hatred? Dean questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Upon reflection, Schado too found some Orcish behaviors rather peculiar. Wouldn't any rational creature prioritize a swift escape? What vendettas could possibly compel them to court death after defeat? Let them be. We must focus on our own endeavors, he concluded. Noting Shado's disinterest in casual conversation, Dean felt a sense of ennui. He sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Schado, yet had no clear direction for his own efforts, merely drifting along. Seated on the opposite side of the campfire, Dean refrained from perusing his own spell notes, instead toying with a slender twig to tease the flames, succumbing to boredom. Observing this, Schado subtly shook his head, further immersing himself in the realm of magic. Chapter 85. The Elven Enigma. Suddenly, a piece of firewood in the campfire erupted, scattering a flurry of sparks. Schado lifted his head, rubbed his stiff neck, and warmed his cold hands, preparing to continue his study of the spell notes. In that fleeting moment when he lowered his gaze, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a lithe figure darting in the distance. Instantly alert, Schado lowered his voice and exclaimed, "Something's amiss." Bored, Dean immediately inquired, "What is going on?" Gib hurried over as well, taking Shado's warning seriously. However, they had already stationed guards around, and apart from Schado, no one had seen that figure. Schado called for Iwa, who also appeared bewildered. As a high-level wanderer, he could only rely on his eyes. It was impossible to simultaneously observe all directions. "Master Schado, could it be a misperception? I didn't hear anything unusual just now." "Impossible. I can distinguish between illusions and reality." "Captain Gib, alert everyone and prepare for battle." After organizing the temporary camp, Schado pointed toward the direction where he had seen the mysterious figure and instructed Iwa, "Go investigate that way and see if there are any unusual traces." With Shado's authority, despite some hesitation, the others complied with the order. As Iwa ventured forth to examine the area, Schado prepared his belongings, particularly his hand crossbow, dagger, and scroll case. He had a total of 10 poisoned arrows. 5 had been used in a previous skirmish, leaving 5 remaining, just enough to fill the crossbow. The dagger was also poisoned, though opportunities for its use might be few. The only remaining magical scroll was one of enchant weapon, alongside a few of Shado's homemade light scrolls, as the others had been expended in prior encounters. As for spells, Schado felt confident he could manage a battle without issue. He observed Iwa from a distance, noticing him crouching to inspect something, then cautiously taking a few steps in a direction before crouching again to examine the ground. For some reason, Schado felt the situation had grown more complex. "What traces? Orcs or humans?" he inquired impatiently. From afar, he had only glimpsed a fleeting silhouette and could not discern its race or allegiance. "Neither orc nor human," Iwa replied. "Then what could it be? Could it be an elf?" Dean laughed heartily. How could elves possibly appear here? Yet, upon hearing this, Schado pondered seriously. He had seen elves with his own eyes, and the figure he glimpsed was remarkably agile. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that it was indeed an elf. He turned his gaze toward Iwa, urging him to continue. Iwa did not immediately draw conclusions, but instead described his findings. There are only 4 or 5 very faint traces, barely resembling footprints. If it weren't for your certainty, Master Schado, I would think those marks were merely branches striking the dry leaves. If we consider it a humanoid figure, what kind of creature do you think could have made these marks? Schado asked. Why, if those 4 or 5 traces were indeed left by a living being, it would be something an ordinary person or a common elf could achieve. Only individuals with remarkable agility could accomplish such feats, and yet, the presence of merely those few unusual marks suggests that high agility alone may not suffice. There seems to be an element of magic involved. Ava ceased her words there, while Schado pondered the implications. To leave such traces requires high agility, and the fact that only a handful remain likely necessitates magical intervention. This almost unequivocally points to elves. Given the limited lifespan of humans, whether they be wanderers or mages, they typically dedicate themselves to their respective fields. The notion of balancing both pursuits seems nearly impossible. How many mages would willingly endure years of training as wanderers? With such time, wouldn't they prefer to delve into the study of magic? The probability of encountering such an individual in the Green Pearl Forest is quite low, a belief Schado holds. Conversely, the chances of an elf being involved are significantly higher. With their prolonged lifespans, they possess ample time and energy to explore interdisciplinary studies. Moreover, in the Seville territory, or indeed throughout the entirety of Nesseriel, elves are not particularly rare. Many elves enjoy adventuring in the human realm. In this small locale of Seville, Schado, having traversed here for less than a year, has already encountered an elf once. His feelings towards elves are neutral. He harbors no special fondness nor animosity towards them. However, he understands that elves do not typically trouble humans unless absolutely necessary, and in such circumstances, evasion becomes futile. Schado has nearly concluded that the enigmatic figure he sensed is indeed an elf. With this thought, He prepared to signal the others to lower their guard. Just then, Ava suddenly exclaimed that someone was approaching. This caused Shado's heart to race once more, prompting him to inquire about the direction. Ava pointed towards the west, indicating a distance of approximately 30 to 40 meters. Are you certain it is a human? Schado, perturbed by the unexpected developments, pressed for details. It is indeed a human, but only one. Despite Ava's assessment that the newcomer was merely an ordinary individual, Schado remained on high alert. On such a frigid day, what business does one have wandering alone in the forest? Moreover, the last individual who led Schado and his companions into danger was a mage apprentice, fleeing alone after his companions had evidently perished. In light of this context, the presence of someone from the west raised suspicions. Schado articulated his concerns, urging the others to maintain their vigilance as they awaited the approach of this human. Meanwhile, Mage Kenny trudged wearily through the forest, having narrowly evaded his pursuers. Yet, due to his excessive spellcasting, he found himself unable to enter a state of magic. Despite the magical support he possessed, his physical endurance had reached its limits after his frantic flight. Being unable to cast spells meant he could not access his dimensional pouch. This predicament left him vulnerable to the harshness of the cold, hunger, and exhaustion. In this state of desperation, Mage Kenny felt as though death was imminent. He now deeply regrets agreeing to the deal with Old Neil. Perhaps directly threatening him to reveal the location of the relic would have been the wisest course of action. It is profoundly ironic that the sole object of his survival is, in fact, the very target he originally intended to eliminate. Chapter 86. Helplessness at present. The greatest hope for Mage Kenny is to be discovered in a timely manner by Schado and his companions, allowing him to indulge in a deep slumber. Upon restoring his magical abilities, he would once again transform into the formidable necromancer he once was. Of course, all of this hinges on his ability to maintain a facade and seek refuge before the pursuers arrive. In Schado's temporary encampment, with deliberate observation, he peered through the gaps in the forest and discerned the silhouette of a staggeringly figure approaching their direction. As the figure drew nearer, Schado could make out that it was a middle-aged man, clad in the garb of an ordinary merchant from Seville town, seemingly an ordinary individual indeed. Captain Gibb, please go and ascertain the identity of the newcomer, Schado instructed. Understood, Gibb replied. The others exhaled in relief, and before Schado could issue further commands, they began to sheath their weapons. However, Schado remained vigilant, cloaking his hand crossbow while ensuring its arrow remained steadfastly aimed at the approaching merchant. Gibb had already reached the man, and after exchanging a few words, he called out loudly, "Someone come help." He is on the verge of collapse. The group turned their gaze toward Schado, awaiting his command. He nodded, prompting two team members to rush forward, flanking the newcomer and escorting him to the campfire. Schado scrutinized the middle-aged man who resembled a merchant, comparing him to the merchants he remembered from Seville town. Upon closer inspection, he noted the man's pale skin, a rarity not typical among ordinary merchants. The merchants Schado had encountered usually lived only slightly better than the average person. They certainly did not possess such uncommonly fair skin. Examining the man's visage, although he appeared honest and straightforward, Schado sensed an underlying disquiet. Through the dialogue between this man and Gibb, Schado learned that he claimed to be a leather merchant from Seville town, who had become separated from his companions after an encounter with orcs in the forest. This revelation deepened Schado's suspicions. Setting aside the sheer number of orcs in the forest, how could they have fortuitously crossed paths? Moreover, how could an ordinary person possibly evade capture from orcs? The surrounding individuals exhibited no signs of caution, having just lowered their guard. Were they truly so naive? Suddenly, Schado recalled Iwa and instinctively began searching for him, only to discover that Iwa had vanished. Almost reflexively, Schado entered a state of concentrated spellcasting. The middle-aged man appeared in the arcane web, indistinguishable from the others, devoid of any magical aura, leading Schado to question whether his suspicions were unfounded. At that moment, a faint voice, akin to a mosquito, reached his ears. This individual might be a mage, as a magical rune was visible on the inner wrist of his right hand. It was Iwa. A jolt of alarm coursed through Schado, yet his expression remained composed. His gaze inadvertently swept over the man's wrist. But Schado failed to perceive the magical rune Iwa had mentioned. If, as Iwa suggested, this man were indeed a mage, he must harbor ulterior motives. A mage, dressed as an ordinary merchant on a cold day, trekking through the forest, was certainly cause for concern. At such a close distance, if the individual were a mage and had just entered a casting state, Even an apprentice would be able to detect Shado's movements. However, this person did nothing and continued to engage in casual conversation with Jib and the others. It is also possible that he feigned ignorance. Yet, as long as he remained passive, Schado felt compelled to persist in his probing. This time, he utilized the mage hand to add the leftover paralysis poison from his previous concoction into the water pouch, concealing his crossbow beneath his cloak. Schado lifted the cloak and removed the water pouch from his waist, offering it to the middle-aged man, who appeared to be a mage. Have a drink. I've kept it close, and it's warm. Here, the only ones likely to have warm water were Schado and Dean. Just then, Dean seemed to receive a cue and unhooked his own water pouch from his waist. Upon seeing this, Schado quickly handed the pouch he held to the middle-aged man. Kenny uncorked the pouch and took a hearty swig. It was slightly sweet, as if sugar had been added, perfectly suited for his recovery. However, in the next moment, he loosened his grip, and his body fell back. Schado invoked the mage hand, using it to support the water pouch, and called out, "Ava, check him." He gestured towards Ava, who was busy attending to the middle-aged man. At this point, Kenny could no longer maintain his facade. His eyes burned with fury as he slurred his words. "What do you intend to do?" Yet, with most of his body paralyzed, he was powerless to act or cast spells, forced to watch as Ava retrieved a small pouch, roughly the size of a hand, from him. A dimensional pouch. Schado entered a focused casting state, noticing that the small pouch in Ava's hands radiated a potent magical aura, one he had previously overlooked. He glanced again at the other items Ava had found, a necklace with an elven pendant, emanating a faint magical glow, which would be easily obscured by the aura of a human, an empty metal scroll case, and two uniquely designed rings. One infused with a strong magical light while the other appeared to be an ordinary ring, devoid of enchantment. However, with a dimensional pouch in hand. How could this ring truly be so mundane? In addition to these items, there were some bone shards, gold coins, gemstones, and various trinkets. Observing the middle-aged man, nearly stripped bare and trembling in the cold wind, Schado felt no pity. He merely draped the man's original clothing over him and poured another dose of the paralysis poison into his mouth, demanding, "Who are you? Are you a mage? What is your true intention in approaching us? Apprentice, do you even comprehend what you are doing?" Kenny seethed with rage, but still clung to the hope of swaying them with words. "I am an external affairs mage from the Tower of Time, tasked with pursuing an orc spellcaster. How dare you treat me this way?" The mention of the Mage Tower's name caused some hesitation among the onlookers. Yet Schado remained unfazed, coldly retorting, "Then why are you dressed like this?" After speaking, Kenny arrogantly commanded Schado, "Apprentice, I order you to cure my poison and arrange a place for me to rest." The tone of the individual resembled that of someone in a position of great authority, exuding an intimidating presence. Schado remained silent, which only served to bolster Kenny's belief that he had successfully frightened the other party. Kenny went on to request that his team yield their blankets, asserting his need for rest. Schado raised a hand to halt the team member who was about to comply, then inquired, "How may I address this esteemed mage? I am acquainted with Lord Gibb from the Mage Tower's Resource Allocation Office. He has mentioned numerous names of mages." Upon hearing this, several members of Shado's team displayed peculiar expressions, yet Kenny remained oblivious, preoccupied with devising a strategy to evade scrutiny. The question struck Kenny with a sense of dread. He was uncertain whether the inquiry was a deliberate test or if the individual genuinely possessed knowledge of many mages' names, or even all of them. As Schado continued to observe him intently, Kenny feigned a movement of his lips before dramatically collapsing, his attire nearly stripped away, making it plausible for him to faint under the cold breeze. Schado felt a pang of frustration. He was convinced that this mage was not affiliated with the Mage Tower and likely approached them with ulterior motives. However, the declaration of Mage Tower affiliation served as a daunting presence before the others. While taking a life might be simple, managing the ensuing complications proved to be quite burdensome. It was improbable that anyone would permit him to slay an individual suspected of being a territorial mage, creating a rather awkward predicament. Before Schado could draw a conclusion, the fainted mage began to struggle, interrupting their conversation. The mage's limbs, still numb, trembled uncontrollably as he uttered a garbled yet forceful command. "Apprentices, I command you to antidote me immediately. I require rest." Schado understood implicitly, further convinced that this individual was not a mage of the territory and might even be an adversary. Just as he was about to speak, a cacophony of items suddenly fell from the dimensional pouch belonging to Iwa, who was nearby. Startled, Schado quickly ordered everyone to steer clear of the pile of items. for one could never ascertain the dangers lurking within a mage's possessions. Iwa, how did you manage that? He questioned. It wasn't just Schado who was intrigued. The others shared his curiosity, and Kenny wore a ghostly expression, incredulous that a mere commoner could breach his dimensional pouch. Upon hearing Shado's inquiry, Kenny's eyes glimmered with anticipation, while Iwa calmly explained that he had undergone professional training, enabling him to manipulate certain commonplace magical items. Schado was aware that wanderers could indeed utilize magical artifacts. Yet the highly personal nature of a dimensional pouch suggested it would not easily yield to others. However, Iwa was unwilling to elaborate further, as his attention was drawn to a strikingly familiar object buried beneath the heap. Although obscured at the bottom, the exposed corner revealed beyond doubt that it was indeed his simulated silk nightgown, which had been purchased by old Neil. After all, it was improbable for Nesseriel to possess a Pikachu pattern that existed solely on Earth. It could only be the nightgown Schado had worn during his journey through dimensions. The enigmatic arrival of the mysterious mage had long since been orchestrated by old Neil, who had procured the sleepwear. The undead creature that had previously ambushed him, along with the enigmatic mage behind it, had woven a complex web of clues in Shado's mind. Although it remained unclear what leverage old Neil possessed to persuade a legitimate mage to eliminate him, it was evident that an unforeseen mishap had occurred, leading to yet another imminent failure. At that moment, Schado abruptly turned, drawing his bow and unleashing an arrow that struck the mage squarely between the eyes. The expression on Kenny's face, once filled with pride, surprise, and anticipation, instantly morphed into one of terror until death. The onlookers were taken aback. They had not anticipated such a sudden act of violence, especially as Iva had just opened the dimensional bag. Schado, how could you? Gib and UK expressed their displeasure, realizing that, regardless of the reasons behind the act, slaying a legitimate mage would inevitably lead to numerous complications. As a mage apprentice, Schado might have a chance of survival. But for them, mere mortals, they would undoubtedly become the primary scapegoats. Even Iva was astonished by Shado's sudden attack. There had been no forewarning prior to his decisive action. Observing the varied expressions on the faces of the crowd, Schado remained composed. This mage's identity was suspect. His disguise suggested ulterior motives. Everyone recalled the attack on their first day entering the forest, when they were ambushed near Valen Village. During that incident, the undead creature had managed to release only 2 arrows before Iva swiftly dealt with it. However, out of concern for causing panic, Schado had refrained from disclosing that the assailant was indeed an undead creature. Now, he revealed, the assailant was an undead being, dispatched by this mage. Iva immediately grasped Shado's implication, recognizing that this mage had targeted Schado specifically, merely affirming that the assailant was indeed an undead creature. Without granting the others time to ponder, Schado continued, he seeks to kill us. What fault lies in our response? Our priority now is to manage the aftermath. The deceased is a legitimate mage, and we cannot predict if his allies will come seeking retribution. Thus, it is imperative that we all maintain discretion. Schado felt little concern for his own safety. He was quite confident that this mage had no strong ties to the territory, being an outsider. As long as he could take refuge in the mage tower, would anyone truly dare to confront him there? His words were more for the sake of his companions. Should any of them, in a moment of indiscretion, boast about their involvement in the mage's demise, it would not bode well for them. Having shared this arduous journey for some time, they had developed a modicum of camaraderie. While the others harbored some discontent regarding Shado's decisive action against the mage, they found themselves ensnared in his predicament and had no choice but to continue heeding his commands. Chapter 88. Pikachu. As the group deliberated on how to handle the corpse and the belongings, Ava suddenly exclaimed, "Someone is coming." They are approaching swiftly. The crowd was taken aback, and Schado felt a flicker of anxiety. Although he was confident that this mage was at odds with their territory, certainty eluded him entirely. Nonetheless, he harbored no regrets. Allowing a mage intent on his demise to live was far too perilous. It was better to gamble on his own judgment. Yet, before Schado could instruct his companions to conceal their activities, a series of rapid footsteps resonated clearly, followed by the appearance of a mounted figure within their sight. Moments later, a young man clad in a mage's robe emerged before them, flanked by 12 immobile figures in black cloaks. "Apprentices, soldiers, did you kill him?" the newcomer inquired, leaving the group somewhat bewildered. At that juncture, Schado stepped forward. "Lord Leonard, it was I who ended his life." What is your name?" Leonard questioned. Schado was momentarily taken aback. It had only been a few months since their last encounter, yet Leonard seemed not to remember him. However, observing Leonard's expression, which did not appear feigned, left him with an unsettling feeling. My name is Schado. Schado? I recall you. It was I who guided you into the mage tower. I never expected that it would be you who killed him. Leonard's expression shifted to one of surprise, concluding with, well done. A series of relieved exhalations followed, and Schado himself breathed a sigh of relief. He continued, we discovered that this individual was masquerading their identity with malicious intent. Subsequently, we found that he had previously commanded undead creatures to attack us, which led me to slay him. Was it you who reported the undead sightings within the territory? Yes. After the ambush, I immediately informed Lord Horst. Leonard nodded, choosing not to delve further. This individual has been my target for quite some time. Although you were the one to ultimately kill him, that does not entitle you to all the spoils. Do you understand? Yes, Schado replied. You may select one item. Shado's heart raced. If he was permitted to choose only one item, would a dimensional bag suffice? Ever since he had laid eyes on such a bag, he had yearned for it, yet he had never heard of one being available for purchase. However, he realized that this was not the time to claim it. He did not believe that his single arrow could rightfully compare to a dimensional bag. It was essential to possess self-awareness. Should he opt for the dimensional bag, Leonard might feel obliged to grant it to him due to prior words, yet it could very well be remembered as a mark of greed against him. Such a notion would be detrimental to Shado's aspirations within the Mage Tower. There existed the possibility that Leonard would chastise his avarice and seize all the possessions. Though appealing, the dimensional bag was not rightfully his. It had previously been acquired by Old Neil, a necessity at the time. Now, should he miss this opportunity, it might elude him forever. This was an outcome Schado could not bear. My lord, I wish for that garment. Schado pointed towards the item adorned with a Pikachu design. Leonard conducted a brief inspection of the assortment of items before him, his brow furrowing as he withdrew a particular nightgown. The fabric bore a resemblance to the silks from the realm of the elves, yet it was patently an imitation. Even authentic elven silk robes fetched prices of merely 100 or 200 gold coins. This counterfeit might be valued even lower, which was inconsistent with his usual standards. Select another. This is but an ordinary garment. My lord Leonard, I shall choose this one, Schado declared with unwavering determination. If there were an option to select an additional item, perhaps it would have been different, but to exchange it would be futile. Noticing Shado's resolute choice, Leonard refrained from further inquiry, handing the nightgown to him before stowing away the remaining items and mounting his steed to depart. The 12 cloaked figures followed closely behind, remaining silent and devoid of any superfluous actions throughout. Once the mage Leonard had taken his leave, the others resumed their conversation. Dean swiftly approached Schado, chattering incessantly. Schado, why did you choose that garment? Wasn't the mage Leonard urging you to select something else? A dimensional pouch would have been splendid. Or that ring, surely it is preferable to choosing an utterly useless piece of clothing. Schado gently pushed Dean away, uttering, you do not understand, and opted not to elaborate further. As Dean prepared to inquire again, Schado promptly instructed everyone to dismantle their temporary camp. The group complied without hesitation. The events of the day had been overwhelming. First, they encountered elite orcs, then discovered traces of what appeared to be elves, and most recently, they had slain a formal mage. Standing beside the campfire, savoring its final warmth, Schado glanced skyward only to realize that, unbeknownst to him, the previously melted snow had begun to touch the ground. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, Schado recognized that the snow was intensifying, signaling that their days in the wilderness were drawing to a close. The group quickly organized their belongings, but they hesitated when faced with the matter of the corpse. Gib approached with a question. Schado, what shall we do with this body? Leave it here. The forest will take care of it, came Shado's resolute reply. Given that it was the body of a formal mage, Gib hesitated, but upon seeing Shado's firm stance, he said nothing further and signaled to the team to begin an orderly retreat. Upon exiting the Green Pearl Forest, their vision expanded, and Schado spotted Sammy and his companions. The two groups converged and proceeded together towards their temporary resting place. However, upon reaching the deserted village where they planned to pause, Schado did not follow them inside but instead called for Gib, Yuke, and Dean. What? Chapter 89. The night returned at some point. Ava had arrived near the three of them. Although he felt somewhat displeased with Gib's imposition, he exhibited considerable tolerance towards this friend with whom he had grown up. Just then, Dean suddenly spoke up. Schado, I also possess a summon mount scroll. If Ava can utilize a dimensional bag, he should be able to wield the magical scroll as well. Schado felt a surge of gratitude towards Dean, knowing that Dean himself possessed only one summon mount scroll, which was his last resort for escape. In that moment, Schado found a deeper sense of camaraderie with Dean, realizing that relationships often flourish in such circumstances. Thank you, Dean. No need to thank me. You have aided me greatly. Without you, I might not have become a formal apprentice by now. Ava interrupted their sentimentality. I have a scroll of my own, Schado the Mage. Just remember that you owe me 50 gold coins. Of course, Schado exclaimed joyfully. Compared to the expense of 50 gold coins, having a high-level wanderer by his side was far more significant, despite experiencing a wondrous dream that had greatly enhanced his strength. Who wouldn't he desire an additional layer of security? In a few brief exchanges, Schado managed to convince Jib and the others. As for Sammy, he merely provided a brief explanation before parting ways with the group alongside Ava, making their way to a stone pillar outside the village. Though Schado had never used a first circle summon mount scroll before, he was aware that scrolls purchased from the Merchants Guild followed a universal activation method, identical to that taught by the professors at the Mage Tower. While he had not acquired the specific adjustments for this scroll from the guild, it did not hinder his practical application, merely preventing a guarantee of success. Summon Mount is a rather classic first circle spell. The sensation of summoning living creatures is entirely different from that of summoning the undead, imparting a sense of creation that thrilled Schado. Before him stood a forest horse with a dappled gray-brown coat, robust in stature and muscular in build. When he stroked its flanks, he could even feel a gentle warmth radiating from it. More than that, Schado sensed a profound kinship with this forest horse. Though he was unfamiliar with how to gallop on four hooves, he found himself adept at directing the horse to perform various intricate maneuvers. Unless in a focused state, the forest horse emanated a subtle blue glow, making it nearly indistinguishable from ordinary creatures to the naked eye. Perhaps this was the magic-s enchantment. Just as Schado summoned his mount, Ava had already mounted his own, a forest horse even more robust and majestic than Shado's. As Schado prepared to mount, his steed instinctively bent its front legs, patiently awaiting him to climb aboard. Observing the smooth back of the horse, Schado felt no concern over the absence of a saddle as he swung himself onto it. Upon settling in, Schado felt as though he were perched upon a plush sofa. The surface beneath him was remarkably soft and comforting. He endeavored to urge his mount forward, finding only a gentle undulation beneath him, devoid of any jarring bumps. Thoroughly satisfied, Schado called out to Ava, "Let us depart." Upon finishing his words, he urged his steed to gallop northward. As dusk approached, the ominous clouds obscured the last rays of the setting sun, casting a pall of darkness over the landscape. Schado was anxious that the town gates might close prematurely, compelling him to hasten his mount with urgency. Delicate snowflakes struck his face like needles. He merely adjusted his hood to shield more of his visage. Yet his exposed eyes remained the target of the relentless snow's assault. He dared not divert his gaze, fixating intently on the path ahead, constantly adjusting his steed's direction. As he drew nearer to Seville town, the suppressed fury within him ignited with increasing intensity, while simultaneously his mind grew ever clearer. Schado understood that he could not directly challenge the order of the realm, yet beneath the cloak of darkness, all manner of wickedness could be concealed. The orc tide had rendered the once thriving eastern district particularly desolate, with many merchant guilds suffering dire losses to their armed forces, now retreating to lick their wounds. Outwardly, no one could criticize the Lord's actions. However, behind closed doors, numerous guilds still imposed various constraints upon the territory, as evidenced by the expressions etched upon the faces of the eastern merchants. Eva had already vanished at the entrance, leaving Schado to navigate the town alone, though he was aware that she was likely watching him from a distance, which brought him some comfort. Arriving at a tailor's shop in the eastern district, Schado purchased a garment reminiscent of the attire worn by the deceased mage, draping it over himself. He then pulled the hood forward to cover his head, before hastily making his way to the Old Neil Inn. As night fell and mealtime approached, the Old Neil Inn began to buzz with activity. Due to the conscription for war, the number of adventurers had significantly dwindled. Spurred on by the adventurers' enthusiasm, the young patrons converted their meager savings into libations symbolizing bravery, providing a modicum of solace to Old Neil, whose recent income had diminished while expenses had risen. He placed a hefty wooden mug before one young man, exclaiming, "Come, have another. Old Neil's ale is plentiful and inexpensive." The young man, having already indulged, found himself unable to resist Old Neil's persuasive charm. Producing a few copper coins and placing them on the bar before raising the mug to his lips for a hearty drink, At that moment, old Neil suddenly noticed a hooded figure entering the inn, the brim pulled low, obscuring the features, yet the garb struck a chord of familiarity in old Neil's mind. Chapter 90. Revenge. As the figure entered, he ascended the stairs to the second floor with a deliberate pace, each step seemingly resonating with old Neil's heartbeat. A shiver coursed through old Neil as he deduced the identity of his visitor. At that moment, a low, indifferent voice echoed in his ear, "Come." In a moment of exhilaration, Neil's steps quickened slightly. Schado, feeling the footsteps behind him hastening, casually pushed open an unoccupied room. Mere seconds after entering, old Neil followed suit, unable to contain his urgency. "My lord, about that matter, however," before he could finish his sentence, a chilling sensation swept across the back of his right hand, rendering his entire body numb, and he collapsed to the floor with a thud. Old Neil was struck with terror, suspecting that the mage Kenny had unleashed some peculiar magic. Attempting to plead for mercy, he soon realized his tongue had stiffened. "My lord, please do not kill me, I beg you." Fearing the mage's wrath, he dared not raise his voice, only managing to squeeze out a low, desperate plea. Schado silently observed Neil's display, deftly guiding a dagger to make another incision on Neil's other hand. Did Kenny not wish to learn the location of the elven relics? Or had his attempt to ambush Schado failed once more? A whirlwind of thoughts engulfed old Neil. He understood that he was in grave peril. Gradually, old Neil ceased his pleas, seemingly resigned to his fate. After inflicting another wound, Schado approached and kicked Neil, flipping him over. Following this, Schado calmly closed the door and lit an oil lamp. Bathed in the soft glow, old Neil finally discerned the visage concealed beneath Kenny's hood. It was him. In that moment, words failed to encapsulate old Neil's thoughts. His mind was a blank slate. He could scarcely fathom that the mage Kenny had personally intervened, allowing Schado to evade yet another calamity, and even sought him out directly. "It seems you remember me," Schado remarked flatly. "Have you devised a suitable way to meet your demise?" Despair enveloped old Neil, yet the instinct for survival compelled him to plead with Schado. "I implore you, spare my life. I shall repay your kindness." He went on to promise monetary compensation, even offering his assistance should Schado ever require it. Nevertheless, Schado remained unmoved. He had intended to slay old Neil during the undead assault, but was hindered by an urgent notification from above. "Where are my slippers?" Upon hearing Schado finally speak, a flicker of hope ignited within old Neil. "The shoes are in my room. I have never worn them. I swear it upon the Lightbringer." Schado chuckled, skeptical of the claim. After all, without the testimony of a cleric, promises bore little weight. Swearing by the Lightbringer was generally credible, yet still, he pressed. "What could you possibly offer to compel a mage to take my life? Pray tell, what could an ordinary man possess that might sway a formal mage?" At this inquiry, old Neil fell silent, the glimmer of hope he had briefly cherished extinguished once more. He understood that regardless of whether he revealed the secret of the elven relics, Schado would not grant him mercy. Regarding the use of alternative means to achieve his ends, the only thing that came to his mind was the enchanted friendship necklace, which unfortunately had long been taken by the wizard Kenny. Observing the silence of the old Neil, Schado suddenly found the situation somewhat tedious. The thrill of vengeance, now mingled with extraneous factors, had lost its allure. With a sigh, Schado drew his crossbow and swiftly dispatched the old man with a single arrow. Let him descend to the depths of hell with his so-called secrets. After slaying old Neil, Schado extinguished the oil lamp and sat quietly in the room for a moment, extracting the hatred from his mind. At last, he could comprehend the emptiness that follows revenge. Fortunately, vengeance was not the entirety of his existence, nor even a significant portion. It was merely a minor diversion, a fleeting interlude. Soon, Schado collected himself and rose to his feet. The room that old Neil had referred to was not his bedroom downstairs, but rather a peculiar storage room on the second floor, designed in such a way that one instinctively overlooked it. Schado had lived on the second floor for over 6 months and had witnessed old Neil enter that room. After retrieving the key from Neil's person, Schado made his way directly to the entrance of this special storage chamber. This storage room was located right next to the small room where Schado had previously resided for half a year. After attempting 2 keys, the third one granted him access. Inside, the furnishings were sparse, consisting of 2 shelves on either side, easily discernible at a glance. Schado's pair of slippers rested on the 3rd shelf in the center of the left side, the Pikachu emblem on them facing him as if charging up. Aside from the slippers, the shelves contained silverware, statues, ornaments, ledgers, coins, and even several small vials filled with mysterious liquids. He had been startled upon encountering something similar before, but now, seeing such scarves again, he felt no shock. It was time to leave. with his spoils in hand. Schado chose not to descend the stairs and exit through the front door. Instead, he retraced the route he had once fled, jumping out of the window of the adjacent small room. Reliving the past was a fitting way to conclude this little episode. Schado the Mage, is everything proceeding smoothly? Iva's voice echoed in the darkness. All is well. Chapter 91. Disposal. Having leapt from the second floor of the old Neil Inn, Schado and Iva traversed the narrow alleyway, returning once more to the entrance of the establishment. Inside, patrons continued their revelry, drinking, dining, and boasting, oblivious to the grim reality that the jovial owner, who had only moments ago joined in their merriment, had now become a gradually stiffening corpse. Iva, I inadvertently took a few items. Where might I securely dispose of them? Iva paused in contemplation before responding. I advise against addressing those items just yet. What you possess may be tainted. Schado, taken aback, inquired, What do you mean? From the sounds emanating from your bundle, it appears you have acquired some jewelry and silverware, possessions not typically held by an ordinary innkeeper. Upon hearing Iva's words, Schado instinctively placed a hand upon the pouch at his waist, which he had tightly wrapped to silence its contents. He hadn't anticipated that Iva would discern its presence. The suggestion that these items might be compromised instilled a sense of paranoia in Schado. He feared that others might overhear their conversation. They must be dealt with swiftly. What do you propose? He asked earnestly. The thought of relinquishing them entirely filled him with regret. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have refrained from taking them in the first place. To carry them on his person was inconvenient, for he could not enter the Mage Tower, and he was scheduled to rendezvous with Dean and the others the following day, leaving him without a secure location for storage. It would be prudent to find a means to dispose of them. He trusted Iva's experience in such matters, and if nothing else, he could sell them in a shop. After all, a heavy snowfall would soon ensue, providing him an opportunity to seek refuge in the Mage Tower, evading pursuit. With anticipation, Schado gazed at Iva, who, after a moment's deliberation, confirmed that there was indeed a way forward. However, I must caution you, even the most reputable intermediary may prove unreliable. I understand, Schado replied. Should this matter come to light, he felt confident enough in his ability to extricate himself from the situation. His only concern lay with certain simple-minded individuals who disregarded territorial customs in their pursuit of justice. Iva then led Schado to a leather shop in the Eastern District, ostensibly peddling leather shoes, jackets, and trousers. Upon entering, Schado was met with an indescribable, sour stench, an odor of decay that even his previous encounters with goblins and orcs had not prepared him for. Take a look at what you want and speak freely. Do not touch unless you intend to buy, the proprietor remarked brusquely, preoccupied with his accounts behind the counter, seemingly indifferent to the two newcomers. Iva gestured subtly while adopting a disguised, raspy tone, stating, We are here to sell, referred by the one-eyed man. Upon hearing the words sell and one-eyed, the owner lifted his gaze, meeting Iva's gesturing hands. With a swift motion, he yanked a cord beside the counter, causing the shop door to slam shut with a resounding thud. A sudden tightness gripped Shado's heart as he instantly entered a state of focused spellcasting. Although Iva had already gained a measure of his trust, this unexpected turn of events compelled him to brace for the worst. In this concentrated state, Schado noticed the leather shop owner's left wrist, fingers, and waist emanating a faint blue glow, a clear indication of distorted magical energy, suggesting that he possessed enchanted items. In contrast, Iva exhibited only a faint glimmer of blue light from her waist, prompting Schado to prepare himself quietly. At that moment, the shop owner inquired, Where are the items? Present them. Iva gestured for Schado to unveil their belongings. Maintaining his focus, Schado placed the package on the counter and opened it, revealing the items he wished to dispose of. Aside from an elven silk scarf and an amethyst ring, along with all pertinent paperwork, the rest of the contents were laid bare. Ah, the owner remarked, lifting a small wooden carving to examine closely before placing it down again, unable to suppress his curiosity. Where did you acquire this? Schado remained silent, while Iva's gravelly voice reminded, You are aware of the rules. The owner seemed poised to inquire further but ultimately refrained. Turning his attention to the other items, Schado keenly observed that ever since the owner had spotted the wooden carving, his focus seemed somewhat distracted. This piqued Shado's interest in the carving once more. During the earlier transaction, he had merely glanced at it, lacking the time or understanding to appreciate its significance. To his surprise, it concealed considerable value. The small wooden figure was predominantly brown, and at first glance, its edges appeared to shimmer with a mysterious silver luminescence, which vanished upon closer inspection. The carving depicted a human female. Although the craftsmanship was not particularly refined, the features were remarkably vivid, revealing an extraordinary woman at first sight. Uncertain of its worth, Schado discreetly inquired through message to Iva. She subtly shook her head, leaving Schado unsure whether she deemed it worthless or simply did not know. Thus, he continued to observe the leather shop owner as he appraised the items. After a considerable time, Schado noticed the flickering of the oil lamp's flame in the shop, signaling that the owner had finished evaluating all the items and was ready to quote his prices. A pair of silver cups, 25 gold coins, 2 silver statuettes, 30 gold coins, a pair of crystal earrings, 50 gold coins, a silk scarf, 50 gold coins, a pearl necklace, 150 gold coins, the remaining silver necklaces and earrings, of inferior craftsmanship, totaling 10 gold coins. Schado mentally calculated the total, amounting to 315 gold coins, equivalent to the effort of slaying dozens of orcs. He then noticed another collection of items on the counter, consisting of various vials and containers, to which the owner also assigned prices. 2 vials of fire resin, 20 gold coins, 1 vial of strong acid, 5 gold coins, 4 vials of unknown poison, 10 gold coins. Wait a moment, Schado interjected hastily. Employing sound illusion to mimic Iva's voice perfectly, isn't the fire resin priced rather low? Though Schado lacked expertise in valuation, he was aware of the transparent pricing of common alchemical items like fire resin. Even if he had never purchased it, he had certainly heard of it. The boss has directly halved the price, indicating that the preceding items were also reduced by at least half. Zado's discontent extends beyond merely lamenting the cost of the fiery adhesive. It reflects dissatisfaction with the earlier pricing as well. This is quite reasonable. Chapter 92. The mysterious wood-carving Iwa's words calmed Schado, realizing that the other party was merely an intermediary, and it was inevitable that they would take a cut. The only question was how much. Even if he sought other intermediaries, he could not escape this toll. Moreover, if he randomly selected a shop to sell, the price would likely plummet even further. Boss, we have no need to sell the alchemical vials. They are for our own use. How much do you reckon that little wood carving is worth? This reflected Shado's true thoughts. Previously unfamiliar with those jars, he now recognized them as alchemical vials. Rather than selling them at a discount, he preferred to keep them for personal use. After all, their potency far surpassed that of his current spells. At this moment, he was more concerned about the price of the small wood carving. The boss had overlooked other items but had immediately fixated on this one, indicating that it was no ordinary trinket. The material of this wood carving is rather rare. I can offer you 500 gold coins. If you desire more, you must take it with you. The boss spoke nonchalantly. Schado could tell that the boss was not entirely truthful. The price of this item was undoubtedly greater than 500 gold coins. Just as he was about to refuse, he was taken aback when Iwa readily agreed. All right, the boss, visibly pleased, continued, including the 315 gold coins from before, I can offer you 820 gold coins. Would you prefer a trading slip or an exchange voucher? This left Schado momentarily stunned. Was that it? He hurriedly inquired of Iwa, who merely offered a reassuring glance, indicating that Schado should choose the method of payment. Suppressing his lingering doubts, Schado prepared to complete the transaction. The boss provided 2 payment options, the trading slip and the exchange voucher. The trading slip was essentially a fixed-weight gold bar, akin to the large and small yellow croakers on Earth. In contrast, the exchange voucher was a piece of parchment endorsed by a lord or a mage guild, detailing the amount and bearing a magical seal for verification. Although Schado had never seen a trading slip, he had witnessed the use of exchange vouchers in the Mage Tower. However, the magical nature of such items left him feeling uncertain. Thus, he opted for the tangible trading slip. Upon receiving Shado's confirmation, the boss promptly squatted down and retrieved 16 gold bars, each 2 fingers wide and palm length from behind the counter, followed by counting out 20 gold coins from his pouch and placing them on the counter. Would you like to inspect them? Schado casually picked up one of the gold bars. It felt heavy in his hand. Although he had not seen the physical item before today, he had handled enough coins to deduce its authenticity. A glance at Iowa revealed a subtle nod of approval, and with that, Schado gathered all the gold bars and coins, packaging them alongside the alchemical vials he intended to keep. Following Iowa out of the leather shop, the enthusiastic voice of the boss echoed behind them. Gentlemen, do visit again. Once they had distanced themselves from the shop, Schado could hardly contain his curiosity. Iowa, about that small wood carving. The small wood carving is crafted from the central trunk of the damn tree, a rather rare species highly valued by elves. though not necessarily by humans. In truth, the wood carving itself is not worth 500 gold coins. Why did the leather shop owner spend 500 gold coins to acquire it? Perhaps that statue holds some special significance. At this moment, Iwa began to doubt his judgment, yet the faint, unique silver sheen unmistakably indicated that it was indeed made from the materials of the Yenshu tree. If that were the case, the price should have already increased. Why did you agree so quickly? There was a hint of reproach in Shado's words. He had indeed intended to raise the price, but since Iwa had already consented, he chose not to press further out of trust for Iwa. Now, it was up to Iwa to explain. Iwa stated that he perceived the owner's yearning for the small wooden sculpture. Had they raised the price, they might have found it impossible to leave, which is why he promptly acquiesced. Moreover, he had overestimated the value of the previous items. Elsewhere, they would likely have been valued at around 200 gold coins. Reflecting on Iwa's comment that raising the price would prevent them from exiting the shop, it could no longer be considered merely a gray area. It now bordered on the black. Iwa, I owe you my gratitude this time. Essentially, it is a form of currency, allowing for straightforward transactions. In the southern district, at the Eagle's Arcane shop, the last time Schado visited, he had been rather strapped for cash, leaving with only a single first-tier summon mount scroll. This time, he carried over 800 gold coins, a more comfortable sum. What do you need? Speak quickly. We are about to close. A middle-aged man, resembling a manager, ordered 2 servants to tally the goods. Upon seeing Shado's attire, his demeanor was quite dismissive. With a thud, Schado placed the transaction slip on the counter, prompting the manager to take a momentary interest. Instructing the servants to continue their counting before asking, "What do you require, customer?" "Magical scrolls." "Ah, customer, you have come to the right place." If one were to speak of which merchant association in Seville possesses the most and the most comprehensive magical scrolls, it would undoubtedly be our Eagle Association. "May I inquire what type of scroll you seek?" Schado had already contemplated this prior to his visit, prioritizing self-preservation, followed by escape, and finally offensive capabilities. "I need 5 copies of Mage Armor, 5 copies of Summon Mount, 1 copy of Protective Arrow, and 1 copy of Energy Damage Resistance." The manager's eyes brightened, and after a brief calculation, he declared, 700 gold coins. This price was evidently above the usual rate, but given the seller's market, Schado felt resigned. How he wished he could be a formal mage. "That works. However, I will require a mithril quill as well." The manager drew out the last word. "A mithril quill costs at least 50 gold coins. Customer, you seem rather greedy." "Ah," Schado chuckled. He was determined to acquire the mithril quill. Although it offered no immediate enhancement, once he became a formal mage, crafting magical scrolls would necessitate the use of a mithril quill. Additionally, he was currently using a common feather quill, which felt quite uncomfortable. With money in hand, it was certainly time to upgrade his equipment. "Sir, the orc tide has already subsided. You are still charging 700 gold coins for these scrolls. That is the true greed." "Dear guest, such words should not be uttered. The latest caravan destined for Seville will not arrive until the spring of next year, and our stock is dwindling. The price we offer is not exorbitant." "Not in the slightest. While the caravan will indeed come next year, it is worth noting that during the winter, few venture out of town. Surely, the proprietor is well aware of the sales figures from past winters." The steward scrutinized Schado once more and earnestly inquired, "Does this esteemed guest wish to join our esteemed Eagle Merchants Guild? The wages for apprentice mages are doubled, and the salaries for full-fledged mages are similarly increased." Chapter 93. The hidden accounts in the latest transaction. Aside from the 12 scrolls previously mentioned, Schado also needed to acquire a second-tier magical scroll. In addition, the shop offered a complimentary silver ink pen and 2 bottles of red graphite ink specifically designed for the creation of magical scrolls. Consequently, not only did Shado's unexpected windfall dissipate, but he also found himself down several gold coins. Indeed, when individuals come into sudden wealth, they often find themselves unable to resist the urge to indulge in excessive purchases. This transaction could not be deemed a loss, as most items were urgently required. If not from this shop, he would have sought them elsewhere. After departing from the Arcane shop, Schado and Iwa found a tavern where they could enjoy a hearty meal. Once settled, Schado visited Iwa's room, placing the 2 magical scrolls and 2 alchemical vials on the table. "Iwa, I owe you a great deal today." "No, you don't." Iwa pushed the items back toward him. "You have already paid." Schado blinked, gazing intently at Iwa, seemingly trying to discern when he had made such a payment. Iwa's statement caught him off guard. He recalled Iwa mentioning something similar before, but had assumed it pertained only to the consumption of magical scrolls. Now, with the scrolls presented to him, he was surprised that Iwa would not accept them. This was certainly not a matter of gold coins or any other form of remuneration. Schado felt a sense of unease, contemplating offering 50 gold coins to settle the matter, but he realized he did not possess that amount, which was utterly maddening. Reflecting on Iwa's unwavering compliance with his commands during their tasks, Schado surmised that Iwa must have some ulterior motive. Yet, he could not fathom what a mere apprentice mage could possess that would warrant such consideration. Tentatively, he inquired, "Is there anything you need me to do?" "No, nothing at all." Iwa evaded the topic, leaving Schado in a state of perplexity. However, he could not compel Iwa to speak. Pressing the issue might only serve to irritate him, resulting in an undesirable outcome. As myriad thoughts swirled in his mind, Schado gathered the scrolls and alchemical vials from the table and addressed Iwa. "I will endeavor to gather the gold coins as swiftly as possible, but regardless, I must express my gratitude to you, not only for today, but also for your assistance during our tasks. That is simply what teammates do." Iwa's words made Schado feel somewhat embarrassed. Setting aside other matters, had it not been for Iwa's warning during the assault by the undead outside the village in the Green Pearl Forest, he might very well have met an untimely end. Perhaps Iwa truly was, as Gib had claimed, a good person, and perhaps he himself had been overly suspicious. Upon returning to his own room, Schado began to inventory the items he carried. He had seldom paid attention to them, but upon careful counting, he was genuinely taken aback. A bag of rations, a water skin, spell notes, an ink bottle, a quill, a scroll case, a hand crossbow, a dagger, vials of poison, along with scattered gold and silver coins, paper, pajamas, and slippers. All of these items collectively weighed nearly 10 pounds. Now, there are additional alchemical vials, and although they have yet to reach the limits of Schado, they evoke a sense of cumbersome complexity psychologically. Schado once again recalls the dimensional bag that was once presented to him. How wonderful it would be to possess a personal space, allowing him to embark on his endeavors unencumbered, retrieving any desired item at will. However, upon seeing the Pikachu pajamas and slippers that had accompanied him from Earth, a wave of tranquility washed over Schado. These were the sole tokens of his identity as an Earthling. He meticulously organized the pajamas and slippers, ensuring all his belongings were properly stowed away. At that moment, Schado noticed the 2 account books he had casually taken from old Neil's storeroom. The covers had darkened with age, and he opened one at random. The page revealed a series of peculiar symbols, each followed by a numeral in the Nase language, ranging from 5 to 800. The most frequently occurring numbers fell between 100 and 200. There were also numerals preceding the symbols, which were easily decipherable as abbreviated dates. Flipping through several pages, Schado found each one similar, consisting of combinations of symbols and numbers, leading him to conclude that this must be a ledger of illicit accounts. After all, in a legitimate enterprise, who would neglect to keep records? Unlike on Earth, where failing to maintain accounts could equate to tax evasion. Here the taxation seemed largely detached from bookkeeping, relying solely on the tax officer's assessment of what one ought to pay. Generally, only businesses of considerable scale necessitate meticulous record-keeping for summarization, yet old Neil's and hardly seemed to fit that description. In Shado's eyes, the mere existence of account books implied the presence of illicit dealings. He perused the second ledger, which was akin to the first, yet this one exhibited a discernible pattern. With a near-repetitive cycle of symbols every 10 lines, alongside several symbols that appeared with remarkable frequency. Upon reaching the final page, he discovered a small piece of parchment tucked within, inscribed with explanations of the symbols in Nase. Though not proficient in Nase, Schado discerned that these terms likely referred to personal names. He hurriedly flipped to the end of the previous book and, indeed, there was a similar piece of parchment, listing not only names but also terms like gemstones, crystals, gold, and silver. This further solidified Shado's conviction that these were, indeed, 2 ledgers of ill-gotten gains. Thus, the numerals following the symbols must represent monetary amounts, and as he beheld figures often reaching into the tens and hundreds, with the highest nearing 800, Schado realized he had underestimated the man who ran the inn. Fortuitously, he had personally brought an end to him. Otherwise, he could only imagine the troubles that might have ensued. Having secured both ledgers alongside his spell notes, Schado tucked them away before finally lying down to sleep. The nights in Seville grew increasingly frigid, and the blankets provided by the inn offered little defense against the encroaching chill, even less than the warmth found when sleeping outdoors during missions. The sole advantage of being indoors was the absence of the biting winds that occasionally swept through the exterior. That night, Shado's slumber was restless, plagued not only by the cold but also by the vigilance demanded by his unfamiliar surroundings. The following day, Schado awoke early, his countenance marked by disappointment. He had not dreamt the previous night, or more precisely, he had not once again experienced the enchanting dream from the day before. This shattered his fleeting hopes of rapidly enhancing his abilities. Fortunately, Schado had not placed all his aspirations in the elusive realm of dreams. Magic was the true domain he could master. From nothing to something, from novice to expert, the path was well defined, bolstered by the abundant experiences of those who had come before him. What reason could there be not to embrace this as his primary objective? Chapter 94. Journey through wind and snow soon. Schado composed himself and sent a message to Ava, instructing him to meet downstairs. Upon opening the door, a rush of cold air greeted him, and he faintly heard words like snow and collapse being uttered from below. Had the heavy snowfall finally arrived? Shado's heart leaped with joy. The mission was nearing its conclusion. However, he then recalled Dean and the others still outside, pondering what their situation might be. In the inn's lobby, there was but a single table occupied by a middle-aged man who bore the appearance of a merchant and a young man dressed as a servant. The merchant was partaking in breakfast, while the young man stood beside him, looking distressed as he urged his master to reconsider. "My lord, it would be wiser to wait until the snow ceases before departing. It is far too perilous to leave now. If all goes well, we should receive news from above today." Before Schado could settle into his seat, Ava arrived, and the two listened to the ongoing debate between the master and servant. Anticipating their meal, the snowfall had indeed commenced. Schado attempted to steer the conversation. "Ava, it seems to have arrived earlier than last year." Schado glanced at the resolute merchant at the adjacent table, feeling that the snow's timing was particularly unfortunate. Many plans would undoubtedly be disrupted. Has there ever been such a heavy snowfall in previous years? Indeed, there have been even greater storms. Many have perished through the winter's harshness. Ava's voice grew more animated, as if stirred by certain memories. Some have succumbed to the cold, others crushed by collapsing roofs. Many have starved due to lack of food, and some have been torn apart by wolves emerging from the forests in search of sustenance. At that moment, 2 wooden plates were placed on their table, each bearing a piece of roasted meat, a slice of bread, and a bowl of unidentifiable vegetable soup. The conversation faltered momentarily, and Ava's mood appeared to soften as he began to eat. Life has become exceedingly harsh. Merely surviving is a blessing. Schado felt at a loss for words. He could not fully empathize with the myriad sufferings of those from another realm. Even when he occasionally witnessed tragedies, it was merely a fleeting sympathy. After all, there remained an insurmountable barrier between them. "Ava, do you practice magic? I believe it has the power to change everything." "I too hold that belief. Yet not everyone possesses the innate talent for magic. Those lofty wizards strive to forget their origins. Those capable of instigating change often refrain from doing so, while the incapable remain forever subservient." Ava smiled faintly, his typically solemn face taking on an unexpectedly melancholic expression. Schado could not discern the trials Ava had faced, yet he felt unqualified to make promises. He himself was still struggling at the bottom. What right did he have to influence the world? Silence enveloped them, and sensing Shado's thoughts, Ava ceased speaking. The two finished their breakfast in quietude. Eventually, the young servant could no longer dissuade his resolute master, who ascended the stairs to fetch their luggage while the servant silently prepared the carriage. As Schado and Ava departed the inn, they observed the master and servant driving their carriage towards the eastern gate. Amidst the swirling winds and snow, Schado silently offered them his blessings. The duo, Schado and Ava, headed southward, passing by the old Neil's Inn, where Schado deliberately cast a few lingering glances. The inn's entrance stood firmly shut, offering no indication of the tragic event that had transpired there the previous night. Yet, the closed door itself spoke volumes. Schado tightened his cloak and adjusted his hood as he departed from Seville town amidst the biting wind and snow. The night's heavy snowfall had obliterated all traces of human existence outside the town, rendering even the nearby villages inconspicuous against the vast white expanse. Only the tall, steadfast trees, unyielding to the storm, served as a reminder of the path ahead for Schado and his companion. Nevertheless, Schado felt as though he had traversed into another realm. Without Ava leading the way, locating the village where Dean and the others temporarily resided would have posed a formidable challenge. Thus, Schado pressed on, estimating they had about 3 miles to go. As Shado's imagination conjured up a scenario where Dean and the others, in his absence, awaited his return only to find him frozen to death and subsequently transformed into a vengeful spirit. Iva abruptly halted. Schado, caught off guard, nearly collided with him. What's the matter? There's a pack of wolves ahead. This revelation instantly cleared Shado's mind of all distractions. In such circumstances, a confrontation with wolves could only spell tragedy for the two of them. Given the heavy snow and treacherous paths, their summoned forest steed would not outrun the ravenous wolves. Iva stood still, listening intently for a moment before stating, "The wolves have detected prey, likely Gib and the others. We must hasten to assist them." "Wait. Let me contact Sammy first to see if we can reach them," Schado interjected, halting Iva. Gib was Iva's friend, and his concern was entirely understandable. However, Schado needed to ascertain whether the wolves had indeed targeted humans. Outside the village of Side in the Seville territory, a pack of ravenous forest wolves lurked in the snowstorm. Their intentions unmistakable, causing Dean considerable discontent. "Schado, if all goes as expected, the wolves ahead are likely the ones obstructing our path. Iva, they are right before us. The wolves have set their sights on them. Dean intends to hunt the wolves in the village. Are there people in the village?" Iva's question struck at the heart of the matter. "I didn't inquire about that." Schado reached out to Sammy once more, this time delving into the situation there before informing Iva. "There are people in the village, and they have contacted a group seeking assistance." After an unexpectedly long silence, Iva looked at Schado with a glimmer of hope and asked, "What do you think we should do? How to proceed?" Even from a rational standpoint, it seemed wise to eliminate the wolves on sight. Famished wolves in a snowstorm would not hesitate to attack simply because of an increased number of humans. In fact, the likelihood of being ambushed in such conditions would be heightened. Since the wolves had already made their appearance, it was clear they would not easily relent, posing a threat not only to Schado and Iva but also to those within the village. Rather than risk being ambushed on the road, it would be prudent to use the village's advantageous position to eliminate a portion of the wolves first. Iva neither approved nor disapproved, but said, "Let us first go and rendezvous with them." Suddenly, Schado inquired, "Iva, can you discern how many wolves there are?" Such matters could only be assessed by professionals. Schado himself was incapable. Yet Iva did not disappoint, identifying at least 20 wolves, while the exact number remained uncertain, suggesting that several wolf packs had converged as they left the forest. They circled far into the village. "I understand." Outside Sade Village, Sammy informed everyone that Schado and a high-ranking wanderer were approaching, estimating there to be at least 20 forest wolves, and urged the group to move closer to the village entrance. As the 40 individuals shifted, the wolf pack stirred restlessly. Upon entering the confines of the village walls, a wolf, seemingly the alpha, sprang forth, fixating its gaze upon them. With a long howl, the agitation of the wolves subsided, and they began to slowly advance towards the village, while Sammy instructed his comrades to prop up the wooden fence, weighed down by the heavy snow. He also prepared for battle. However, the pack halted at a certain distance, and Sammy's group finally confirmed the number of wolves, 26, lined up. Their bloodthirsty eyes locked onto them. An invisible pressure began to envelop the atmosphere. Time passed, and the oppressive ambience made Dean exceedingly uncomfortable. He felt an urge for support. He glanced at Captain UK, who had consistently guarded him, yet found little solace in his presence. "Sammy, how much longer until they arrive?" "No need to shout. We are here." At that moment, Shado's voice echoed from behind. "There is a suitable spot for an ambush in the village. Devon, you will lead a team with Iva." "Understood." As Schado moved forward, he beheld the line of forest wolves silently observing from outside the village and felt a twinge of apprehension. He pulled Gib closer and asked, "Have you attempted to shoot them?" "The distance was too great before. I shot a few arrows when the wolves approached, but due to the wind and snow, my aim was nearly non-existent. Those wolves could easily evade my shots, and in the bitter cold, 2 of our bowstrings snapped." "Do you know how to provoke the forest wolves?" "No need for provocation. Just look at their hunger-driven, bloodshot eyes. They could charge at any moment." Upon hearing this, Schado felt a wave of relief wash over him. Hunger drives one to madness, just as it does wolves. If they were a pack of ordinary wolves, they might know how to cooperate, striking swiftly and retreating before seeking another opportunity. "Sammy, Dean, let us slowly retreat and remain vigilant." Aware that the wolf pack was nearing a critical point, Schado decided against any further provocation. They needed to maintain a robust defense and allow the opposing force to lose their restraint. As Schado and his company withdrew, the wolves began to inch closer. swiftly toppling the recently propped wooden fence and surging through the breach. Schado did not issue an order to attack. They continued to hold their ground, retreating in an orderly fashion until they reached a narrow passage where Devon awaited, alongside villagers. However, the wolf pack did not follow them in. Instead, they anxiously sniffed around. Some of the famished wolves, driven by hunger, darted chaotically within the village, heedless of commands. However, the villagers had long since relocated their provisions behind Schado and his companions, leaving no sustenance to be found. Only the scent of the living lingered here, drawing them closer. Soon, one bold wolf could no longer resist. Cautiously stepping into the passage before retreating, a pattern repeated several times without a genuine entry. At that moment, a lead wolf let out a fierce howl, prompting 3 or 4 forest wolves to growl and charge into the passage. Prepare. The wolf pack posed little threat to a team capable of battling orcs. The only concern lay in the incessant harassment and ambushes from the wolves. Yet now, these starving creatures had reached their physiological and psychological limits, unable to contain their advance, marking the onset of their demise. With a resounding crash, the famished wolves collided helplessly against the shield bearers. One particularly ravenous wolf, perhaps truly on the brink of starvation, collapsed after merely bumping into a shield. The rifleman stationed behind could not let such an easy target escape. With a swift thrust, one pierced its neck, silencing the creature with a faint whimper. Before long, a group of 4 wolves surged forward, yet their aim was not Schado and his allies, but rather their own kin, those slain by Shado's team. With a series of shouts, the members swiftly dispatched this new wave of 4 wolves. Chapter 96. The orc shaman Schado felt an unsettling premonition within. A well-fed wolf is of an entirely different nature compared to one driven by hunger. He advanced a few steps, bypassing the carcasses of slain wolves. The passage was not extensive, and with over 40 of them, including a dozen villagers, they nearly occupied its entirety. Progressing further would lead them to the mouth of the passage. Fortunately, the wolf pack had already suffered significant casualties, alleviating Shado's concern that they might surge forward, overwhelming the shield bearers at the forefront. As Schado and his companions moved onward, the scent of blood and the pangs of hunger spurred the starving wolves to charge once more. However, Schado noted that a few wolves had not participated in the fray. Strangely, they seemed to have priority access to the wolf carcasses. Were they the lead wolves? Or did they possess some peculiar trait? A sense of vigilance surged within Schado. For anything is possible in the realm of magic. He immediately entered a state of concentrated spellcasting. Yet the wolves in question emitted no magical aura. Clearly, they were not extraordinary magical beasts. Regardless, he felt it prudent to caution his companions to remain wary of those few wolves at the rear. They might possess some unique qualities and should not be approached hastily. Just as he spoke, he observed one of the wolves enveloped in a faint blue glow, a sight that appeared remarkably eerie under the circumstances. The forest wolf, which had seemed unremarkable until now, was suddenly transformed into a magical creature. Be cautious. The grayish-white patterned one may wield magic. Schado reiterated his warning. For added safety, he activated a first-ring, mage armor scroll he had purchased the previous day, surrounding himself with an invisible yet tangible force field. This brought him some relief. But considering the potential spellcasting capabilities of magical beasts, he retrieved a second ring, resistance to energy damage scroll. However, due to its considerable cost, he refrained from activating it immediately. Instead, he unfolded it, ready for activation at a moment's notice. Upon hearing Shado's warning, the group hastened their efforts to eliminate the remaining wolves, shifting from a passive to an aggressive stance. Meanwhile, Shado's gaze remained fixed on the grayish-white patterned forest wolf, whose faint blue magical glow intensified until it suddenly flickered. What transpired next was nearly beyond Shado's belief. The wolf let out a long howl, raising its front legs and standing upright. This alone was not enough to astonish Schado, but what followed was nothing short of extraordinary. The forest wolf twisted and morphed into an orc clad in grayish-white fur armor. The transformation of a wolf into an orc was a striking spectacle. At this moment, no further prompting was necessary from Schado. Several members of the group instinctively reached for their bows. In contrast to the ordinary forest wolf, this mysterious orc was the true focus of their attention. With a roar that echoed through the passage, the newly transformed orc unleashed a string of obscure and bizarre Orcish phrases. A flash of red light surged forth, causing the remaining 10 forest wolves to swell in size, now standing half as tall as a man, once driven solely by hunger. They were now consumed by a bloodthirsty desire, lunging ferociously toward Schado and his companions. With a sharp crack, the shield, having endured numerous intense battles, finally succumbed as its wooden structure splintered apart. Fortunately, Schado reacted swiftly, conjuring a surge of potent acid that materialized before the advancing bloodthirsty wolf. In an instant, it surged into the creature's maw. The ensuing excruciating pain shattered the wolf's bloodlust, causing it to roll away, clutching its head with its forepaws. Meanwhile, another shield bearer on Shado's side experienced a disconcerting sound from their shield. Thankfully, it did not completely collapse. Schado hastily ordered a replacement, preventing the bloodthirsty wolf from crashing into their ranks. Had it been merely the bloodthirsty wolf, it would have been manageable. Yet the looming presence of a vigilant orc spellcaster filled Schado with trepidation. His anxiety heightened as he sensed that the orc had set its sights on him. "Ava, seize the opportunity," he urged, while simultaneously mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. The orc, unable to resist the provocation, let out an enraged roar. Before Schado could react, a bolt of lightning struck him. Upon being hit, Schado instinctively checked his body, finding no injuries, which allowed him a momentary reprieve. He taunted the orc once more. "Fool. Try again." With that, he hurled a glob of acid, which the orc commanded a bloodthirsty wolf to intercept, only serving to incite its fury further. Yet, Schado was not satisfied. He conjured an illusion depicting the orc's decapitation, coupled with the valiant efforts of his comrades slaying the bloodthirsty wolves. Finally, the orc spellcaster commanded the last two bloodthirsty wolves, transformed from the lead wolves, to join the fray. Observing this, Schado felt a surge of confidence and continued to provoke the orc. After enduring two more lightning strikes, the orc's furious roars abruptly ceased as a dull dagger severed its throat, while another pierced its heart from behind. Excellent. Ava's assassination invigorated the group. With the orc's leadership extinguished, the remaining bloodthirsty wolves were swiftly dispatched. Once the battle concluded, Schado hurried to the orc's corpse, eager to gather the spoils. Having recently expended 2 magical scrolls, he could not afford to incur a loss. He first retrieved a necklace of wolf teeth hanging from the orc's neck, noting that this spellcaster possessed 3 magical items, with the necklace radiating the most potent magic. It was uncertain whether the transformation into a wolf was a natural ability or facilitated by a magical artifact. If it was the latter, he might have struck a lucrative fortune. The other 2 items were a wolf tooth talisman, akin to a battle-enhancing scroll, but of Orcish design, and a palm-sized statue of a forest wolf. Upon seeing the statue, Schado was struck by a premonition. Perhaps this statue was the key to the orc's metamorphosis into a wolf. Just as Schado had finished collecting the 3 magical artifacts, a dozen villagers came rushing out, their faces alight with eager anticipation as they gazed upon the scattered wolf carcasses. At that moment, there was not a trace of fear to be found upon their faces. Chapter 97. Achievements. Observing the villagers hindered by the wolf carcasses, Schado beckoned Gib to hasten the disposal of the remains. "Let us take the pelts, but leave the meat for the village," he instructed. "Very well," Gib replied. The wolf corpses were of little consequence. The true prize lay in the 3 magical artifacts. Schado summoned the remaining 3 apprentices to deliberate, noting that the magical items were to be divided among 4 mage apprentices and Iwa. Naturally, since Schado had utilized 2 magical scrolls and acted as bait, he would rightfully claim a larger share, a notion to which the others readily acquiesced. Thus, the group ventured into the biting wind and snow, under the watchful eyes of the villagers. "Schado, do you see that? Those people have captured a live orc." Dean pointed excitedly. Following his gaze, Schado indeed spotted an orc, tightly bound, being dragged through the snow. Even upon reaching Seville town, the creature still struggled defiantly. Sammy chimed in. That single orc could fetch 100 gold coins from the Golden Sparrow Trading Company, perhaps even more. With the orc tide diminished, the supply will dwindle. How could it possibly be merely 100 coins? Devon immediately raised his voice in agreement. Dean added, "Let us not be so hasty. Who can afford such exorbitance? Moreover, our lord must have captured numerous orc slaves. I think 100 coins for that orc would be quite favorable." "Indeed, Schado, what is your perspective?" Schado gazed at the orc, envisioning a cascade of gleaming gold coins. "I find myself regretting not capturing a few live orcs," he confessed. Sammy echoed his sentiment with a wistful howl. "Enough jesting, it is nearly our turn," Schado reminded them, prompting the others to fall silent. The group entered through the southern gate, making their way directly to the military camp. In the camp, the most bustling area was undoubtedly the quartermaster's station. where a throng of people crowded the entrance of the supply warehouse, forming layers of onlookers. Today was not only about presenting orc heads, but also accounting for past achievements and distributing rewards, a process fraught with potential disputes. Schado witnessed not one, but several skirmishes erupt among groups, as today marked the last opportunity for the temporarily conscripted adventurers and farmers to stake their claims. Those wishing to remain in the Lord's army would need to pursue alternative routes. "Master Schado, how did I perform on this mission?" exclaimed a familiar voice as Little Hoosie, an adventurer by trade, approached with flattery. "Surely, you have not forgotten my contributions." Though fewer in number, Gibb's companions remained attentive, while Dean's team was equally surrounded by admirers. Schado soon learned that achievements were jointly determined by the squad's mages and their captain. Amidst the flattery from Little Hoosie and others, Schado reflected thoughtfully. During the course of the mission, although they complied with orders, they remained somewhat indifferent towards apprentices like Schado. After all, apprentices were merely apprentices, once the mission concluded. Who would remember whom? However, there was no need for concern now. Everyone was well aware of their usual performance and should have an understanding of their respective contributions to the achievements. There was no necessity to seek me out or to approach Captain Gibb. Some individuals awkwardly withdrew, while the little mustached man clung on like an unshakable adhesive plaster. Strangely enough, hearing others praise him was genuinely gratifying. Although Schado verbally declined the accolades, he secretly reveled in the attention. "Yes, what is it?" he inquired. "Nothing," replied the quartermaster, casting a curious glance at Schado and the others before announcing, "Area 12, achievement points, 600, Shado's personal additional points, 200. At this moment, even Schado grasped the underlying issue. Previously, none had ever garnered additional personal achievement points. His thoughts immediately turned to the enigmatic mage he had slain. Clearly, someone had counted the demise of the mysterious mage as an accomplishment, attributing it to him personally. Those nearby, having overheard the quartermaster's proclamation of achievement points, suddenly expressed interest and began inquiring about Shado's team. The little mustached man promptly stepped forward, boasting and feigning a look of horror in a rather exaggerated manner. At this juncture, someone posed a question. "What does the evil aura you mentioned smell like?" The little mustached man stroked his chin and pointed directly at the questioner's boots, declaring, "If you don't take off those boots for a month, they will surely emit an evil stench." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Schado, however, felt a twinge of annoyance, though he had to admit that such evil was indeed quite sinister. "Regarding Area 12, how shall we distribute the achievement points?" 6 individuals were to receive achievement points, while the rest would convert theirs into gold coins. Subsequently, Schado reported the names of Gibb, UK, and others, who were originally soldiers of the territory, and allocated their respective achievement points. The remaining points were exchanged for 780 gold coins. Once the tally was complete, they proceeded to another quartermaster's station, where they submitted the heads of orcs and a wolf-tooth talisman in exchange for over 200 gold coins. As for the other 2 magical items, they belonged to Schado, necessitating him to provide some gold coins to the other apprentices as well as to Eva. In the earlier encampment, Schado gathered everyone to begin distributing the gold coins. "Gibb, UK, you 6 will retain your achievement points, so you shall not divide the achievement coins." The distribution of gold coins was as follows. Dean, 110 gold coins. Gibb, 3. The little mustached man, 20. Oldlock, 18. And Idem, 15. Chapter 98. The Ceremony of Rewards. Schado received the final 370 gold coins, among which the significant portion was attributed to his additional military achievements. However, he would not possess this wealth for long, as it would soon be redistributed to others. Nonetheless, for him, it was a considerable gain. The 2 magical artifacts he acquired were of notable value. Particularly, the necklace, when assessed through the lens of magical aura, was at least a treasure of substantial worth connected to the depths of the magical web. The small wolf statue, while appearing weaker in terms of magical essence, could potentially be even more valuable if it indeed related to a transformation into a wolf. Once the gold coins were distributed, it was time for parting ways. The companions, having met only briefly over the course of less than a month, had little to commemorate. The path from the military camp to the mage tower was blanketed in a foot of snow, which continued to fall incessantly, crunching underfoot on the cobblestone road. Only in the central square was there an absence of snow, with not a single flake descending from above, leaving Schado astonished by this magical spectacle. A mere step away was an entirely different realm. In the center of the square, beneath the statue of the Grand Archmage Seville. A group of guards was preparing the area as if for a grand assembly. However, this held no significance for him. The four apprentices paused momentarily to observe before resuming their journey northward, stepping into the swirling snowstorm. As Schado traversed through the uniquely designed entrance of the Tower of Time and entered the Grand Hall, the biting cold was instantly dispelled, enveloping him in a warm embrace. He could not suppress a joyous exclamation. The comfort of the Mage Tower was indeed unparalleled. In that moment, Schado developed an unparalleled yearning for a Mage Tower of his own, not for anything else, but for the perpetual tempered environment it offered. Upon returning to his dormitory, Schado checked his personal belongings, finding everything intact. He then summoned the tower spirit, requesting, "Please list available courses." Apprentice Schado, currently available courses, none. Schado almost instinctively inquired why. Yet, it was evident that such a question did not align with the spirit's inquiry protocols, resulting in silence. Realizing this, Schado promptly rephrased his question in accordance with the rules. This was troubling. The absence of courses in the Mage Tower meant he would waste his daily opportunities for inquiry. He was particularly eager to seek guidance from a formal mage on how to access the deeper layers of the magical web. Apprentices were only permitted to engage with the superficial aspects of the web, and the time required for independent research was uncertain. Although Schado was confident he could penetrate the deeper layers through his studies, wouldn't immediate answers be far more appealing? Indeed, they would be exceptionally desirable, especially for someone like Schado, who already possessed a sufficient understanding of the principles behind zero-ring spells and the essence of the shallow magical web. All that remained was the mere passage of time. Who wouldn't desire such a shortcut that merely alleviated the time required? It was akin to a carpenter not hesitating to purchase ready-made furniture from a store. Time waits for no one. Unlike the cautious and patient individuals, he was more inclined to invest resources or engage in dialogue to expedite his acquisition of knowledge, propelling himself towards becoming a formal mage as swiftly as possible. Thus, he even contemplated that the greater the mage or sorcerer, the more they should embody this essence, in comparison to the acquisition of their own knowledge. The gains of others were of secondary importance. It was the weaker and more ignorant individuals who would fiercely guard their knowledge, which is undeniably a tragedy. Just as Schado pondered how to swiftly become a formal mage without any classes, Talon unexpectedly beckoned him. "Apprentice Schado, please proceed to the central square for the award ceremony." Oh, an award ceremony? Schado immediately recalled the scene he had witnessed while passing through the central square, but another question arose. Did he truly qualify to attend this ceremony? Was it merely for their group's efforts in slaying a few orcs in the forest? Or perhaps it was due to the defeat of that mage. Regardless, since Talon had summoned him, it must be genuine. Schado promptly donned a clean robe and left his dormitory, where he encountered Sammy in the lift. "Have you been notified as well?" "Yes, Talon just informed me." Sammy found it quite astonishing. He did not believe their contributions warranted another award. Soon, the lift reached the ground floor, where numerous apprentices were also making their way outside the Mage Tower. "Look at all these people. Surely we are not mere spectators?" "Unclear. Let us wait for Devon and Dean. They should have received notifications too." The two waited by the entrance, and after a brief moment, dozens of apprentices exited. At that moment, Schado realized that some had indeed received Talon's notice, while others merely sought to observe. The latter group was by far the majority. Schado felt a surge of joy, as this indicated that they might very well receive another commendation beyond their previous exploits. Sammy also wore a smile, and they discussed the criteria for this award and the spells to be demonstrated in the square, until Dean and Devon arrived. "Did you receive Talon's notification too?" "Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here." Haraha. The central square was abuzz with activity. Numerous citizens had gathered to the south of the Grand Archmage statue, with even more arriving from the eastern, southern, and western districts. The four of them followed the throng of apprentices to the northern side of the Grand Archmage's statue, where attendants guided them. The crowd ahead was evidently divided into two groups. One group bypassed the Grand Archmage's statue directly towards the citizens in the south, seemingly the onlookers. The other group, which Schado noted, comprised only a dozen individuals, was escorted by attendants to the northern town hall. It appeared that Schado had underestimated the capabilities of his task force. As they drew closer, Schado noticed an attendant holding a parchment and calling out names. "Mage Schado, Mage Dean, this way please." Another attendant gestured invitingly, and having witnessed the actions of others, Schado proceeded towards the town hall. Sammy and Devon quickly followed behind. Schado inquired of the guiding attendant, Do you know what we are called for? Oh, I see. Schado turned to Sammy and inquired, your family resides in town. Have you ever witnessed such a grand awarding ceremony? Never, not once. Sammy replied, a glimmer of excitement shining in his eyes. I wonder if my father will come to witness it. If he sees me, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. Dean, however, expressed his regret, stating, my family is currently at my aunt's home in town. Had I known, I would have visited them beforehand. Oh dear, I completely forgot. Chapter 99, The Ceremony Scene. Seville Town, Central Square. Mayor Sane orchestrated a flurry of activity among the servants, acutely aware of the Lord's directives and daring not to exhibit the slightest negligence. Despite the fact that it had been years since the territory had hosted a proper award ceremony, he skillfully arranged the personnel and set the scene. Reflecting on the last time an award ceremony was held, during the tenure of the former Lord, he marveled at how swiftly time had passed. The once youthful Lord was no longer in his prime. How time flies. Sane sighed, instructing someone to fetch Bishop Ambriel from the temple, while he approached Mage Burke, who was conjuring flowers with a spell, and amiably patted him on the shoulder. Burke, what is the Lord currently engaged in? The guests are nearly assembled. Yet he remains absent. He is likely conversing with Nia. He intends to introduce her to everyone at the ceremony, Burke replied. Sane gasped, isn't that a bit premature? Nia is still so young. Why don't you counsel him? As the administrative head of the Seville territory, Sane and Burke were both chosen followers of the late Lord. Particularly Sane, whose family had served the Seville lineage since his grandfather's time. Faced with Sane's lament, Burke could only offer a wry smile. I did not dissuade him. But once the Lord has made up his mind, it is rarely within our ability to sway him. Just recently, he even sent Nia to the Orc battlefield. What? Sane's composure shattered further. Why did Cecily not inform me of this? Was it the Lord's directive or yours? Cecily, Sane's daughter, had grown up alongside Nia and could be considered the future steward of the Seville Dominion. Most importantly, she was a mage. No one prevented her. It was her own decision. Very well, she is quite perceptive, but even so, you should have told me. Do you think I am too old and incapable? Sane's expression darkened. Observing his childhood friend, who had been like a brother to him, Burke felt a headache coming on. Come now, Sane, do not be upset. We have been so preoccupied post-war that we overlooked this matter. I assure you it will not happen again. Sane waved his hand dismissively. Enough. How many times have we spoken of next time? I have long seen through your ways. And what of the elves? The First Lord clashed with them during the territory's inception. If we are to continue expanding, will we not provoke them once more? Nia is still a child. She should not have to bear such burdens. We are not yet deceased. Upon hearing Sane's words, Burke hesitated, excelling in the study of magic but lacking in territorial matters. Quickly, take me to him. We cannot allow him to present Nia at the award ceremony, at least not as the heir to the territory. In that moment, Burke felt a resurgence of the commanding presence that his brother once exuded. A sorcerer was summoned with a casual wave of the hand to conjure blossoms for the ceremonial decoration, and he departed with Sane in a flash of teleportation. At this moment, Schado had donned a splendid and exquisite robe befitting a mage and stood beneath the statue of the Grand Archmagus, awaiting the commencement of the ceremony. Similar to him, there were a dozen or so apprentices adorned in like manner. However, the elaborate robe, embellished with threads of gold and silver, was nothing more than a hollow facade. Schado discerned no magical aura emanating from it, epitomizing the notion of superficiality, as it appeared to have been bestowed upon them without merit. Moreover, he observed that the robes of the formal mages, although resembling theirs, indeed exuded genuine magical essence. Perhaps the Lord had orchestrated this superficial arrangement to lend them an air of formality. Schado, I see my family. Suddenly, Dean exclaimed, pointing excitedly towards a cluster of people in the southern throng. Look, behind that tall soldier, 3 people over, the one holding the little girl is my mother. Next to her are my father and aunt, and that little girl is my cousin. Following Dean's direction, Schado gazed into the sea of faces. It seemed as though the entire town had gathered, with people waving and calling out intermittently. Dean's family blended into the crowd, hardly distinguishable. Beside him, Sammy was also waving southward, evidently greeting his own kin, while everyone else radiated exuberance, save for Schado. He felt a profound disconnection from the atmosphere of celebration. In such a moment, his thoughts inevitably drifted to his own family. Yet how could he reach out to them from such a vast chasm? In stark contrast, he would prefer to immerse himself in the study of magic within the Mage Tower. Sensing Shado's discomfort, Sammy and Dean tempered their excitement slightly. But the others remained oblivious to Shado's sentiments, celebrating with unabated fervor. Shado's gaze then shifted elsewhere, beneath the statue of the Grand Archmage. The spellcasters and non-spellcasters were arranged in an octagonal formation, with the mightiest and most esteemed position nearest to the statue, their accomplishments grand and illustrious. In Shadow's estimation, another measure of distinction lay in the intensity of the magical auras they emanated. Those wielding potent magical artifacts stood closer to the statue. Seville and nearly all prominent figures occupied the central octagon, while Shadow and the other apprentice mages merely occupied the periphery, managing to make their presence known. Beyond them were the order-keeping guards and the gathered onlookers. As Shadow languished in ennui, surveying his surroundings, the non-spellcasters on the opposite side of the octagon began to assemble. With the spellcasters on his side nearing completion of their formation, leaving only a few spots unfilled. "Look, the bishop of the temple has arrived," Shadow observed as nearly everyone around him turned in unison. Curiosity piqued, he followed suit, witnessing an elderly man clad in a robe of red, orange, and yellow hues, accompanied by attendants, who approached the statue of the Grand Archmage, right to the forefront of Shadow's segment of the octagon. As the bishop proceeded, Shadow seemed to perceive a radiant glow emanating from him, a gentle aura gradually diffusing, enveloping all in a refreshing breeze of spring. In that moment, it felt as if the chill had departed from him. The previously boisterous crowd fell into a collective silence the instant the bishop stepped forth from the temple, and Shadow was taken aback by the bishop's considerable renown in the Seville region. Fortunately, Shadow was well versed in the sacred proverb of the Radiant Lord, which equipped him with the knowledge to navigate potential conflicts with the church. In truth, the more formidable the clergy, the more akin they were to the ancient gentlemen of earth, easily swayed by their doctrines. Of course, this did not apply to the rare fervent zealots. Chapter 100. The bounty of the sealed earth. With the arrival of the high priest, Lord Epps Seville soon made his appearance, accompanied by Mage Alberk and Mayor Sane. The moment Lord Epps stepped into the scene, the southern part of the square was illuminated, emanating from the statue of the Grand Archmage, transforming the somewhat dim afternoon of snow into a radiant midday. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon the Lord, who proclaimed, "People of Seville, the orc tide that has long threatened us has been vanquished forever." While the onlookers on this side maintained a degree of restraint, the common folk could no longer contain their overwhelming joy, particularly those who had sought refuge from the villages outside the town. They exerted all their strength to chant, "Seville, long may it prosper! Seville, long may it prosper!" The fervent shouts grew increasingly louder and synchronized. Observing this scene, Lord Epps raised his right hand and joined in the chant, "Seville, long may it prosper." The fervor intensified, and Shadow, witnessing the almost frenzied crowd, felt a shock not solely from their exuberance. More significantly, he sensed that their fervent cries were disturbing the weave of magic. Once the weave was disturbed, a corresponding magical effect was inevitable, and this effect only seemed to amplify the zeal of the crowd. Shadow felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Yet, seeing the other mages and even the high priest remain oblivious only made him feel like he was overreacting. Perhaps this was a peculiar characteristic of this otherworldly realm. "People," Lord Epps finally gestured for silence. "Since our ancestors ventured to establish this territory nearly a century ago, it is only today that we have eradicated all formidable foes, securing a stable environment for survival and development. You all have contributed greatly. The Seville family has never neglected those who have rendered service, and the Seville territory has never forgotten its benefactors. I, Epps Seville, in the name of my ancestor, the Grand Archmage Seville, and in the name of the Imperial Lord, vow to uphold the ancient covenant and bestow honors upon you." Then, Lord Epps turned towards High Priest Ambriel, first bowing respectfully. "High Priest, in accordance with the ancient covenant, let the Lord of Radiance witness." "I bear witness, my lord." As he spoke, a radiant orb akin to warm sunlight appeared in Ambriel's hand, imbued with an essence of order and an unyielding quality. As Ambriel recited several prayers, the orb swiftly expanded, enveloping the entire central square. "My lord." Coyan stepped forward, kneeling before Lord Epps. "It was the map of the 3 villages to the west of Seville. I shall fulfill my duties and guard with unwavering loyalty." With his left hand, Lord Epps touched Coyan's shoulder with his staff, and in an instant, Coyan was adorned in a brand new suit of armor, shimmering with a faint magical glow. Lord Epps then personally helped him rise, prompting a wave of cheers from the onlookers. "Coyan, Belgarth, my lord." As Schado observed Lord Epps bestowing rewards upon his subordinates, whether in the form of land, gold, or magical artifacts, he felt a surge of envy, yearning for those treasures to fall into his own grasp. However, when Lord Epps read aloud the names of those who had valiantly perished in battle, Shado's fervor was quelled. These rewards ultimately came at the cost of lives. An ancient adage resonates on Earth: a general success is built upon the bones of the fallen. Territories, wealth, status, and even magical items are indeed desirable, yet if one loses their life, all becomes meaningless. If one must fight, it should be for oneself, not for others. The accolades for the fallen continued, predominantly comprising monetary rewards and benefits. In stark contrast to those who lived to bask in glory, the fallen seemed to fade into obscurity. Soon, the rewards for non-magic users concluded, paving the way for the recognition of spellcasters, a moment Schado anticipated, as he too was among the honored. In truth, only a few disinterested observers had come to witness the ceremony, while the rest were recipients of rewards, with the first being the esteemed Mage Iberk, whom Schado had encountered not long ago. He had experienced Iberk's remarkable human teleportation firsthand, a sensation that left him envious, as it transformed his surroundings in an instant. Beneath the statue of the Grand Archmage, Mage Iberk respectfully bowed to the Lord, performing the customary ritual among spellcasters, and awaited his reward. Iberk, my follower, my friend, my brother, may you receive your land grant. Iberk wished to decline, but found himself unable to refuse in front of the gathered crowd, ultimately accepting the honor. Following Iberk, the remaining spellcasters received only gold coins, albeit more substantial than what their non-magical counterparts had received, which allowed Schado to recognize most of the spellcasters within the territory. This left him feeling profoundly disappointed. Apprentice Schado. At last, it was his turn. Schado hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. My lord, may your journey in the arcane arts be smooth. Thank you, my lord, he replied. Indeed, as the ceremony progressed, the fervor of the crowd waned. Subsequently, all present recited the sacred verses of the glorious Lord, as the radiant light emitted by Bishop Ambriel gradually receded until it vanished. Thus, the award ceremony drew to a close. Schado lifted his gaze toward the Tower of Time, where the blue runes atop indicated it was now 6 in the afternoon. At this moment, while the central square remained brightly illuminated, darkness enveloped the outside world. The time for the banquet had arrived. Chapter 101. Master, the banquet was arranged to take place at the Tower of Time. From the central square to the tower, all the accumulated snow had been meticulously cleared, making the path quite accessible. Schado followed the mages ahead, gradually making his way to the Tower of Time. Behind him, the brilliance of the square began to dim as soldiers commenced guiding the onlooking citizens to exit, each receiving a generous piece of white bread upon their departure. Upon reaching the Mage Tower, the ordinarily narrow black portal was now fully ajar, allowing a clear view of the grand hall within, complete with banquet tables, bustling apprentices, and attentive servants. As Schado passed through the threshold, he felt no longer immersed in the usual deep-sea sensation of the dark door. Instead, it was as if he had been instantly transported to another realm. How remarkable! An apprentice exclaimed in astonishment, only to be swiftly distracted by the array of food laid out in the hall. Meat, fish, fresh fruits, vegetables, and the delightful aroma of sweet wine filled the air. The apprentices were not unfamiliar with this scent, as they frequently enjoyed a diluted version of elven wine during lunchtime at the dining hall, crafted by their peers. However, the genuine article was brewed by specialized vintners solely for the enjoyment of esteemed mages. To their surprise, the Lord had chosen to treat everyone to the authentic elven wine this time. While many had heard of the elven wine's illustrious reputation, few had ever tasted it, let alone merely savored its fragrance. Now, with the exquisite elixir before them, several could hardly resist inhaling deeply, as if to capture the entire essence of the wine within their lungs. Master Mage, your seat is over here. Guided by a servant, Schado found himself at the end of a long dining table, perhaps due to a servant's oversight, placed next to a formal mage. Before Schado could voice a correction, the mage beside him spoke up. Please, take a seat. I remember you, Apprentice Schado. Esteemed master, may I inquire your name? Schado, still clad in his plain apprentice robe devoid of any insignia, was puzzled as to how this mage recognized him, as he had no recollection of the individual. You visited my office to exchange for learning scrolls, the mage replied, recalling their previous encounter just before Schado embarked on a task. There was an apprentice who foolishly purchased a fireball scroll, whom you aptly rebuked. However, I advised you to make good use of your scrolls. It is you. May I ask how you wish to be addressed, Master Mage? I am Thor. I had anticipated that you would survive the orc onslaught. I trust you gained much from that experience? Schado was uncertain about Theor's meaning, but had already taken a seat and felt compelled to respond. Master Thor. I have learned a great deal from this task. Thor nodded thoughtfully before shifting the conversation. Schado, the schedule for classes at the Mage Tower is currently uncertain. Have you contemplated how to arrange your time moving forward? The conversation took a rather abrupt turn. The two had only met once before. One being a formal mage, and the other merely an apprentice. Schado felt somewhat apprehensive about this sudden display of concern. I intended to transcribe several books at the library for my own study, yet I was uncertain of the mage's intentions. Coughing slightly, Theo chuckled awkwardly and directly inquired, "Would you be interested in working in my research lab?" "Not in the least," was Shado's immediate reaction. It was evident that Theo's intentions were far from altruistic. He was not seeking to mentor him, but rather had some ulterior motive that required his involvement. Declining was out of the question. Yet outright rejection raised the risk of offending the formal mage, leaving Schado in a quandary. Fortunately, the timely ringing of the banquet bell brought a momentary reprieve. The hall fell silent, allowing Schado to breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly exchanged an apologetic glance with Theo and turned his attention to the Lord, who was now seated and ready to speak, remaining silent. However, turmoil brewed within him, and he absorbed none of the Lord's words. Instinctively starting to eat as soon as the banquet commenced. On one side of the long dining table sat the spellcasters, while the opposite side was occupied solely by commoners. Perfectly facing each other, with the Lord seated at a designated table. Servants moved about, and occasionally someone would rise to speak, but Schado paid no heed, focusing solely on his meal while pondering Theo's true intentions. The food served at the banquet was quite satisfactory. Even Schado, hailing from the gluttonous empire, could find little to criticize, indicating that considerable effort had gone into the evening's feast. Among the offerings, Schado particularly relished the elven wine, though only a small cup. It evoked the essence of nature, allowing him to feel as if he were floating on clouds, wandering freely, a sensation he found immensely enchanting. This indulgence momentarily alleviated the doubts brought forth by Theo. Upon returning to his dormitory, Shado's heart raced with anxiety. Although he had temporarily evaded a confrontation, he understood that one could not escape the inevitable forever. He needed to ascertain Theo's intentions, lest he find himself ensnared in a difficult situation. Moreover, even if he discovered the truth, he would need to devise a strategy to avoid entanglement. Before becoming a formal mage, he had no desire to engage with any mages. For how could one cultivate an equitable relationship amidst such disparities in status and power? Yet, it was evident that there was a magical artifact at play, emitting a gentle blue glow in a state of focus. Schado had participated in the Orc Tide at the end of the Savor domain, in the year 834 of the Nye's calendar. Surprisingly, it was not a record of achievements but merely a testament to his involvement in this year's Orc War. Nevertheless, the truth remained. Human nature often craved more, and Schado was no exception. For an apprentice, it felt somewhat superfluous, given that they spent most of their time within the confines of the Mage's Tower. Chapter 102, Sorcerer Schado. This mission proved to be a profound trial for him. The act of slaying beasts, commanding in battle, surviving in the wilderness, and conjuring spells, all aspects of his physical prowess, mental acuity, and knowledge underwent significant refinement. As he meticulously organized his belongings, Schado placed each item on his desk, and when he retrieved the wolf-tooth necklace and the forest wolf statue from his pocket, a realization dawned upon him. He had carried these two items to the banquet. While ordinary individuals might overlook them, to a seasoned mage, they stood out like a torch in the darkness. This thought struck Schado with alarm, causing him to break into a cold sweat. The magical aura emanating from the wolf-tooth necklace was particularly potent. He surmised it might even be linked to at least 2 layers of the magical web. In contrast, the forest wolf statue exhibited a far weaker magical glow, akin to the dim, yet stable light of a first-level spell scroll. What had once seemed a fortunate acquisition now felt like a hot potato. Among all the apprentices Schado had encountered, he had never seen anyone possessing similar magical artifacts. Only a scarce few bore a faint magical aura. While this did not categorically preclude apprentices from owning magical items, it nonetheless set Schado apart in a manner he did not desire. His usual philosophy revolved around amassing wealth discreetly, yet the current circumstances demanded he abandon his low profile. After some contemplation, he resolved to take action. The following morning, Schado leapt joyfully from his bed. He had once again entered that enchanting dream realm, though this time he did not transform into various entities. Instead, he embodied a long river, flowing down from snow-capped mountains, gathering myriad water sources and ultimately forming a magnificent, vast river. Traversing mountains and nurturing civilizations, it eventually merged into the sea, where the dream abruptly concluded. Schado flexed the muscles in his arms and waved his hand, then seized the chair beside his desk. Indeed, his strength had increased once more. Lifting the chair, which weighed over 10 pounds, felt almost effortless. Just as he prepared to rearrange his desk for further experimentation, a sudden chill enveloped him from behind. Upon reaching back, he touched something damp, and a glance at the blanket on his bed revealed a faint ring of moisture. Schado dismissed any possibility of sweating profusely within the temperature-controlled mage tower, let alone wetting the bed. Reflecting on the previous night's dream, he attributed this phenomenon to the side effects of his newfound abilities. When he approached the swirling basin in the restroom to wash up, his fingers barely grazed the water's surface, yet it stirred into a faint vortex, as if an invisible force had pressed down before his touch. Initially, Schado remained unaware of this occurrence, but as he plunged both hands into the water, an astonishing thought crossed his mind: he could control this water. The time it took for the thought to convey itself was almost negligible. Simultaneously, the water in the basin responded, and a column of water, the size of a finger, rose from the surface. It stood there boldly, as if to proclaim, "Look, you truly can manipulate this water." Apprentice Schado, having contravened the Tower of Time's prohibition against spellcasting in unauthorized areas, was summoned to the Public Resource Allocation Office within 3 days to pay a fine of 5 gold coins. Was this truly the act of casting? Schado found it hard to believe. Fortunately, the penalty was merely 5 gold coins. He resolved to attempt it once more, this time entering a state of focused concentration. Within the restroom, the magical currents flowed relatively gently. As his thoughts coalesced, the magical web responded instantaneously, and in that moment, Schado was no longer merely an apprentice. He needed not to intricately weave the spell structure, but simply envision the water in the basin surging forth. Once again, a slender column of water, akin to a finger's width, erupted from the surface. Yet, the tower's spirit soon issued another warning. "Apprentice Schado, you have violated the tower's prohibition against spell casting in unauthorized areas. You must report to the Public Resource Allocation Office within 3 days to pay a fine of 10 gold coins." Was this to be a cumulative total of 10 gold coins for both infractions, or was it simply a penalty of 10 gold coins for this instance alone? Though he was certain of his ability to manipulate water, the matter of fines loomed large. Schado promptly summoned the tower's spirit for clarification, only to learn that the total penalty amounted to 15 gold coins for both offenses. With those 15 gold coins, he could afford 3 hours in the spell laboratory. Among his possessions, a necklace and a small statue caught his eye, reminding him of a troublesome matter far exceeding the penalty. Alas, why was it so difficult for him? Master there had yet to mention the matter of magical artifacts, but what else could pique the interest of a formal mage and an apprentice? This matter needed swift resolution, and trading with a mage was evidently not a prudent choice. The first trader who came to mind was Edric, who operated a shop in the library's transcription room. His business acumen was commendable, managing to establish a shop within the library, and his reputation for integrity was well known. Compared to seeking a formal mage for trade, Schado preferred to approach Edric. After changing into clean attire and organizing his belongings, Schado tucked the wolf-tooth necklace and forest wolf statue into his cloak and promptly locked the door behind him. He retrieved provisions from the dining hall on the first floor of the mage tower and took the lift to the arcane garden, which he considered his primary duty within the tower. Learning magic was merely a privilege bestowed upon apprentices by the tower. As he traversed from the dormitory to the dining hall and then to the arcane garden, Schado felt the weight of scrutiny upon him. Carrying 2 magical artifacts was undeniably burdensome. However, leaving them in the dormitory offered little comfort. The lock, which could be easily breached with a mere blade of grass, provided scant security. Strangely, Sammy and Devon had yet to arrive, but Schado paid them no mind, instead settling beneath the familiar apple tree and retrieving his notes for study. From this day forth, he would no longer utilize a mundane quill, but rather the mithril pen he had received as a gift with his previous purchase of magical scrolls. In the 103rd study group, Schado found that the silver pen glided effortlessly across the parchment, the nib barely encountering any resistance, evoking memories of a ballpoint pen from Earth. However, it was somewhat disappointing that this exquisite pen still required dipping into ink, rather than housing the ink internally like a fountain pen. Fortunately, The delightful writing experience allowed Schado to overlook this minor inconvenience. Yet, with the acquisition of such a fine writing instrument, thoughts of ink soon crossed his mind. The ink he currently utilized was merely the most commonplace variety, even diluted with water, which seemed unworthy of the elegant silver pen in his grasp. As ink was an essential resource for a mage, seeking high-quality, costly options felt like an endless pursuit. Take, for example, the crimson ink that accompanied the silver pen, containing a moderately rare redstone mineral, retailing for an astonishing 20 gold coins per bottle. More sophisticated inks could even incorporate powdered gemstones and the blood of magical beasts, realms far beyond Shado's current reach. Nevertheless, Schado was not a monk devoid of desires. On the contrary, he harbored numerous aspirations and relished enjoyment. Given the opportunity, why not enhance his living conditions and study tools? Resolutely deciding to treat himself after disposing of some magical items, he immersed himself in his research, gazing at the familiar symbols and shapes in his notes. The intense illumination within the arcane garden no longer distracted him in the slightest. Time passed unmeasured until he suddenly noticed two figures standing not far from him, though they were also shaded by the same apple tree. Their presence noticeably dimmed the light around Schado. "Sammy, Devin, how long have you been here?" "Just arrived. We didn't want to interrupt your focus," Sammy replied. "By the way, what brings you to us?" Sammy suddenly appeared slightly bashful, glancing at Devin before producing a pouch of gold coins from his robe, placing it beside Schado. "We wish to seek your guidance on a few matters." Simultaneously, Devin produced another pouch of coins, echoing, "Yes, indeed." Schado reached for the two pouches. Standing up and weighing them in his hands, they were quite substantial, likely containing nearly 100 coins. It seemed the two had invested significantly. "We would like to inquire about the principles of spells and the essence of the magical web," they spoke in unison. Upon hearing this, Schado couldn't help but smile. These two aspired to become official mages. It was evident he was not the only one with such ambitions, determination, and initiative. What notion was this? In truth, he had contemplated this idea when he first joined the Mage Tower, yet at that time, he lacked the confidence to establish such an organization. And others would hardly have believed him. It was only last night, feeling the weight of his limitations, that he resolved to adopt a more audacious approach. In the present day, he possesses enough confidence to establish such an organization among the apprentices. Convinced that those who have experienced the sweet fruits of mutual assistance will not easily abandon it. Upon hearing Shado's words, Sammy and Devin were momentarily taken aback. They had never encountered nor anticipated the existence of such a collaborative learning group. Is this permissible? Would the Mage Tower not intervene? This was indeed a concern for Schado. Yet if the scope of the mutual aid group were confined to apprentices and the discussions revolved solely around the principles of spells and the essence of the magical web, the potential issues would be significantly minimized. It is also possible that this initiative might even be encouraged by the Mage Tower. Until it is genuinely attempted, no one can predict the outcome. However, it is certain that such exchanges can foster progress. For his own sake, Schado was determined to establish the learning group. "We are not violating any prohibitions, so what grounds does the Mage Tower have to intervene?" Schado feigned confidence, his tone resolute, asserting that if they wished to swiftly become official mages, a mutual learning group would be their best opportunity. Sammy and Devin remained hesitant, uncertain of the consequences of joining such an organization. At that moment, Schado stoked the flames of their interest further, declaring that within a year he would become an official mage. "What?" The astonished expression on Sammy's face and the pouch of coins dropping from Devin's hand revealed their shock. Compared to Devin, Sammy was more familiar with Schado. "Did you not just join the Mage Tower this year? I recall you only recently mastered the script of the Nazi language. How can you expect to become an official mage so quickly?" Schado took the opportunity to clarify that the Nazi language was largely unrelated to magic. It merely served as a means of recording knowledge. The essence of magic remains eternal and unchanging, regardless of whether it is documented in Orcish or any other tongue. Sammy found himself at a loss for words, while Devin remained silent. After a prolonged moment, Sammy spoke, his voice quivering with desire. "Will joining the mutual learning group truly lead to becoming an official mage?" Devin looked at Schado with anticipation, seemingly hoping for a reassuring response. However, Schado shook his head. He understood the insatiable nature of human desire, the principle of striving for more, and thus would not make any easy promises. He was aware that both had already been swayed, confident they would not shy away from joining. "I cannot guarantee that joining the learning group will ensure your status as official mages," but it is certain that there will be no loss in participating, is there? We will join. Sammy and Devon exclaimed simultaneously. Can we inquire with you now? Schado once more shook his head. He was not organizing the learning group merely to offer kindness to those from other realms without recompense. Rather, he sought to gain certain advantages and diverse perspectives beyond his own. Therefore, necessary regulations must be established. Sammy perceived this as a suggestion that they were intruding upon his personal time, yet ultimately, Schado held the reins, leaving them no choice but to acquiesce. Very well. When will the study group officially be established? In the afternoon, when there are no classes, I shall rent a spell laboratory, and we can discuss it then. After speaking, Schado seated himself beneath the tree once more, no longer engaging with them. Joining the study group must be a matter of genuine willingness, without any reluctance. The bait has already been cast. Being overly proactive would only diminish one's status and compromise authority. Chapter 104. The broad concept of bloodline theory. After dismissing Sammy and Dewan, Schado found himself unable to fully immerse in his magical studies. Although those two bore no ill intentions, their unguarded presence had served as a wake-up call. Firstly, rules are essential. Regardless of how small an organization may be, the presence of regulations provides legitimacy, which is foundational to the control of any group. Secondly, while rules may be flexible, it is imperative to maintain a certain degree of authoritative space for oneself. Drawing from his experience in the student council prior to his transmigration, Schado began to formulate his thoughts. In contemplating the organizational rules, Schado also delved into the water manipulation ability he had newly acquired. Instances of individuals suddenly gaining specific magical abilities, like his own, were not uncommon in the realm of Nesseriel. The biography of the great mage Nesseriel recounts two such occurrences. One closely mirrored Shado's experience, involving a dream that bestowed magical prowess, while the other involved the discovery of a mysterious gem that granted similar powers. Other texts Schado had perused noted similar phenomena, such as individuals inexplicably acquiring magical abilities without effort, or inheriting such capabilities from ancestors. The mages of Nesseriel categorized those who possessed innate magical abilities without formal training as sorcerers, further distinguishing a subset as bloodline sorcerers. They posited that these individuals' magical talents stemmed from a unique bloodline within them, often passing such abilities to the next generation, seemingly corroborating this theory. However, the bloodline theory does not account for all anomalies. For instance, certain half-elves are inherently capable of casting simple elven spells. Yet not every member of the elven race possesses the ability to wield magic. The veracity of the so-called elven bloodline remains a topic of debate. Shado's situation was particularly unique, having acquired a magical ability linked to a specific dream. If one were to stretch the concept of bloodline, it could be argued that its definition is quite expansive. Upon comparing the distinctions between mages and sorcerers, Schado discerned that sorcerers are almost naturally predisposed to be mages. Mages must undergo extensive training to reach a state of concentration necessary to connect with the magical weave. Shado's method of forcibly stimulating his body with a blade to awaken his mind was hardly advisable. In contrast, sorcerers can command spells to manifest through sheer will, essentially learning to cast spells before mastering concentration, which allows them to progress at a significantly faster rate than the average individual. Now, Schado even harbored doubts about whether he had possessed sorcerous aptitude from the outset, perhaps explaining why he had so effortlessly established a connection with the magical weave. Time cannot be reversed, and this question may forever remain unanswered. Upon further examination, Schado concluded that becoming a sorcerer offered little advantage in his current circumstances. The primary limitation was that a sorcerer's abilities could not be enhanced through study. Presently, his capabilities as a sorcerer only permitted him to influence the superficial layers of the magical weave, falling short of the proficiency required of a formal mage. Perhaps with additional practice, one might achieve proficiency in spellcasting. However, the overall power of one's magic is inherently limited and will not be augmented merely through repetition. Relying on the elusive dreams for enhancement is far less pragmatic than diligently studying the principles of spells and the essence of the magical web, thereby advancing towards becoming a formal mage. While dreams remain beyond his grasp, the path to magehood is firmly within his control. Previously, both Chad and Sammy suggested that he could ascend within a year, and they were not deceiving him. Chad possesses a profound understanding of his own progress, leading him to establish a timeline for mastering the first layer of the magical web and creating a first-ring spell. Should he receive additional assistance along the way, such as direct access to the structure and elements of a first-ring spell, This timeline could potentially be accelerated to an extent that even Chad could not foresee. Chad's identity as a sorcerer arrived somewhat late. Rather than focusing on somewhat lackluster spellcasting abilities, he finds greater satisfaction in enhancing his physical prowess. Although the connection between body, soul, and magical capabilities remains unclear, the benefits of improved physical condition, such as heightened energy and increased strength, are undeniably evident. He yearns for such advantages to manifest several more times. While he does not aspire to attain superhuman strength, a robust physique is undoubtedly a stable foundation for his pursuit of magic, and it could even serve as a trump card in certain exceptional circumstances. Should he seek to learn some combat techniques? Such a formidable body should not go to waste. Yet, in an instant, Chad dismissed this notion. At least until he becomes a formal mage, he would not pursue such distractions, deeming them a waste of time. Time swiftly passed, and noon arrived. Chad rose from beneath the apple tree and departed. As he passed the warehouse, the duty mage summoned everyone to stay. Due to the losses incurred in the Orc Wars, several apprentices were absent, leaving certain positions unfilled. You need not arrive early tomorrow. Simply await reassignment in the first floor hall. After delivering this message, the mage departed, leaving a group of apprentices in animated discussion. Are you considering a job change? Change. How can we compete with those formal apprentices? What about you? I'll assess the situation. If Sammy and the others remain here, so will I. Indeed, I feel the same. Another chimed in. Chad listened for a while and realized that the focus of their discussions centered around the 3 formal apprentices. Should Chad and his companions choose not to continue at the Arcane Garden, most of the others would also be inclined to seek new opportunities. The shifts triggered by the chance to inquire further solidified Chad's resolve regarding his study group plans. Chad, are you planning to change jobs? Sammy's question abruptly silenced the apprentices. Dozens of eyes fixated on Chad. At that moment, he feigned contemplation over the merits of changing jobs versus remaining at the Arcane Garden. The most tangible benefit of changing jobs would be the potential to interact with formal mages and earn additional income. Yet, the dilemma is that Chad is currently keen to avoid those mages rather than approach them. The advantage of remaining in the Arcane Garden lies in the abundance of personal time at one's disposal. One is not required to engage in labor, but merely needs to address a few inquiries from the ordinary apprentices each month. Previously, he acted as an intermediary, posing questions to the teaching apprentices or the instructing mages. But now, Schado can provide the answers himself, significantly alleviating prior inconveniences. Moreover, the relatively relaxed atmosphere of the Arcane Garden fosters enhanced interaction among the study groups. Without much deliberation, he resolved to continue his stay in the Arcane Garden, aspiring to establish it as an additional base for the study group. However, noticing Sammy's expression, it seemed he was contemplating a job change, prompting Schado to candidly inform him of his intent to remain in the Arcane Garden. Caught between the opportunities presented by the formal mages and his study group, Sammy appeared indecisive. Observing this, Schado nudged Sammy's arm and cheerfully suggested, "All right, let us head to the dining hall. If we delay, we may miss out on the elven wine."